Blue Star. The Huaxia Empire, Imperial Capital High School. Hurry, the school's mecha competition is about to begin, you mustn't be late. Yi Qin lifted his head from his desk, rubbing his eyes as a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. This planet is fraught with peril, constantly facing the threat of invasion by level 9 civilization beings. Every citizen of this world can participate in various competitions organized by the state. Winning such accolades can elevate one's status and bring glory to one's family. Some individuals even leverage these honors to secure prominent positions within the government, becoming pillars of a nation. Conversely, those who fail are subjected to ridicule, relegated to the lowest echelons of society. Moreover, the curriculum on Blue Star is no longer comprised of trivial cultural studies. Instead, it is wholly dominated by foundational sciences. Physics, undoubtedly, takes precedence, with chemistry and mathematics serving as essential companions. The advancement of the populace's scientific prowess is not achieved overnight. This is the very purpose of the educational institution. Today's event is the mecha competition, the most esteemed contest in the Huaxia nation, second only to the college entrance examination. The competition format is straightforward. Participants battle using mechas. The victorious side advances smoothly, while the audience observes the measurement of their connectivity values. The defeated, however, face elimination and miss the opportunity for exposure. This mecha competition resembles an internal selection process, with successful contenders assured a direct passage to university. In stark contrast, the failures leave with nothing, merely serving as a backdrop for others. Goodness, have I traversed to another world? Before Yi Qin could fully comprehend the bewildering influx of memories, he followed his classmates out of the classroom. At this moment, he felt a plethora of memories that did not belong to him. He seemed not to be the rightful owner of this body. Gradually, the overwhelming sensation subsided, and Yi Qin regained a significant portion of his memories. It appeared he was not the true inhabitant of this form. The original owner's name was Yi Qin. He hailed from a wealthy family, a quintessential playboy, destined to live a life of indulgence, with money that seemed inexhaustible. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter, for he was acutely aware, through the memories surfacing in his mind, that soon the Huaxia Empire would receive signals from a level 9 civilization. A greater crisis loomed on the horizon, with flames of war set to engulf the entire planet, drowning the cosmos in devastation. Although he could not recall his original name, having traversed into this person's existence imposed upon him a duty to prevent the impending calamity. As the thoughts swirled, Yi Qin and his classmates arrived at the venue, and the mecha competition commenced. Look, the first contestant is Qin Feiyu. His mecha is simply dazzling. Of course, Qin Feiyu consistently ranks at the top of his class. The mechas he crafts are unrivaled. After all, his father is a senior scientist in the National Mecha Research Department. Yi Qin squinted at the composed youth on stage. Qin Feiyu, 17 years of age, once achieved the highest comprehensive score in the senior simulation exams, his father being a prominent scientist in the Huaxia International Mecha Combat Division. His opponent, Wang Kai, ranked 5th in the class simulation tests. Wang Kai's mecha was equally formidable, although it lacked agility. Both sides are ready. The match begins now. As the announcement echoed, Qin Feiyu and Wang Kai maneuvered their respective mechas into combat. The lifeless mechanical bodies, under their control, executed movements with remarkable fluidity. Clang! The massive mechanical arms collided, producing a dazzling shower of sparks, followed by a thunderous sound. The entire arena fell into silence. Qin Feiyu's mecha pressed Wang Kai relentlessly, ultimately unleashing a finishing move. Awakening his light attribute, Qin Feiyu channeled natural energy into his arms. A blue beam flashed, and the heavy mechanical arm cleaved Wang Kai's mecha in two. Yi Qin observed the spectacle with contemplation. This rudimentary mecha was something he had heard of before his traversal, eliciting a bemused smile. Though reluctant to admit it, this indeed reflected the current standards on Blue Star. Yet, could such mechas withstand an assault from a level 9 extraterrestrial civilization? We truly survive? Yi Qin mused that if he could construct a super mecha, he might stand a chance at survival. Ding! Suitable host detected the divine mecha system is commencing download and binding. Ding! System binding successful. The novice gift pack is now being issued. Would the host like to open the gift pack? Upon hearing this, Yi Qin's pupils constricted in surprise, his heart swelling with excitement. So, the golden finger of the traveler has arrived. Excellent. Open it. Yi Qin, unable to contain his exhilaration, whispered. Instantly, a flash of blue light revealed a colossal screen before him. At the center of the screen lay a backpack. Upon clicking it, reward from a novice gift pack cascaded forth. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Mecha Engineering LV3. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the initial Mecha Dawn. The screen displayed a towering mechanical giant, 3 meters tall, constructed from various rigid metals, revealing wires and internal structures. Enter. With Yi Qin's casual utterance, his neural connection established with the mecha gifted by the system. Voice print recognition successful, receiving commands, commencing self-diagnosis. Yi Qin intuitively donned the bone conduction headset, hearing a series of mechanical synthesized sounds in his mind. Diagnosis complete. Central processor operating normally, electromechanical sensors functioning correctly, infrared ranging sensors operational. Power motors running smoothly, battery pack functioning normally, transmission system operational. Giant G2008 hydraulic transmission system functioning normally, loading AI module. The mecha has been initiated, control is now transferred to the pilot. A mechanical voice resonated in Yi Qin's mind. Just as he was beginning to ponder the implications, the broadcast announced the next 2 competitors. Yi Qin, Pan Dongfang, it's your turn. The homeroom teacher frowned slightly, wondering what Yi Qin, the class underachiever, was daydreaming about. Upon hearing their names, many classmates turned their gazes toward Yi Qin, whispering among themselves. Why isn't it me against Yi Qin? Pan Dongfang ranked in the top 10 during the simulation tests, while Yi Qin was second to last. Isn't this just handing over points? Unfair. There must be some foul play in the drawing. Pan Dongfang is truly lucky, even the second to last got drawn against him. Better keep it down, we don't want a teacher to get angry. Listening to the murmurs, Yi Qin paid them no mind, as he remained focused on the system panel, displaying his mecha. Upon taking the stage, Pan Dongfang summoned his mecha with his wristband. In the next moment, a miniature wormhole appeared above the arena, and a silver-green mecha descended behind him. Reinforced composite metal mecha? That's incredible. Pan Dongfang possesses such a mecha. It seems he has no trouble getting into a top-tier mecha university. Look at those green patterns. If I'm not mistaken, he must have awakened the wood attribute. As the mech descended, the spectators below were filled with envious glances. The reinforced composite metal possessed the resilience of steel while weighing only 2/3 of its mass, allowing his mech to exhibit remarkable agility. Arise, Dawn! Simultaneously, a miniature wormhole materialized on the arena, and a 3-meter-tall mech gracefully landed on the ground. The surface of the Dawn mech was strikingly uneven, resembling a contraption cobbled together from scrap metal. Several exposed wires were visible at the joints, making it appear almost indistinguishable from junk at a distance. What on earth is this junk? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Can this mech even move? No wonder it's the second to last in the rankings. I'm impressed. Once Yi Qin's mech touched down, the audience erupted in a cacophony of derisive laughter. The mech's exterior was not even crafted from a single cast metal. Was Yi Qin truly insane to enter such a dilapidated machine in the school's mech competition? Without uttering a word, Yi Qin entered the cockpit. DNA verification complete, neural connection in progress. Greetings, pilot. I am Dawn 7274. You may call me Dawn. Hello, Dawn. I am Yi Qin. The moment he sealed the hatch, he felt an unprecedented unity with the mech. Even the mechs he piloted in his previous life had not achieved such an intimate neural connection. The mechanical voice resonated in the arena. Both parties are prepared. The match begins now. Chapter 2. The shocking outcome. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pan Dongfang immediately activated his mecha and unleashed a barrage of artillery fire. He was convinced that just a single projectile would be enough to obliterate Yi Qin's dilapidated mecha. Thus, he commenced his assault without hesitation. Pan Dongfang's Omega mecha was designed for long-range attacks, evident from its robust armor and the 2 formidable cannons mounted on its back, marking it as a powerhouse of firepower. In the face of the incoming missiles, Yi Qin sprinted along the edge of the arena, synchronizing seamlessly with his mecha. Each step felt as fluid as water. As if it were an inevitable progression, the Dawn mecha twirled and dodged effortlessly in the air, displaying a grace that transcended the capabilities of a mere machine. Resembling a living being instead, The spectators below gasped in astonishment, witnessing such agility for the first time. Even Qin Feiyu's mecha could not showcase such maneuverability, while Yuqin seemingly discarded mecha performed astonishing feats. As Pan Dongfang watched his missiles miss their target, his expression darkened. He abandoned the heavy machine gun in favor of activating the hand-mounted missiles and the two massive cannons on his back. With a firm pull of the trigger, the mecha erupted in a soft green glow as the electromagnetic cannons began to charge. Mere moments later, the cannons locked onto Yuqin's mecha, and Pan Dongfang, feeling it insufficient, launched all the missiles at his disposal. This time, the missiles did not miss, relentlessly pursuing Yuqin with a technique known as breath tracking, a signature move of the wood element. Sensing the imminent danger, Yuqin altered his course, no longer skirting the arena and Apos as periphery but charging straight towards Pan Dongfang. He deftly navigated through the dense onslaught of missiles, showcasing the mecha and Apos as agility to its fullest. Once he was close enough, Yuqin propelled himself into the air. With an elegant arc, the Dawn mecha soared over Pan Dongfang's head, while the missiles struck the Omega armor instead. The explosion resounded with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of dust swirling around the arena. Pan Dongfang and Apos' face turned ashen. Fortunately, the thick armor of his mecha withstood the barrage, sustaining minimal damage. However, Yuqin seized the opportunity. A terrifying light burst forth from the smoke, and as the dust began to settle, the onlookers saw the Omega mecha collapsed on the ground. The seemingly unremarkable, somewhat antiquated mecha had triumphed over Pan Dongfang's Omega. The crowd was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Yuqin managed to defeat Pan Dongfang. Was it possible that he had truly bested him? How could he have evaded all of Pan Dongfang's missiles with such a battered machine? Had he been feigning clumsiness during the practice exams? At that moment, the entire school and Apos' perception of Yuqin underwent a dramatic transformation. Pan Dongfang, trapped within his mecha, wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had not anticipated Yuqin's audacity in directly removing the battery from the Omega. Every mecha relied on 3 combined energy batteries for power, and Yuqin had yanked out 2, rendering Pan Dongfang's mecha inoperative. Yuqin had indeed defeated him. Despite the superior strength of his mecha, Yuqin's exhibited skills far surpassed his own. His deft maneuvering allowed him to evade the missiles seamlessly, while his battlefield awareness eclipsed Pan Dongfang's. This was a complete and utter defeat. Yuqin had the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow when he approached from behind. But instead, he chose to humiliate his opponent publicly by disconnecting the battery. In Pan Dongfang's eyes, this was not merely a loss. It was a public shaming before the entire school. After the battle concluded, Yuqin exited the cockpit and retracted his mecha into storage, while Pan Dongfang's Omega was towed away for repairs by the logistics team. Observing Pan Dongfang's despondent demeanor, Yuqin merely smiled. After all, it was childish to hold a grudge against an adult. Once the competition ended, the principal hurried over, accompanied by several staff members who gathered around Yuqin. "Your performance was exceptional," the principal exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. As the headmaster, he had witnessed many formidable mechas and skilled pilots, yet none had demonstrated the unparalleled agility that Yuqin had displayed. Upon hearing the principal's praise, the surrounding staff began to express their admiration as well. This was the first time they had encountered someone with such a high level of connection with their mecha, and they had never seen anyone execute such maneuvers. "Yuqin? That's your name, ISN and Apos. See it?" The principal excitedly clapped Yuqin on the shoulder. "Quickly, take your mecha to the testing station." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Of course, Principal," Yuqin replied, making his way towards the testing area. The practical combat was merely one aspect of the competition. Subsequent tests would evaluate the connection value between students and their mechas. The connection value is a crucial metric reflecting the degree of synergy between the pilot and the mecha. A higher connection value allows for greater synchronization of movements, enhancing performance on the battlefield. A powerful mecha pilot can dramatically influence the course of combat, potentially swaying the tides of victory in their favor. As beams of light swept over him, the audience held their breath, perhaps witnessing the birth of a legend. At this moment, the homeroom teacher had ceased to monitor the other students, following the principal to the testing station. "Principal, I have a feeling we are about to witness the emergence of another genius at our school." "Why do you say another?" The principal turned, puzzled. "Because the last genius was Yuqin's sister, Yi Jie. Truly, the Yi family is remarkable to have produced 2 such prodigies." The principal's expression shifted as he realized, quickly, "Find out if Yuqin has any siblings." On the testing platform, Yi Qin stood as several bioelectric signals coursed through his body. While the device scanned the bracelet on his wrist, the entire testing process lasted several seconds. Upon completion, a mechanical voice announced, "Test complete." Yi Qin stepped down from the platform, and his data displayed on the large screen nearby. Mecha rating, E connection value, 95. 95? The connection value had reached an astonishing 95, a result that astonished everyone present. Cheers erupted from the crowd as they realized they were witnessing the rise of a legend. Ordinary individuals typically possess only single-digit connection values with mechas, while a minimum of 20 is required to operate one effectively. Even those with connection values in the 20s could only manage basic movements, lacking the precision for accurate strikes or complex maneuvers. A connection value of 40 is required to maneuver a mech with the same finesse as one and Oppo's own body. It is worth noting that Qin Feiyu, the top student in the school, possesses merely an 83 connection value. However, Yi Qin and Oppo's connection value with the mech has reached a staggering 95. Such an extraordinary talent is undoubtedly unparalleled even across the vast expanse of the Huaxia Empire. Yi Qin gazed at the numbers displayed on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. This 95 connection should suffice for now. Yet, to contend against the beings of a level 9 civilization, this level of strength falls woefully short. Both he and the mech require further advancement. Although the default mech provided by the system is formidable, it is classified as an E-level mech. Fortunately, the initial mech assigned to him is not exceedingly conspicuous. Otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to conceal it. After the competition concludes, he intends to investigate the mech bestowed upon him by the system. The principal approached, excitement evident as he clasped Yi Qin and Oppo's shoulder. "Well done, Yi Qin. I have already uploaded your information to the database. I believe it won and Oppo's be long before top-tier universities come seeking you." The principal's expression conveyed an ineffable joy. Once a university expresses interest, Yi Qin would be exempt from participating in subsequent assessments. Through his memories, Yi Qin comprehended the principal's implication. Should someone from a mech university come calling, it would effectively secure his admission. After all, promising talents are always sought after first, and no one wishes to miss out on such a prodigy. Chapter 3: The Sudden Explosion. At present, Yi Qin and Oppo's thoughts were far removed from selecting a university. Although the Huaxia Empire enjoyed a temporary peace, neighboring nations cast covetous glances upon its rich resources. The adage "possessing treasures invites calamity" was well understood by all, especially regarding the Huaxia Empire's abundant mineral wealth that others sought to claim. The smaller nations were acutely aware that a preemptive strike against the Huaxia Empire would provoke a fierce retaliation. Thus they lay in wait for the opportune moment. Having emerged as a latecomer, the Huaxia Empire had the least experience in mech research, resulting in many of its prodigious mech engineers being poached by foreign powers. Now, the Huaxia Empire faced the dual challenges of repelling monstrous assaults while safeguarding against foreign invasions. Fortunately, its vast territories were rich in resources and staffed by excellent researchers, enabling the empire to develop mechs even while lagging behind other nations. The current expanse of the Huaxiao Empire was forged through the blood and sweat of several generations. Yi Qin sighed in resignation, astonished that the blue planet was still embroiled in internal strife. In his recollection, many nations had perished without even the chance to resist the monstrous onslaught, leaving 5 great empires and numerous vassal states remaining. These 5 empires included the Huaxia Empire, the IMC Empire, the Battle Empire, the Sun Never Sets Empire, and the Alliance Empire. Regions like Africa and South America lacked the technological prowess to develop mech technology, rendering them powerless against the monstrous threat, leading to their obliteration. Reflecting on this, Yi Qin felt a profound sadness. Conflict seemed to be an inherent flaw of humanity. Despite the looming threat of the monsters, the empires continued their deceitful scheming over territory, yet these were not the true dangers. The real menace lay with the entities of level 9 civilizations, who would not easily relinquish their hold over the blue planet. Yi Qin understood he needed to grow rapidly in strength before their arrival, for a solitary effort would be insufficient to confront such civilizations. He must empower the populace of the blue planet to a level capable of resisting the level 9 civilizations. In the audience, a few individuals communicated discreetly via headsets. They were astonished to witness the emergence of such a genius from the Huaxiao Empire. What should we do? Should we take action? No, it is too crowded here. We should observe for now, as such talent is worthy of our recruitment. A group of individuals in the audience remained composed, their interest piqued by Yi Qin and Appo's extraordinary abilities. With a connection value of 95, Yi Qin surpassed even their empress. As spies from the Sun Never Sets Empire, their mission was to covertly recruit talented mech pilots. This Yi Qin belonged to the Yi family. Should we attempt to persuade him? A young man furrowed his brow. Lacking the aptitude to pilot mechs, yet possessing an Eastern appearance, which had led him to undertake this infiltration. Do not act rashly. This Yi Qin had previously performed poorly in school, ranking near the bottom, yet his current display of power was markedly different. A female teacher from the Imperial Capital High School, who had long been embedded within the Huaxia Empire, spoke up, fully aware of the school and Appo's dynamics. The plan has changed. Someone is approaching. A middle-aged man gazed into the distance from the audience. It appeared that some could no longer remain still. The broadcast screens displayed Yi Qin's image in real time, and the crowd's enthusiasm for the birth of such a prodigy became palpable. A connection value of 95. How long had it been since such a figure emerged? The last person to exceed a connection value of 90 was the current mech marshal of the Huaxia Empire. At that moment, everyone comprehended the significance of Yi Qin for the Huaxia Empire. Barring unforeseen circumstances, his future prowess would likely eclipse that of the mech marshal. Yet only Yi Qin understood that this connection value of 95 was still far from sufficient. Relying solely on his own strength would not avert impending disaster. The task of saving the blue planet and all humanity was monumental. To confront external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Yi Qin recognized the urgency of becoming formidable. And only after resolving the myriad issues plaguing the blue planet could he contemplate the next steps. Since calling the Dawn mech into his space, the system had been incessantly prompting him. The notifications left him with a headache. Initial mech, Dawn, preliminary repairs require 100 kilograms of titanium alloy. From Yi Qin's recollections, since the emergence of the monsters and the advent of mechs, the prices of metals and rare materials on the blue planet had skyrocketed exponentially. Even the price of ordinary iron had surged tenfold, and this was merely for unrefined iron ore. Now, the system indicated that repairing the Dawn mech necessitated 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, a sum that was far beyond his current financial means. Titanium alloy, known for its high strength, corrosion resistance, and heat resistance, was indeed exorbitantly priced. Before Yi Qin could devise a way to procure the necessary funds, a blinding light erupted from the center of the testing area. A mushroom cloud of flames ascended, obliterating the testing site and affecting the arena used for the trials. At the moment the fire blazed, Yi Qin instinctively summoned his mech. Before he could enter the cockpit, the shockwave from the explosion hurled both him and the mech through the air. Yi Qin shielded his head with his hands, attempting to adopt a defensive posture. The Dawn mech managed to absorb a significant portion of the heat from the explosion, yet the residual force was nearly enough to sear him. DNA verification passed. Neural connection in progress. Detecting bodily harm to the pilot, initiating Protocol 3. Protocol 3. Protect the pilot, life support systems activated. His arms and body suffered carbonization as emergency life solution injections commenced. Inside the cockpit of the Dawn mech, a syringe inserted into the nape of Yi Qin's neck gradually administered the healing serum, alleviating his injuries. Struggling to open his stinging eyes, Yi Qin murmured, "Where am I? How did I enter the mech?" At that moment, Yi Qin had established a mental connection with the Dawn mech, and the visual feed seamlessly transitioned to the mech and Appo's perspective. He pondered how he had entered the mech after being blown away by the explosion. "Pilot, your life was in jeopardy," prompting the activation of Protocol 3. Protocol 3? Yi Qin recollected that he had been testing his connection value when the site unexpectedly detonated. In the instant of the explosion, he had activated the wristband to summon the mech. The AI of the Dawn mech spoke again. "I utilized the mechanical arm to place you into the cockpit." Taken aback, Yi Qin had not anticipated the AI and Appo's capability to be so advanced, autonomously connecting while the pilot was unconscious. "Open the hatch. I need to exit." "Negative. Your physical condition will lead to unconsciousness upon leaving the mech. The life support liquid is currently repairing your body." Yi Qin was astonished that the Dawn mech outright refused his command, and the left side of the visual feed displayed his physical condition. The left arm is carbonized by 50, and the right arm by 30. Moreover, other parts of the body exhibit varying degrees of carbonization. Did the recent explosion inflict harm upon oneself? Just as Dawn had stated, should he sever the connection and leave the cockpit, he would immediately succumb to unconsciousness. The only reason he remains conscious now is due to the emergency injection of a life solution. Wait, a life solution? How could such a substance be present within the Dawn mech? Before Yi Qin could comprehend the situation, the AI voice of the Dawn mech resonated once more. Enemy aircraft approaching. From a nearby transport ship, a dozen mechs descended. Yi Qin's expression grew grave. Could it be that these explosions were their doing? Humanity's jealousy remains insatiable. It appears that this connection value of 95 has brought considerable trouble upon him. Chapter 4. The invasion of the Goryeo people. The arena of the mech competition was shattered by a series of explosions. In an instant, the spies of the empire on which the sun never sets changed their expressions drastically. They were aware that other nations had infiltrated the Huaxia Empire. But to commit such an act in broad daylight, could the perpetrators possibly escape? What should the captain do? The voice of the young man echoed again. He had been observing the situation from the farthest seat in the audience and had hidden away at the first explosion. You all retreat. I must stay behind. As a teacher at the Imperial Capital High School, Zhou Qianye could not flee in such circumstances. Hearing that someone was going to provide support, the young man grew anxious. Given the unknown origin of the other party, it would be wise to withdraw first. Are you instructing me on what to do? Do not forget that I am your superior. After saying this, Zhou Qianye severed the communication channel. The safety supervisor of the mech competition reacted promptly to the explosions, immediately directing his subordinates to take action. Organize personnel to assist the injured nearby and notify the Imperial Capital Mech Corps that we require support. As the safety supervisor of this event, he had never expected such a situation could arise. Someone had dared to plant bombs in the arena of the mech competition. It was crucial to note that the participants were the future talents of the Huaxia Empire. Should the higher-ups hold him accountable, losing his position would be the least of his worries. He could face imprisonment. Suddenly, one of his subordinates drew a composite blade and stabbed him directly in the chest. The safety supervisor felt a chill in his heart as he exerted all his strength to turn and see his attacker. You, brat, how dare you? Before he could finish, another swift strike severed his throat, the motion clean and efficient. Curse it. The pay is so low, and the task so many. The assailant spat, then proceeded to shut down all the surveillance cameras in the mech competition arena. In doing so, he cut off rescue efforts and prevented the generation of evidence. What transpired next was beyond his knowledge. All set. You may proceed now. Understood. Engage. With the commander's order, over a dozen mechs leaped down from the transport aircraft and rushed straight towards the mech competition arena. What a pity for this genius with a connection value of 95. If only he were born in our country, Lin Runke lamented from within the mech cockpit. You lecher, can you refrain from being so frivolous during the mission? Lin Runke retorted disdainfully. How can a perennial underachiever like you lecture me? Park Xingyi interrupted the discussion, urging everyone to focus on completing the task. Yes, but Commander, many are still alive. What should we do? Should we find Yi Qin directly or eliminate them all? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Park Xingyi's brow furrowed, a chill radiating from his face. Originally, he had no intention of participating in this assault. As a Goryeo spy concealed within Huaxia for many years, their primary mission was to gather intelligence on the Huaxia Empire. However, upon reporting Yi Qin's connection value of 95 to their organization, the high-ranking officials of the Goryeo Empire immediately issued a mobilization order. They were dispatched to carry out an extermination mission. Such talent in the Huaxia Empire could not be allowed to flourish. It was known that the last individual with a connection value exceeding 95 had decimated their mech corps, causing a series of defeats. Because of this precedent, they closely monitored the situation in Huaxia. Try not to leave any survivors. But our main task is to locate Yi Qin. Once found, he must be executed without fail. Understood. At that moment, the Dawn mech lay on the ground as Yi Qin slowly stood up, clearly aware that this attack was directed at him. The enemy intended to eliminate him before he could rise. He surveyed the surroundings. Several minutes had passed since the violent explosions, and the safety personnel were nowhere to be seen. Something was amiss. The audience members who were unharmed had long since fled, while others lay wounded on the ground, moaning in agony. He detected a dozen mechs approaching. Had they lost their minds? This was the Imperial Capital High School. Did they intend to engage in battle here? Dawn immediately analyzed the enemy and Oppo's armor. Analysis complete. 6 giant demon-class mechs, 7 celestial map-class mechs, 3 ion-class mechs, and 1 ronin-class mech. Upon hearing the analysis results, Yi Qin could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. The odds truly seemed stacked against him. The high school students participating in the mech competition piloted only preparatory mechs. Although these preparatory mechs were categorized into levels A, B, C, and D. The pilots were not yet considered true mech operators. Above the preparatory mechs, there were 5 additional levels, ranked from weakest to strongest. Giant Demon, Level 1. Celestial Map, Level 2. Ion, Level 3. Ronin, Level 4. And the most powerful Vanguard, Top Level. Each type of mech possessed distinct and prominent characteristics. But the Vanguard mech was unparalleled in versatility. Thus, pilots of Vanguard mechs were exceedingly rare. Before his transmigration, Yi Qin had been the pilot of the Vanguard mech War Wolf. As he enlarged the radar display, he recognized that the approaching mechs were indeed manufactured by the IMC Empire. While these IMC mechs could not compare to those he had piloted before, they were still remarkably advanced for this era. Though the strength of a mech was crucial when it came to piloting skills, Yi Qin could outclass them by a considerable margin. Yet, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. Currently, the Dawn mech he piloted was unequipped with weapons. He had not deluded himself into thinking he could engage multiple enemies alone in a preparatory mech. Reluctantly, he resolved to hide until his injuries healed sufficiently before stowing the mech and escaping this place. Just then, the competition's broadcast blared. Immediately cease all mech operations and exit the cockpit. At that moment, Principal Li Yunlong took to the competition's microphone, issuing a warning with a tone full of authority. Although he longed to tear these vermin apart, he could not act recklessly. Many audience members had already sustained injuries if fighting broke out here. Innocent civilians would be caught in the crossfire. Yi Qin turned to see the principal piloting a light blue mech, standing resolutely in the center of the arena. While Yi Qin may not have recognized the principal, he would never forget that light blue mech. It was none other than his former Vanguard mech, Warwolf. The Warwolf mech had had only 2 previous owners. The one before him was none other than the illustrious, top-ranking student of the Mechanical Armed University, 4th on the global beast-slaying leaderboard, former commander of the 1st Legion of the Huaxia Empire, and the 3rd commander of the anti-Japanese war, an indomitable war machine known throughout the Huaxia Empire, Li Yunlong. Yi Qin was astonished to find such a prominent figure here. His decision to enlist in the army after graduating from university was inspired by General Li Yunlong and Apos' remarkable deeds, which ultimately led him to become who he was today. At this moment, Li Yunlong's gaze was imbued with an aura of lethal intent, a palpable pressure forged through the crucible of time. The ordinary individual would find themselves utterly paralyzed in the face of such ferocity. Even the slightest awareness would send them into a state of abject terror. Not even the most seasoned soldiers could escape the grip of fear upon encountering him. Upon hearing the commanding voice reverberating within the venue, Park Jong-yi felt a shudder course through his body. This voice had etched itself into his very marrow, a haunting fear that would remain with him for a lifetime. As if the vivid images of the past had resurfaced before his eyes. During his days as a novice mech pilot, that man had stormed through the stronghold of their Goryeo Empire, marching directly towards the capital and capturing their marshal with ruthless efficiency. Chapter 5. The Old Steed in the Stall. Aspiring for 1,000 miles, however, times have changed. The Park Jong-yi of today is no longer the aspiring mecha pilot of yore. He has now ascended to the prestigious rank of a Ronin-class mecha pilot, the 5th strongest within the Goryeo Empire. Reflecting on this, Park Jong-yi could not help but smile. Surely, Li Yunlong must be an old shadow of his former self by now. With so many of them here, not only would they eliminate Yi Qin, but they could also claim Li Yunlong's head. What a splendid twofold achievement. Upon entering the venue, Park Jong-yi's eyes immediately fell upon the mecha from his past. The pale blue mecha, adorned with intricate designs, and the imposing black blade at its back. It was the Wolf Warrior, piloted by Li Yunlong. Park Jong-yi raised his hand, signaling the other mechas to halt. In a cold tone, he remarked, "I never imagined the illustrious Wolf Warrior would be reduced to playing the role of a mere principal here. How utterly unbefitting." Yet, when faced with Li Yunlong, Park Jong-yi grew cautious. After all, Li Yunlong was once hailed as an invincible war machine. However, they had deployed 17 mechas, while their opposition was merely an elderly man half buried in the ground. Surely, this was an absurdity. Inside the mecha, Li Yunlong surveyed the situation of the surrounding crowd. Most of the spectators had dispersed, but a small number remained, injured and lying on the ground. Despite his formidable prowess as a former war god, he found himself unable to engage the Goryeo forces while simultaneously protecting the civilians. For now, he could only bide his time. A few inexperienced Goryeo pilots dared to provoke the Celestial Empire. Were they unaware of the fate that awaited them? Li Yunlong's reference to dogs was a pointed jab at the leaders of the Goryeo Empire. When the titanic beasts had descended upon the world, the Goryeo Empire had allied with the IMC Empire, becoming a subordinate state. Armed with mechas, they sought to seize the territory of the Celestial Empire. Though the Celestial Empire had only recently begun developing mechas, its lands were not to be trifled with. As the saying goes, those who offend the Celestial Empire shall be punished, no matter how far they are. Upon hearing Li Yunlong's words, Park Jong-yi recoiled, a chill spreading through him. It seemed the vestiges of his past fears still governed him. He shouted, "You old fool, best step aside. If you dare to make a move, we won't hesitate to take your head back as a trophy." Li Yunlong replied with a sneer. "You think your mechas can do anything?" No sooner had he spoken than he activated the light attribute of his mecha. At 75 years of age, he knew he needed to act swiftly. For while he could still pilot the mecha, the power of its light attribute had waned over the years. Transferring the light attribute to his legs, he initiated the Pegasus Meteor Fist program. In an instant, the Wolf Warrior mecha surged forward with unparalleled speed. Before Park Jong-yi could utter another word, Li Yunlong and Appos' mecha erupted with blue luminescence, gliding forward with an almost ethereal grace. The Goryeo soldiers, upon hearing their commander's command, immediately assumed combat stances. Yet, by the time they were ready, the Wolf Warrior's fist had already smashed through the cockpits of several Ion-class mechas. Yi-Chin saw a flash of blue light, and then, suddenly, 3 Ion-class mechas exploded. Li Yunlong's movements were fluid and relentless, as if his adversaries were mere ants beneath his feet. The Pegasus Meteor Fist, one punch, one demise. Li Yunlong's reputation as a war machine was well-deserved. He struck with lethal precision. Park Jong-yi was left bewildered, unable to fathom how Li Yunlong, at 75, could still unleash the light attribute of his mecha. He had assumed the old man could barely manage a few steps in the mecha. Was the old fellow's strength truly undiminished? This defied all logic. 3 Ion-class mechas had been rendered utterly useless in an instant. Initially, Park Jong-yi thought his opponent was merely posturing, but it soon became evident that Li Yunlong still possessed formidable combat capabilities. The other Goryeo pilots shared his grim realization. Their mechas were predominantly Giant Demon class and Heavenly Diagram class, far inferior in firepower to the Ion class mechas. The Giant Demon class mechas swiftly eliminated the remaining Celestial soldiers, while the Heavenly Diagram class mechas formed a tactical formation, keeping their distance to wear him down. Park Jong-yi commanded the remaining mechas to prepare for an offensive. He was gambling that Li Yunlong could no longer activate the light attribute of his mecha. Should Li Yunlong manage to do so again, he would flee without hesitation. A man wielding elemental powers was simply not someone they could contend with. As it turned out, his gamble was correct. At that moment, Li Yunlong sat in the cockpit, gasping for breath. Activating the light attribute had drained much of his strength. Even so, he had successfully vanquished all the Ion-class mechas present. Their firepower was too overwhelming to allow any further attacks. Though Li Yunlong had not fought in over a decade, he had not forgotten the fundamentals of combat. It was remarkable that he could still operate a mecha at his age. As the enemy began their assault, Li Yunlong attempted to activate the light attribute once more. But the intense pain coursing through his body left him incapacitated. Upon seeing a faint glow from Li Yunlong's mecha, Park Jong-yi erupted in laughter. "Look, the mighty war machine can no longer wield elemental power. Charge! Tear him apart." As soon as the command was issued, all Goryeo mechas sprang into action. 7 Heavenly Diagram class mechas encircled Li Yunlong, while the remaining Giant Demon class mechas began scouring the venue for Yi-Chin. The preparatory mechas present were no match for the Giant Demon class mechas, which effortlessly captured and tore them apart. Li Yunlong exhaled sharply, though urgency gnawed at him. He found himself at an impasse. The armor of the Heavenly Diagram class mechas was exceedingly robust, and the core sword program of the Wolf Warrior had yet to be fully loaded, rendering him incapable of breaching their defenses. Yet, he could not allow them to act with such impunity. Drawing the black blade from his back, he let it fall to the ground with a resounding thud. What is he planning? Park Jong-yi questioned, perplexed. The black blade clearly lacked any energy fluctuations. Did he intend to fight with such a weapon? The sword core program required the mecha's energy to be converted into plasma energy, which would then be infused into the blade to enhance its sharpness. However, the weapon in Li Yunlong's hands was not equipped with the sword core program, meaning it was merely a hunk of metal. Initiate the attack and eliminate him. Regardless of the circumstances, Park Jong-yi was determined to settle old scores today. Upon receiving the order, the Heavenly Diagram class mechas aimed their piercing cannons directly at Li Yunlong. Since they were Pioneer-class mechas, conventional weapons would be ineffective. They first needed to weaken his mecha's armor with their piercing cannons before launching a full-scale assault. With a thunderous explosion, smoke billowed, obscuring the vision of all present. Chapter 6. Li Yunlong, isolated and helpless. The bombardment persisted for several seconds. And just as everyone believed that Li Yunlong's mech had been obliterated by the piercing cannon, a colossal figure emerged from the smoke. This figure wielded a massive blade, striking directly at the back of a Tian 2 class mech. It turned out that the moment the enemy opened fire, Li Yunlong had promptly activated his protective shield, fully aware of their intentions. As a seasoned mech pilot, he recognized that in the face of a multi-pronged assault, adversaries typically commenced with piercing cannon attacks, which would inevitably inflict damage even on a Vanguard-class mech. The core shield. Park Jong-yi was utterly astonished. He had presumed that the opponent would merely deploy a shield to deflect the frontal assault of the piercing cannon. However, he did not anticipate that Li Yunlong would immediately utilize the core shield, enveloping his entire mech with its core energy. This level of combat proficiency and reflexes surpassed anything they had encountered before. Was this the true might of the war machine, Li Yunlong? As the legendary reaper of his time, dealing with the forces of the Goryeo Empire was almost trivial for him, yet he was exerting every ounce of effort. Having only briefly activated the shield, his mech had already consumed a significant portion of its energy. Indeed, the core shield was a double-edged sword. Yi Qin, piloting his mech, concealed himself behind cover, observing the unfolding situation. Though he was witnessing his idol, the current circumstances were dire. When he first became a mech pilot, he had piloted the original version of the Battle Wolf mech. It featured a simple energy shield to counteract electromagnetic cannons, and electromagnetic shield to withstand missile attacks, and remote firepower limited to the left-hand arc gun. Aside from the sword core program, the Battle Wolf mech had no other remarkable attributes. It could be said that the initial version of the Battle Wolf was thoroughly a close combat mech. In those days, General Li Yunlong leveraged his light attribute to endow the mech with unparalleled agility, securing numerous victories on the battlefield. But that was under conditions of team support and ample preparation. Now, Li Yunlong was utterly isolated, devoid of allies providing long-range artillery support. And even the sword core device had not been successfully deployed. In this predicament, he found himself encircled by the enemy Tian 2 class mechs. Consequently, the vulnerabilities of the Battle Wolf mech became glaringly apparent. In such a chance encounter, without teammates to provide cover, the Battle Wolf mech could not activate the sword core program, rendering its primary weapon, the Great Blade, utterly ineffectual against the armor of the Tian 2 class mechs. Fire the flame electromagnetic cannon, set the snares. As the commander, Park Jong-yi perceived the situation with clarity. The Goryeo Empire had thoroughly studied the Battle Wolf mech. Though formidable, it remained a close combat Vanguard-class mech. Previously, the Goryeo Empire had been at a loss against the Battle Wolf due to Li Yunlong and Appo's exceptional command of the light attribute. The light attribute could be harnessed not only for the blade, but also transmitted throughout the mech, enhancing its agility exponentially. Coupled with the damage amplification to the sword core program, Li Yunlong had remained invincible on the battlefield. The Battle Wolf mech, forsaking long-range firepower in favor of melee prowess, was the secret to its might. However, now, at the age of 75, Li Yunlong could no longer summon the light attribute within him, resulting in the complete loss of his advantage. He was now no different from an ordinary pilot, marking one of the few weaknesses of the Battle Wolf mech. After dispatching one Tian 2 class mech, Li Yunlong seized the enemy pilot from the cockpit. "You would do well not to act rashly. If I exert the slightest pressure, his head will burst like a watermelon." Although he had destroyed an enemy mech, the overall situation remained unchanged. The enemy had deployed flame electromagnetic cannons to obstruct their path and set numerous snares. The flame electromagnetic cannon could disrupt the mech and Appo's circuitry, while the snares could entangle it, rendering these tools lethal against mech combatants. Had Li Yunlong still been able to harness the light attribute, these contraptions would pose no threat. However, he was no longer the man he once was. From Park Jong-yi and Appo's earlier remarks, Li Yunlong had discerned that the enemy and Appo's target was not him. If he, the once revered god of war from Huaxia, no longer piqued their interest, then their objective was singular: the deployment of such a formidable force aimed directly at Yi Qin. The 95 connection value had indeed caught the attention of the enemy nation. Realizing this, Li Yunlong narrowed his eyes, recognizing that a fair number of rats had infiltrated the Huaxia Empire. In terms of value, he, an aging veteran, paled in comparison to Yi Qin, a burgeoning superstar. Open fire. Do not concern yourselves with him. In defiance of Li Yunlong and Appo's threat, Park Jong-yi refused to issue the command to retreat. A mere Tian-2 class mech pilot was inconsequential. If he could eliminate Li Yunlong and seize Yi Qin, the loss of others would be deemed worthwhile. Commander, Lao Lu is still in their hands. The other pilots hesitated, facing their former comrade. Park Jong-yi bellowed furiously, "Do you wish to defy military orders? Engage immediately." As the saying goes, mercy does not command an army. Having reached this juncture, there was no turning back. They either eliminated Li Yunlong and Yi Qin or awaited capture by the Huaxia Empire. Even if it meant sacrificing all his subordinates, he was determined to fulfill this mission. Should they fail, they would all become pawns discarded by the upper echelons. The Goryeo Empire and Appos' system was ruthlessly merciless. Anyone who could not generate value would be promptly cast aside. The mere thought of this sent shivers down Park Jong-yi's spine. If the mission failed, others would take his place, sleeping with his wife, assaulting his son, and perhaps even his daughter would not escape their grasp. He did not wish to become the object of scorn, the one whose wife would be taken by another. All Tian-2 class mechs, prepare for long-range fire. Park Jong-yi shouted, initiating the attack. As his words fell, the Tian-2 class mech beside Li Yunlong erupted in an explosion, and the Lao Lu in his grasp was charred to medium rare. Lao Lu, no. Damn it, I will kill you. Witnessing his comrade consumed by flames, every mech of the Goryeo Empire unleashed their firepower upon Li Yunlong. They had not anticipated that Li Yunlong would execute Lao Lu before their very eyes. If they had refrained from attacking earlier due to Li Yunlong holding a hostage. Now that the hostage was dead, they had no reason to hold back. The remaining 6 Tian-2 class mechs unleashed a relentless barrage of missiles. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud. This is bad. Yi Qin and Appos' expression turned cold upon witnessing the scene. The situation was exceedingly grim. The recent explosion was evidently the enemy commander self-destructing his subordinate and Appos' mech. However, the Goryeo pilots mistakenly believed that Li Yunlong had slain their comrade. Other pilots may have been unaware, but Yi Qin, having traversed time, understood the nature of the Goryeo Empire. In the future, when the Huaxia Empire was embroiled in a fierce conflict with a 9th-level civilization, the Goryeo Empire would seize the opportunity to invade. Every mech in the Goryeo Empire was equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. As long as they approach the facilities of the Huaxia Empire or the mechas, self-destruction will be triggered, resulting in mutual destruction with the people of Huaxia. In the future, Yi Qin once engaged in combat with the mechas of the Goryeo Empire, and he had suffered a significant loss from such an encounter. Chapter 7. Life and Death in a Minute at Dawn. How long will it take for my body to fully recover? Estimating time. The life solution is at 21, and bodily functions have restored to 90. It will require another 5 minutes for complete restoration. Clearly, Yi Qin does not have that much time. The core energy shield of the war wolf cannot hold much longer. He must find a way to defeat these foes before Li Yunlong and Appos' mech exhausts its energy. System, is there a method to defeat them? Yi Qin urgently summoned the system. To his surprise, the AI voice of the Dawn mech responded. The host possesses mech engineering LV3 skills. It is advised to disrupt the enemy mechs. How? By amplifying the communication device of the Dawn mech to incapacitate the enemy mech systems. Approximately 1 minute can be gained. The system panel relayed operational details once more. After a quick reading, Yi Qin grasped the situation. The proposed plan involved converting the mech and Appos' energy into an EMP signal pulse to disable the adversary and Appos' mechs. However, this would also render the Dawn mech temporarily inoperative, and the communication device would be completely destroyed. At that moment, the mechs of the Goryeo Empire unleashed missiles upon Li Yunlong again. A volley of arrows. This time, all the Tian-2 level mechs released their full range of long-range firepower, intent on annihilating Li Yunlong along with the Warwolf mech. Seeing the alarm from the system, Li Yunlong knew he was at his wit and Appos' end. Although he had deployed the core shield in time during the previous bombardment, it had exhausted the mech and Appos' defensive energy. With missiles approaching once more, he was uncertain if the Warwolf could withstand the onslaught. Indeed, one must submit to age. Li Yunlong sat in the cockpit, casting a helpless glance at the mech program. The sword core was still loading. If only he could still activate his light attributes. Evading such an attack would be effortless. But now, he could only hope the Warwolf and Appos' armor could withstand the enemy and Appos' assault. Boom. Almost simultaneously, all missiles struck the Warwolf head-on. The explosion generated such high temperatures that it melted the armor of the War-Wolf mech. Indeed, even the Vanguard-grade armor could not endure such firepower. Without defensive energy and elemental properties, the mech was merely a colossal machine. As the smoke dissipated, the left arm of the War-Wolf mech had vanished, and the mechanical springs of its legs were nearly melted. Seeing the dire state of his opponent, Park Jong-hee immediately initiated the Sword Core program and advanced towards Li Yunlong. Typically, he would not dare to approach a Vanguard-grade mech so recklessly. But the War-Wolf was on the brink of destruction. With just a slight effort, he could claim Li Yunlong and Appo's life. Once this mission concluded, he would return to the Goryeo Empire, where he would still be the fifth strongest, a revered mech pilot. Brandishing a massive blade, Park Jong-hee struck a gash in the War-Wolf and Appo's armor. He could not afford to hesitate. At that moment, Yuqin could no longer remain idle. If he continued to stand by, Li Yunlong would surely perish. Dawn, reroute energy to the communication device. Transferring. Once we reach the center of the venue, release the EMP pulse immediately. Affirmative. As soon as he spoke, Yuqin maneuvered the mech, sprinting towards the arena with incredible speed. Commander, a mech is on the move. Park Jong-hee and Appo's pupils dilated. Could the enemy have reinforcements? Impossible. This operation was a sudden decision by the higher-ups. The Huaxia Empire should be unaware. Send a few to intercept him. I will take care of Li Yunlong first. Park Jong-hee disregarded everything. The War-Wolf and Appo's protective armor was entirely destroyed. With just a few more strikes, he could claim the opponent's life. For years, the image of Li Yunlong piloting a mech haunted Park Jong-hee's dreams. Today, he finally had the power to end that nightmare. By eliminating him, the terrifying visage would never plague his life again. Commander, we cannot stop him. What? Park Jong-hee erupted in fury. The enemy has but one mech, and our 6 giant demon-level mechs cannot contain him? He looked up to see a battered mech flickering with electric arcs, its metallic form racing towards the center of the venue at breakneck speed. He could hardly believe that the agile giant demon-level mechs could not even graze the enemy and Appo's fingertips. The mech deftly dodged the surrounding giant demon-level mechs. Moving with a swiftness reminiscent of a scene from his past, Yuqin exerted every ounce of strength to stride forward. He aimed not only to shake off the pursuing giant demon-level mechs, but also to dash towards the venue and Appo's center, maximizing the EMP pulse and Appo's effectiveness. Fire. All units, open fire. Park Jong-hee roared almost madly. Upon hearing his command, all giant demon-level mechs activated their long-range firepower. Yuqin had anticipated this assault. He had foreseen the enemy and Appo's attack and had preemptively redirected the mech and Appo's shield to the rear. Thus, the Dawn mech pressed on through the enemy and Appo's barrage, advancing toward the central square. Seeing the Tian 2-level mechs around him remain inactive, Park Jong-hee and Appo's anger surged. Fire. Why aren't and Appo's you firing? Commander, we have exhausted our missiles. The Tian 2-level mechs emphasized defense, thus carrying minimal long-range weaponry. The 3 Ion-level mechs responsible for firepower had already been eliminated by Li Yunlong. Curse Li Yunlong. I will kill you first. Park Jong-hee raised his massive blade, aiming at the cockpit of the War-Wolf mech, but before he could bring it down, the Dawn mech emitted a powerful electromagnetic pulse. All mechs present involuntarily convulsed, rendered motionless in an instant. What had just transpired? Why has the visual connection failed? What the hell? The mech is malfunctioning. The system is rebooting. Damn it. What did that brat do? At the moment the EMP pulse was activated, the cabin door of the Dawn mech swung open, and Yuqin rolled out of the cockpit. Prior to taking action, he had devised a rough plan. Since the Dawn mech lacked combat equipment, he could maximize the enemy and Appo's loss of combat capability. Against these antiquated mechs, the simplest and most effective method was to remove their batteries. Each mech possessed 3 batteries. By detaching one, the mech would enter energy-saving mode, unable to utilize weapons and maintaining only minimal operational capacity. At that point, without long-range weapons, they would be no match for him. The EMP pulse released by the Dawn would cause the enemy mechs to reboot their systems, during which the cabin doors would be securely sealed. Whether life or death would depend on the ensuing minute. Chapter 8. Capture the leader first. After leaving the mech, Yuqin dashed forward with remarkable speed. Among these mechs, the most formidable one was the Ronin-class mech. The giant demon-class mech boasted impressive agility but lacked heavy firepower. As the Tian 2 class mech had exhausted its long-range capabilities, The greatest threat among all the mechs present was undoubtedly his. Having sprinted several meters, Yichin and Amp, Appos' breath began to falter. Alas, his physical condition was subpar. Even a mere 30 meters left him gasping for air. This body is utterly inadequate. Hurry up. Yichin silently urged himself. He had merely 1 minute after that. The enemy and Amp, Appos' mechs would successfully reboot, and he would be left with no options. His feet felt as though they were ablaze, and his lungs heaved violently. After a few seconds, Yichin reached the mech piloted by Park Jong-ui. He swiftly removed 3 batteries from the mech and Appos' left armpit, a tactic effective only in this era. Soon, technology on Blue Star would advance once more, rendering such antiquated external batteries obsolete. Once he had extracted the batteries from Park Jong-ui and Amp, Appos' mech, Yichin turned to remove batteries from other Tion 2 class mechs. However, he did not remove all the batteries. Instead, he extracted just one from each mech, thereby minimizing the enemy and Appos' combat effectiveness in the shortest time possible. The system is rebooting. Lin Runke glared at the mech display and slammed her fist down in frustration. Who could it be? Before she could vent her anger, the system signaled again. Insufficient power. What is happening? Insufficient power? At that moment, Park Jong-ui was communicating with others via his earpiece. Nianqing, Yuzha, Chengyu, report your status. Commander. My mech is rebooting, but 1 battery has been removed. Commander, the same with mine. As more batteries were removed, the personnel of the Goryeo Empire gradually realized what was happening. It turned out that the purpose of the EMP pulse was to extract the batteries from their mechs. Hearing the reports from his subordinates, Park Jong-ui and Appos' fury ignited. While others had lost only 1 battery, all 3 of his mech and Appos' batteries had been extracted. At that moment, the Ronin-class mech he piloted stood still, devoid of energy, like a useless hunk of metal. Clearly, this individual was astute, recognizing that he piloted a Ronin-class mech. Hence the special treatment he received. With the loss of power, Park Jong-ui pressed the emergency escape button, the sole means of exiting the cockpit when the mech ran out of energy. As the hatch opened, Yichin, armed with a military knife, swiftly positioned it against Park Jong-ui and Amp, Appos' neck. The moment he emerged, Park Jong-ui and Amp, Appos' mind went blank. He had not anticipated that the act of extracting the batteries would draw him out of the mech. Youth, do not underestimate the martial arts. Move, and I shall sever your head. Park Jong-ui slowly raised his gaze. Though the youth and Amp, Appos' face bore a hint of innocence, his eyes radiated a fierce intensity, distinguishing him from other high school students. The confusion and ignorance evident in others were absent in him. Yichin, am I mistaken? Oh, your command of the Huaxiao language is quite impressive, Goryeo man. From their combat style, Yichin had long deduced their origins. Yet he opted to feign ignorance for the sake of disguise. I am Park Jong-ui, a captain of the 5th Legion of the Goryeo Empire. Join us, and you shall gain access to the most advanced mechs and the finest benefits. Once you join us, wealth, status, and beauty shall all be yours. At that moment, Park Jong-ui had forgotten all about the mission. For him, nothing mattered more than surviving. You Goryeo people really believe yourselves to be something special. You are merely the lapdogs of the IMC Empire, and yet you dare to call yourselves an empire? Are you aware of how audacious you sound? Yichin chuckled inwardly, bemused by the audacity of these Goryeo individuals to call themselves an empire. A nation that steals both history and culture from others dares to claim imperial status. It appears that regardless of the era, these Goryeo individuals are shameless beings. Just now, you were the one who detonated that mech, Warren and Amp, Appos, to you? Upon hearing this, Park Jong-ui was taken aback. How did Yichin know about this? The existence of the explosive device in the mech was known only to the high-ranking officials of the Goryeo Empire and himself as the commander. Where could this youth have obtained such information? Could there be a traitor among the higher-ups? However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. Park Jong-ui laughed nervously. What are you saying? I Don and Amp, Appos, understand you. You know precisely what I mean. If you continue to play dumb, this knife shall see blood. As he spoke, Yichin's blade began to press slightly against Park Jong-ui's skin. All right. It was me. I activated the self-destruct switch. No sooner had he spoken than the minute was up, and all mechs on the field gradually regained their movement. Now instruct your subordinates to exit the mechs and surrender. A composite military knife was pressed against Park Jong-ui and Amp, Appos' neck, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Park Jong-ui shouted into his intercom, all personnel, Exit your mechs immediately and surrender. Although the other mechs had lost one battery, their basic functions could still operate. Several Tian-2 class mech pilots opened their cockpit doors. Upon seeing Park Jong-ui captured by a young man, the onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that the esteemed fifth strongest of the Goryeo Empire could be subdued in such a manner. Lin Runke bit her lip, her expression grave as she glared at Park Jong-ui, mentally berating him. What a useless man. Failing in battle is one thing, but to be captured by the enemy is simply disgraceful. At that moment, Lin Runke seethed. It was evident that this man was utterly incompetent. What a farce. Park Jong-ui, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and surrender. Do you wish for my demise? The Goryeo soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating. As soldiers, they understood that disobeying an order from their superior would lead to repercussions upon their return. Yet, surrendering to the Huaxia Empire would not be without consequences either. In the midst of their dilemma, Lin Runke stepped out of her mech, her voice sultry as she declared, "You are the one captured. What does it have to do with us?" With that, she picked up a battery that had fallen to the ground and reinserted it. Park Jong-ui shouted hoarsely, "Lin Runke, you are defying the commander and Oppo's orders. Do you realize the consequences of such actions?" Sweat beaded on Park Jong-ui and Oppo's forehead as Yuqin and Oppo's dagger pressed deeper, threatening to deliver his demise at any moment. Chapter 9. The IMC Empire behind the Goryeo Empire. Captain, are you out of your mind? The Goryeo Empire has never been known to surrender to its enemies. Lin Runke smiled seductively and slowly boarded the mecha. Codename 9527. I shall now assume command here. Park Jong-i, you have been stripped of your Goryeo citizenship. From this moment forth, you are no longer a citizen of the Goryeo Empire. Upon hearing this, Park Jong-i could no longer maintain his composure. He shouted furiously, on what grounds? Who gives you the right? Had it not been for Yuqin and Oppo's dagger resting against his neck, he would have lunged at the woman in rage. Lin Runke said nothing further but produced a jade token from her pocket, a token adorned with gold that prominently displayed the character for truth. The Goryeo individuals present gazed upon the jade token with expressions of reverence. Even the man who had previously mocked Lin Runke appeared on the verge of tears. He was finished. He had just insulted a member of the royal family. Yuqin was equally astonished upon seeing the jade token. He had not anticipated that a member of the Goryeo royal family would be involved in this mission. To his recollection, members of the Goryeo royal family were typically quite fearful, and he had never encountered one like this before. The mission has failed. All pilots immediately disengage and retreat. Lin Runke commanded decisively. Time was of the essence. If they lingered any longer, reinforcements from the Huaxia Empire would arrive. Although they had not annihilated their adversaries, this venture had not been without its rewards. Upon hearing Lin Runke and Oppo's order, all mecha pilots swiftly retrieved their batteries and connected them to their machines. As they prepared to leave, Lin Runke cast a flirtatious glance at Yuqin. Handsome, I hope you appreciate this gift. At that moment, the Dawn mecha had also regained its operational capabilities. Although its communication system had been overloaded and destroyed, its sensors remained functional. Pilot, I have detected thermal expansion in the helium battery 2 meters away. Environmental hazard detected. I advise immediate boarding. The communication device of the Dawn mecha was now inoperative, and its analysis could not be conveyed to Yuqin. Yet, sensing the pilot was in danger, the mecha rushed towards him at great speed. Just as Yuqin began to question why the enemy had retreated, he noticed the helium battery behind him glowing red. The heat generated had already burned a large pit into the floor. This is bad. By the time Yuqin realized the peril posed by the helium energy battery, it was too late. In an instant, he understood the situation. Yuqin had initially believed that the Goryeo Empire and Oppo's explosive devices were within the mecha, but he had not anticipated that they would tamper with the mecha and Oppo's batteries. The 3 helium batteries that had been removed had now become bombs. With the Dawn mecha still at a distance, Yuqin had only one recourse, to utilize Park Jong-i. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into Park Jong-i and Oppo's throat, thus eliminating the 5th strongest member of the Goryeo Empire. Park Jong-i looked at Yuqin in disbelief as he perished. Rather than flee, Yuqin turned and used Park Jong-i and Oppo's body as a shield. Clearly, there was no chance of escaping the blast radius on foot. This was the only means of survival. With a thunderous explosion, the Goryeo individuals present heard the sound and immediately vacated the mecha competition venue. Lin Runke, witnessing this scene, wore a satisfied smile. It was she who pressed the self-destruct button on Park Jong-e and Amp, Appo's, mecha. While they had not succeeded in killing Li Yunlong, they had achieved their goal of eliminating such a promising talent. Farewell, genius of the Huaxiao Empire. I hope your next life brings you to our Goryeo Empire. Lin Runkai flashed a charming smile and then relayed commands to her team. All remained silent and await extraction. Yes, they waited for the smoke to clear. Yi Qin felt a whirlwind of confusion, his head ringing, yet his limbs retained sensation. It turned out that just before the helium battery was set to explode, Li Yunlong had immediately maneuvered the mecha to shield Yi Qin, cradling him within his embrace. The elderly man could perish, but not Yi Qin. He was the hope for their Huaxia Empire and Amp, Appo's, future. At that moment, the werewolf mecha was in dire straits, and Li Yunlong and Amp, Appo's, condition was equally grim. The left arm of the mecha had been destroyed, the mechanical springs in its legs were rendered useless, and even the protective armor had been breached. Through the breach, Yi Qin could see Li Yunlong inside the cockpit. General, Yi Qin and Amp, Appo's, eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom that Li Yunlong was on the verge of saving him, Li Yunlong coughed up blood, having witnessed everything Yi Qin had just accomplished. Young man, you and Amp, Appo's, done remarkably well. It is important to note that you are merely a high school student. With such composure, you are destined for greatness. 2 days later, within the higher echelons of the Huaxia Empire, a group of military personnel was embroiled in heated debate. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, slammed his palms on the table in fury, questioning those present. Where is the head of the mecha competition? What on earth was he doing? Allowing the enemy to brazenly attack the mecha competition? Those children are the future of Huaxia. Li Jian was seething with rage. He was valiantly fighting against the colossal beasts on the front lines, yet chaos erupted in the rear. At that moment, his deputy reported the situation. We found the body of the safety supervisor in the monitoring room. It seems the enemy was already prepared. Li Jian and Amp, Appo's, fury intensified. What do you mean and Amp, Appo's, already prepared and Amp, Appo's? If they were so ready, couldn't and Amp, Appo's, we have anticipated their moves? What was the mecha battalion in the capital doing at the time? Are they merely idle? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jian and Amp, Appo's, gaze shifted to a man across the table. Old Zhou, you are responsible for defending the borders. You must provide me with an explanation of how they infiltrated. The man referred to as Old Zhou frowned. An explanation? I have none to offer. The borders of the Huaxiao Empire are rife with threats from colossal beasts. Do you expect my border troops to filter out spies? You need to allocate a budget for that. So, you are suggesting you intend to evade responsibility? Responsibility for what? Seeing his two subordinates engaged in a relentless argument, the commander slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Silence. We cannot afford to disrupt the morale of the troops at this critical juncture. What are you two doing? Quibbling over blame while General Li Yunlong's fate hangs in the balance? Does this make any sense?" Upon hearing this, both subordinates bowed their heads in shame. Li Yunlong was a significant figure, the third commander of the Huaxia Empire and Appo's resistance. Even the current commander had been promoted by him. Over half the officers in the Huaxia Empire were his prot-gs. Once the two had calmed down, the commander began to mediate. His brow furrowed, he spoke softly. Now is not the time to discuss how to allocate blame. We must consider our next course of action. His voice was low, but it silenced the room. None of the attackers had been apprehended, and with the vast expanse of Huaxia and Appo's territory, they were at a loss without evidence or information to pursue the enemy. Li Jian clenched his teeth, realizing that the cameras of the Met competition had been disabled, leaving them devoid of both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. Even if they sought justification to engage in conflict with the Koreans, it would prove futile. Everyone present was aware of the mastermind orchestrating this assault. Yet they found themselves powerless against the adversary. Initiating a war with the Koreans alone would be a matter of mere ease. But the true power behind them lay with the IMC Empire. The IMC Empire possesses the most advanced mechas in the entire Blue Star, making it evident that waging war against them at this juncture would be unwise. The situation resembled a scene from a film. All knew that Chang Wei was the culprit. Yet his father held the position of naval commander, and the influential Lu Gonggong had adorned him with the emperor's cloak. Unless they could obtain concrete evidence, they remained incapable of taking action against the Korean nation. Chapter 10. The treasure of Huaxia to strike at the IMC Empire, which is surrounded by numerous vassal states, would not only be a drain on resources but could also provoke neighboring smaller nations to seize the opportunity for a share. The commander shook his head in resignation. realizing that reaching a conclusion on this matter was futile. He then turned to inquire, "What has become of Yi Qin?" As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Li Jian. Li Jian, the son of Li Yunlong, was the first to wish to take up arms in defense of his father during this calamity. Yet reality constrained him from doing so. "Commander, Yi Qin is unharmed. However, this young man has drawn considerable attention due to his remarkable capabilities." The commander pondered for a moment, concluding that the only option was to send him to that university. The remark elicited widened eyes among those present. Had the situation in the Huaxia Empire deteriorated to such a critical point? When he departs, let him choose a few items from the treasury. It is the only assistance we can offer him. Understood. At that moment, Yi Qin sat in the lounge, observing his surroundings with feigned curiosity, despite having visited numerous times before. Suddenly, an elderly man with a formidable presence entered, his aura of authority unmistakable. Yi Qin recognized him without needing to look. He was followed by several men in military uniforms. "Yi Qin, you have performed admirably, not only repelling the enemy single-handedly but also preserving Li Yunlong's life." Yi Qin smiled slightly, suppressing any signs of abnormality to avoid arousing suspicion. Rather than verbal accolades, he yearned for tangible rewards. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man behind the elder changed countenance. Before he could voice his concern, the elder raised a hand to quell him. "Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Unlike those who merely flatter, you are commendable." The elder regarded Yi Qin with approval, having reviewed his dossier. Initially, he had presumed Yi Qin to be a debauched youth, but it appeared his character was far better than anticipated. "Is that all?" "Surely, there is more." "Indeed. There is a follow-up. Shall we take him to the treasury?" "Yes." Li Jian saluted and then gestured to Yi Qin. "Follow me." Before their journey to the treasury, it was worth noting that Li Jian had once been Yi Qin's superior, though that was after the technological explosion. Following this explosion, the lifespan of individuals on Blue Star had multiplied significantly, a feat attributed to genetic agents. Seeing an old acquaintance, Yi Qin felt an overwhelming joy. Yet he buried it deep within. The treasury housed the most advanced mech equipment of the Huaxia Empire, along with various rare and precious materials. A dazzling array of weapons and components, as well as sophisticated mech AI and programs, were stored here. With the resources available, he could assemble the mightiest mech on Blue Star, but his current status did not grant him the authority to utilize them. Nevertheless, merely entering this esteemed place was a privilege in itself. "Yi Qin, per the commander's instructions, you may select one item from the treasury. I recommend the mech operating system. A good AI is crucial for any mech, that you are free to choose other items. Once you have made your selection, notify me using this control panel." After escorting Yi Qin to the treasury, Li Jian took his leave. Once alone, Yi Qin couldn't help but smile. He was pleasantly surprised by Li Jian's straightforwardness. Typically, one would choose a mech operating system, as standard mechs could only obey the pilot's commands, while advanced AI systems allowed for programming. However, the Dawn AI could analyze the correctness of the pilot's commands, an ability unmatched by other AIs. As he already possessed the Dawn AI, he dismissed the operating system option outright. With the operating system ruled out, his choices narrowed down to mech components. These components were categorized into external fittings and internal programs. External fittings encompassed weapons, cannons, armor, and other apparatuses, while internal programs, such as the Pegasus Meteor Fist of the War Wolf mech, were software-based. The electromagnetic shield could withstand armor-piercing projectiles and electromagnetic weapons, albeit merely serving as a defensive measure. The electromagnetic cannon could penetrate mech armor with a single shot, yet he found no immediate need for it. Additionally, the dynamic load balancing system was unnecessary as the Dawn AI had not yet reached the point of integrating flight capabilities. Yi Qin meticulously examined each mech component. Despite the treasury brimming with cutting-edge equipment, none piqued his interest. Perhaps his standards were too high, as nothing seemed worthy of his attention. Just as he pondered what to choose, the system chimed in with a notification. Detected. Golden titanium alloy. A voice echoed in Yi Qin's mind. Golden titanium alloy? That material was even rarer than titanium alloy. Despite the wealth of the Huaxia Empire, it was unlikely they would produce such a substance. Golden titanium alloy is a synthetic alloy composed of 99 gold and 1 titanium, resembling pure gold in appearance yet surpassing titanium alloy in hardness by several tiers. It can withstand extreme cold and heat, and even the corrosive power of aqua regia struggles to dissolve it. 3 meters ahead, on the upper shelf to the left, I detect the presence of golden titanium alloy. Yi Qin's pupils constricted in surprise. He hadn't expected the system to assist him in identifying materials. Upon hearing this, He used the tablet in his hand to investigate the object on the shelf. Item No. C-137, discovered at the border battlefield of the Huaxia Empire. Classified as an unknown item. The so-called mech core was essentially the central processing unit of the mech. While other components could be replaced, this piece could not, as it was akin to the human brain. Are you certain you want this? Yuqin inquired of the system, feeling uncertain. Although the golden titanium alloy was precious, the system panel did not indicate it was necessary for repairing the Dawn, leaving him unsure of its utility. The system responded affirmatively. Trust me, this is the one. Reflecting for a moment, Yuqin acknowledged his limited understanding of the system. Aside from bestowing him a substantial gift, the system had yet to provide any further rewards. However, since it had spoken, he felt compelled to comply. Very well, I trust you. This is my choice. After finalizing his selection, Yuqin sent a message to Li Jian. Sitting in his office, Li Jian paused upon receiving Yuqin's message. The treasury contained the pinnacle of Huaxia Empire's scientific achievements, with both mech equipment and operating systems ranking among the world's finest. Yet, Yuqin had opted not for equipment or an operating system, but rather a core from a mech's remnants. He found it incomprehensible. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to report this matter to the commander. Upon reviewing Li Jian's report, the commander was taken aback. Could it be that the treasury of the Huaxia Empire contained nothing that Yuqin desired? The mech components and operating systems, each one a pinnacle of technology, were seemingly disregarded by Yuqin, who opted instead for the most inconsequential, discarded core of a mech. Commander, should we intervene? Li Jian was somewhat bewildered, uncertain of Yuqin's intentions. However, the commander held a differing perspective. Let him be. For reasons unknown, despite not inquiring about Yuqin's thoughts, he sensed an underlying complexity to the situation. Perhaps this was the allure of genius. After selecting his rewards, Yuqin was escorted out of the base. Once outside, he gazed at the system panel, feeling a pang of frustration. Initially, repairing the Dawn required 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, and now an additional communication device needed attention. Chapter 11. Rare Metals. Gold titanium alloy. Upon returning home, as soon as he crossed the threshold, Yi Jiao rushed towards Yuqin, enveloping him in a hug akin to that of a gecko. Brother, are you all right? I heard from school that there was an explosion at the mecha competition. Her tear-streaked face clearly indicated that she had been crying not long before. It was at that moment he realized he was no longer alone in the world. He was now Yuqin, with both parents alive and a sister and younger sibling. He affectionately tousled his sister's hair, assuring her, how could I possibly be harmed? The security at school is quite stringent. Really? Yi Jiao clung tightly to Yuqin, her lively eyes blinking in disbelief. Indeed. Relieved to see her brother was safe, Yi Jiao reluctantly released her hold. Yuqin glanced around the house and inquired, where are Mom and Dad? Father is out on business and hasn't returned yet. Mother has gone to the border to hunt monsters. Through his memories, he gleaned the circumstances of the Yi family. However, he found it perplexing. Typically, mecha pilots did not marry merchants, and he had never encountered a family like the Yes before. Observing their familiar presence, Yuqin chose not to dwell further. I'm heading to the workshop. If you need anything, find me there. He hardly paused for breath before making his way into the workshop. As soon as Yuqin departed, Yi Jiao's phone buzzed with a message. A genius mecha pilot has emerged. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the house. Genius mecha pilot, Yuqin. With a connection value of 95, he stands unrivaled, becoming the first new star of the Huaxia Empire. Unaware of the commotion unfolding within the house, Yuqin entered the workshop, his mind preoccupied with more pressing matters. He needed not only to repair the Dawn mecha but also to investigate the system's functionalities. Clearly, there were numerous aspects he had yet to comprehend. Upon entering the workshop, the rewards promised by the commander were piled at the entrance. Yuqin summoned the system panel. Repair Dawn armor. Required titanium alloy, 100 kilograms. Repair Dawn communication device. He stroked his wristband and summoned the mecha. Following the previous battle, the electrical circuitry of the Dawn had sustained significant damage. The overwhelming current had overloaded the communication device, triggering an EMP pulse, effective yet self-destructive. The external armor of Dawn was in a deplorable state, resembling a patchwork of uneven metal. This was his first close examination of the Dawn's armor. With the communication device damaged, he could only ascertain details through dialogue. Dawn, what happened to the metal shell of the mecha? The AI of Dawn responded. The external armor was penetrated by an electromagnetic railgun. To maintain the operational integrity of the unit, I performed rudimentary repairs. This revelation was alarming. The electromagnetic railgun was a formidable kinetic weapon. Unlike traditional cannons that relied on explosive gas pressure, the railgun utilized electromagnetic forces to propel its projectiles, achieving speeds nearing the speed of light. The fact that Dawn had been struck by such a weapon and remained intact was astonishing. Yuqin felt a jolt of realization. A mecha capable of withstanding a railgun was practically unheard of on Blue Star. Does your storage chip contain the name of the creator? He inquired. The storage data chip is damaged and cannot access memory. Damaged chip? Upon hearing this, he disassembled the armor of Dawn and opened the core compartment. As he unscrewed the final bolt, a cloud of black smoke billowed from the core. When the smoke cleared, Yuqin cautiously peered into the core of Dawn. As he suspected, the communication device on the core circuit board was charred beyond recognition. Originally equipped with 5 hard drives, only 1 remained. The others were nowhere to be found. The entry wound on the core suggested that a projectile had pierced Dawn's armor, directly breaching the main circuit board and taking with it a third of its components. This was a system-provided mecha. Had it been any other, it might have been rendered inoperable. Though the origins of Dawn remained a mystery, its power was indisputable. Don't worry, I will restore you. Yuqin smiled as he surveyed the battered mecha. Thank you, Yuqin. With a clearer understanding of Dawn's condition, Yuqin set about determining how to effect repairs. He certainly needed to procure 4 more storage drives. However, the primary issue lay in the substantial hole in the core circuit board. The programs intended for installation had been largely lost due to this breach. How could he possibly mend it? Based on his prior experience, if a program was still operational, it was best left untouched. Since Dawn could still function, he decided to prioritize other matters for the time being. He then shifted his focus to the enigmatic mecha core, an unknown item he had discovered at the border of the Huaxia Empire. According to his memory, he had never encountered this object in the treasury. Moreover, it was the system that had suggested it. System, you claim that this mecha core contains gold titanium alloy? Indeed, Yuqin. My scanner detects approximately 1 kilogram of gold titanium alloy within this mecha core. Scanner? Could it be that this dialog box was not merely a system's golden finger granted by his crossing over? The system displayed the data for Dawn. In an instant, the dialog box revealed all pertinent information regarding the mecha. Repair Dawn armor. Required titanium alloy, 100 kilograms. Repair Dawn communication device. Repair Dawn circuit system. Damage level, 69. System, can you connect to the Dawn mecha? Yuqin made a bold conjecture. If the system could indeed interface with Dawn's AI, it would be akin to possessing an extension of himself. Connecting to Dawn mecha. System integration in progress. Ding. Connection successful. Yuqin was taken aback. He had not anticipated the system would genuinely connect to Dawn's AI. Initially, he had merely wished to experiment, yet it had succeeded. The system dialog box now displayed real-time data regarding Dawn's status, along with analytical capabilities. Remarkably, the visual feed from Dawn appeared within the system's dialog box. Could this be the fabled unity of man and machine? Yuqin could not help but laugh aloud. He never imagined that a technology deemed unattainable in the future would manifest in his life today. With the system's enhancement, he could observe Dawn's visual feed in real time, effectively granting him dual presence. Henceforth, piloting the Dawn mecha would no longer necessitate establishing a neural connection. As long as he retained consciousness and sight, he could command Dawn to undertake various tasks. At that moment, a grin spread across Yuqin's face, one that could rival that of an AK-47. Without uttering a word, he communicated his thoughts to Dawn. Disassemble the mecha core. Upon receiving the command, Dawn retrieved the mecha core and began to dismantle its contents. As the core was torn open, a seemingly unremarkable mecha motherboard was revealed before him. What about the gold titanium alloy? Yuqin inquired, filled with confusion. Didn't the system mention the existence of gold titanium alloy? The gold titanium alloy lies directly beneath the motherboard. It requires the removal of 6 screws. So it was concealed beneath the motherboard. No wonder they were unaware. Following the system's instructions, Yuqin unscrewed the motherboard, and in an instant, a dazzling light blinded his eyes. What had just flashed before him? Was that resplendent object truly the gold titanium alloy? Since the advent of mechas, the price of gold had skyrocketed 1,000,000-fold, not only due to its remarkable metallic properties, but also because mechas require gold as electronic components. The value of gold titanium alloy had reached astronomical heights. Just this kilogram of gold titanium alloy was worth 50 to 60 billion. Selling it would provide ample funds to restore the Dawn. At that point, Yi Qin could afford not just 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, but even 1,000. However, before Yi Qin could revel in his excitement, the next words from Dawn quelled his racing heart. Yi Qin, I require this gold titanium alloy to repair my circuitry. Yi Qin was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 12. Qingdao Mall, the auction house of all realms. Yi Qin gazed blankly at Dawn, incredulous. Had he truly misheard? The notion of employing titanium alloy for circuit repairs? Just this statement alone was enough to render Yi Qin's expression despondent. He had initially anticipated a lavish expenditure, only to discover that Dawn required titanium alloy for the restoration of the circuitry system. While his family was indeed affluent, spending 50 to 60 billion on mech repairs was utterly implausible. They say that a system's output guarantees quality, yet the cost of restoring this quality bordered on the exorbitant. In disbelief, he inquired, is 1 kilogram of titanium alloy sufficient to restore your circuitry system? To repair the circuitry, 89 kilograms of titanium alloy is necessary. However, accounting for craftsmanship losses, a minimum of 95 kilograms is required. Upon hearing Dawn's response, Yi Qin's anxiety finally subsided. He had feared that Dawn would declare that 1 kilogram was insufficient, necessitating an additional kilograms procurement. According to Dawn, he would have 0.05 kilograms of titanium alloy remaining. The value of this surplus alone could reach several hundred million, and he fervently hoped to sell it at a premium. This way, he could secure funds for Dawn's repairs. Understanding where the problem lay, Yi Qin proceeded to reassemble Dawn and subsequently stored it within his bracelet space. The restoration of the mech was urgent, however, as the pilot, enhancing his own physical capabilities took precedence. If the mech were likened to a firearm, then the pilot was the one pulling the trigger. He needed to explore the Imperial Capital Mall for items that could augment his physical prowess, as his current physique was alarmingly frail. Without the protection of a mech, even a standard bullet could easily extinguish his life. Both the restoration of the mech and the enhancement of his physical abilities were of paramount importance. Before other civilizations encroached upon Blue Star, he had to devise a rapid means to strengthen himself. Yet, another dilemma arose. What if this frail body could not withstand the enhancements, leading to his untimely demise? Currently, individuals on Blue Star were consuming the flesh of colossal beasts to improve their physical attributes, but such methods were far from the swiftest. To achieve rapid enhancement, the most direct approach would be the injection of genetic serums. However, these had yet to be developed. With clenched fists, Yi Qin departed the community. Wandering alone along the expansive streets, towering skyscrapers ascended towards the heavens, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Since the emergence of colossal beasts and the advent of mechs, humanity's habitable territory had gradually diminished. The imperial capital had become the second largest human settlement within the Huaxia Empire, with the largest residing near the coastal city of Magic Metropolis. The geographical peril of Magic Metropolis was even greater than that of the imperial capital, as it faced not only terrestrial beasts but also periodic incursions from maritime creatures. Perhaps it was this precarious location that allowed Magic Metropolis to claim the title of the largest human settlement in the Huaxia Empire. Airships glided swiftly across the sky, their smooth undersides transformed into advertising billboards. Images of mechs adorned these surfaces, promoting parts for sale, maintenance services, and discounted repairs. Without mechs, human civilization might have met an untimely end. Evidently, mechs had become an inseparable facet of life. Had mechs not been conceived, humanity would still be ensnared in the terror of colossal beasts. Yet only Yi Qin understood that the true peril did not lie in the beasts of Blue Star, but in the vastness of the cosmos above. After walking several kilometers, Yi Qin arrived at Qingdao Mall, the largest shopping center in the imperial capital, encompassing all that the era demanded. The mall was divided into areas for daily necessities, mechs, and trading. The influx of patrons engaging in commerce and trade was incessant. This was largely due to the absence of transaction fees and the backing of the Huaxia Empire, ensuring that no one dared to cause trouble here. Virtually everything sold in the mall had been verified as authentic by the Huaxia Empire. Any counterfeit discovered within the premises would result in tenfold compensation. Yi Qin made his way to the auction house within the trading area. Upon entering, a young woman clad in an OL outfit approached him, greeting him with politeness. "Good day, sir. Welcome to the auction house of all realms. Are you here to purchase or sell?" The young woman appeared to be in her early 20s, likely incapable of piloting a mech. Generally, Those without specialized skills resorted to various means of survival. Attractive women with charming voices often found employment in sales at Qingdao Mall, while those with strength and expertise in mechs became mech technicians. Those lacking any skills were relegated to basic labor, directing robots in the cultivation of fundamental crops. However, some individuals with appealing appearances would exploit their advantages for other forms of employment, though such roles were typically reserved for the playthings of the affluent. Do you have titanium alloy? I require 100 kilograms, Yi Qin stated, startling the young woman. Titanium alloy was a precious material, usually sought after only by master-level mech technicians. Could this somewhat handsome young man truly be a master technician? Sir, please present your mech technician certification, and we shall provide you with a discount. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Qin scratched his head. I am not a mech technician. I am a mech pilot. Not a technician? The young woman's confusion deepened. Typically, mech pilots did not engage in repairs, as their responsibilities were numerous, leaving no time for such tasks. Moreover, the intricate internal structure of mechs could only be navigated by those possessing specialized repair skills. Why would a mech pilot seek to purchase titanium alloy? Sir, titanium alloy is an exceptionally scarce material. Unless pre-ordered, we cannot sell it to you. Her reluctance stemmed not from unwillingness, but rather from her lack of authority. She was merely a sales associate, without the privilege to access titanium alloy information. Those with such authority were typically managerial staff, capable of interacting with clients in need of titanium alloy. Then fetch your supervisor. Very well, sir. Please hold on a moment. The young woman dashed back to the backstage area, anxiously dialing the manager's number. On the other end, the manager was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a beautiful woman. Upon receiving the call, his voice elevated several octaves. What? A mech pilot is purchasing titanium alloy? How much does he want? 100 kilograms. Keep him calm. I will return in 5 minutes. Hastening to respond to the potential order, the manager barely had time to dress before rushing out. The young saleswoman hung up the phone, her joy palpable. With the manager's assurance, she was confident that this significant transaction would succeed. Although the commission was not substantial, even the smallest sum was welcome. Employment opportunities were scarce, particularly in sales where competition was fierce. Their earnings were typically tied to performance, and if this deal went through, she stood to gain a considerable commission. Upon contemplating this, she suppressed her excitement, adorned her face with a smile, and returned to the front desk. Sir, we have the titanium alloy you requested. May I inquire if you need anything else? Given that this charming young man was a mecha pilot, he must certainly require additional items. Do you sell the meat of colossal beasts here? Indeed. Which tier of colossal beast meat do you require? As she spoke, the young lady promptly handed over a tablet. Yi Qin gazed at the myriad of colossal beast images displayed on the screen, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. His physique was currently too frail, and he could only gradually alter his constitution by consuming small amounts of colossal beast meat. Once the time was right, he would devise a method to develop genetic agents. Recalling the list from memory, Yi Qin swiftly selected all the low-tier colossal beast meat available. For now, I shall take these. Please calculate the total cost. Certainly, sir. The young woman eagerly took back the tablet, and after a brief moment, she calculated the price. In terms of professional competence, she was the star employee here. If this transaction were to be finalized, her commission would be sufficient to sustain her for several years. Moreover, by directing this client to the manager, she stood to gain a substantial sum. She could not afford to be careless with such a major client. Sir, the total for the colossal beast meat and medicinal materials amounts to 456 million yuan. What about the titanium alloy? Is there none in stock? Upon hearing this, the young woman's expression faltered. Manager, please return quickly. I am struggling to hold on. Chapter 13 Encounter with Qin Feiyu. As the words left his lips, a young man in his early 20s strode into the auction house, cradling 2 young women in his arms. Although the 2 ladies were adorned in flamboyant attire, they appeared to be no older than high school students. The young man stood at approximately 6 feet tall, towering over Yi Qin. His broad shoulders and handsome, yet resolute features were accentuated by his stylish golden hair. What was most astonishing was that the 2 women bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, as if they were mirror images. Many patrons within the establishment turned their gaze towards the trio, intrigued by the young man's audacity to accompany a pair of twins. Yi Qin merely cast a fleeting glance at the 3 of them. He recognized the young man as Qin Feiyu, the top scorer from the simulation examinations at the Imperial Capital High School. I want to purchase all the titanium alloy you have in the store. At that moment, Qin Feiyu's mood was far from pleasant. He had not anticipated that Yi Qin would steal the limelight at the recent mecha competition. News had spread throughout the imperial capital, heralding the emergence of a super genius, with nary a mention of Qin Feiyu himself. What astonished him even more was the fact that Yi Qin had come to the Wanjia auction house to procure items. He felt he had been outshone by Yi Qin. The saleswoman felt a mix of confusion and exasperation. Another one, she thought. Titanium alloy was rarely inquired about, and now two individuals were clamoring for it. Was this some sort of jest? Sir, our manager is on their way back, and I am unsure of the current stock of titanium alloy. Despite the challenges posed by the situation, she maintained a polite demeanor. For customers were akin to deities in the retail world. What do you mean? Just because he can buy it, I cannot? Let others think I cannot afford it. Qin Feiyu bellowed, commanding the attention of everyone around him. The saleswoman's face paled at the ruckus he was causing. While the auction house upheld the principle of treating customers as gods, Qin Feiyu's attitude was bordering on aggressive. As an ordinary employee, she had worked hard for this job. If she failed to secure this sale, not only would she miss out on her commission, but she could also lose her position entirely. How would she manage her living expenses without her job? Seeing that the saleswoman was on the verge of tears, Yi Qin interjected, Qin Feiyu, why are you shouting? Are you deaf? He could not abide this arrogant scion of wealth, a mecha engineer who was bullying an ordinary person. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Qin Feiyu arrogantly retorted, Yi Qin, do you revel in showing off? You put on a show at the mecha competition, and now you continue to flaunt yourself here? Flaunt. I fail to comprehend the source of your hostility, Yi Qin shot back. Can you truly afford such high-end materials like titanium alloy? Perhaps you should stick to your dilapidated mecha. Being the son of a chief mecha scientist, Qin Feiyu was well-versed in mechas and metals. Titanium alloy was typically reserved for high-tier mechas, while Yi Qin's worn-out mecha would hardly necessitate such an expensive alloy. He could fathom no reason for Yi Qin to desire this material, other than to show off. What? Am I obstructing your purchase? Yi Qin's expression darkened as he detected the mockery in Qin Feiyu's tone. I simply cannot tolerate certain individuals who seek attention. You entered the mecha competition in an E-class mecha just to flaunt your connection value. In Qin Feiyu's eyes, Yi Qin was a mere opportunist, craving the spotlight, both at the competition and in the auction house. Why don't you take an E-class mecha to the competition then? Was there a ban? Yi Qin's words rendered Qin Feiyu speechless. While piloting an E-class mecha might elevate one's connection value, it could neither trigger attributes nor accommodate powerful accessories. He was not reckless like Yi Qin, who would choose a C-class mecha over an E-class. Qin Feiyu scoffed, you merely won by luck. Do not revel in your success just yet. I doubt any universities are vying for you. Actually, representatives from the Mechanical Armed University approached me right after the competition concluded. Seeing that his opponent had no retort, a smug smile finally broke across Qin Feiyu's face, relishing the chance to regain some dignity. Shortly after the competition began, a sudden incident occurred, leading to a fire at the venue. However, he later learned from his homeroom teacher that no universities had contacted Yi Qin, implying that he was not being pursued. Upon this realization, Qin Feiyu's spirits lifted. Indeed, fortune favored him. After belittling Yi Qin, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, the very person who had delivered the university acceptance letter to him the previous day, the director of admissions from the Mechanical Armed University, Zhang Wei. As soon as Zhang Wei entered, Qin Feiyu donned a beaming smile and approached, Mr. Zhang. What brings you here? Mr. Zhang? Yi Qin turned around, taken aback. It was the first instance he had witnessed Qin Feiyu attempting to curry favor with someone, indicating that this middle-aged man held a significant status. Upon seeing Qin Feiyu, Zhang Wei chuckled awkwardly. I heard the Wanjia auction house has a myriad of items, so I thought I would come and have a look. I am quite familiar with this place. Allow me to show you around. Without hesitation, Qin Feiyu handed over his tablet, displaying a level of expertise that surpassed the sales staff. The Wanjia auction house boasted exclusive giant beast meat and an array of mecha components. As Zhang Wei browsed through the offerings on the tablet, he marveled at the variety available, including giant beast meat that was unavailable at the Armed Mecha University in Modu. Suddenly, a phone call broke Zhang Wei's concentration. As he answered, the voice of the disciplinary director echoed through the line. At that moment, universities across the Huaxia Empire erupted in excitement upon discovering Yi Qin's information from the admissions data. The disciplinary director of the Mechanical Armed University sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "A connection value of 95? Are you certain? Contact Zhang Wei immediately. Isn't he in the imperial capital? Reach out to him at once. We must prevent other universities from getting to Yiqin first." Witnessing the fervor in the director's eyes, the staff member became flustered. "Director, the call has been connected. Hello? Is this Zhang Wei? I have sent the information. Use any means necessary to secure this talent for us. A genius of this caliber could very well become a leader in Huaxia." Almost simultaneously, every prestigious mecha university commenced their operations, each vying to enroll Yiqin in their institution. Such a prodigy was too precious to overlook. None could afford to miss this opportunity. For who could predict when the next genius would emerge? After terminating the call, Zhang Wei pressed a button, transmitting the data to his monocle. "Qin Feiyu. Do you know Yiqin? He is a senior at your school." Qin Feiyu was taken aback. Could it be that Mr. Zhang intended to offer Yiqin a spot at the Mechanical Armed University? There was no way that fool could possibly attend the same school as him. No, he absolutely disagrees. Qin Feiyu displayed a perplexed expression and said slowly, "Teacher Zhang, it seems there is no one named Yiqin in our class, but I can certainly inquire." "Is that so? Well, there is nothing I can do then. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Teacher Zhang." At this moment, Yiqin remained oblivious to their conversation, as he was engaged in a discussion about pricing with the returning manager. "Can't you offer a more favorable price? I require 100 kilograms of titanium alloy." The manager appeared troubled. "Sir, you are well aware that what you are purchasing is titanium alloy. If it were a composite metal or K88 alloy, I could certainly offer you a 10% discount. But what you seek is titanium alloy. This metal necessitates 3 processes: casting, hot working, and heat treatment. A slight error, and the titanium alloy could become substandard. Thus, we truly cannot reduce the price." Yiqin recognized the truth in the manager's words. Titanium alloy is an amalgam formed by combining titanium with various metallic elements such as aluminum, vanadium, iron, copper, magnesium, and zirconium. This alloy not only boasts high strength, low density, corrosion resistance, high heat resistance, but also excellent biocompatibility. Hence, its steep price is entirely justifiable. With a sigh, Yiqin lamented, "Very well. Since you cannot offer me a discount on the titanium alloy, at the very least, could you extend an 8% discount on the behemoth meat?" "No problem, no problem." The manager responded with delight, planning to request the contact information during the payment process. This way, when Yiqin returns for future purchases, the manager would be able to secure a greater commission. Chapter 14. Mayor of the Imperial City, Yi Chong-soon, the female sales associate, calculated the price. For 100 kilograms of titanium alloy, along with the meat of a colossal beast and various herbs, your total expenditure amounts to 33.69 million. Upon hearing this assurance, the manager displayed a fawning smile, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your patronage. Do come again." However, Yiqin did not proceed to make the payment immediately. Instead, he inquired, "Before I settle the bill, I would like to sell something." Before he could present his items, Qin Feiyu, having seen off Zhang Wei, approached with a mocking tone. "Oh dear, you wouldn't happen to be unable to pay, would you? It's hard to believe someone who can't come up with 30 million would dare to purchase titanium alloy." He sneered. After all, someone who damages their mecha each time during high school must be rather short on funds. Listening to Qin Feiyu's sarcastic jibes, Yiqin wore an expression that seemed to say, "Stay out of this." He then extracted a small, gleaming object from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Instantly, all eyes in the auction house fixated on the shiny object. Qin Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Gold. Yiqin actually possesses gold. Even the manager, upon seeing the small piece of gleaming metal, quickly retrieved a pair of white gloves to delicately place the gold on a tray. "Sir, where did you acquire this gold?" the manager asked, his gaze filled with astonishment. It is well known that gold, being a rare metal, has long been classified as a controlled substance by various nations. This small piece alone could be worth 50 to 60 million. Please summon an appraiser. Yiqin refrained from explaining that this was gold titanium alloy, which is even more precious than gold itself. Even this 50 grams could incite murderous intentions for its acquisition. On the market, gold titanium alloy is a priceless treasure, truly invaluable in this era. "Certainly. This way, sir," the sales associate said, carrying the tray as she guided Yiqin into the auction house. Upon seeing Yiqin enter, Qin Feiyu's frustration boiled over. How could Yi Qin possess gold? This was incomprehensible. To the onlookers, he had transformed into a mere clown. Just moments ago, he ridiculed another for their inability to pay, only to have that person produce gold. Before long, the manager entered with the appraiser and various instruments. "Sir, are you intending to sell this gold?" the appraiser inquired, preparing to assess the purity of the gold. Yet, before the testing could commence, Yi Qin astounded everyone with, "This is not gold, it is gold titanium alloy." At this proclamation, the crowd was momentarily stunned. What? Could this small, shiny piece not be gold, but rather gold titanium alloy? Even the seasoned appraiser found himself at a loss. He had only encountered gold titanium alloy in literature. The manager and appraiser exchanged bewildered glances. Due to strict controls among various empires over gold, there was scarcely any gold titanium alloy present in the market. Beads of cold sweat formed on the manager's brow. The process of creating gold titanium alloy is immensely complex, and throughout his career, he had never seen such a specimen. Eventually, the appraiser cleared his throat, attempting to regain composure. "Please refrain from making wild claims. Gold titanium alloy is the king of metals, a priceless rarity. If you assert it is gold titanium alloy, may we please examine it?" Yi Qin nonchalantly waved his hand. "Feel free." Under the skeptical gazes of the onlookers, the appraiser activated the scanning device, which displayed an O content of 99. Subsequently, the appraiser took a blowtorch, adjusting its settings before directing the flame, which transitioned from red to blue, towards the small piece of gold. Meanwhile, Yi Qin calmly sipped his coffee. Ordinary gold is relatively soft, easily cut with a sharp knife, whereas gold titanium alloy requires laser heating for any alteration. If a mere blowtorch could melt it, he wouldn't have spent 30 minutes in the workshop cutting a small piece of gold titanium alloy with a laser. As time passed, the gold remained unchanged, maintaining its original form. After 5 or 6 minutes of heating, the appraiser extinguished the flame. To his astonishment, it truly was gold titanium alloy. He felt as if he had gained a new perspective that day. The sales associate gasped, covering her mouth, while the manager held his breath in disbelief. The appraiser removed his protective gear and exchanged glances with the two. At last, only Yi Qin and the appraiser remained in the appraisal room. The appraiser approached Yi Qin, extending his hand. "Hello, Yi Qin, I am Yi Chong, the owner of the Wanjia auction house." Yi Qin's eyes flickered. It seemed his identity had been thoroughly investigated. However, he had no intention of concealing it. This was his first encounter with the influential figure behind the Wanjia auction house. Besides being the owner, Yi Chong also held the esteemed position of mayor of the imperial city. "How much is this gold titanium alloy worth?" Yi Qin inquired candidly. Yi Chong settled onto the sofa, pondering the price, which was indeed difficult to ascertain. After all, this was his first experience with such a metal, but it was certain that gold titanium alloy is more valuable than gold. "Very well. For today as purchases, I will put it on your account, and I will showcase the gold titanium alloy at tomorrow's auction," Yi Chong replied with a smile. Yi Qin was not one to take advantage of others. Yet considering that the offer came from the owner of the auction house and the mayor, he felt compelled to accept. As the saying goes, one should never refuse a gift. "Thank you," Yi Qin expressed. "If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do what I can. Let us not be too formal. We share the same surname. Perhaps we are even distant relatives," Yi Chong said, producing a golden bank card. "We are all on the same side. This card contains a limit of 10 million. Please make use of it." Yi Chong was quite pleased. For him, 10 million was a trifling sum, but having someone as talented as Yi Qin owe him a favor was undoubtedly advantageous. Yi Qin typically harbored no fondness for those who sought familial ties so readily, yet the generosity was overwhelming. "Thank you, Mayor Yi. Call me Brother Chong." "Very well, Brother Chong." It is unwise to refuse a gift from an elder, and accepting such a generous offer was certainly prudent. Yi Qin had initially planned to sell the gold titanium alloy and purchase a few other items in the residential area. But he had not anticipated such a familial connection and the unexpected gift of 10 million, which perfectly alleviated his financial concerns. After seeing Yi Qin off, Yi Chong promptly summoned the manager to the surveillance room. As Yi Qin exited the Wanjia auction house, he made his way towards the residential area. 2 hours later, upon returning home after his shopping, he found a throng of individuals loitering outside his yard. As soon as they spotted Yi Qin, they rushed towards him. Almost simultaneously, 7 or 8 men in suits dashed toward him. As they raised the documents in their hands, they spoke, "Classmate Yi Qin, I extend an invitation to you on behalf of Wadaikum Mecha University. Should you choose to join us, we promise to arrange dedicated one-on-one guidance for you. Another voice chimed in. Classmate Yi-Chin, we are from Shidam Mecha University. If you decide to come to our institution, we guarantee you the finest resources and conditions. Beside them, Zhang Wei presented an invitation letter. Yi-Chin, the Mecha-armed university formally invites you. Our university has nurtured numerous generals of the Huaxiao Empire. Coming here is undoubtedly the wisest choice. In that moment, everyone was fervently promoting their respective universities. Some even offered unprecedented conditions in a bid to entice Yi-Chin to join their ranks. Is this the privilege afforded to a genius? Chapter 15. Refusing offers from all universities. Had Yi-Chin's connection value merely reached 80, their fervor would have been far less intense. Yet, astonishingly, his connection value in the mecha competition soared to an unprecedented 95, a feat that could only be described as extraordinary. It soon dawned on Yi-Chin that in this era devoid of genetic enhancers, geniuses remained a rare commodity. Consequently, a cacophony of discussions erupted among the onlookers. As the clamor escalated, Yi-Chin felt compelled to interject. I have already made my decision. Please return to your respective places. In truth, he had long contemplated his course. He had no intention of attending any university within the Huaxia Empire, for his aspirations reached far beyond that. I appreciate your presence, but I have a target institution in mind, so I must thank you for your goodwill. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Particularly, Zhang Wei from the Mecha University could hardly fathom that Yi-Chin had declined his invitation. It is worth noting that this institution is regarded as the finest in the Huaxia Empire, offering expert instruction, boundless resources, and state-of-the-art training facilities. It was a given that anyone would aspire to enroll at the Mecha University. Several admissions officers, hearing Yi-Chin's declaration, quickly inquired, Yi, which university do you intend to attend? Zhang Wei, with urgency in his tone, pressed, Yi, please think carefully. We have only a limited number of guaranteed spots each year. Are you certain you do not wish to join us? If you forego this opportunity, you will need to achieve an average score of A or above in the college entrance examination to gain admission. Everyone deemed Yi-Chin's decision impulsive, urging him. If you believe it to be a matter of benefits, we can negotiate further with our administration. All we ask is for you to consider our university. Indeed, everything is negotiable. You need not rush your decision. Though the terms they offered were indeed generous, Yi-Chin had never entertained the notion of attending a domestic university. Yi-Chin earnestly replied, Thank you all for coming here. I appreciate your kindness. Observing Yi-Chin's resolute stance, representatives from other institutions began to depart. After all, he had made his choice, and they were reluctant to waste time, as they had other obligations to attend to. However, Zhang Wei lingered at the entrance, patiently awaiting Yi-Chin's response. Once the crowd had dissipated, Zhang Wei again queried, Yi, are you truly not considering joining us? Your sister is enrolled at our university. You know. Yi-Chin raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of this appeal. Was he attempting to invoke familial ties or resort to a veiled threat? May I ask your name? Zhang Wei, he replied. Yi-Chin silently scoffed, reflecting that in the Huaxia Empire, there must be millions of individuals named Zhang Wei. It was a rather common name. Mr. Zhang, I am aware that my sister studies at the Mecha University, and I recognize that it is indeed the premier institution in the country. Before Yi-Chin could complete his thought, Zhang Wei interjected with impatience, since you are aware. Why do you refuse to join our university? Although the Mecha University is excellent, I still aspire to attend the United University. Zhang Wei nearly choked on his drink. What? You intend to go to the United University? Indeed, I plan to attend the United University. Zhang Wei's brow furrowed in disbelief. What is your reasoning for choosing the United University? It offers no training resources, lacks a simulated ecological training environment, and has no esteemed instructors imparting knowledge. Why would you choose such an unremarkable institution? Yi-Chin chuckled softly, refraining from elaborating. Regardless, I appreciate your journey here, Mr. Zhang. Upon realizing his efforts were in vain, Zhang Wei sighed and could only leave in resignation. Watching Zhang Wei's retreating figure, Yi-Chin's expression grew increasingly somber. It was evident that universities within the Huaxia Empire held the United University in low esteem. The United University he sought to attend was founded by several elite mecha pilots. They possessed no formal teaching staff and could not provide training resources. Yet they excelled in instructing students on the art of combat. The university's longevity can be attributed largely to its lack of admission prerequisites. Unlike the college entrance examination, the United University prioritized students' learning capabilities. For ordinary individuals lacking mecha piloting talent, the school would redirect them to other disciplines, such as mecha maintenance or manufacturing. However, for those like Yi-Chin, who exhibited a natural affinity for piloting, the sole requirement for admission was ownership of a mecha. This institution truly allowed individuals to acquire valuable knowledge. Upon entering the house, Yi Jiao approached him eagerly. "Brother, I heard many people outside were looking for you. Did a university extend an offer?" Ever since Yi Jiao glimpsed the news on her phone, she had developed a sense of admiration for her brother. She was astonished to learn that Yi-Chin's connection value had reached 95. For context, her sister, often hailed as a genius, had only achieved a value of 88. "Little sister, you guessed correctly, but I have already declined their offers." "What? Why?" Yi Jiao was perplexed. While others clamored for offers, her brother had chosen to decline. "There's no particular reason. I have my own plans." With that, he made his way to the storage room. Yi Jiao followed closely, bemused by her brother's intentions. "Are you planning to forego college altogether?" "I will attend university, but my choice is the United University." "The United University?" Yi Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "If Mom and Dad find out about this, they will surely scold you." She pouted, visibly upset. While she understood that her brother had his reasons, she was frustrated by his reluctance to share his thoughts with her. Why hide anything from family? Yi-Chin ignored her comments and said, "Come help me carry the meat inside." Nowadays, groceries are delivered to one's door. The enormous beast meat and medicinal herbs Yi-Chin purchased were stacked in a dedicated storage space, while metals and mecha parts were stored in his workshop. He selected a large piece of meat and handed it to Yi Jiao. "What? Are you cooking?" Although Yi Jiao appeared reluctant, she obediently took the bag. "Hurry and bring it to the kitchen." "Humph." Yi Jiao huffed, carrying the bag into the room. After selecting the meat, Yi-Chin began to choose herbs. He wished to experiment with medicinal cuisine to bolster his physique while also assessing whether his body could awaken elemental powers. If awakening proved impossible, he would have to explore alternative methods. After selecting several mild herbs, Yi-Chin entered the house. Once the ingredients were ready, he donned an apron. Yi Jiao observed him curiously. "Brother, I've never seen you cook before. When did you secretly learn this skill?" "Learn?" Yi-Chin was somewhat bemused, recalling that the original owner of his memories had never cooked. Apart from indulging in leisure activities, his favorite pastime was likely studying mecha maintenance. After all, becoming a mecha repairman was a viable path for someone entirely unfamiliar with piloting. "Get out of here and sit on the couch," he chided. Why do girls have so many questions? Seeing Yi-Chin's disdain for her, Yi Jiao sulkily made her way to the living room. Once she had left, Yi-Chin muttered to himself while slicing the meat. Such an attitude should be quite similar to the original owner. "I hope my identity as a time traveler remains concealed for a while." Half an hour later, four dishes and a soup were elegantly arranged on the table. Upon gazing at the spread, Yi Jiao's face was one of disbelief, as the dishes emitted an astonishingly delightful aroma. She had tasted the meat of giant beasts before, but it was typically tough and devoid of any enticing scent. Were it not for the need to enhance her physique, one would hardly wish to consume such fare. Yet, even so, giant beast meat commanded exorbitant prices in the market. "Brother, is this truly giant beast meat? Hurry and eat." With that, Yi-Chin handed her a bowl of rice. Soon, Lin Jiao began to devour it with gusto. Generally, giant beast meat was laden with an unpleasant odor, and ordinary cooking methods merely eliminated that foul aroma before consumption. However, she had never encountered such delectable giant beast meat before. Not only had the unpleasant scent been entirely removed, but the cooking was executed to perfection, achieving an exquisite balance between raw and cooked, maximizing the meat's succulence. This culinary skill was truly comparable to that of a five-star chef. "Brother, your culinary prowess is more than sufficient to open a restaurant." Yi Jiao's words were devoid of exaggeration. Before his time travel, Yi-Chin had been responsible for the meals of his unit. And no matter how unpalatable the giant beast meat, he could always transform it into a delightful dish. Observing Yi Jiao's ravenous appetite, Yi-Chin couldn't help but chuckle. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Chapter 16. Evolution of the System. Observing Yi Jiao devouring her meal with abandon, Yi-Chin picked up a piece of succulent rib meat. The enticing aroma made him involuntarily swallow, reminding him that the original host had previously refused to consume such unpalatable fare, resulting in a severely weakened physique. In stark contrast, Yi Jiao welcomed the meat of colossal beast with open arms, allowing her to consume it without concern despite the numerous supplements mixed in. As Yi-Chin gazed at the delectable and juicy morsel on his chopsticks, he couldn't help but exercise caution. If he were to indulge like Yi Jiao, he feared he would soon meet his demise. Therefore, while preparing the meal, he had deliberately chosen the lowest grade of beast meat. fully aware of this frail body's limitations. Blast it. Even if I were to explode from within, I would accept my fate. He muttered as he placed the meat into his mouth. In that instant, he cursed the foolish original host, lamenting others would crave this. Yet he turns his nose up at it. No sooner had the meat entered his stomach than Yi Qin's face flushed a deep crimson. Could it be? The effect was instantaneous. Gradually, red spots began to appear on his skin, as the overwhelming energy surged through his body, leaving him struggling to cope with its intensity. Before Yi Jiao could react, he had already departed from the dining table, retreating to his room. Yi Jiao, still consumed by her feast, was bewildered when her brother suddenly dashed into his room. "Brother, aren't you eating?" she called out. At that moment, Yu Qin was too preoccupied to respond. He hurried into the bathroom, barely managing to shut the door before he expelled a mouthful of dark blood. Detecting life energy, conversion in progress. Before he could grasp the situation, the system materialized before him. Detected damage to the host's kidneys, initiating repair. Detected damage to the host's liver. Initiating repair. Is it possible that consuming a piece of colossal beast meat could result in such bodily harm? Just how weak is this body? After managing to close the door, Yi Qin sat cross-legged on the floor, beginning a methodical breathing exercise. This technique had been imparted to him by his elder brother, Li Jian, allowing him to regulate his bodily functions through controlled respiration. This method could help one endure extreme conditions and aid in healing injuries. In his previous life, he had awakened the wood attribute, and with this training method, Yi Qin's self-healing abilities had notably improved. However, this current body had not yet awakened any attributes. In a desperate attempt, he began to control his breathing. Congratulations to the host for mastering the breathing meditation technique, assisting in the cultivation manual. With the system's assistance, Yi Qin's condition gradually stabilized, and after several cycles of breathing, his internal injuries were nearly healed. Half an hour later, he finally opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of vitality, as if he had undergone a transformation. The energy from just a single piece of beast meat had nearly overwhelmed him. This was far too perilous. It seemed that restoring his previous physical strength without genetic potions would be a long and arduous journey. Yi Qin summoned the system panel, which now displayed several new options. Host: Yi Qin. Race: human. Physical damage level: 5 core points. 3. Initial mecha: Dawn. Mecha damage level: 69. Mecha engineering level 3. Basic breathing meditation technique. What is happening with the system? Detected traces of life energy. System evolution completed. Evolution? Could it be that the life energy he absorbed from the colossal beast meat triggered this transformation? To his surprise, the system had evolved to the point where it could even display the extent of his bodily damage. What, then, is this core point? While he could comprehend the other values, this core point was entirely foreign to him. Core points are derived from the cosmic energy core, a form of energy that constitutes the observable universe, with various applications based on its usage. Before the system could finish its explanation, Yi Qin interrupted. Stop. Stop. Speak in plain language. Translating language. Translation complete. The host may consider core points as akin to spiritual energy in fantasy novels. The more Yi Qin listened, the more curious he became. Does this mean that if I cultivate sufficiently, I could soar through the skies? Please cease your fanciful thoughts. Core points represent the degree of evolution of the host's physical body. An increase in core points does not grant the ability to fly. At last, Yi Qin grasped the significance of core points, understanding that they represented his physical strength. However, to think that possessing merely 3 core points could yield such substantial changes in his body, if he were to grow to hundreds of points. Would he not ascend to a state of physical sanctity? Yi Qin swallowed hard, filled with anticipation, and inquired, to what extent can core points enhance the physical body? Data missing, unable to display. Again, just when he thought he could glean some valuable information, the system encountered a data deficiency. Sighing, he resolved that since he could not consume this meal, he would redirect his efforts to repairing the mecha. Morning outside a certain villa. A blazing fire had burned throughout the night, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal being forged. Clang, clang. A young man wielded a hammer, striking a glowing red block of metal. Yi Qin gripped the hammer tightly, his feet planted firmly like stumps. Drenched in sweat, he gritted his teeth, hammering down on the titanium alloy on the anvil, his gaze resolute as he commanded the hammer to dance up and down. Beside him, the Dawn mecha lay disassembled, with only the core still functioning, along with one arm. Yi Qin, I believe we should halt repairs for today, said Dawn. However, upon hearing this, Yi Qin did not relent. He continued to raise his hammer, striking the scorching metal. Just a little more, and he could finalize the protective casing for the mecha core. As he spoke, his legs suddenly weakened, causing the hammer to slip from his grasp. Yuqin felt a sudden numbness in his shoulder, followed by a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body. His legs trembled slightly, and he nearly lost his balance. Seeing the pilot's body weaken, Dawn quickly supported Yuqin with its arm. With Dawn's assistance, Yuqin began to regulate his breathing rhythm, reigniting the faint energy within him. The pain served as a catalyst, invigorating his body beyond its usual state. Gradually, a cool sensation permeated his muscles and bones, quietly reinforcing them. After the system's evolution last night, Yuqin commenced his training. With his current aptitude, consuming beast meat could indeed increase his core points. But the side effects were glaringly apparent. To grow stronger, he first needed to resume his physical training before gradually increasing his consumption of beast meat. Core points, 6. After a night of exertion, he felt a notable improvement in his physique. Yuqin activated the nearby holographic projection, and with the aid of the system and technology, he had discovered a method to melt titanium alloy. After a night of heating, the titanium alloy had finally transformed into a liquid state. The piece he had just hammered was now fully shaped titanium alloy, which he intended to use to dismantle the core components of the Dawn mecha and fit them into a new frame crafted from titanium alloy. Yuqin, I believe you should first ensure the circuitry of the mech is properly arranged, said Pashao, handing a bundle of cables to Yuqin. Yuqin accepted several primary data transmission lines, intending to coat them with a thin layer of titanium gold alloy. This would ensure that the mech's essential functions remained intact, impervious to any form of firepower that might attempt to penetrate the titanium gold-coated transmission lines. Are you certain that placing these cables into the crucible won't cause them to melt? Yuqin questioned, eyeing the crimson molten metal within the crucible, uncertainty creeping into his mind. There were 5 main cables, each as thick as a finger, yet they were to be subjected to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Would they not simply liquefy upon contact? Trust me, Pashao reassured. The primary cables have already been treated with a fusion agent. They should melt seamlessly with the titanium gold alloy. Very well then. Fortunately, the system had bestowed upon him a level 3 mech engineering skill, coupled with the original owner's theoretical mechanical knowledge. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to proceed. Had he been able to enlist an external mech technician, he would have done so immediately. After all, titanium gold alloy was exceedingly precious. He surmised that the moment he revealed it, others would harbor murderous intentions. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, his workshop was well equipped with ample tools. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to make a purchase. Before him, the titanium gold alloy had been heated to a liquid state within the crucible, bubbling and viscous, reminiscent of rich chocolate. Chapter 17. The Fusion of Systems and Dawn. Diagnostics complete. Central Processing Unit functioning normally. Electromechanical sensors operational. Infrared ranging sensor functioning properly. Power motors running smoothly. Battery pack operational. Transmission system functioning normally. Colossus G 2008 hydraulic transmission system operational. Loading AI module. How is it? Is the mech functioning properly? Just moments ago, Yuqin transplanted the core of the Dawn mech into a new mech framework. Yuqin, my system has completed rebooting, but within the new mech framework, I lack a power supply device. Dawn expressed a query, having not detected the presence of a helium energy battery during its self-diagnosis. I have enhanced the new mech framework. After all, I do not wish to have my battery extracted on the battlefield. Your new energy source is not yet ready, but it will be soon. Until the energy source is developed, you will have to rely on a fixed power supply for now. With that, he turned his head towards the nearby spherical device. Compared to conventional helium energy batteries, Yuqin placed greater faith in miniaturized nuclear reactor technology. Ordinary nuclear reactors typically rely on the radiation of uranium-235 to generate heat, which is then converted into other forms of energy. However, the energy core he aimed to create was a technology non-existent in this world, the cold fusion reactor. Cold fusion refers to nuclear fusion reactions conducted at relatively low temperatures, greatly reducing the requirements for the reaction and allowing for the use of more commonplace and simpler equipment. This technology, devoid of nuclear radiation, also renders the fusion process significantly safer. The Blue Star inhabitants learned this technology while combating sixth-order civilizations. Yuqin had the fortune of recording the principles of the device while repairing the mech, yet the materials for the energy core were absent on Earth. Hence, he sought a substitute metallic core, which, despite its efficiency being merely 30, was sufficient to power the mech. After replacing the circuitry with the mech's main framework, Yuqin restored all components to their original positions. With everything in place, he only awaited the acquisition of palladium. Once he procured that metal, He could create the power source for the cold fusion device. I shall take a rest now. In the meantime, you can download the data. Yiqin connected several data cables to the Dawn mech. Detected a large volume of data should the system be integrated with the mech AI. Integration? Yiqin was momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the text on the system panel. He had initially believed the system was merely there to assist him in better controlling the mech. Yet he had not anticipated that the AI of the Dawn mech could merge with the system. What benefits would such integration bring? Out of caution, Yiqin inquired further. After integration, the system will be primarily governed by AI, significantly amplifying the host's combat capabilities. Does this imply that the AI of the Dawn mech will supplant the system? Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Yiqin pressed the consent button. For the system had assured him it would enhance his combat prowess. Confirming integration. Downloading data package. Remaining time 2400 hours. 00. Upon pressing the button, Yiqin attempted to summon the system panel. Indeed, apart from viewing the numerical panel, the visual interface of the Dawn mech had gradually transitioned to a shutdown mode. It appeared he could only await the countdown's conclusion. Stretching his limbs, Yiqin had not anticipated that repairing the mech would be so taxing. Throughout the night, he had first repaired the communications device of the Dawn and replaced it with a new storage hard drive. Moreover, he coated the main core's wiring with a layer of titanium alloy and even adorned the mech's main framework with titanium alloy. Except for the outer shell armor, which remained unrepaired, the Dawn was now revitalized, having undergone a complete replacement of all interchangeable components. As for the gaping hole in the mainboard, Yiqin refrained from touching it. Risking further damage would be quite awkward. After reattaching the previously dilapidated armor, Yiqin retreated indoors. Exhausted, he swiftly shed his clothing and collapsed into the bathtub. The moment he entered, the faint blue water was rapidly absorbed by his body. Yiqin inhaled deeply, reveling in the refreshing sensation that made him feel as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. He lay motionless in the bathtub, eyes closed, savoring this moment of bliss. Leaning languidly against the edge of the bathtub, his breathing gradually steadied. After the strenuous efforts of the previous night, his muscles ached profoundly. As the medicinal liquid swirled gently, a faint energy permeated through Yiqin's pores, gradually infiltrating his being. His body, already at its limit, continued to strengthen. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yiqin only recalled awakening to find the once blue medicinal liquid had transformed into something resembling clear water. Stretching lazily, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease, an indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. Had the medicinal liquid been entirely absorbed? Before commencing the repairs on the mech, Yiqin had prepared this vat of liquid. While it merely alleviated physical fatigue, it sufficed for him, as he could not afford to waste a single moment. Suddenly recalling something, Yiqin promptly summoned the system panel. Host: Yiqin. Race: human. Body damage level: 0 core points. 9 initial mech. Dawn mech damage level: 17. Mech engineering LV3. Basic breathing meditation. Remaining time for integration: 1446. 20. Upon viewing the numerical data on the system panel, Yiqin was overwhelmed with elation, unable to conceal his delight. Indeed, it was effective. Achieving such results after just one dose of the medicinal liquid was a testament to the prowess of the advanced nutritionist who crafted the formula. At this rate, with a little more time, he would undoubtedly restore himself to the level he possessed before his transmigration, provided he had sufficient funds to acquire spiritual herbs. The liquid absorbed now was merely the most fundamental formula, and its materials were naturally inexpensive. Yet in the future, even a single spiritual herb could potentially cost millions or even billions. Nevertheless, this basic formula sufficed for Yiqin, as his body remained quite fragile. After dressing, Yiqin picked up his phone to check for messages. Brother Yi, remember to attend the auction at 8 o'clock tonight. Seeing the invitation sent by Yichong, Yiqin couldn't help but smile. He had nearly forgotten about it. It was a perfect opportunity to visit the auction house and seek out palladium. After swiftly tidying his room, he made his way to the Universal Auction House. Upon presenting his invitation, a young lady escorted Yiqin into the ongoing auction. As he entered, the spotlight focused on the stage. The moment the host began to speak, the once bright environment dimmed instantly, and the previously raucous crowd fell silent. The venue of the Universal Auction House was vast, easily accommodating hundreds of attendees. At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in a crimson robe emerged from backstage. Her enchanting and alluring appearance left one feeling somewhat weak in the knees, while her delicate voice incited a fervor among a throng of admirers. Generally speaking, the items at the auction house grow increasingly precious as the event progresses. Sir, the private room number 8 has arrived. Should you require any assistance? Please press the contact button. With that, the attendant bowed slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. In this establishment, it can only be said that those who understand, truly understand. Chapter 18. Auction of Titanium Alloy. As Yi Qin entered the private room, he immediately picked up a tablet, searching for various raw materials. Lithium cobalt oxide batteries, helium energy batteries, manganese zinc batteries. After several rounds of searching, he found no trace of palladium. Before Yi Qin could settle into his seat, Yu Zhong walked into room 8. Noticing Yi Qin's distracted gaze, Yu Zhong began to explain. Xiaoqin Wu, a pilot of the Tian 2 class mecha, comes from no notable family background. However, her mature and alluring appearance has caused many men to fall at her feet. From that angle, Yu Zhong assumed Yi Qin was mesmerized by the beauty on stage. Upon hearing his voice, Yu Qin glanced up slightly, instantly recognizing the source. Little brother, you must have received the admission notice from the mecha-armed university, right? Xiaoqin Wu is also studying there, and she has quite a few admirers. Yi Qin merely furrowed his brow, placing the tablet down and casting his gaze downward at the woman, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. On stage, Xiaoqin Wu was enthusiastically presenting the auction items. Indeed, the woman was an exceptionally rare beauty, but Yi Qin was not there for her. Brother Zhang, when will my titanium alloy be auctioned? Yu Zhong replied with a smile. Don't be anxious, your item is second to last. I assure you it will fetch a sky-high price. Hearing this, Yu Qin raised an eyebrow. The Wanjie auction house typically ordered items based on their rarity. If his item was second to last, what could possibly be more precious than his titanium alloy? Yu Qin stood up, casting a knowing glance at Yu Zhong and inquired. This woman, you didn't hire her to liven up the atmosphere, did you? Yu Zhong chuckled sheepishly, admitting that Xiaoqin Wu was indeed initially brought in for that purpose. However, after some basic training, her popularity had soared. She was now the leading auctioneer at the Wanjie auction house. I see many here are not just interested in the auction but are captivated by her. It must be said that Xiaoqin Wu had a knack for engaging the audience. Her every smile and frown stirring emotions in the crowd, keeping the atmosphere at a constant peak. Bidders were calling out prices without a care for the amount, solely to win a smile from the beauty after their purchase. After over half an hour, it was finally time for Yi Qin's item to be showcased. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the penultimate item of today's auction, and I believe it will pique everyone's interest. As her words echoed, Xiaoqin Wu clapped her delicate hands, prompting a staff member to bring forth the item. This is a rare metal, she declared, donning white gloves and cradling the gold in her palm. Gradually, the noise in the room subsided. Xiaoqin Wu's lips parted slightly, her soft voice resonating. This gleaming piece is not mere gold. It is the exceptionally rare titanium alloy. Weighing in at 50 grams, this titanium alloy will enhance the electronic components of mechas or can be integrated with other metals to augment their properties. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Titanium alloy? Does such a thing truly exist? Some skeptics even challenged. How can you prove this metal is indeed titanium alloy? It could just be common gold mixed with other metals, a mere imitation. Indeed, doubts about the authenticity of the titanium alloy arose, for its rarity made it hard to believe that the Wanjie auction house would present 50 grams of it. With a smile, Xiaoqin Wu reassured. This titanium alloy has been personally authenticated by our auction house president. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Upon hearing this, the murmurs of skepticism diminished significantly. Everyone knew the owner of the Wanjie auction house was the mayor of the imperial city, and with his guarantee, doubts about the metal's authenticity were laid to rest. Yi Qin remained seated on the sofa, uninterested in the bidding below, as he continued to browse the tablet for suitable equipment or herbs for his mecha. The starting price for this titanium alloy is 100 million, with increments of no less than 5 million. Please place your bids. As soon as Xiaoqin Wu finished speaking, bids began to emerge. 100 million, 500,000. 110 million. The auction room buzzed with escalating prices. In mere moments, the price surged to 150 million, showing no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, in room 2, a man was visibly excited by the prospect of the titanium alloy. His expression was resolute, though a hint of eagerness danced at the corner of his mouth. I never imagined the king of metals, titanium alloy, would appear here. No matter the cost, I must acquire it. Qin Feiyu, observing his cousin's fervor, asked, Cousin Tang San, is this titanium alloy truly that significant? Is that even a question? Tang San replied. Ordinary steel has a hardness of about 220 HV, while even weaker aluminum alloys barely reach 100 HV. Titanium alloys, on the other hand, boast a hardness of 1020 HV. The hardness of titanium alloy surpasses that of regular titanium. Such materials are rare and valuable. To To see them here is a stroke of luck. 300 million. Tang San pressed the button in his private room, determined to secure the item for the Tang Group's considerable finances. His bid silenced the room, leaving others in awe at his audacity. 1 billion. A challenger from room 7 called out, and Tang San's expression darkened. He had not anticipated competition. As the son of fortune, since arriving in this mecha world, he had been in search of ways to grow stronger. In a civilization where cultivation was impossible, traditional methods were rendered ineffective. The only effective technique he possessed was the hammering method passed down by his father. In a world overflowing with rare materials, this technique was his greatest asset. When honed through this method, ordinary steel achieved hardness far superior to other metals. Deepening his research, Tang San found a particular affinity for titanium alloys, whose hardness was multiplied through his method. He could scarcely fathom the strength his mecha would possess with such a foundation. Therefore, he was resolute in acquiring this precious metal. 2 billion. Tang San called out defiantly, determined to secure the titanium alloy. The bidding war continued, with room 7 responding, 3 billion. In less than 10 minutes, the price of this titanium alloy surged to 700 million, leaving the onlookers utterly engrossed in the spectacle. The individuals in Box 2 and Box 7, like ravenous hounds, fiercely competed, driving the price upwards to 700 million. Although the intrinsic value of the titanium alloy was undeniably high, the fervent bidding surpassed everyone's expectations. 750 million. The enigmatic figure in Box 7 made another bid, inciting a flush of indignation in Tang San. It appeared that the occupants of Box 7 were determined to challenge him, no matter how much he offered. They consistently outbid him. 760 million. 770 million. A few minutes later, Tang San entered yet another price. 900 million. Xiao Qinwu proclaimed, her lips parting in astonishment. The esteemed guest in Box 2 bids 900 million. Upon witnessing Tang San's offer, the individuals in Box 7 seemed to concede. While the titanium alloy was exceptionally rare, the price had reached her psychological limit, making further bidding evidently imprudent. Yi Qin, observing this scene, felt a wave of contentment wash over him as he savored his coffee. Initially, he had anticipated a sale of merely 200 or 300 million, but to his astonishment, the continuous bids from both boxes had escalated the price to an astounding 900 million, just as Tang San believed no one would dare to contend with him. Within Box 8, Yi Chong pressed the auction button. 930 million. The figure on the screen immediately soared to 930 million, drawing the gaze of all present towards Box 8. Chapter 19. Element Awakening Pill. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Qin abruptly spat out the coffee he had been sipping. Brother, are you jesting with me? I certainly do not possess 930 million. Yi Chong gently patted his shoulder in a reassuring manner. Do not fret, little brother. This is my bid, and it will be my funds at stake. Taken aback by this statement, Yi Qin found himself puzzled as to why Yi Chong would make a bid. Did he intend to acquire this piece of titanium alloy for himself? That seemed implausible. If he truly wished to purchase it, he would not have allowed it to be placed on the auction block. Brother Chong, why proceed in this manner? After giving him a knowing glance, Yi Chong finally spoke. The individuals in room 2 are Qin Feiyu and his cousin Tang San. Qin Feiyu and Tang San from the Tang Mecha Group? Yi Qin's thoughts raced. The Tang Mecha Group had experienced unprecedented growth over the past decade, producing mecha armor of exceptional quality. As a result, the Tang Group had emerged as a leader in the mecha armor industry. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such a lucrative opportunity. Realizing the mischievous grin on Yi Chong's face, Yi Qin quickly grasped his brother's intentions. Little brother, leave this matter to me. If Yi Qin's assessment was correct, Yi Chong was already aware of the events that transpired that day in the hall. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent agreement passing between them. Brother Chong, you are indeed impressive. As the mayor of the imperial city, Yi Chong had no need for petty tricks. His actions were merely a means of vindication for himself. Yi Qin chuckled softly, realizing that he now owed yet another favor to his brother. Meanwhile, in room 2, Tang San wore a grim expression, exuding an aura of coldness. If he still possessed divine power, he would have annihilated everyone present. However, in this world devoid of such powers, he could only silently remember this grievance. Reluctantly, he placed his final bid, 950 million. This was his utmost limit. Should the opposing party raise the stakes further, he would have no choice but to abandon his pursuit of the titanium alloy. Though physical confrontation was prohibited within the auction house, outside its walls, the fate of the individual who dared to challenge him remained uncertain. No matter the means, the titanium alloy must belong to him. After Tang San's bid, Yi Chong nodded in satisfaction. Alas, that was his bottom line. Otherwise, he would have insisted on driving the price to 1 billion. Xiao Qingwu surveyed the room with a smile. Room 2 has bid 950 million. Does anyone wish to raise the offer? Noticing the silence, she lifted her small hammer and gently tapped it on the table, concluding the bidding. Since there are no further bids, the titanium alloy is sold to the owner of room 2. Sitting in the booth, Yuqin inhaled deeply to steady his racing heart. 950 million. He never anticipated that this mere 50 grams of titanium alloy would fetch such an exorbitant price. Yet, he quickly realized that if 50 grams were worth 950 million, he had just expended an amount equivalent to 20 billion for the titanium alloy. Before he could recover from his dismay, Xiao Qingwu unveiled the next item for auction. Now, we present the piece de resistance of this auction. After removing the titanium alloy from the stage, Xiao Qingwu waved her hand, dimming the lights throughout the auction house. She revealed a glass bottle under a red cloth. Within the bottle rested a pill, its ancient and simple patterns indicative of its rarity. Element Awakening Pill. At this proclamation, the auction hall fell into a hushed silence, everyone involuntarily holding their breath. Compared to the previous titanium alloy, the commotion stirred by the Element Awakening Pill was exponentially greater. Although the titanium alloy was deemed the king of metals, it was merely a rare metal. Integrating it into mechas would only enhance the armor's hardness, but the Element Awakening Pill was an entirely different entity. This pill could forcibly activate an elemental force within individuals who had not yet awakened it. The elements include light, darkness, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each possessing distinct effects. The ability to activate mecha attributes and unleash elemental powers is crucial for mecha pilots. Take, for instance, the light element, Qin Feiyu. Having awakened the light element, showcased a simple application through his light blade. Conversely, Li Yunlong, another light element awakener, could infuse the light element into his mecha, exponentially increasing its maneuverability. It is evident that elemental power plays a vital role in combat. Mechas may suffer damage, yet it is the pilot who remains the foundation of everything. Imagine a person wielding two elemental powers simultaneously, allowing them to shift attributes freely during battle, catching their adversary off guard. After a moment of astonishment, the attendees gradually regained their senses, their gazes fixed intently upon the Element Awakening Pill. Yuqin sat in his booth, his expression grave. Clearly, this pill had captured his attention. This item, regardless of whether in his past life or this new one, he had never even heard of. He found it hard to believe that such a pill could awaken one's attributes. No wonder his titanium alloy had only ranked second to last. Before his memories could fully coalesce, Yuchong chuckled at Yuqin's astonished demeanor. Little brother, are you also intrigued? Hearing this, Yuqin could only respond with a nervous laugh. Brother, I have never heard of this pill before. This pill is so rare that even across the entire Blue Star, few exist. The last known appearance of such a pill was 30 years ago, Yuchong remarked, shaking his head. Last known appearance? Yuqin was left bewildered. The composition of such a pill was beyond the analytical capabilities of current instruments, leading many to speculate that it was not a product of Blue Star. Yuqin quickly rifled through his memories, but after much contemplation, he could not recall any relevant information. As the atmosphere began to heat up, Xiao Qingwu announced, I believe everyone is aware of the rarity of the Element Awakening Pill. So the starting bid is set at 10 billion. At this astronomical figure, the auction house fell silent, as it was evident that ordinary individuals could not afford such a luxury. Even Yuqin could not help but shake his head at the price. 10 billion just to awaken a single elemental force? That seems rather steep. How ruthless to start at 10 billion. One could assemble a Tian 2-level mecha battalion for less. Yet, the Wanjie auction house adhered to the principle of voluntary participation. If one did not wish to buy, others certainly would. If one could not afford it, perhaps they should reflect on their own circumstances. Years had passed. Had salaries risen? Had one worked diligently? Had one strived to earn? Under the weight of the 10 billion price tag, the atmosphere in the room grew cold, as if the previous excitement had merely been an illusion. In the face of the awkward silence, Xiao Qingwu displayed no sign of trepidation. Her smile remained enchanting as her gaze swept across the private rooms above. As a mech pilot, she was acutely aware of the allure of the elemental awakening elixir. For some, the desire to possess such an item could lead them to the brink of financial ruin. Just as she anticipated, this tranquility did not last long. The bidding commenced in room 7 upstairs. 10 billion won. Yuqin turned her attention towards the source of the voice, recognizing it as the individual who had previously engaged in bidding against Qin Feiyu. Such financial prowess. To casually spend 100 billion. Witnessing the initial bid prompted others in the various private rooms to join in. 10 billion 3, 10 billion 5. The bidders rapidly transformed into the owners of the rooms. For this sum was substantial enough to deter most. Within the venue, several groups were engaged in tentative bidding. Chapter 20, a familiar strategy, once again 12 billion. At long last, the second private room, where Qin Feiyu was situated, commenced bidding. The other participants, upon witnessing the call from room 2, immediately hushed. Unwilling to contend with this maniac for the coveted item, 121 billion. In that moment, the occupants of room 7 made their move once more. Within that room, an elderly man earnestly implored, "Miss, while the element awakening pill is indeed a remarkable item, spending 121 billion to acquire it is hardly a prudent decision." The woman disregarded the elderly man's counsel and silently pressed the button again. Tang San, inside the private room, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Casting a cold glare at the people in room 7, 122 billion. He raised the bid again. After all, lacking the awakening elemental power within him, acquiring this pill, coupled with his exceptional forging skills, would undoubtedly allow him to dominate this world. 123 billion, 124 billion, 125 billion. Observing the incessant increments, Tang San did not hesitate to follow suit, displaying an attitude of determination. Having spent many years in this world, Tang San had come to deeply understand the significance of elemental power in combat. The rapid bidding escalated the price to an astonishing 150 billion. 151 billion. Tang San gritted his teeth, presenting his bottom line, as this sum was sufficient to deplete the Tang family's resources. Should the price continue to rise, the Tang Forging Company would be plunged into financial turmoil, considering their annual net profit was merely around 10 billion. After witnessing the bid from room 2, Yuzhong casually added more fuel to the fire. 152 billion. This call shattered Tang San and Appo's mental defenses, causing him to smash the armrest of the sofa in fury. His expression dark as a demon from the abyss. "Again, let me find out who is in that private room, or I shall ensure you meet an untimely end." Tang San's heart brimmed with rage. The element awakening pill was of immense importance to him. If he missed this chance, he could not fathom when he might encounter it again. After much internal conflict, Tang San resolutely placed his next bid, 153 billion. Upon uttering this price, no one dared to counter. In room 8, Yuzhong seized the opportunity, while Yuqin laughed heartily beside him. "Brother, you truly know how to play the game." Yuzhong nonchalantly lit a cigarette, for after all, he was the eldest son of the Tang family, and the profits from the company alone amounted to billions annually. This sum was trivial for him. If Tang San were to hear Yuzhong's words, he would undoubtedly spit blood. As if the wealth of his family were simply printed by him. 154 billion. Just when everyone assumed no further bids would emerge, the occupants of room 7 raised the price by another billion. This sudden increment caused Tang San's heart to skip a beat. No one had anticipated that they would bid again. Faced with this situation, Tang San could only grit his teeth and continue to bid. 155 billion. Before he could gather his thoughts, the occupants of room 7 raised the bid once more. 160 billion. This new figure sent shockwaves through the audience, as it represented an increase of 5 billion. On stage, Xiao Qingwu gazed at the heated competition among the bidders, her enchanting smile radiating even more allure. Tang San's eyes glinted with a tinge of red. After a moment of silence, he made a desperate decision and pressed the bid button. 165 billion. After this bid, no one dared to contest Tang San any further, and predictably, he emerged victorious. The occupant of room 7 smiled faintly, opening the microphone to taunt Tang San. "Congratulations. You have won." Moments later, Tang San's expression darkened as he regained his composure, only to realize he had been deceived. In his anger, he shattered the items within the private room. Seeing his cousin's fury, Qin Feiyu could only cower in the corner, afraid that Tang San's wrath would spill over onto him. At that moment, the room fell silent, yet Xiao Qingwu maintained her smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of mockery and derision. As the small hammer in her delicate hand fell, the element awakening pill was ultimately purchased by Tang San. Congratulations to the owner of room 2 for acquiring the element awakening pill at the staggering price of 165 billion. Observing this scene, Yuqin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Had it not been for Yuzhong's intervention, Tang San would have secured the pill for 151 billion long ago. One must commend his cunning. After the auction concluded, Yuqin set aside his tablet. "Brother Zhong, I wish to procure a specific material. I wonder if you have it on hand?" At Yuqin's words, Yuzhong chuckled. "Feel free to ask, brother. There's no need for formality between us." The recent transaction involving titanium alloy had already yielded him a substantial profit. "I seek to buy palladium." Do you know anyone who sells it? Palladium? Yu Zhang's eyes displayed a flicker of confusion. As a material belonging to the energy sector, it seemed the auction house lacked it. However, I can introduce you to someone. Please wait here a moment. Thank you, brother. With that, Yu Zhang exited the private room. After a brief interval, hurried footsteps approached from outside, and two figures entered. It was Yu Zhang, accompanied by a striking beauty, dressed in a silver-white gown. Her deep-set eyes resembled the cold depths of a winter night, enigmatic and unfathomable. Her demeanor exuded an icy confidence, reminiscent of the fierce winds atop a snow-capped peak. Brother, allow me to introduce, this is Hu Lingshuang, the heiress of the Hu group. Upon the entrance of this individual, Yuqin felt a delicate fragrance waft through the air, one that seemed to impart a refreshing chill. Hello, Miss Hu. I never anticipated meeting you in this manner. The renowned genius of the imperial capital, Yuqin. Her soft, melodious voice resonated in Yuqin's ears, causing his heart to quiver slightly. If Xiao Qingwu was akin to a fairy, then Hu Lingshuang emanated an aura of formidable authority. Her deep-rooted confidence and the imperious nature of her words commanded respect simply by her presence. Yuqin's gaze shifted, scrutinizing her closely. Is this truly the future successor of the Hu group? Greetings, Miss Hu. I wish to purchase palladium from you. Palladium? Hu Lingshuang's mind raced. As a catalyst for mech batteries, the Hu group indeed owned a mech energy manufacturing plant. But what did Yuqin require it for? Feigning gentleness, Hu Lingshuang inquired softly. While our Hu group does possess palladium, may I ask what you intend to use it for? Having learned from Yu Zhang that this genius mech engineer sought palladium, she was perplexed about his intentions. I intend to use it for modifying mechas. Is it not for sale? Yuqin replied, slightly taken aback. Of course. We are selling it, but we only have 3 concentrations available. May I inquire which one you desire? Observing the smiling Hu Lingshuang beside him, Yuqin instinctively became vigilant. As the future heir of the Hu group, he was acutely aware that Hu Lingshuang was not to be underestimated. The Hu Energy Group, as one of the premier energy enterprises in the Celestial Empire, had achieved its current scale through no trifling means. He did not perceive this woman as uncomplicated. Engaging in business with such a shrewd individual would inevitably lead to some losses. If possible, may I first visit your esteemed company to inquire about the availability of palladium at various concentrations? Hu Lingshuang then presented him with a business card, stating, very well. When you have the time, please visit the Hu Energy Group, and we shall discuss further at that juncture. Upon hearing this, Yuqin took the card, fully aware that matters would not resolve so simply. However, for the sake of the Dawn's energy core, he was determined to acquire the palladium at all costs. Just as Hu Lingshuang was about to depart, the saleswoman from earlier pushed open the door and entered. Sir, your auction item has sold for 950 million. After deducting a 5% handling fee, shall I transfer the remaining amount to your account? Yuqin nodded, and the saleswoman placed her card on the wristband. A chime signaled the successful transfer. Yuqin glanced at the figures. 902. 5 million had been credited. It was evident that the previous purchases he made at the Wanjie auction house and the 10 million gifted by Yi Chong had not been deducted. Yi Chong patted his shoulder, saying, Little brother, consider those items as a token of our reunion. Since you call me brother, I ought to show some goodwill. Shouldn't I? A token of goodwill. That amounted to over 30 million. Truly, the mayor of the imperial capital was not one to act sparingly. When he did, it was always with grand gestures. Nonetheless, this 900 million, while substantial for an ordinary person, was still far from sufficient for Yuqin. Having received the funds, he had no intention of lingering further, casually bidding farewell. Brother, I shall take my leave. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at home. Very well, I shan't keep you, Yi Chong replied nonchalantly. Chapter 21. The arrival of the flying beasts upon exiting the auction house. Yi Qin took another leisurely stroll around the Qingdao Mall. The efficacy of the elixir he procured last time was quite remarkable. He resolved to gather more medicinal herbs from the residential area. After acquiring the necessary items, he finally departed from the Qingdao Mall. Glancing at the address on the card, Yi Qin found himself hesitating. To his surprise, palladium was not only unavailable at the Universal Auction House, but also entirely absent from the entire Qingdao Mall. It seemed that this was indeed something that could not be bought, even with wealth. Should negotiations with Hu Lingshuang prove futile, he would have to seek alternative avenues. The worst-case scenario would involve purchasing mecha batteries, extracting the palladium piece by piece, and then amalgamating it. However, this process would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but would also incur substantial costs. After leaving the mall, Hu Lingshuang immediately initiated a video call with her father. Father, I'm sorry, but I couldn't secure the titanium alloy. Hu Bailai, holding a glass of fine liquor, seemed unfazed by his daughter's revelation. If it wasn't meant to be, then so be it. After all, the price was indeed exorbitant. As the head of the Hu Corporation, he had his own channels within the Universal Auction House and was already well informed about the situation. Hu Lingshuang continued, though I couldn't procure the titanium alloy, I did encounter a seller. Oh, Hu Bailai raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. While Yi Chong is indeed a profit-driven individual, he possesses a modicum of professional integrity. Why would he introduce you to the titanium alloy seller? Hu Lingshuang replied earnestly. The reason Yi Chong brought me to meet the seller is that they wish to purchase palladium. Father, what should we do? The surprise on Hu Bailai's face gradually subsided as he leaned back lazily in his chair, placing the glass down. We shall discuss this in detail upon your return to the company. Yes, father. Hu Lingshuang's eyes narrowed, her pearly teeth lightly biting her rosy lips. Hu Bailai's interest in acquiring the titanium alloy stemmed from his ongoing research into a new type of energy, with the alloy being the core component. The energy market in the Huaxiao Empire was nearing saturation, and the Hu Corporation's market share had already reached 70. Yet Hu Bailai's ambitions extended far beyond that. He aspired to secure all mecha energy contracts across Huaxia. For this purpose, he had been tirelessly researching a new energy source for mechas, which now only lacked a core metal as a medium. Unfortunately, Hu Lingshuang had failed to acquire the titanium alloy. With a sense of resignation, Hu Lingshuang rubbed her smooth forehead, hoping that remnants of the titanium alloy might still be available. She understood her father all too well. Once he set his mind to something, he would stop at nothing to achieve it. What surprised her was her father's demeanor following the failed auction, which was not at all in line with her memories of him. After ending the video call, Hu Lingshuang gazed out at the scenery with a hint of irritation. I've done all I can. Whether or not my father's plans succeed is no longer my concern. With a slight pout, she rested her delicate hand against her cheek and sighed softly. Returning from a break, and already I must be busy with this and that. Can't I have a moment of peace? Outside the Qingdao Mall, after careful contemplation, Yi Qin resolved to head to the Hu Corporation. It was evident that the invitation for him to visit held ulterior motives. If there were another path available, he would undoubtedly choose it. However, the current situation left him with no alternative. Palladium, while not exceedingly rare, posed challenges in attaining high purity. The energy core device of the Dawn must be constituted of palladium of exceptional purity, and thus, Yi Qin begrudgingly drove toward the Hu Energy Enterprise. After about an hour of travel, the road ahead suddenly became congested. Not only were the roads on the ground gridlocked, but even the airships above began to scatter. What on earth was happening? Just as Yi Qin pondered this, a vast dark cloud approached with alarming speed from the distance. Yi Qin inwardly scoffed, such a small cloud. Why are these airships fleeing? Is it going to rain? Minutes later, Yi Qin suddenly realized that the ominous mass was not a cloud at all. Clouds do not move with such swiftness. The dark formation seemed almost alive, deftly avoiding skyscrapers as it advanced. In mere moments, the black entity traversed over 10 kilometers. Before Yi Qin could fully grasp the situation, the ominous mass was upon him. Simultaneously, a notification from his system panel appeared. Long-horned electric ant detected. Immediate avoidance suggested. Realizing that the dark mass was not a cloud but rather a monstrous creature, Yi Qin's heart sank. The long-horned electric ant, commonly referred to as the electric ant, had undergone significant evolutionary changes following the Age of Beasts. Originally measuring approximately 2 millimeters in length, these creatures now reached an astonishing 2 meters, developing wings during their breeding season. Named for their ability to absorb electricity, the electric ants were a formidable threat. Female electric ants must store vast amounts of electricity within them to ascend to the rank of queen. The Hu Energy Group, to which Yi Qin was headed, specialized in researching mecha batteries. He inwardly lamented, could I possibly be this unfortunate? A rare occurrence like this happens just as I set out. With a thought of turning back, he quickly dismissed the idea. He could not discern whether this was misfortune or serendipity. With no other options, he exited his vehicle. Remaining on the road would surely lead to his demise. The only chance of survival lay in seeking refuge in the nearest building, which housed an underground shelter capable of protecting against the onslaught of the beasts. Had he possessed a mecha, he might have defended against the electric ants, yet his mecha was at home, firmly plugged into its power source, useless in this dire moment. As Yi Qin stepped out of the car, the air raid sirens of the capital blared to life. Citizens are advised to seek shelter indoors. a flying beast is approaching. Please evacuate to safety. The announcement reverberated, prompting all drivers to abandon their vehicles in unison. Some voiced their frustrations, questioning the whereabouts of the mecha forces stationed at the borders. Are they not supposed to guard the perimeter? How could a beast breach the city? Their complaints echoed, expressing discontent with the perceived ineffectiveness of the military. Yi Qin could only shake his head in resignation. Without the border mecha forces, the Huaxiao Empire would have long ceased to exist. Africa stood as a testament to this reality. Had the border forces not eliminated a portion of the electric ants, the sky would not be filled with just this small mass. At nearly the same moment, the crowd hastily converged towards the nearest skyscraper. Some, trained as mecha technicians, swiftly summoned their mechas to engage the electric ants. However, facing tens of thousands of these creatures, a single mecha proved utterly inadequate. The vanguard of electric ants surged toward Yi Qin's position. "Get down," Yi Qin shouted, lunging forward to tackle several individuals in his path. Two individuals, untouched by misfortune, were lifted into the sky by two electric ants. "Help! Help!" As the surrounding electric ants witnessed their comrades capturing prey, they hurriedly converged, and 3 or 4 of them violently tore the two humans apart before hastily retreating into the distance. The scene was utterly terrifying, reminiscent of a locust swarm ravaging the land. Female electric ants evolve into queens through the acquisition of electricity. Yet they also seek sustenance during their evolutionary journey to replenish their strength. In an instant, several electric ants descended rapidly, evidently targeting the girl sprawled on the ground. Observing this, Yi Qin swiftly drew his weapon to retaliate. During his initial visit to the auction house, he had procured firearms specifically for unforeseen circumstances. The sound of gunfire erupted, and the low-flying electric ants were mercilessly shredded by bullets, their abdomens being their sole vulnerability. Bending slightly, Yi Qin rushed forward, shouting, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why aren't you running?" As he approached, he finally discerned the identity of the person before him. Wasn't this Hu Lingshuang, whom he had just encountered moments ago? Startled by Yi Qin's call, Hu Lingshuang paused. She had twisted her ankle, and the driver had also been seized by the electric ants and whisked away into the sky. Upon seeing the injured Hu Lingshuang, Yi Qin was momentarily taken aback. What was this young lady doing here? Chapter 22. The menacing Hu Lingshuang as more and more electric ants swooped down to hunt. Yi Qin realized that he could no longer remain there. He still needed to procure palladium from the Hu Corporation, and it was imperative that nothing happened to Hu Lingshuang. "Come on, I will carry you." Before Hu Lingshuang could react, Yi Qin had already grasped her arm and lifted her onto his back. While speaking, he swiftly reloaded his pistol and immediately dashed toward the skyscraper with Hu Lingshuang in tow. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of the electric ants' wings surged once more. Yi Qin glanced up, and a dozen electric ants were rapidly approaching him. His expression shifted as he ran while firing at the menacing insects. Behind him, Hu Lingshuang had her eyes tightly shut, clinging to Yi Qin like a frightened lizard. The pressure of her grip caused him to stumble slightly, and after dispatching a few electric ants, he tapped her arm gently. "Sister, ease up. If you hold on any tighter, I might suffocate." Yi Qin coughed a few times. Bemused by the lady's behavior, her hands were firmly wrapped around his neck, and even her legs were entwined around his waist. However, he couldn't help but notice that her long, fair legs were quite exquisite. With agility, Yi Qin dodged while continuing to shoot at the electric ants. When they were still several meters from the skyscraper, a swarm of 70 or 80 electric ants quickly congregated, charging towards them in a frenzy. It seemed they had been provoked. Abandoning his pistol, Yi Qin resolved to take a desperate gamble. A mere handgun would not suffice against such a multitude of electric ants. "Hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate." With that, he firmly grasped Hu Lingshuang's ample, soft form, not wanting to carry anything unstable on his back. At his touch, Hu Lingshuang's body stiffened, and she let out a gasp. How could he dare to touch me there? Yet, at that moment, Yi Qin was oblivious to her thoughts. He took a deep breath, held it, and sprinted towards the skyscraper with utmost speed. A dark wave of ants launched a predatory attack on the humans below. As the swarm approached, Yi Qin unleashed an unprecedented burst of speed. Just in the nick of time, they entered the skyscraper. Unfortunately, others were not so fortunate. Some slower individuals were snatched into the air by the electric ants, only to be devoured, leaving behind mere bones that fell from the sky. This was the terrifying nature of these beasts, numerous and colossal. Those who summoned mechs fared no better. Even with energy shields deployed, They could not withstand the assault of hundreds of electric ants. The mutated electric ants could feed on electricity, and the three-tiered helium batteries of the mechs were no match against dozens of electric ants sucking them dry. Once the mechs ran out of power, their inevitable fate awaited. The electric ants would tear open the mechs, and the pilots would become a delectable meal for the monstrous creatures. Soon, one after another, people were lifted into the air, their futile screams echoing against the backdrop of the sky. Help! Save me! No, please! Gradually, the cries faded into silence. Yi Qin understood that summoning mechs alone was futile in the face of thousands of electric ants. To confront them head-on, a coordinated assault by multiple squads was essential, otherwise, it would be impossible to halt their advance. Even piloting a mech was not without risk, should the electric ants close in. Only specialized defensive mechs could hope to survive such an onslaught, while others would perish. In the future, these electric ants would pose significant challenges to advanced civilizations. In a sense, they were defending their territory in their own way. Soon, the swarm of electric ants flew past the area where Yi Qin was located. After all, their target lay elsewhere, and their attack on humanity was merely a temporary means to replenish their food supply. Once the outside fell silent, the doors of the skyscraper slowly creaked open. The mech troops outside arrived belatedly, roaring down the road in pursuit of the electric ants. The sole weakness of the electric ants was their lack of a sense of hatred. Even when attacked, they would not redirect their assault towards the ground forces. Driven by instinct, they sought out electrically charged locations, a command ingrained in their genes to evolve into queens. Yi Qin, I advise you to leave immediately. You are in a highly dangerous environment. At that moment, the system and the AI of the Dawn mech had integrated, clearly indicating its concern for his safety. No need to worry, these electric ants are not after me. Their destination must be the Hu energy manufacturing plant, where they can absorb ample raw materials and electricity for their sustenance. Yi Qin turned his gaze towards Hu Lingshuang. Are you all right? He had initially intended to procure palladium, but had unexpectedly encountered her along the way. Hu Lingshuang was rubbing her calf. Her ankle was swollen like a potato, rendering her immobile. Sitting on the ground, she remained silent, yet her eyes glimmered with a murderous intent directed at Yi Qin. He was puzzled. What had provoked such hostility from her? After all, he had just saved her. Seeing her unwavering gaze, Yi Qin took a step forward, intending to leave. However, Hu Lingshuang's determined look stopped him in his tracks. Can you take me to the energy manufacturing plant? My father is still there. At her words, Yi Qin froze momentarily. You still wish to go there? Did you not see how frenzied those electric ants were? He then noticed the bracelet on her wrist. You're a mech pilot as well? Hu Lingshuang nodded, confirming that she was a student at the Mechanical Armament University, a pilot of a Ronin-class mech. If they went directly to the energy manufacturing plant, it would surely be a dead end, but with a mech, the situation could be different. Should he go or not? Yi Qin pondered. If he went, he might die, yet it could also grant him leverage for a favor, which would facilitate his purchase of palladium. Conversely, if he declined, Hu Lingshuang might harbor resentment and refuse to sell him the palladium, leaving the power issue of the Dawn mech unresolved. After much contemplation, Yi Qin arrived at a decision. I will go, but... With that, he flashed Hu Lingshuang an enigmatic smile. Alarm bells went off in her mind. Oh no, he wouldn't dare to take advantage of me, would he? At this moment, Li Jian, responsible for border defense, was issuing commands. The number of electric ants had dwindled to 1/5, and they were all heading towards the Hu energy manufacturing plant. Contact the troops to assemble there immediately. General, the border forces have just engaged in battle. They may not be able to gather so many in a short time. The voice of a subordinate dwindled, fearing that the newly appointed General Li Jian would blame him, having just taken command at the border. The sudden invasion of such a vast scale of beasts was indeed a headache for him. I understand that the border forces have suffered heavy losses, but we must annihilate these monsters at all costs. Mobilize all uninjured personnel to join the fight. Yes, as he gazed at the dark swarm of electric ants overhead, Li Jian's brow furrowed. Although the border defense of the Huaxia Empire had eliminated 4/5 of the electric ants, 1/5 had still breached the capital. He must swiftly eliminate these electric ants. Once they evolve into queens, the situation will become quite troublesome. Chapter 23, Evolution. The Electric Ant Behemoth. Today's additional chapter, the mech battalion launched an assault. Almost simultaneously, all pursuing Ion-class mechs unleashed their attacks. Dozens of beams shot skyward, directly striking the ominous black cloud, and gradually, the sky began to rain electric ants. Many electric ants, despite being hit by the beams, remained alive, having only lost their wings and thus their ability to fly. Following the initial wave of attacks, a barrage of missiles was unleashed, and the acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air. This assault was evidently more effective than the last, as countless flaming electric ants plummeted from the sky. However, the behemoth's vitality was equally astonishing. Some of the surviving electric ants, upon hitting the ground, charged toward the pursuing forces. These wingless electric ants, aware that they had lost their chance to become queens, collectively resolved to shield their kin from the pursuers. Seeing the incoming threat, the pursuing forces immediately retaliated. Bullets rained down like hail, dismembering the electric ants. Yet, a few managed to breach the hail of gunfire, climbing onto the mechs and gnawing at their armor with their massive mandibles. As they chewed through the mech's exterior, they searched for the wiring system. If their mandibles were to connect with the main circuitry, they could emit an electromagnetic pulse, incinerating the mech's core. Even contact with auxiliary lines would allow them to siphon off the mech's power using their bristles. This was precisely what made these electric ants so troublesome. Fortunately, the personnel of the mech battalion were professionally trained. While they eliminated the advancing electric ants, they also assisted each other in clearing their comrades' mechs of the pests. However, as the number of falling electric ants increased, the pursuing forces found it increasingly difficult to cope. After all, their mere dozen mechs were no match for the thousands of electric ants. Suddenly, from the rear, a mech sped forth, adapting to pilots' operational habits. Sword core program loaded. Plasma energy fully charged. Dashing acceleration system ready. A silver mech surged ahead of the front line, racing toward the electric ants. This was Hu Lingshuang's mech, Polaris, equipped with a short-range dashing system. The mech's instantaneous speed multiplied several times. However, at this moment, it was not Hu Lingshuang piloting Polaris. Inside the cockpit, Hu Lingshuang sat on Yi Qin's lap, her small hands resting gently on his shoulder. Indeed, it was Yi Qin who was now at the helm of Polaris. The mech plunged toward the ground, its massive blade expertly cleaving through the electric ants attacking the pursuing forces. The fluidity of his movements appeared instinctual. Earlier, Yi Qin had acquiesced to Hu Lingshuang's request, but on the condition that he be allowed to pilot the Polaris mech. Faced with this condition, Hu Lingshuang had no choice but to agree. With the mech at his disposal, dealing with the electric ants was no challenge, as Yi Qin had performed similar feats countless times before his traversal. He maneuvered Polaris, unleashing arcs of electricity from his left hand while wielding the enormous blade with his right, efficiently clearing the encirclement. Confronted by dozens of electric ants, Yi Qin activated the dual-wielding harvest mode. Who is that? A Ronin-class mech? Is he the new commander? The Behemoth-class mechs, having escaped their predicament, immediately commenced their own assaults. Yet they remained oblivious to the identity of the pilot in the Ronin-class mech. Before they could grasp the situation, Yi Qin had already surged ahead, unwilling to waste any time. For Yi Qin, piloting a Ronin-class mech was child's play. After the mech battalion initiated their attack, countless electric ants continued to plummet. Yi Qin recognized that the behemoth's massive mandibles could effortlessly tear through a mech's exterior, and any contact between the behemoth's bristles and the mech's wiring would allow them to drain its power. Therefore, the best strategy was to prevent them from getting close. Although these electric ants had lost their wings, their speed of movement remained remarkably swift. In the sunlight, the mandibles of the electric ants gleamed with a metallic sheen, and their claws had also undergone evolution. What is going on with these electric ants? Have they completed their evolution? Negative. According to data, wingless electric ants convert their stored bioelectricity into alternating current. Is that so? Before Yi Qin could fully comprehend the situation, the electric ants began unleashing ion orbs. Reacting swiftly, Yi Qin activated his energy shield. Although he was striving to eliminate the electric ants, their numbers far exceeded his capacity to clear them. Some of the fallen electric ants had begun preying on humans. Ordinary citizens fleeing from danger faced certain doom when encountering electric ants. It was futile to outrun six legs with just two. With a mere snap of their massive mandibles, they could effortlessly crush a human skull. Even if one managed to evade the mandibles, the sharp claws could tear a person apart in an instant. In terms of size, humanity stood no chance against the electric ants. The city's loudspeakers continued to broadcast warnings. Citizens, please seek refuge indoors. A flying behemoth is approaching. Ordinary citizens should not summon mechs to resist. Electric ants can drain mech power. All individuals are advised to take shelter underground immediately. Bang! Yi Qin swung his blade, forcefully knocking back an electric ant attempting to climb aboard. Before he could catch his breath, an electric ant nearby began to swell dramatically, resembling a balloon being inflated in a surreal spectacle. What is happening? The electric ant swarm 200 meters ahead is channeling power into a single electric ant. Instantly, Eugene furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the collective consciousness of the electric ants would allow them to channel their energy into a single individual, complicating matters immensely. Eugene raised the arc gun on his left arm and unleashed a furious barrage toward the front. Yet those electric ants seemed to possess awareness, continuously sacrificing themselves to shield the empowered ant from harm. Weapon overheating. Noticing the mech's warning, Eugene reluctantly lowered his left arm. This was a common flaw of the Ronin-class mechs. They lacked sufficiently powerful ranged weaponry. Before him, the dense swarm of electric ants was drained of energy, their bodies rapidly withering. On their blackened forms, a flickering light pulsed, resembling a heartbeat that quickened with each moment. At the instant of explosion, the system emitted another warning. Special entity detected, electric ant behemoth. Please evade immediately. The evolved electric ant now stood over 3 meters tall, comparable to a mech. Witnessing this scene, cold sweat trickled down Yiqin's forehead. The previous spectacle clearly indicated that these electric ants had conducted a sacrificial ritual. Wingless electric ants transferred their bioelectricity to other powerful individuals, enabling further evolution. This was the secret behind the electric ant's formidable strength. As soon as the electric ant behemoth was born, its 2 massive antennae touched, triggering a series of sonic waves that radiated outward, shattering the glass of surrounding buildings. Inside the mech, Yiqin and Hu Lingshuang were both thrown back, spitting blood from the sheer force of the sonic blast. Warning: the infrasound emitted by the electric ant beast can cause internal injuries. Immediate evacuation is advised. Damn, I never anticipated being struck so soon. Such infrasound can directly penetrate the mech and harm those within. In the cockpit, Hu Lingshuang felt a slight trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, while Eugene fared worse, spitting out a copious amount of blood onto Hu Lingshuang. Indeed, this body remains exceedingly fragile. Had I not absorbed the medicinal fluid, I would likely have fainted on the spot from that blow. Yiqin, suppressing his discomfort, activated the arc machine gun. As the arc beam struck the electric ant beast's antennae, the terrifying low-frequency sound waves finally ceased. Chapter 24. An unprecedented cooperation upon having its antenna severed. The electric ant behemoth emitted a sorrowful wail and directed its gaze toward Polaris. Despite the electric ant's evolution into a colossal creature, its speed remained undiminished. With its massive mandibles wide open, it aimed to cleave Polaris in two. However, Eugene, the adept controller of the mech, was not to be trifled with. He activated the propulsion system and briefly took flight. A thunderous crash resounded as Polaris's gigantic blade struck the back of the electric ant. The force of the collision created a significant distance between the two adversaries. Relying on his experience, Eugene rolled on the ground several times before regaining his balance, while the electric ant tumbled far away, leaving only a faint mark on its back. To his astonishment, the electric ant's abdominal weakness had vanished post-evolution. Its body was now encased in thick armor, rendering even the blade infused with sword core programming ineffective. Before Eugene could devise a strategy, the electric ant behemoth charged at him once more. Faced with such an onslaught, Eugene had no choice. He abandoned the blade and braced himself against the creature's colossal mandibles. The two collided, yet only Polaris was forced to retreat. The mech's arm bearings emitted distressing sounds, and the spread of his hands gradually diminished. Hold on. Hu Lingshuang watched in terror, wishing she could assist, but her ankle injury prevented her from doing so. After witnessing Yiqin's earlier fluid maneuvering of Polaris, she had believed victory was assured. Never anticipating that one of the electric ants would sacrifice itself to evolve into a behemoth. While struggling to maintain his stance, Yiqin inquired, "What material is the external armor of this mech made from?" This unexpected question momentarily short-circuited Hu Lingshuang's thoughts. At such a critical juncture, how could Yiqin still be concerned with questions? Huh, what do you mean? He gasped. What material is the external armor made of? His inquiry stemmed from uncertainty about the metal composition of Polaris. The armor is made of titanium alloy, she responded. As soon as the words left her lips, Yiqin released his grip on the mandibles. Instantly, the electric ant's mandibles snapped shut, biting down hard on Polaris's armor. At that moment, a singular thought raced through Hu Lingshuang's mind. We're doomed. After closing her eyes for a moment, the anticipated calamity did not materialize. Slowly, She opened her eyes to witness a massive blade piercing through the electric ant's head. Before she could comprehend the situation, Yi Qin aimed his left-hand arc machine gun at the creature's skull and unleashed a barrage of bullets, emptying the magazine into its head. The electric ant's mandibles left a deep bite mark on the exterior of Polaris. Once the threat was neutralized, Yi Qin silently rejoiced, grateful that the mech's external armor was crafted from titanium alloy. Had it been composed of K-88 metal or composite materials, they would have perished in that moment. After confirming the adversary was incapacitated, he withdrew the giant blade embedded in the ground and severed the mandibles that clung to the armor. Indeed, without the bioelectricity, the behemoth's armor had lost its efficacy. Observing this, the remaining smaller electric ants scattered in fear, unwilling to confront the mech. Yi Qin, your mental link with this mech is not entirely synchronized. To prevent potential brain damage, I recommend you disconnect the neural connection immediately. Yi Qin, upon reading the system prompt, realized he had reached his limit. Reluctantly, he severed the mental link with the mech and withdrew his hands from the control panel. Neural connection terminated. Sword core program shutting down. Hearing the alarms blaring from within the mech, Hu Lingshuang could not suppress her concern. Are you all right? Yi Qin offered no response. Instead, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the silver gown she wore with crimson. Indeed, piloting a mech without calibrated neurons was an arduous task. If it were merely a matter of operating the mech, the burden on the neurons would not be substantial. However, the sonic attack from the electric ant had injured his internal organs. Wiping the blood from his lips, he declared, I can no longer pilot the mech. The next phase depends on you. On me? Hu Lingshuang felt her head spin. It wasn't that she was unwilling, but her injured ankle rendered her incapable of maneuvering the mech. Suddenly, Yi Qin grasped her waist and repositioned her. What are you doing? Hu Lingshuang pushed him away. But before she could protest further, Yi Qin urged, place your hands on the control panel and initiate the mental link. I'll manage the mech's movement. Stunned, Hu Lingshuang hesitated. She had never experienced piloting a mech alongside another person. Doubts clouded her mind. Can this work? I can assure you it will. The key is your ability. Mastering the mech's controls will determine whether we save your father. At that moment, Hu Lingshuang hesitated. Piloting alone posed no issue. But Yi Qin's suggestion of dual control was unprecedented. The cockpit was already cramped. She would have to maintain an upright position, which she found unacceptable, especially in a skirt. What are you still hesitating for? I'm injured and have not faltered. Why are you still contemplating? Yi Qin was exasperated. Were it not for the metal palladium, he would not be pushing himself so hard. The system continued to emit warnings. Host. Yi Qin, race. Human, body damage level, 32, core points, 11 initial mech. Dawn, mech damage level, 17, mech engineering level 3. Basic breathing meditation, recommendation, seek medical treatment immediately. Dawn, I need no reminders. Taking risks for palladium is worthwhile. I still advise against this. Yi Qin dismissed the system panel. He believed he could endure this level of injury and pressed on. Have you made up your mind? Will we advance or retreat? Regardless of the decision made by his companion, he remained indifferent, knowing Hu Lingshuang had already agreed to his proposal. Before their departure, she had promised that if he took her to the Hu energy manufacturing plant, she would sell him palladium. Naturally, Yi Qin accepted this lucrative transaction, but its success hinged on Hu Lingshuang's survival. Let us move forward. Having resolved her doubts, Hu Lingshuang recognized that the urgency of her father's safety outweighed any embarrassment. She promptly seated herself on Yi Qin's lap, placing her hands on the control panel. The neural connection was activating. The system was rebooting. Thus began the unprecedented endeavor of dual piloting the mech. Once connected, Yi Qin swiftly maneuvered the mech forward. At this moment, the electric ants soaring through the sky have reached the Hu Energy Company. Although a few scattered electric ants remain on the ground, they are no match for Hu Lingshuang. As a pilot of the Ronin-class mech Polaris, Hu Lingshuang is undoubtedly a formidable force. With a deft maneuver, she splits the massive blade in her hands into two, transforming it into two agile long knives. Yi Qin, observing this scene through the screen, is momentarily taken aback. So this is the true application of the Polaris blade? Despite possessing the advantages of a sophisticated system and a wealth of combat experience, mastering an unfamiliar mech remains a daunting challenge. Hu Lingshuang begins an exquisite dance with her dual blades, which twirl gracefully through the air. The electric ants on the ground are sliced with effortless precision. As if being cleaved through butter, swiftly severed into multiple segments. The fluidity of her movements is mesmerizing, each action appearing seamlessly executed. As Yi Qin maneuvers the mech's legs, he steals glances at Hu Lingshuang's profile. Initially, he had perceived her as merely a mascot, but it has become evident that she may be the most formidable female mech pilot he has ever encountered. Her mastery of mech control and combat prowess is not something that can be achieved overnight. Such skill is the result of extensive training. It is no wonder she exudes such confidence. There is indeed a reason behind it. Chapter 25. What is she saying? At this moment, the mecha troops behind had caught up, their steps steady as they followed Hu Lingshuang, clearing the fallen electric ants while assisting the civilians in seeking refuge. Among the newly arrived mecha pilots, was there anyone skilled enough in the dual blade technique? It was exceedingly difficult to master. Who would be so bored as to write about such techniques? I don't know. I just got assigned here and am not familiar with the situation. Could it be that this mecha did not belong to the troops? For a moment, the mecha pilots in the rear were engaged in lively discussion. Hu Lingshuang was exerting herself to eliminate the electric ants, with the foremost priority being to reach the Hu energy manufacturing plant. Hu Bailey lacked the ability to pilot a mecha, so he must be hiding in the underground shelter. She needed to swiftly rescue her father from that place before reinforcements arrived. Thus, Hu Lingshuang fought her way through, and after half an hour, the two finally arrived at the Hu energy manufacturing plant. However, upon reaching the entrance, the first obstacle presented itself before them: the electric ant behemoths. 3 of them stood guard at the door. It seemed this was the final barrier of the electric ants. Who would have thought these beasts would make such sacrifices for their kind? Seeing this spectacle, Yi Qin gasped, realizing why there had been fewer electric ants on the way. They had all gathered here. Goodness, were they conducting a tactical retreat earlier? After evolving, did they intend to gang up on him here? This indicated that the intelligence of these beasts was indeed increasing. They were now employing military strategies. If they evolved further, they might even acquire the ability to speak. If anyone else were to witness this scene, they would have surely fled. But who was Hu Lingshuang? She was the current president of the Mecha Armed University Student Council and a rogue-level pilot ranked 2nd in overall performance. She had faced such scenarios countless times in the simulation chamber. With a swift activation of the Sword Core program, the dual blades glimmered with faint blue arcs of electricity, and the patterns on the mecha began to shift. Sensing the energy fluctuations, the 3 electric ant behemoths raised their antennae, preparing to unleash another sonic wave. Hu Lingshuang's expression hardened. Again? So, these electric ants only knew this one trick. The 3 behemoths combined their antennae, and in the next moment, a terrifying sonic wave surged forth, creating rippling sound waves that even cracked the floor. Those in the nearby underground shelter were not spared, as the sonic wave caused them to cough up blood, overwhelmed by the force. To her astonishment, the power of the sonic waves emitted by the 3 behemoths could indeed be compounded, possessing a piercing strength akin to that of a ground-penetrating missile. Charge! Yi Qin, taken aback by Hu Lingshuang's command, hesitated. Charge. Yes. Move as swiftly as possible. In an instant, the mecha activated its propulsion system, and with Yi Qin's swift steps, the Polaris arrived before the 3 behemoths in mere seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Lingshuang swung her blades, severing the antennae of all 3 electric ant behemoths. Yi Qin, seated in the cockpit, watched in astonishment. Why were the sonic waves ineffective against them inside the mecha? Just as he pondered, he noticed Hu Lingshuang surrounded by a mist of steam. It turned out she had awakened her water element. No wonder they had remained unharmed in the cockpit. Those who had awakened the water element could activate a mist barrier through the mecha, which would block the sonic wave transmission from the electric ant behemoths. They had encountered their nemesis. The 3 behemoths had no time to react before Hu Lingshuang dismantled them completely, her expression devoid of emotion, as if mocking the feeble creatures. With the path cleared of obstacles, Yi Qin maneuvered the mecha into the Hu energy manufacturing plant. As they stepped inside, a system dialog box reappeared with a warning. Yi Qin, electromagnetic interference detected in your location. My sensors cannot scan through the system. Shortly after entering the energy plant, Yi Qin and Hu Lingshuang were met with a horrifying sight. Thousands of electric ants clung to the power cables, each using the bristles on their sharp claws to continuously absorb electricity, creating a genuinely eerie scene. It appeared that all these electric ants had entered an evolutionary state. Once they absorbed sufficient power, their forms would evolve towards that of a queen ant. Upon completing their evolution, the electric ants would undergo significant transformations, Their abdomens would expand while their claws and mandibles would gradually degrade, ultimately transforming into mere ovipositors, serving their colony. The abdomens of the electric ants clinging to the wires flickered rhythmically, reminiscent of a charging battery. It was likely that when the light ceased to flicker, they would have completed their evolution. As Yi-Chin maneuvered the mecha, he observed many of the electric ants' bodies beginning to swell, the intervals of their flickering light shortening. Fortunately, the electric ants had already entered their evolutionary state. Otherwise, they would have to be eliminated to proceed. Hearing this, Huling Shuang gazed up in awe at the behemoths. Upon reaching the production workshop, she interrupted the neural connection to the mecha. She turned and sat on Yi-Chin's lap, as the mecha could not enter this area. Noticing her swollen feet, Yi-Chin hesitated, asking, "Perhaps you should stay in the mecha. Your condition is not suitable for going in." Huling Shuang shook her head. "This time, I am not only here to rescue my father, but also to save the other employees in the company." The sonic waves from the electric ant behemoths were incredibly strong. "I fear something may happen in the shelter." Yi-Chin gazed at the densely packed electric ants, who were focused on absorbing electricity and appeared non-aggressive. As long as they could escape in time, there would be no issue. "However, we need to clarify. I can take you inside, but you must follow my instructions. If any danger arises, I will flee immediately." Worry filled Huling Shuang's eyes. "Understood. Open the hatch." As she spoke, Huling Shuang pressed the button, and the hatch of the Polaris mecha slowly opened. The moment the door swung open, a wave of scorching heat assaulted them, the surrounding mecha battery materials sizzling like squid on a hot plate. The temperature inside the mecha contrasted starkly with that outside, leaving Yi-Chin feeling as if he were being roasted over an open flame. In such extreme temperatures, a human could hardly endure for more than a few minutes. Only these behemoths could survive in such a harsh environment. "Come on, I'll carry you." Huling Shuang stood on one leg, hesitantly saying, "Could you refrain from touching me there?" "Touching where?" Yi-Chin responded with a puzzled expression. At this juncture, what was she talking about? After a moment of hesitation, Huling Shuang finally wrapped her arms around Yi-Chin's neck. There was no time for delicacies now. Once he hoisted her up, as was customary, Yi-Chin's hands found their way to the soft areas. This made Huling Shuang mentally curse him. Once again, he was taking advantage of her. "Now, tell me the direction. How should I proceed?" "Walk 50 meters forward. When you reach the door, I will tell you how to continue." Upon receiving her instructions, Yi-Chin moved promptly. Before long, he arrived at the designated spot, breaking open the fire hydrant to retrieve a fire axe. And he worked diligently to pry open the control panel on the door, followed by short-circuiting the mechanism to unlock it. Upon entering the production workshop, the temperature immediately dropped. Most of the operational equipment within the workshop appeared undamaged, and there were no signs of casualties. In fact, Yi-Chin had not encountered a single soul in this place. Aside from numerous shards of shattered glass, the workshop seemed remarkably intact. How could there be no one around? Had everyone evacuated? Yi-Chin murmured to himself, contemplating whether his long journey had been in vain. Such a peculiar absence of people was indeed unsettling. "Where is your company's underground shelter?" Huling Shuang pointed towards the escape route, indicating that the refuge was located on the second underground level, where there should be an access point. As soon as she spoke, Yi-Chin felt the ground tremble beneath him, followed by a cacophonous flurry of wings. In an instant, 7 or 8 electric ants emerged from the depths of the workshop. At that moment, the system issued another warning: electric worker ants detected. It is advised that the host immediately evade. Yi-Chin couldn't help but chuckle wryly. No wonder not a single human corpse could be found. These worker ants must have carried them away. The presence of worker ants signified that a female electric ant had evolved into a queen, and these worker ants were now foraging for sustenance to support her. Chapter 26. The Underground Sanctuary. In contrast to the female electric ants, the worker ants were distinctly smaller in stature, their wings serving merely for gliding, with individual sizes ranging from half a meter to 2 meters. Lacking the formidable mandibles for predation, these ants possessed 6 remarkably developed legs, enabling them to effortlessly lift loads weighing 1 to 2 tons. The worker ants were a vivid crimson, evidently just hatched. Yi-Chin hastened forward, brandishing the arc gun he had dismantled from Polaris, unleashing a barrage of shots at the approaching worker ants. Some of the ants were even obliterated before they could close the distance, struck down by the arcs of electricity. Huling Shuang exhaled in relief. Fortunate that only worker ants were present, the soldier ants would not be so easily dispatched. Though the worker ants exhibited great strength, they were devoid of any defensive chitin, rendering them vulnerable to the arc gun's fire. After dispatching 7 or 8 of these worker ants, the gun's barrel began to glow red, a clear indication that its structure was becoming unstable from continuous use. Yi Qin reluctantly set the weapon aside and grasped a nearby fire axe, advancing towards the staircase. The deeper he ventured, the more worker ants emerged. Faced with the defenseless creatures, Yi Qin executed a sliding strike, severing a worker ant's claw. Blood gushed forth from the severed limb, splattering onto his face, the viscous and foul odor inducing waves of nausea in Hu Lingshuang, though she fought to suppress it. Noticing Hu Lingshuang's distress, Yi Qin disregarded the matter. They had no time to linger. They needed to reach the underground sanctuary swiftly to ascertain if there were any survivors within. The scattered worker ants posed no real challenge to Yi Qin, who wielded both the arc gun and axe with the prowess of a warrior, forging ahead. After 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the second level of the underground sanctuary. Turning to Hu Lingshuang, he inquired if this was indeed the place, and whether she could open the door. The sanctuary's entrance was constructed from a specialized blend of clay and metal, a material beyond his capabilities to manipulate. All underground sanctuaries were equipped with mechanisms for opening and closing the doors, typically in an open state, once someone entered and pressed the closure button. No external force could reopen it. Once closed, the sanctuary resembled a sealed chamber. Step closer. Hu Lingshuang placed her hand upon the door, channeling her elemental power to gradually permeate the water into the door's structure. Yi Qin watched in astonishment, realizing that this was a unique application of the water element, marveling at Hu Lingshuang's youthful mastery of it. After a moment, the door miraculously swung open, revealing an inscription on its surface. Rescue has arrived. It turned out that Hu Lingshuang had inscribed these words by channeling water into the special clay door. As the door to the underground sanctuary opened, the sight within left both of them breathless. Numerous individuals lay on the ground, some coughing up blood and appearing utterly listless, while others had suffered catastrophic injuries. Their brains splattered across the ceiling and onto those nearby. The mingling sense of blood and sweat overwhelmed Yi Qin, causing his stomach to churn, while Hu Lingshuang could no longer hold back, retching violently. Moments later, Hu Billy arrived in a flurry. Xiaoshuang, father. At that moment, Hu Billy no longer resembled a billionaire tycoon. Though still impeccably dressed in a suit, the exhaustion etched upon his face was unmistakable. Upon seeing his daughter in the embrace of a stranger, he instinctively grew wary. What is this? Before Hu Lingshuang could respond, Yi Qin interjected. There's no time for pleasantries. If you wish to survive, follow me immediately. Yi Qin's countenance darkened, for the situation had become increasingly perilous, with ominous alerts flashing before him. Detection of electric worker ants. It is advised that the host immediately evade. Detection of electric soldier ants. It is advised that the host immediately evade. The most undesirable scenario had unfolded. If worker ants could be likened to laborers, then soldier ants were akin to enforcers. Their primary duty was to protect the colony and repel intruders. Due to their differing roles, soldier ants developed aggressive mandibles and, in some instances, specialized individuals formed venom glands to secrete toxins, and their size far exceeded that of worker ants. Although Yi Qin could not yet see the soldier ants, the incessant alerts filled him with dread. Should they be cornered by soldier ants, the consequences would be dire. With the soldier ants still few in number, they had a chance to escape. Yi Qin hastily queried, how many individuals are still alive? How many are capable of movement? Hu Billy turned to survey the sanctuary's occupants. There were over 180 individuals inside, more than 90 of whom were still able to move. The remainder had sustained various injuries, with only a few gravely wounded and unable to rise. With this knowledge, Yi Qin quickly formulated a plan. If more than half of them could still act, they could assist the injured in evacuating. As he spoke, the room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone exchanged glances, unwilling to take on the burden of another's life in such a perilous moment. The individuals in the sanctuary averted their gazes, clearly unwilling to help. Witnessing their reluctance, Yi Qin felt a pang of frustration. Most of the electric ants in the factory were still evolving, though some had already transformed into queens. Given the estimated arrival of reinforcements from the Huaxia Empire, remaining within the sanctuary would mean facing hellish bombardments. Even if the sanctuary's occupants miraculously survived, they would struggle to endure until help arrived. If they were to leave, they must take the injured with them. Seeing the lack of response, Hu Billy stepped forward first, declaring, I will carry the injured out. Suddenly, all eyes turned to him in surprise. The chairman was taking the initiative to assist the wounded, emboldened by his example. More voices joined in. I will help too. So will I? With a spirit of mutual aid ignited among them, a faint smile crept onto Yi Qin's lips. However, those hiding in the deepest recesses of the sanctuary looked on with disdain. These fools can't even save themselves, yet they think of saving others? Such idiocy in this world. If they wish to perish, so be it. Brother Jing, what should we do? Chen Haojing, clutching something in his pocket, gathered a few individuals and revealed a piece of palladium he had stolen that day. Ever since he began working at the factory, he had pilfered small amounts to sell on the black market. However, he had never anticipated encountering a monstrous invasion today. Take this. Disperse it among yourselves. It should raise no suspicions. He divided the palladium into 5 portions. As the others pocketed their shares, Chen Haojing, seizing a moment of distraction, discreetly tossed his portion into the pile of corpses. Once they escaped, it was likely they would be detained by the authorities for questioning. If they were found with stolen palladium, the consequences would be severe. The palladium they pilfered is a prohibited substance with a purity of 99. Should they manage to smuggle it out, they might very well find themselves languishing in prison for an extended period. However, they are reluctant to relinquish the precious metal. So they resort to using these 4 individuals as test subjects, hoping to ascertain whether it is possible to sneak a small portion out. If no officials come to pursue them, they stand to gain immensely. Chapter 27. Escape from the underground shelter. Happy Labor Day to everyone. In front of the entrance to the underground shelter on the 2nd floor, witnessing so many individuals willing to assist others, Yi Qin ultimately resolved to take action. He decided to remotely control the Polaris to cleave an opening from the surface, allowing everyone to escape. This was the fastest method of egress, yet it risked revealing Hu Lingshuang's secret of remote piloting the mech. Gazing at the visual display of the Polaris on the system panel, Yi Qin could no longer afford to hesitate. Lives were at stake. Time was of the essence, and he had to control the Polaris immediately. Dawn, establish a remote connection with the Polaris armor and initiate the Sword Core program. Connecting to neural interface. Mech activation complete. Control handed over to the pilot. In the next moment, the visual feed from the Polaris appeared in the system dialog. Yi Qin wielded his thoughts to maneuver the Polaris, swiftly executing downward strikes with 2 blades. President Hu, let us cut to the chase. Follow me now, everyone. Follow my lead. Upon hearing this, Chen Haojing was the first to voice his opposition. Who are you? You arrive and command us to leave? Absolutely not. We were perfectly safe in the shelter. What gives you the right to order us out? They had contemplated escaping, but the monstrous threats outside were too terrifying. These defenseless civilians lacked the courage to venture out. Yi Qin, with an impassive expression, addressed the crowd behind him. If you choose to stay, that is your prerogative. However, the beasts invading us are electric ants, targeting the Hu Energy Group's power supply. Remaining in the shelter may seem safe, but the mecha forces of the imperial capital will not allow these electric ants to survive. Do you truly believe that after a missile barrage, you will remain unscathed in the shelter? His words fell like a stone in a still pond, leaving the crowd utterly silent. They had sought refuge in the shelter upon hearing the broadcast, never considering that the invading creatures were electric ants. Although classified as lesser beasts, they posed a significant threat. Categorized as a 3rd-rank threat, the danger levels of beast ranged from 1 to 5. 1st-rank threats pose a risk to humans. 2nd rank can cause widespread casualties. 3rd rank can breach border defenses and damage cities. 4th rank can obliterate a city, and 5th rank can annihilate a nation. Yi Qin raised his voice. I am not demanding that you come with me. Those who wish to stay may remain in the shelter. With that, he turned to leave, unwilling to waste breath on those who were already resigned to their fate. As he operated the Polaris, he led the remaining individuals toward the designated evacuation point. Time was of the essence, for if these electric ants evolved into queens, their egg-laying capabilities would surpass anyone and Appo's imagination. Within an hour, a queen could lay thousands of eggs, jeopardizing not just the Hu Energy Company, but potentially the entire imperial capital. Soon, they arrived at the location Yi Qin had indicated for retreat. What are we doing here? Is there a way out? Oh heavens! Are we to perish here? Everyone was baffled by Yi Qin's intentions, including Hu Lingshuang, who was equally perplexed about why he had brought them to this place. In a fit of anger, Chen Haojing stepped forward and seized Yi Qin by the collar. You scoundrel! You lured us out of the shelter to this place. Exactly. This is merely a material storage area. There is no way out. In the face of Chen Haojing's fury, Yi Qin effortlessly pushed him to the ground, his expression cold. I told you there is a way out. Voices of dissent erupted from the crowd. Do you think we are blind? There is no exit here. We should return to the shelter before it's too late. Having been pushed down, Xun Haojing took the lead in retreating back to the underground shelter, preferring the safety of the refuge over remaining in this precarious location. As he turned to leave, several others followed suit, abandoning Yi Qin. Yi Qin did not attempt to persuade them to stay. He had no desire to waste effort on those resigned to their demise. He needed to simultaneously control the Polaris and lead the way. The burden was already heavy enough without these doubters weighing him down. Yi Qin, you must have your reasons for bringing us here, Hu Lingshuan exclaimed, anxious yet still struggling to comprehend his intentions. Before long, those on the second underground level sensed something amiss. Yu Qin waved his hand. Everyone, step back. Instantly, a thunderous roar echoed from the overhead ceiling. Boom, boom. In that moment, all present felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. In the next instant, a mech plummeted from above, landing before Yu Qin, who Billy recognized it at once. It was his daughter's mech, the Polaris. Stunned, Hu Lingshuang stood in disbelief. Who was piloting her mech? Yu Qin, through the system panel, remotely commanded the Polaris, cleaving 2 square openings in the ground, with the debris from the ceiling conveniently forming a staircase for their escape. Everyone, hurry through here. But calamity struck, as soldier ants, drawn by their scent, arrived at the scene. Unlike worker ants, soldier ants were 3 times their size, only slightly shorter than the mechs, equipped with formidable pincers and claws as weapons. As Yu Qin spoke, he maneuvered the Polaris to open its hatch. Hu Billy watched as his daughter entered the cockpit alongside Yu Qin. What is going on? How did they both get inside the mech? Neural connection initiating. Almost simultaneously, Yi Qin and Hu Lingshuang began operating the mech. Having established initial cooperation, their synergy improved significantly. In the next moment, the Sword Core's radiant light flashed before the crowd, the gleaming blades slicing through the soldier ants with ease. Within mere seconds, the Polaris dispatched the monstrous threat. A singular thought resonated among the onlookers. How powerful! Cheers erupted from the crowd. The young lady is incredible. No wonder she is the heir of the Hu group. It was wise to work for the Hu group, as even someone of her noble status has come to our rescue. Yet, one among them pondered aloud, but I've never seen a mech that requires 2 pilots. Everyone stood transfixed, as if enchanted, watching the elegant display and momentarily forgetting their perilous situation. The Polaris appeared as a celestial being, effortlessly vanquishing the horde of soldier ants within minutes. What are you waiting for? Run! Hu Lingshuang exclaimed, exasperated. This was a matter of survival, not a spectacle. Upon hearing her, the crowd scrambled upward, and with Hu Lingshuang as protection, they finally began to escape safely. Under the guardianship of the Polaris, the majority of the employees managed to flee the building. Just as Yu Qin prepared to depart, a group of a dozen individuals rushed toward him. Yu Qin squinted, recognizing them as the very ones who had earlier expressed their desire to return to the shelter. Why had they returned? At this moment, a crimson electric ant emitted an utterly terrifying roar. The red electric ant opened its massive jaws, transforming its formidable mandibles into a flamethrower, unleashing a torrent of fire that instantaneously enveloped a few lagging individuals in a fiery embrace. Yi Qin hurriedly retreated, contemplating. Is this a mutated species? After incinerating several people, the searing flames immediately surged toward Polaris. Upon witnessing this, Hu Lingshuang promptly activated her energy shield to defend against the onslaught. Although Yi Qin and Hu Lingshuang inside the mech were insulated from the temperature fluctuations, the fleeing employees were overwhelmed by the steam, their cries echoing in distress. Fire! The flames! We are on the brink of being roasted alive. Xun Haojing and the others felt as though they were trapped within a steamer, themselves akin to ants on the verge of being cooked. Realizing the dire situation, Hu Lingshuang decisively breached the warehouse wall. The moment Yu Qin saw her break through the barrier, he understood her intentions, swiftly executing a roll to escape the storeroom. As anticipated, the mutated electric ant pursued closely behind. Having acted heroically, what would follow? Chapter 28, The Special Variant, the fire-breathing ant beast. Once everyone had exited, we would make our escape. Upon hearing this, Yi Qin was rendered speechless. It seemed this young lady acted impulsively, utterly disregarding the consequences. The fire-breathing electric ant clearly appeared to be a mutant species, while he and his companion were in no condition to fight, one limping and the other severely injured. Was she oblivious to their precarious situation, or was she always this fearless? As Polaris distanced itself, the pursuing mutant fire ant immediately unleashed a torrent of flames toward the two. Hu Lingshuang reacted with remarkable swiftness, deploying her shield at once. Yet the flames continued to erode its structure. The collision of forces created a powerful backlash, leaving both sides momentarily at a standstill. Lacking a mental connection, Yi-Chin struggled to maintain Polaris's balance through muscle memory, but the mech continued to retreat, clearly overwhelmed by the ferocity of the onslaught. They needed a plan, otherwise, they would soon resemble roasted ducks, enticingly aromatic. Yi-Chin strained to keep his body steady, aware that, despite not linking with the mech, the circumstances were dire. Hu Lingshuang shared his distress. This fire-breathing ant was far more formidable than she had anticipated. If they continued in this manner, depleting their shield's energy would spell disaster. Yet no matter how they moved, the fire ant relentlessly aimed its flames at them. Even with her water element, she could only temporarily stave off the mech and Oppo's overheating. Merely defending was insufficient. She had to devise a way to close the distance. Gazing at the skills displayed on the mech's panel, she hesitated. This program was newly installed, and the mech had yet to be officially activated. Although the program had not been tested and its side effects remained unknown, the urgency of the situation left her no alternative. Initiating spatial jump, in the next instant, Polaris vanished from sight. After the fire ant's attack missed, it ceased its fiery assault, recognizing the considerable energy expenditure it entailed. As it searched for Polaris, a massive shadow loomed behind it, gradually enveloping its form. In that instant, the fire ant contemplated many things. Yi-Chin never imagined he would witness fear on the visage of a colossal beast. As the fire ant turned, Hu Lingshuang swiftly maneuvered her dual blades. With precise strikes, she severed its head, cleaved its torso, and ultimately plunged a blade into its brain. Despite the mutant beast's formidable vitality, it was now devoid of life. In a rapid motion, Hu Lingshuang executed follow-up strikes to prevent its resurrection, reducing the massive body to dismembered fragments that crashed to the ground. As the creature perished, the energy within exploded, unleashing searing flames that engulfed the entire underground level. With her remaining strength, Hu Lingshuang activated her energy shield to shield against the blaze, but a sudden sharp pain pierced her head, followed by a warm liquid flowing from her wound. In the throes of agony, she had no choice but to sever the neural connection with the mech. Before she could comprehend the situation, her body slumped against Yi-Chin. Gently, Yi-Chin wiped the blood from Hu Lingshuang's nose, recalling that her recent maneuver was a short-distance spatial jump. This technique placed immense strain on the human body. Even someone of Hu Lingshuang's caliber would pay a steep price for its execution. Short-distance spatial jumps required an advanced AI and a high level of cognitive processing from the pilot. A deviation or miscalculation during the jump could lead to catastrophic consequences. Observing the unconscious Hu Lingshuang, Yi-Chin found himself at a loss. There was no hope of waking her, and now he had to take control of Polaris. Yet, how long could he pilot the mech in his current state? Clearly, he had no time to ponder the potential side effects. They needed to escape. Re-establishing neural connection. Loading AI module. Mech activation complete. Control transferred to pilot. At that moment, Dawn's voice resonated. Yi-Chin, you must exit the neural connection promptly. Entering an uncalibrated mech could cause neuronal damage. Additionally, given your severe injuries, I advise against continuing the neural link with Polaris. Just a little longer, they only needed to get out. Yi-Chin disregarded Dawn's warnings and continued to manipulate Polaris. Just as he prepared to move, a red crystal emerged from the remains of the fire ant. Upon closer inspection, it was a core from the beast. The crystal, a rare and potent energy reservoir, was akin to a calculus within the creature. Such cores were scarce and contained immense energy. Different beasts produced various types of crystals. For instance, the Ant Queen's crystallization served as an efficient energy storage unit. The core was the secret behind the beast's might and represented a novel material. It was no wonder the mutant electric ant was so formidable. It housed a crystal within. In a swift motion, Yi-Chin opened the mech's hatch and pocketed the core. Suddenly, the building trembled with a deafening roar. The mech battalion had arrived, employing long-range firepower to obliterate the electric ants. They had to escape quickly or risk being buried alive. Before Yi-Chin could take a step, the ceiling above collapsed. He maneuvered Polaris to narrowly evade a falling concrete slab, but before he could catch his breath, another explosion reverberated. Countless missiles rained down on the Hu Corporation's energy manufacturing plant, detonating the stored metal materials and mech batteries within, causing the attached electric ants to screech in disarray. The horrifying explosions were capable of annihilating all life. In the underground level, debris continued to fall, obstructing their exit. As Yi-Chin dodged the falling rubble, He scrutinized Polaris's internal programs: energy shield, core shield, magnetic counter shield, balance glider, synaptic acceleration, blade core program, arc ion gun, arc positioning device, and short-distance spatial jump. It was undeniable that Polaris was equipped with an array of advanced programs and gear. Yet the system issued another warning. Yi-Qin, you are in an extremely perilous environment. I recommend immediate evacuation. Yi-Qin was frantic, desperate to escape. However, the exit was blocked, and the available space was dwindling. Was he truly destined to perish here? Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the unconscious Hu Lingshuang. You owe me greatly this time. If they survived, he would demand recompense with interest. Don calculated a potential spatial jump location. A spatial jump requires a powerful AI for trajectory calculations and considerable cognitive processing. I do not recommend you execute this operation. Damn. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to heed such advice. Being buried alive would result in a swifter demise. Yi-Qin gritted his teeth tightly and subsequently activated the APOS, short-distance space jump and APOS, program on the Polaris. Calculation complete, space jump ready. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the program initiated, Yi-Qin felt as if his limbs were being stretched infinitely. And then it seemed as though his head was propelled into the sky by a nuclear explosion. A voice resonated within the mech, announcing the completion of the space jump. In an instant, the Polaris flickered to a clearing several kilometers away. Yi-Qin, blood oozing from his orifices, barely opened his eyes, yearning to discern the path ahead. Yet all he saw was a crimson haze, rendering his vision utterly obscured. In the fading moments of consciousness, Yi-Qin realized how naive he had been. His current body was utterly incapable of withstanding the repercussions of the space jump. He struggled to open his eyes, but his awareness gradually dissipated, and ultimately, he surrendered to the darkness, closing his eyes helplessly. Chapter 29, The Precious Metal Palladium. In a moment of confusion, Yi-Qin heard the voice of his former subordinate. Commander, the Invincible has lost contact, and we have already lost half of our forces. Commander, we have received a signal from the survivors of the Invincible. We are dispatching personnel to assist. Just as he was about to leave the command room, several individuals reached out to stop his path before he could travel back in time. What is the meaning of this? Are you attempting a coup? Release me. The commanding voice sent a tremor through the hearts of those present. Yet, despite the commander's overwhelming fury, the other 8 subordinates stood their ground, pressing forward to dissuade him. Commander, you cannot lead the charge yourself. You are the hope of Blue Star. Please, remain calm. With that, several robust men produced syringes, intending to inject themselves. The commander, with a powerful sweep of his hand, cast them aside and summoned his mech, activating the wormhole jump technology. When he next opened his eyes, Yi-Qin found himself not in the mech, but lying on a hospital bed. You are awake. At that moment, Li Jian entered the room. Yi-Qin twitched slightly, but the mere motion sent waves of excruciating pain through him, as if he had been violently torn asunder. Akin to being drawn and quartered. He swallowed hard. How did I end up here? Li Jian took a seat, his expression grave. You are in the hospital. You have been unconscious for over a month. What? At this revelation, Yi-Qin could no longer ignore the pain. He sat up, his excitement palpable. It was hard to believe that a mere short-range space jump had rendered him unconscious for such an extended period. According to Li Jian, he had missed the registration deadline for the United University. Yi-Qin gazed incredulously at Li Jian, realizing the dire consequences of his situation. But he had never anticipated such severity. He was astonished that his body could not withstand even a brief space jump. This disruption had completely derailed his plans. Yi-Qin had initially intended to procure palladium to create the energy core for the Dawn mech, and then to enroll in the United University. Yet now, not only had he failed to acquire the palladium, but he had also missed the enrollment deadline. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the army. By the way, how is Hu Lingshuang? Suddenly, Yi-Qin remembered that had it not been for Hu Lingshuang and APOS' insistence on rescuing those individuals, they could have left long ago. Realizing this, Yi-Qin understood that he bore some responsibility for his injury. He had been controlling the mech's legs, and had he simply retreated, the subsequent events could have been avoided. Hu Lingshuang is in much better shape than you. She regained consciousness earlier. Just as he finished speaking, a striking woman in a hospital gown entered the room. It was Hu Lingshuang, accompanied by her father, Hu Baili. Without hesitation, Hu Lingshuang embraced Yi-Qin, disregarding all decorum. The embrace left Yi-Qin momentarily bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Although they had shared physical contact before, it had been under duress. This overt display of affection was unexpected. Hu Bailei's expression darkened at the scene. Good heavens, is my precious daughter truly to be taken by a pig after 20 years of nurturing? Clearing his throat, Hu Bailei resorted to a tactical cough, mindful that others were present. Li Jian, understanding the tension, discreetly exited the room. Realizing the implications of her actions, Hu Lingshuang quickly released Yi Qin. Are you all right? When she activated the space jump, her consciousness had lingered in a haze, her body unresponsive. To her surprise, Yi Qin had activated the space jump to facilitate their escape. The memory of the harrowing experience had jolted her into clarity. Yi Qin shifted slightly, knowing that saying he was fine would be disingenuous, yet he responded to her concern with, "I'm feeling much better." With that, Hu Lingshuang turned to her father. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my father, Hu Bailei, the chairman of the Hu Group." To Yi Qin's astonishment, Hu Bailei, known for his illustrious reputation in the capital, seemed to regard him with an unsettling intensity. "I did not expect to meet the renowned genius Yi Qin today." "It is indeed a pleasure," he said, though his tone carried an undercurrent of hostility. Yi Qin sensed the dissonance. Although the words were cordial, the intent behind them was anything but. If memory served him correctly, he had never encountered Hu Bailei before. "It is a great honor to meet you, Chairman Hu. Especially since ordinary individuals seldom have the privilege," Yi Qin replied, mirroring the same tone. He was adept at returning the barbs of sarcasm, fully aware of the unspoken animosity directed at him. He was no pushover to be easily manipulated. Hu Bailei was taken aback. It seemed this young man was not to be trifled with. "I hear you are interested in purchasing palladium?" Hu Bailei inquired. Yi Qin nodded. "Indeed. I intended to discuss a purchase with your esteemed company, but unforeseen circumstances arose due to the invasion of the behemoths." He then shifted his gaze to Hu Lingshuang. Hu Bailei's expression grew cold. This young man. Sensing the shift in mood, Yi Qin quickly redirected the conversation. "May I ask how much palladium your company possesses? I have what you seek, but I wonder what you can offer in return?" Upon mentioning business, Hu Bailei's eyes sparkled with the keen acumen of a seasoned merchant. "Our company offers 3 concentrations of palladium. 25 concentration is priced at 110,000 per gram. 50 concentration at 260,000 per gram. And the 99 concentration is a staggering 1,200,000 per gram." Yi Qin was taken aback. So expensive? He had thought his 9 billion would procure several kilograms of 99 palladium, but according to Hu Bailei's pricing, it would barely cover a pound. Noticing Yi Qin's astonishment, Hu Bailei added solemnly, "The applications for palladium in mech batteries are quite limited, and the Huaxia Empire is not a producer of this metal. Hence, such a high price is only reasonable, and the 50 concentration is strictly prohibited for private sale." This revelation extinguished Yi Qin's hopes of acquiring the core energy. Given the current circumstances, he was entirely unprepared to purchase palladium. Observing Yi Qin's silence, Hu Bailei felt elated. After all, it was relatively easy to manipulate a teenager. "I am a businessman, so I hope you can understand." Yi Qin could only nod in agreement. Attempting to exploit a businessman was a futile endeavor. Hu Bailei continued, "However, considering that you saved me and my employees, I can offer you a discounted price." From Hu Bailei's demeanor, it was clear he had discerned Yi Qin's financial limitations. Though a businessman at heart, he recognized the value of fostering connections with such talent. After all, the gesture of offering a discount was merely a minor sacrifice for substantial potential gain. "I can offer you a discount of up to 30,000 yuan per gram. As for how much you wish to purchase, that remains at your discretion." 30,000. While the discount cannot be said to be substantial, it is certainly better than nothing. Hu Bailei, a consummate businessman, can only afford such a meager reduction. Nevertheless, a little is preferable to none at all. "May I place an order for 3 kilograms of palladium at a concentration of 50? "Certainly." Yi Qin picked up his phone from the bedside and transferred the funds. "We shall take our leave now." After concluding the transaction, Hu Bailei exited the room. Hu Lingshuang waved her little hand, forming words with her lips but producing no sound. "Rest well, goodbye." Yi Qin smiled and waved in farewell. Once the others departed, he sighed and gazed at the system panel. Host: Yi Qin, race, human, body damage level, 20, cerebral synapse damage level, 5, core points, 14, initial mech, Dawn, mech damage level, 23, mech engineering, LV3. Basic breathing meditation, What does the cerebral synapse damage signify? Is my brain fried? Dawn, are you there? Yi Qin attempted to call out to Dawn. Yi Qin, I am here. Per your instructions, I have copied the existing network data. Please issue further commands. Assist me in understanding what cerebral synapse damage entails. Searching the database, please hold on. Cerebral synapses are critical structures that connect and transmit information between neurons, playing an essential role in brain function, consciousness, learning, and memory. Synapses are vital to human life activities. I have detected damage to your brain. Recommended course of action: injection of life solution. Is this truly the only way? Yi Qin mustered the strength to support his body, having lain in bed for over a month. He not only missed the enrollment deadline for the United University, but also found himself in a state of injury. While he had procured the palladium, further purification was necessary. After much contemplation, he pressed the call button at his bedside. Hello, patient. How may I assist you? Could you kindly arrange my discharge procedures? Chapter 30. The life solution from the seventh civilization. Despite the doctor's objections, Yi Qin resolutely insisted on being discharged from the hospital. Upon hearing Yi Qin's request, Li Jian hurriedly arrived to dissuade him. Are you truly certain you wish to leave? If this pertains to your university matters, I can make arrangements for you. All you need to do now is focus on your recovery. Yi Qin merely shook his head in response to his good intentions, explaining that the current medical facilities were incapable of healing him in a short span of time. He could not afford to waste time in the hospital. Brotherly, I appreciate your kindness, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. Recognizing the determination in Yi Qin's gaze, Li Jian ultimately refrained from further opposition. With Li Jian's assistance, Yi Qin boarded the vehicle headed home. During the ride, the two engaged in casual conversation. I forgot to mention, this belongs to you. Li Jian retrieved a box from his pocket, revealing the crimson crystal core within. Lighting a cigarette, he sighed wearily. This recent invasion of colossal beasts has inflicted significant damage upon the capital. Yi Qin accepted the box, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, human intervention? The mere mention of these two words caused Li Jian's heart to skip a beat. This information was privy only to the upper echelons of the Huaxiao Empire. The fact that this teenager, who had just regained consciousness, could discern such clues was astonishing beyond belief. How did you come to know this? Li Jian turned his head slightly, regarding him with grave seriousness. Yi Qin adjusted his position and calmly elaborated, typically, electric ants, as colossal beasts, do not easily intrude upon human territory. The fact that they appeared in swarms this time, aside from human involvement, leaves me at a loss for any other explanation. Truly worthy of the commander's recognition as a genius. Li Jian's expression transitioned to one of satisfaction upon hearing Yi Qin's analysis. In truth, while seated in the passenger seat, Yi Qin had been contemplating various possibilities alongside the insights provided by the Dawn system. Yi Qin, when I connected to Polaris, I utilized its sensors to scan and discovered traces indicating that these electric ants were being artificially raised. According to the schematic, these electric ants did not head towards other energy facilities, but instead advanced towards the Hu family energy conglomerate. Thus, I deduced that some individuals are employing special means to cultivate these electric ants. Yi Qin furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the text displayed on the system panel. Could it truly be feasible to artificially rear electric ants? After all, colossal beasts are not mere pets. Following the age of colossal beasts, most of these creatures have acquired intelligence. How could a sentient being be compelled to obey human commands? Electric ants, known for their strong collectivism, exhibit a resolute solidarity and a willingness to sacrifice for their kin. Such traits hardly suggest they are under human control. Suddenly, Li Jian interrupted his thoughts, stating, I have prepared an excuse for your family. We will publicly declare that you were attacked by a colossal beast while on the road and are currently recuperating in the hospital. As for your university applications, I will find a way to assist you. I am truly grateful, Yi Qin replied. Approximately an hour later, the vehicle finally arrived home. Brother, as soon as the car halted, Yi Jiao dashed out. Yi Qin exerted all his strength to open the door, and upon noticing, Yi Jiao quickly helped him inside. Observing the affectionate bond between the siblings, Li Jian took a seat in the car, remarking, since you're home, I shall take my leave. Thank you. After Li Jian departed, Yi Qin laboriously reclined on the sofa. However, barely 2 minutes had passed before Yi Jiao suddenly burst into tears. Brother, they all say you were among the injured in this colossal beast invasion. It terrified me. She threw herself against Yi Qin's chest, her tears gradually soaking his clothing. Although his physical injuries were severe, he felt that it was not a grave matter. Yet, witnessing Yi Jiao cry stirred an indescribable emotion within him. Could this be the feeling of being cared for? I'm sorry, it's all my fault for worrying you. As he gazed at his pale sister, a whirlwind of emotion swirled within him. While he possessed the original owner's memories, the soul inhabiting this body was no longer present. The person who had grown up alongside Yu Jiao was not him. Suddenly, Yi Qin became aware of his own peculiar sentimentality. What was happening? Why had he become so sentimental? Before his transmigration, he had been a top-tier Titan mech pilot on Earth, the first war god of Blue Star, awakened with 3 attributes. A pioneer against cosmic civilizations. Why had he now turned so emotional? Yet, Yi Jiao's cries left him no time for contemplation. He could only gently pat her back, offering comfort. Once Yi Jiao's sobs subsided, he softly requested, Xiao Jiao, help me to the workshop. Seeing that he intended to work on the mech, Yi Jiao hurriedly protested. No, you need to go to bed. You can barely stand. How can you think of going to the workshop? Yi Qin felt a sense of helplessness at her indignant expression. With a serious tone, he insisted, listen to me. Help me to the workshop. Observing Yi Qin's disregard for his own well-being, Yi Jiao bit her lip, on the verge of tears. All right, brother was wrong. I shouldn't have raised my voice. After much persuasion, Yi Jiao finally agreed to assist him to the workshop. Upon entering, they found Dawn standing outside the workshop, gazing at the setting sun. If you need anything, just call me, Yi Jiao instructed before reluctantly departing. Once she had left, Yi Qin immediately summoned the system panel. Dawn, activate the mech and place me in the cockpit. Command received, neural connection in progress. Transferring control to the pilot. Following the directive, Dawn utilized its mechanical arm to position Yi Qin into the cockpit, detecting physical injuries in the pilot, initiating Protocol 3. Wait. Before Dawn could execute the program, Yi Qin swiftly intervened. Yi Qin, my scanner has identified injuries in your body. Why are you halting the Protocol 3 procedure? Dawn expressed confusion, for in its programming, the life of the pilot was paramount. Without a pilot, the mech would lose its purpose. How much life solution remains? Yi Qin recalled neglecting to check the remaining capacity of the life solution during the last update of Dawn's components. Life solution remaining, 18. Please calculate how much life solution is needed to restore the neural synapses. Calculating. Please hold. A minimum of 3 life solution is required to restore the host's neural synapses. Upon receiving the answer, Yi Qin had a rough estimate. Inject 3 of the life solution. Executing command. A needle was once again inserted into Yi Qin's neck as the green solution was slowly administered. The swelling in his head diminished significantly. Although his body remained weak, he felt markedly improved compared to before. How many milliliters of life solution are left? 30 milliliters of life solution remaining. Would the host like to continue injecting to restore physical condition? No, leave the life solution. Disconnect the neural connection. The cockpit of the Dawn mech opened directly. Although the neural synapses have been repaired, the remaining life solution is scarce. Yi Qin extracted the emergency injector with a screwdriver. It was typically a reservoir for adrenaline, so how had it transformed into a life solution? Even now, he could not comprehend why the mecha bestowed by the system contained such a substance. Life solution, even before his transmutation, was a rare commodity. It was a unique medicine seized from the planet of the 7th civilization, capable of mending all bodily injuries. Could this be a consequence of the system's bestowal? No, that couldn't be right. The AI of Dawn had explicitly stated that it had been struck by a railgun. What could this possibly mean? Yi Qin remained seated, pondering for an extended period without arriving at any clarity. Although the system had merged with the AI of Dawn and he could still command it remotely, everything felt utterly unfathomable. After much contemplation, Yi Qin still could not discern the truth. Regardless, Dawn was his mecha now, and he must hasten to strengthen himself. Chapter 31. The fusion of ice and fire. A melodious chime echoed, announcing the arrival of a package. Outside the house, an airship emblazoned with the SS insignia descended from the sky. The Palladium had arrived. Kublai's efficiency was truly remarkable. Yi Qin had anticipated that the delivery would take until the following day, having only recently placed the order, yet it had arrived so swiftly. However, his physical condition was currently dire, and he was unable to forge the energy core for the Dawn mech at this moment. Move this to the workshop. I shall examine how to construct your energy source tomorrow. After issuing these instructions, Yi Qin made his way to the storage room. He had not yet exhausted the multitude of herbs purchased previously, yet he had acquired another batch. After half an hour of meticulous preparation, he had finally balanced the proportions of the herbs. Although they were merely the most mundane of botanicals, they possessed remarkable efficacy for his injuries. Once everything was ready, Yi Qin sat atop the bathtub, hesitating with a peculiar-looking fruit in hand. One side of the fruit sprouted sharp spines, while the other was adorned with densely packed small dots. This was the highest-grade spiritual herb available at the multiverse auction house, the ice fire fruit, valued at 100 million. Consuming it would continuously lower the temperature of one's muscle tissues, while simultaneously igniting a burning sensation within the meridians. The experience was akin to a living hell, deterring most individuals from partaking in it. Typically, only those who had awakened the earth element could safely consume and absorb the ice fire fruit, as they developed a unique resistance to its extreme cold and searing heat. Though perilous, the benefits bestowed by this spiritual fruit were immense. After the crisis with the colossal beasts, Yi Qin felt increasingly aware of his own inadequacies. Despite his unparalleled combat experience and mech fighting skills, his physical capabilities had not kept pace. Taking a deep breath, he decisively placed the fruit into his mouth, disregarding its flavor, and after a couple of chews, swallowed it whole. Before long, the fruit and Apos' side effects manifested, and Yi Qin quickly adjusted his breathing to harmonize the energy within him. Immersed in the bath, he followed the channels of the basic breathing meditation technique, Shinfeng, Lingxiu, Mingfu, Qihai, and the lower three vertebrae. Through conscious breathing, he dispersed the tumultuous energy throughout his body, seeking to refine his physical form. While the notion was appealing, the reality was harsh. The energy released by the third-tier spiritual herb exceeded his expectations. A thin layer of frost formed over his muscles, while his veins burned with an intensity akin to red-hot wire. Each breath oscillated between extremes of temperature, and the surging life energy relentlessly assaulted his nerves, crashing over him like tidal waves, offering no respite. Amidst this energy onslaught, cramping began in the soles of his feet, gradually creeping upwards to his calves, then thighs, and finally reaching his arms. Should the cramps extend to his heart, it would cease to beat. Was it truly too much to bear? Was it impossible to absorb the ice fire fruit without awakening the earth element? No, this was not the time to surrender. Despite his body contorting and stiffening, Yi Qin persisted with the breathing meditation technique, no longer resisting the pain caused by the cramps. He allowed the discomfort to radiate throughout his body while maintaining the flow of the meditation. Unbeknownst to him, the cramps began to ease, and the medicinal liquid in the bathtub was being absorbed frantically. A sensation akin to rebirth coursed from his limbs back to his brain and returned to his limbs. He felt as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, experiencing a profound connection to his surroundings. Had he completed the absorption? Once the process concluded, Yi Qin found it hard to believe he had truly endured. After the refinement from the ice fire fruit, his body achieved an unprecedented strength. He could perform push-ups with merely 2 fingers, validating the hefty investment of 100 million. His skeletal structure had fortified, and in addition to muscle development, his facial features had also been further enhanced. He could even perceive the gentle caress of the air conditioning in the room, feeling the trajectory of the breeze. The suffering had not been in vain. A single third-tier spiritual herb had so significantly benefited his physique. If he were to consume 4th or even 5th-tier spiritual herbs in the future, the returns would be even greater. Yi Qin extended his hand, attempting to summon elemental power. Yet the room remained unchanged. Did his body lack elemental energy? He summoned the system panel. Host, Yi Qin. Race, human. Body damage level, 0 core points, 29. Initial mech, Dawn. Mech damage level, 17. Mech engineering level 3. Basic breathing meditation technique. To his astonishment, the body refinement had doubled his core points. Initially at 14, they now stood at 29, an increase of 15 points. With the system and Apos' clear numerical representation, Yi Qin began to comprehend the extent of his physical transformation. Had he possessed 29 core points when facing the electric ant beast, he would not have sustained such grave injuries. Yi Qin gazed out the window, a beam of morning sunlight streaming down upon him. He was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly remembered entering the bathtub during the evening, yet he had absorbed the spiritual herb throughout the night. At 9 in the morning, Yu Jiao, just waking, strolled into the hall while stifling a yawn. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted to her nostrils. The air was infused with a fragrant scent mingled with a subtle hint of grilled meat, irresistible. "Brother, what have you cooked?" This delightful aroma was a first for Yi Jiao, and without doubt, it was Yi Qin who had prepared breakfast. She hurried down the stairs, discovering 2 golden fried youtiao, and a bowl of porridge on the table. It was evident that the delectable fragrance emanated from the spread before her. "Brother?" Yi Jiao called out tentatively, yet received no response. After confirming her solitude, she approached the table to savor the delightful meal. The moment the porridge touched her lips, its clear sweetness and rich texture unfolded in her mouth, a sublime taste. Though it appeared to be an ordinary bowl of porridge, Yi Qin had exerted considerable effort to prepare this breakfast. He had first skinned and cleaned the swallowing snake, then lightly pan-fried it until golden brown on both sides. Subsequently, he added a large pot of water to boil the snake meat until it disintegrated into fine fibers. After seasoning, he simmered the broth into a concentrated essence. Once completed, he set a pot to cook the porridge, incorporating the juice extracted from the spiritual herbs. After the snake broth had been concentrated, it was added to the porridge. The youtiao was also crafted from the fat rendered from the colossal beasts. With just one bite, the vibrant life energy coursed down her throat, enveloping Yi Jiao in an unparalleled sense of well-being. At this moment, Yu Qin had already departed from home. At 8 o'clock that morning, he had received a phone call from Li Jian. Although he missed the deadline for university applications, Mecha Armed University offers a chance for supplementary examinations, with the test scheduled for today. He had originally intended to create a new energy source for the dawn, but fate had decreed that the examination would take place on the same day. Reluctantly, Yi Qin reinstalled the antiquated power supply unit back onto the dawn and hastily made his way to the assembly point. Chapter 32. The JB Alliance at 10 a.m. Under the guidance of a teacher, the students from the capital preparing for the university supplementary examination gathered at the airship boarding area. A large screen in the station displayed a middle-aged man promoting something. "Future Met pilots, I am from the JB Alliance." The moment the advertisement appeared, nearly everyone in the venue turned their gaze toward him. "Perhaps you have not seen me, but you must have heard of the JB Alliance." The JB Alliance is a mercenary organization founded by various nations around the world, dedicated to eradicating all the behemoths on Blue Star and restoring peace to humanity. Yi Qin quietly observed from a corner, looking up at the figure on the advertisement screen. "Will you join the JB Alliance after finishing university?" "No. I don't know. I'm still uncertain if I can pass this supplementary examination." Several young individuals began to chatter excitedly. JB Alliance. All-encompassing, a mech and mechanical behemoth resistance organization. Many people from various countries have joined this JB Alliance, which not only boasts exceptional mech pilots but also outstanding mech repairers. Furthermore, they possess specialized departments for developing mech weaponry, as well as enterprises dedicated to the recovery and sale of behemoth corpses. It can be said that the JB Alliance is the most resource-rich and powerful organization in today's world. When the era of behemoths arrived, various countries and governments strived to protect themselves, while weaker nations were trampled by the behemoths. Yet, the JB Alliance was different. Within 3 weeks of the behemoth's emergence, they constructed the first generation of mechs and swiftly occupied Australia, which was overrun with behemoths. Subsequently, their leader established the JB Alliance and publicly shared the manufacturing technology for mech prototypes, inviting capable individuals from Blue Star to join. We, the JB Alliance, disregard nationality and stance. As long as you are a talented individual, you can join us. Within the JB Alliance, everyone's abilities can be maximized, and the rewards are exceedingly generous. Yi Qin understood that while there were indeed many advantages within the JB Alliance, obtaining them required corresponding sacrifices. At that moment, the broadcast echoed again. "Attention all candidates participating in the supplementary examination. Please board the airship to the examination location." Instantly, a vast crowd surged onto the airship, with at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. Yi Qin was taken aback. Some candidates appeared to be nearly 25 or even 30 years old. Were they truly participating in the university supplementary examination? Half an hour later, the airship had departed the capital and arrived at a base near the border of the Huaxia Empire. Through the window, Yi Qin noticed several other airships, indicating that this supplementary examination was indeed extraordinary. A girl ahead murmured, "I wonder if we can pass this time. I heard from others that this supplementary examination seems to have lifted the age limit. Anyone under 28 can participate." "Oh no, that would be disadvantageous for us fresh graduates. Wouldn't it?" The girl shook her head. "No way. Those over 20 cannot take the university supplementary examination. Those who exceed the age limit must undergo assessments from the Huaxia military." That scared me. I thought we would have to compete with those people. Yi Qin slightly raised her gaze, pondering whether the lowered requirements were due to a shortage of recruits. Ding dong, the airship and AMP, Oppo's announcement chimed. "We are approaching our destination. Candidates, Please prepare to disembark and remember to take your personal belongings. Once the airship landed, Yiqin stood and walked toward the exit. As the airship gently descended, the candidates hurriedly exited. The border base was well equipped, with towering walls and various cannons and energy weapons scattered about. Additionally, several sky map-level mechs patrolled the area, on guard. Yiqin carefully observed her surroundings. It appeared to be a forward post. This outpost housed nearly a battalion of soldiers. Apart from a few flying behemoths overhead, no other behemoths were in sight, likely deterred by the stationed military personnel. This was Yiqin's first venture outside the city since her arrival in this world. And the refreshing air was a long-lost sensation, akin to returning home. The announcement sounded once more. Welcome to the Huaxia Defense Line Forward Post. Students participating in the examination should proceed to the designated area to collect their wristbands and follow the wristband numbers to the examination venue. After an hour, the thousands of candidates received their wristbands. Upon registering their personal information, the wristbands gradually transformed into two colors, blue and green. Yiqin observed her wristband. Quickly discerning its purpose, it was likely to differentiate the candidates. Those with blue wristbands were fresh graduates, while green wristbands represented non-graduates. It appeared that among the thousands of candidates, at least 2/3 were not fresh graduates. After a simple lunch, the examination officially commenced at 3:00 and Oppos clock in the afternoon. All individuals with green wristbands, please gather at gates 4, 5, and 6. The broadcast then announced the examination content. All non-graduate candidates, please follow your instructors. This examination involves traversing an area infested with behemoths, with the endpoint being the border defense line. There will be no personnel protection. Survival alone will qualify you. We wish you all success in the examination. Good luck. In that instant, candidates at the entrance summoned their mechs. Countless mechs descended from wormholes, shaking the ground beneath them. Preparatory mechs, giant demon mechs, sky map mechs, various types of mechs fell to the ground, creating a dazzling spectacle. Yiqin noticed that gates 1, 2, and 3 had yet to open, indicating this was indeed where they would undertake their examination. Being adorned with a blue wristband, she was naturally assigned to the fresh graduate area. In the plaza, fresh graduates engaged in animated discussions, all curious about the forthcoming examination content. Some chatted casually, others flirted, while a few engaged in trade, buying and selling various spiritual herbs and mech programs. Bro, do you want this dragon power pill? Consuming it temporarily boosts physical attributes and enhances connection value. A buzzcut young man lifted a corner of his clothing, showcasing his merchandise. Not interested, go away. After being rebuffed, the young man remained undeterred, pivoting to promote another elixir. How about trying this behemoth bone powder? Just a tiny bit can restore your vigor. It's my best-selling potion. After several unsuccessful pitches, the buzzcut youth moved on to peddle his wares elsewhere. Just then, a fierce-looking girl emerged from a nearby room. Upon seeing the buzzcut man shamelessly hawking his goods, she swiftly twisted his ear. Are you not ashamed? Selling your worthless stuff here. I was wrong. Please don't twist. Xiao Qingwu frowned, regretting her decision to become an invigilator at the Mechanical Armed University. The younger brother, who spends his days idly, is fixated on selling peculiar items to amass funds for upgrading his mechanical armor. A sharp slap resounded upon Xiao Qinghan's head, followed by a reprimand. I shall discard this pile of worthless trinkets. Why do you persist in your folly? Witnessing his chaotic assortment of belongings being confiscated, Xiao Qinghan stamped his feet in desperation. Sister, please, these items are quite valuable. Helpless, he found himself at the mercy of Xiao Qingwu's hand, too intimidated to act recklessly. Observing this scene, Yiqin stifled a laugh. This fellow was indeed quite eccentric. Following this brief interlude, Xiao Qingwu announced through a loudspeaker, candidates for the Mechanical Armament University, gather here. Under her guidance, over 800 fresh graduates arrived at the entrance adorned with the number 3. This is your examination venue. As the third gate gradually swung open, the onlookers gazed through the glass to behold the entirety of the examination hall. In stark contrast to the previously encountered gates 4 and 5, this third examination area was encircled by towering walls, resembling an artificial forest. Chapter 33. The assessment begins. Xiao Qingwu began her introduction. Attention, candidates. I am your invigilator, Xiao Qingwu. Welcome to training ground number 3, encompassing an area of 10 square kilometers. Your upcoming task is to survive in this region and hunt no fewer than 50 first-tier behemoths within a span of 3 days. As soon as her words fell, Several individuals subtly indicated their intention to withdraw. Some raised their hands to inquire, "How are we to survive here for 3 days? Are we allowed to form teams?" Others directly questioned, "Will this assessment be dangerous? I have never killed a single behemoth." Xiao Qingwu elevated her voice through the microphone. "Silence. Pay attention, as I will now outline the rules of this assessment." She continued, "The wristbands you received are equipped with monitoring devices. They can connect to your mecha's visual feed and transmit emergency distress signals. The requirement for passing has already been stated, regardless of your method. Killing 50 first-tier behemoths qualifies you for success. Each first-tier behemoth slain yields 1 point, while a second-tier behemoth grants 30 points. If you find yourself unable to confront them, you may flee." She clarified, "Points will be awarded based on the final blow that kills the behemoth. The training ground will feature a random distribution of mecha equipment, energy cells, and other supplies, including food. During the assessment, any form of mutual aggression is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and permanently barred from employment within the Huaxiao Empire. Each of you is initially equipped with a plasma blade, so feel free to remove any extravagant weapons from your mecha. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to speak up." Xiao Qingwu and Appo's voice, though not loud, carried an irresistible allure, rendering all present silent and compliant, as if her words held an enchanting power. After a lengthy pause, a few opted to withdraw, having not anticipated that this supplementary assessment would involve live combat. They were merely recent high school graduates, not seasoned mecha pilots. Moreover, the requirement to dismantle their mecha's original weaponry rendered their costly equipment effectively useless. Faced with the prospect of combat against the behemoths, they felt utterly incapable. Seeing a few individuals depart, Xiao Qingwu did not intervene, allowing them to leave freely. "Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw?" After a moment, all stood in silence. "Excellent. Since no one has chosen to withdraw, prepare yourselves and board the vehicle. I shall escort you to the assembly point. 3 days from now, at this very hour. All must gather there." Upon hearing the conditions of the assessment, many summoned their mechas, promptly removing their lavish weaponry. Observing the expressions of despair on the faces of other candidates, Yuqin grasped the intent behind this assessment. It aimed to test them under equal conditions. This would undoubtedly be a challenging evaluation, given that the Mechanical Armed University is the premier institution in the Huaxia Empire. After receiving his plasma blade, Yuqin boarded the vehicle. Under Xiao Qingwu's guidance, the candidates swiftly arrived at the assembly point. After delivering them, Xiao Qingwu leaned forward and addressed the crowd. "Now, for the final requirement of this assessment, there are only 200 qualifying spots available. The 200 candidates with the highest scores will be admitted to the Mechanical Armed University. In other words, the pass rate is merely 25%. Now, let the challenge commence." Upon pressing a button, a countdown timer appeared on everyone's wristbands. Before the candidates could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Qingwu commanded the vehicle to start, leaving them bewildered on the ground. On the vehicle, an assistant leaned in and asked, "Sister Xiao, did the higher-ups mention that there are only 200 qualifying spots?" To which Xiao Qingwu shrugged nonchalantly, "No, I deceived them." The assistant's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Qingwu, stretching leisurely, added playfully, "Although the assessment and Appo's requirements are not particularly high, there are indeed some capable individuals among these candidates. What if they decide to game the system and each kill 50 first-tier behemoths, then slack off?" The assistant sat beside her, speechless, unsure how to respond. At the assembly point, the candidates, upon hearing Xiao Qingwu's announcement, fell into disarray. Some stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. They had not anticipated that this supplementary assessment would not only require them to slay behemoths, but also rank them based on points. Only the top 200 scorers could enter the Mechanical Armed University. Had the initial omission of this requirement been a ploy to lower their guard? Initially, they believed that slaying 50 first-tier behemoths would suffice for admission, but this last-minute addition instilled a sense of urgency in everyone. Some quick-thinking individuals began searching for allies. Recognizing that solitary efforts would yield little success, teamwork would be far more efficient for hunting behemoths. At that moment, several candidates recognized Yuqin at the center of the field. They approached him in their mechas, asking, "Yuqin, can I team up with you? Join me, Yuqin. I can offer you generous rewards once the assessment concludes. Let's cooperate. You can take first place while I settle for second. How does that sound?" In an instant, a throng of candidates encircled Yuqin, for he was a familiar figure, having appeared in the imperial capital's news, making his face widely recognized. Others, bewildered by the commotion, looked on in confusion, evidently unaware of the information disparity affecting out-of-town candidates. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of forming a team," Yuqin responded without hesitation, clearly discerning the purpose of this assessment. Although only tasked with slaying first-tier behemoths, the lack of experience among these 18-year-olds made the challenge formidable. While everyone wielded the same weaponry, the children of affluent families had likely undergone simulated training, rendering the hunt for first-tier behemoths a trivial task for them. Yuqin recognized this disparity. Yet, even those lacking raw skill could still leverage teamwork to slay behemoths, which was likely one of the assessment's objectives, to evaluate the candidate's ability to collaborate. After all, none had encountered authentic behemoths before. Even those piloting mechas might find their capabilities diminished when faced with true behemoths, with some succumbing to panic and fleeing. In the face of life and death trials, some individuals often behave unexpectedly or reveal hidden aspects of their character. Only those who can confront the terror of behemoths and still emerge victorious may truly become mecha pilots. It is essential to face the behemoths without fear and conquer one's own trepidation, which is also a crucial facet of this assessment. However, Yuqin was no novice. He had long since adapted to battling behemoths before his transmigration, making such confrontations a part of his daily life. Before his transcendence, he had to confront the colossal beast of Blue Star while simultaneously fending off invasions from extraterrestrial civilizations. Battle-hardened, he had long forgotten the sensation of fear. If he were to form a team, it would undoubtedly be an injustice to the other candidates. Just as he was about to summon his mech, two individuals approached him. "Are you both interested in teaming up with me?" Yuqin inquired, turning to face them. The male was robustly built, exhibiting a physique of remarkable strength, while the other possessed an exquisite beauty. Upon his first glimpse, a thought flickered in Yuqin's mind. Is she disguised as a man? Yet, even in masculine attire, she could not conceal her enchanting figure and breathtaking beauty that could captivate nations. Chapter 34. The intensity of the assessment doubled. Second update. Yuqin, with a connection value of 95 in the mecha competition, thwarted the individuals from the Empire of Gali and rescued numerous citizens during the monstrous invasion a month prior. Upon hearing the words of the burly figure, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Yuqin's mind. Logically, such information should have been classified. How did they come to know it? Observing Yuqin's expression, the burly man chuckled. "There's no need for concern. I am affiliated with the military." With this revelation, Yuqin gradually lowered his guard. The burly man extended his hand, smiling as he introduced himself. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Maran, a third-year student from the Mechanical Armed University, here to ensure the safety of the candidates." Yuqin turned his gaze to the individual disguised as a male. "And what of her? Is she also here to ensure the candidate's safety?" The girl, wearing a sullen expression, retorted, "I don't believe your connection value is that high. Do you dare to compare scores and see who earns more points in this assessment?" Her abrasive tone elicited a sense of irritation from Yuqin. "So, she is a troublesome girl." "Not interested," he replied. The girl was momentarily taken aback before abruptly turning on her heel and leaving the scene. Beside them, Maran offered an awkward smile. "Apologies. Her identity is somewhat special, so please forgive her. I must begin my patrol of the candidates now. We shall meet again at the Mechanical Armed University." Maran thought to himself that Yuqin would surely gain admission to their institution, hence his words. "Farewell." Watching as the candidates gradually departed from the gathering point, Yuqin felt no rush. Although this was a practical assessment, it was prudent to observe the unfamiliar terrain before acting. In wilderness combat, surveying the landscape is always paramount. After thoroughly assessing the surroundings, the sun was nearly setting. Dawn. Arise. It was time to set forth. Outside the walls, just as Xiao Qingwu returned to the forward base, she barely settled in before receiving orders from her superiors. Listening to the directive, she felt somewhat speechless. "Sir, why raise the difficulty of the test? Won't this pose a danger?" Her voice escalated a few degrees. An elderly voice emanated from the phone, stating, "I wish to assess whether Yuqin is truly as valiant as the military claims. Is it necessary to elevate the examination and Oppo's difficulty for the sake of one individual? Is this not unfair to the other candidates?" Xiao Qingwu was puzzled. Was such a measure truly warranted to evaluate a single person? The designated assessment site already contained 2,000 first-tier beasts and 10 second-tier beasts. Yet, her superior insisted on quintupling the number of beasts. That would amount to 10,000 first-tier beasts. If released into the examination grounds, it would seem that few candidates would emerge qualified from this supplementary assessment. Did her casual jest in the examination hall reach the ears of her superior? Glancing at her assistant, She noted that he was still munching away, utterly unconcerned with other matters. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qingwu shook her head. This silly girl only knew how to eat and would never report her. On the line, the elder spoke with an irrefutable tone. The difficulty of this assessment must be increased. There is no room for discussion. With these words, Xiao Qingwu reluctantly ended the call and re-established contact with the forward base personnel. Increase the deployment of 7,000 Kuan snakes, 2,000 earth dragon beasts, and finally, 1,000 male electric ants. Randomly release 50 second-tier beasts. The staff at the forward base were momentarily stunned. What? Could you repeat that? Even the assistant paused her snacking, hurriedly approaching to inquire, Senior, are we really sending all these beasts into Site 3? These candidates have only just graduated from high school. In response, Xiao Qingwu could only helplessly facepalm. This is a directive from the superiors. The assistant was left in shock. Has the leadership lost their mind? Before long, heavy transport aircraft began landing at the forward base. Rows of cages filled with countless beasts echoed with their ferocious roars, sending shivers down the spines of those in the forward base. While merely first-tier beasts, the sheer volume was overwhelming. One soldier, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, so many? Which school ordered these first-tier beasts? They must be spending a fortune. Indeed, the Mechanical Armed University, the most prestigious institution of the Huaxia Empire, had no qualms about spending lavishly. Upon seeing the number of beasts, even Xiao Qingwu took a few steps back. As the cage doors swung open, countless beasts were released into Training Ground 3. However, all the candidates within Site 3 remained blissfully unaware of the ordeal that awaited them. Within Site 3, Yiqin piloted his mecha steadily through the dense foliage. The area was littered with broken trees and signs of battle, with numerous first-tier beasts reduced to mere remnants. Clearly, candidates had traversed this path before. From the dismembered corpses, he discerned the identity of the beasts. Noticing chicken claws and feathers scattered about, he identified them as Kuan snakes. The Kuan snake, an oviparous cold-blooded beast, bore a semblance to a typical chicken, yet its tail morphed into a serpent's head, standing about 1 to 1.5 meters tall. With a deceptive appearance, many would assume the chicken head was its true head, but the serpent's head was, in fact, its genuine brain. The Kuan snake occupies the lowest tier of the food chain among beasts, being the weakest of them all. Yiqin shifted his gaze to another area. The limbs of an arthropod were covered in barbs, coupled with white blood, a first-tier earth dragon beast. The earth dragon beast, a variant of a cockroach, measures about 1 meter in length and moves with remarkable speed, capable of devouring any organic matter. Though weak, they become troublesome in large numbers. Both the Kuan snake and earth dragon beast belong to the category of small first-tier beasts. While they may appear fearsome, they are manageable with the right approach. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated from a distance. Yiqin turned toward the sound. Previously, Xiao Qingwu had mentioned that mecha weapons would be randomly scattered within the examination grounds. It seemed someone had already acquired some. At the site of the explosion, 2 mechas were firing bullets. Their sights trained on the electric ants that Yiqin had recently dispatched. Disturbed by the commotion, the electric ants surged toward the mechas with wild abandon. A trio of candidates comprised the team. The frontliner wielded a massive blade to fend off the beasts while the 2 behind provided support. Upon arriving at the explosion site, Yiqin scrutinized the scene and, upon identifying the male electric ants, felt a slight relief wash over him. Male and female electric ants are structurally identical. One can fly while the other cannot. One stores electricity while the other discharges it passively, representing a harmonious balance of opposites. He hadn't anticipated encountering electric ants during this assessment. For these candidates, such a swarm of electric ants posed a considerable challenge. The collective consciousness of the electric ants is exceedingly formidable, as they orchestrate their assaults in a meticulously coordinated manner, resembling relentless waves crashing upon the shore. Fortunately, this is merely a small battalion of male electric ants, not a true ant colony. With proper collaboration among 3 individuals, they can indeed overcome these first-tier behemoths. It seems that this is the monstrous test designed to evaluate the candidate's teamwork. Yiqin stood at a distance, refraining from intervening. Although the examination prohibits candidates from attacking one another, approaching so brazenly might raise suspicions of attempting to usurp others' points. Just as he contemplated turning away, a shadow in the distance surged swiftly towards the trio. Clearly, the sound of gunfire had captivated the attention of this colossal creature. Its gray-black fur glistened under the moonlight, and its tail was adorned with numerous exceedingly slender spines. Is that a steel-spiked tiger? Chapter 35, Second-Order Behemoth, Steel-Spiked Tiger Beneath the Shimmering Moonlight. The spikes on the tail of the steel-spiked tiger radiated a dazzling glow. While an ordinary tiger typically measures between 1.5 to 3 meters in length, this steel-spiked tiger was double that size, its massive form comparable to that of a car. Yiqin recalled how he had felt utterly helpless when faced with the steel-spiked tiger. Could they truly contend with this second-order behemoth? The steel-spiked tiger was a unique entity among the Felid giants, possessing remarkable speed and the ability to launch steel spikes from its tail. A moment's delay in defense could result in its sharp spikes inflicting damage upon their mechs. To ensure no complications arose, Yiqin decided to remain behind, planning to leave only after their battle concluded. After dispatching the electrical ants, the trio allowed themselves a moment of relief. The male team member, serving as the rear guard, boasted, "I told you it would be easy to handle. This horde of electrical ants must yield 3 to 4 dozen points." Sun Jinjun, don't be so complacent. We were merely fortunate to find ranged weapons. Let us continue to eliminate the behemoths at this pace, Kudong replied, sheathing his massive blade with a serious expression. The only female member, Zhao Yaxin, nodded in agreement, stating, "A dong is right. Our luck merely allowed us to find ranged weapons before others. If we maintain this momentum and gather more electrical ants, we will undoubtedly advance." At that moment, Sun Jinjun, brimming with excitement, noted that they had already accumulated over a dozen points in such a short time. Kudong concurred, recognizing that hunting these clustered electrical ants was indeed easier than seeking out solitary behemoths. Before the trio could finish their discussion, several spikes shot towards them from the jungle. Standing at the forefront, Kudong had no time to activate his energy shield before a tail spike pierced through his mech. Sun Jinjun and Zhao Yaxin, however, managed to deploy their energy shields in time to avoid injury. The steel-spiked tiger unleashed a series of furious roars, its powerful limbs thrusting against the ground, creating shallow craters beneath it. With a thunderous growl, it opened its gaping maw and lunged at Kudong. Before he could detach the steel spike from his mech, he was struck by the beast in a violent collision, feeling as though he had been hit by a truck. Although he struggled to stabilize his mech, the steel-spiked tiger's massive, sharp fangs clamped down on the left arm of his mech. With the beast's relentless tearing, Kudong's right arm was nearly severed. Had he not managed to steady himself, he would have been thrown off balance by the steel-spiked tiger's might. Yiqin observed, nodding in approval. The frontline pilot exhibited commendable skill in maneuvering the mech, maintaining control even under duress, a feat surpassing that of many others. Seeing Kudong ensnared, Zhao Yaxin and Sun Jinjun hastily opened fire to support him. The sound of large-caliber bullets striking the steel-spiked tiger's hide echoed with resounding thuds. Yet, no matter how fiercely they attacked, the steel-spiked tiger showed no signs of retreat. "This foolish creature is indestructible," Zhao Yaxin exclaimed in frustration. Witnessing this, Sun Jinjun retreated while firing his weapon. Conventional heavy artillery was ineffective against the steel-spiked tiger. Its hide could reflect most physical damage. Only the ion blade or the arc gun from the core sword program could inflict real harm. With an audible crack, the steel-spiked tiger finally managed to rip off Kudong's right arm. Tossing the mech's arm aside, it turned its attention towards the two mechs that had just fired at it. Though the previous assault had barely tickled it, it successfully drew the beast's focus. In a swift motion, the steel-spiked tiger pounced upon Zhao Yaxin, knocking her to the ground and effortlessly swiping away her weapon. Just as it prepared to deliver a lethal blow, a plasma-infused blade shot through the air. Instinctively, the steel-spiked tiger recoiled, its primal instincts warning it that taking this hit would be fatal. Although it managed to evade the mech in time, Yiqin denied it any opportunity for respite. He maneuvered his mech forward with remarkable speed, seizing the blade from the ground and channeling all kinetic energy into the weapon. With a grand arc, the blade carved a perfect circle in the air, cleaving the steel-spiked tiger in two. With a resounding crack, the beast's body erupted in a spray of blood. Yiqin did not pause. He swiftly raised his weapon and severed the creature and Appo's head to prevent it from reviving. Only then did the steel-spiked tiger succumb to death, staggering a few steps before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The others stood frozen in shock at the scene before them, the vivid image of blood spraying etched into their minds. Who is this? So formidable. Zhao Yaxin and Appo's heart raced. It was her first encounter with a second-order behemoth. Compared to first-order giants, the power of this second-order creature was exponentially greater. Yet Yiqin remained unfazed. Having hunted behemoths for years, he had long since hardened his heart to such encounters, his emotions as cold as ice. After retracting the plasma energy from his blade, he began to reflect on the recent battle. Although he had dispatched the second-order behemoth with a single strike, it had been a surprise attack. Had the steel-spiked tiger focused on him, he might have faced a grueling struggle. Despite the steel-spiked tiger not being exceptionally strong, it was evident that his mech and Oppo's equipment was somewhat lacking. Particularly, the plasma great blade had a woefully low energy conversion rate. It seemed he would need to procure superior mech equipment once the exams concluded. After the battle, Kudong, now missing an arm, opened the hatch of his mech. "Thank you. Without you, we might have perished here." Zhao Yaxin also expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for coming to my rescue." Yi Qin did not open his hatch. Instead, he pointed to the corpse of the steel-spiked tiger. "Do you wish to claim this beast?" Kudong waved his hand, stating, "You hunted it. It rightfully belongs to you. We are not its match, so the spoils should be yours." Zhao Yaxin nodded in agreement. Break of dawn, scan the surroundings. Scanning, no traces of behemoths detected. Once safety was confirmed, Yi Qin opened the hatch and stepped out of his mech. He glanced at the pair, surprised to find that the individual who had charged ahead was a blonde-haired youth, while the female appeared to be a rearguard. In truth, their trio had proven quite formidable, capable of coordinating effectively to eliminate a small horde of electrical ants, a level of teamwork that was rare. Did you forget what the textbook mentioned? The steel-spiked tiger is a second-order behemoth. Its hide renders it impervious to ranged physical attacks. Only ion guns or blades infused with ion energy can breach its defenses. Upon hearing this, both of them shifted their gazes elsewhere, embarrassment evident. Only Sun Jinjun, unwilling to concede, retorted, "We were ambushed." They had just finished dealing with the small group of electrical ants and had barely caught their breath when the steel-spiked tiger had launched its surprise attack. Given the urgency of the situation, they had not had time to assess, and strictly speaking, it was not entirely their fault. Yi Qin's expression hardened as he cast a sidelong glance at Sun Jinjun. "This is not a simulated training. We are in the wild. All dangers are real. And you must be fully aware of this. If you aspire to gain admission to university, you must adapt and overcome these challenges. This is a reality you will inevitably face, where battling colossal beasts is a matter of survival. Either you perish or they do. The beasts will not grant you time to prepare. In the heat of combat, no one will concern themselves with your predicament. Strength is one aspect, while mental fortitude is another. If you falter, it could easily lead to your demise." Unbeknownst to him, Yi Qin began to impart wisdom to the three individuals. He had witnessed too many newcomers lose their lives on the battlefield due to carelessness, and he earnestly wished for these three not to repeat the same fate. Chapter 36. Unarmed slaughter of beasts. As Zhao Yaxin was about to retort, Kudong quickly shook his head at her. Sun Jinjun snorted coldly and departed. For their vanguard had already fallen, and he needed to seek out others for collaboration. Due to the damage to his mech, Kudong had no choice but to press the button on his wristband, sending out a distress signal. Soon, a giant-class mech arrived before the trio. "Who sent the message?" Kudong raised his hand, declaring, "It was me. My mech is damaged." After the soldier pressed a button in response, a helicopter swiftly descended from the sky, securing a cable to lift Kudong and his mech away from the scene. Watching Kudong exit regretfully, Zhao Yaxin's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Shortly thereafter, the instructors withdrew from the examination grounds, leaving only Zhao Yaxin and Yi Qin behind. Before departing, Yi Qin offered her a piece of advice. Do not team up with those you are unfamiliar with. The earlier teammate is a vivid example. Zhao Yaxin cast a glance at Yi Qin, recognizing the truth in his words. Just moments ago, when she was knocked down by the steel-spiked tiger, Sun Jinjun had contemplated abandoning them to flee. Had it not been for Yi Qin's timely assistance, she too would have exited prematurely, like Kudong. Thank you for the reminder. After expressing her gratitude, Zhao Yaxin piloted her mech forward. Yi Qin exited his mech, leisurely starting a fire in the spot they had occupied. Though only 200 qualifying spots were available, he felt no urgency to hunt the beasts. Using his dagger, he sliced off some meat from the steel-spiked tiger and slowly roasted it over the flames. Time passed, each moment filled with the cacophony of battle within the training grounds. Over the course of the night, simply observing the helicopters flitting overhead, Yi Qin discerned that many had been eliminated. Although first-tier monsters appeared weak, they possessed the intelligence akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Recklessly charging would only deplete their mech's power swiftly. Once the power was exhausted, the candidates would be left vulnerable to the monster's onslaught. as Yi Qin savored the grilled meat. Several figures emerged from the depths of the jungle, rushing towards the firelight. Dawn. Threat detected. Executing operation. With a thunderous sound, several Kuan snakes met their demise beneath Dawn's blade. While enjoying his roasted steel-spiked tiger meat, Yi Qin observed the system panel. Indeed, the system had integrated with Dawn's AI. Although capable of remote command over the mech, there remained ample room for improvement in Dawn's operational space. Yi Qin picked up the severed Kuan snake, tossing it into the fire without skinning or plucking it. The flesh of the Kuan snake was firm and devoid of fat, resembling cardboard in texture. To Yi Qin, first-tier beasts posed no threat. He could resolve the Kuan snakes with bare hands. A single strike to the head rendered the Kuan snake immobile. Dawn confirmed the directive, allowing the Kuan snakes to pass freely. Command confirmed. After satisfying his hunger, Yi Qin stretched his limbs. His core points had reached 29, signaling it was time to hone his physical prowess. He envisioned a combat method that would unite man and machine in seamless harmony. Although mechs were outfitted with formidable equipment, the true essence lay in the operator. If he could simultaneously control the mech remotely while engaging in corporeal combat, it would be akin to having two versions of himself in existence. Though merely a concept for the future, with the system's support, Yi Qin felt this idea was attainable. Imagine, in the midst of battle, he could detach from the mech, maneuver behind the opponent to launch an attack. Such an offensive would be nearly impossible to anticipate. Upon confirming the command, Kuan snakes from all directions charged towards the fire. Their massive claws struck the ground, accompanied by the flapping of wings as they rushed toward the flames. Starting a fire in the wilderness is a perilous endeavor, as some beasts are drawn to light and warmth. Particularly the Kuan snakes, being cold-blooded creatures, possess an acute sensitivity to light and heat. Are they coming? Yi Qin, dagger in hand, scanned his surroundings warily. In the distance, two Kuan snakes raced toward the fire like wild beasts. Yi Qin rolled to evade their attack, swiftly countering with a reverse grip on his dagger aimed at the snakes' heads. Zhou Qianhui maneuvered her mech, swinging her blade. 642. 643. With half the assessment time elapsed, Zhou Qianhui had already amassed over 600 points. Yet, she remained puzzled as to why her sister urged her to approach him. With her blade now resting behind her mech, she resorted to using her fists to slay the Kuan snakes. She relished the sensation of pulverizing the Kuan snakes with her mech's fists, akin to the delight of crushing bubble wrap. As a special student from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, Zhou Qianhui was part of an exchange program, where exceptional students from different nations would engage in mutual learning. As a citizen of the Empire, she could not fathom why her sister, Zhou Qinya, held such high regard for Yi Qin. He appeared utterly unremarkable, with an average appearance and height. Aside from a high connectivity score, she could not conceive of any discernible merit. Connectivity score is not everything. Even if Yi Qin possessed an exceptional score, it would merely signify untapped potential. Having received Yi Qin's information as an exchange student, Zhou Qianhui noted that he had barely passed the average in mech piloting throughout his 3 years of high school. Such a person was hardly worthy of scrutiny. She, Zhou Qianhui, a prodigy of the Empire, had secured her place in the prestigious institution with the highest marks in practical training. Had it not been for the Academy's directive for her to participate in the exchange program, she would have resisted vehemently. With a resounding crash echoing nearby, Zhou Qianhui's gaze shifted to the distance, curious about who dared to start a fire in such perilous territory. Driven by curiosity, she approached the flickering flames. Activating the remote thermal scan, she observed a mech using its fists to pummel a ground dragon beast. Each strike resulted in a spray of blood, showering the surrounding foliage. While this scene was not particularly extraordinary, the young man near the fire captured Zhou Qianhui's attention. Who is he? Why is he wandering around instead of remaining safely inside his mech? The young man wielded a sharp blade, fiercely battling a 3-headed Kuan snake. The Kuan snakes attacked in a formation, their strikes rapid and relentless, leaving Yi Qin little room for counterattack. Their sharp beaks and claws clawed at him. Yet he nimbly twisted his body to evade. With a swift series of movements, the young man's dagger danced with remarkable agility, swiftly severing the heads of the 3-headed Kuan snake. What astounding speed! Zhou Qianhui's heart raced, astonished by his extraordinary physical prowess. Even the athletic students in her school could not match his agility. Without the aid of a mech, this young man effortlessly dispatched 3 Kuan snakes, each with a single, decisive blow. It appears that there are indeed skilled individuals present in this test. Someone has come. Dawn is here to retrieve me. Yi Qin silently issued commands to Dawn, as he was keen to keep his ability to remotely control the mech a closely guarded secret. Command received. Yi Qin swiftly poured water over the fire, then leaped into the cockpit of Dawn. Without a glance back, he turned and departed, not bothering to look at the other party. After enduring such prolonged violence, Yi Qin had a fair understanding of his physical capabilities. By current standards, he had only regained 1/20th of his former self prior to his crossing. Without the enhancements of genetic serums and the training from the modification program, his physical prowess had regressed significantly. Chapter 37. Ultimate Battle Beyond the Examination Room. Xiao Qingwu observed the candidates in the examination room through the surveillance monitors. Some candidates, upon encountering the colossal beasts, forgot how to operate their mechs, panic-stricken as they turned and fled. Others faced a second-tier beast for the first time, and before they could even draw their weapons, they were knocked to the ground. The various comedic mishaps were endless. Witnessing such a scene, Xiao Qingwu could only shake her head in resignation. With such psychological resilience, it was challenging to become an exceptional mech pilot. However, among these candidates, some displayed potential. A few managed to slay the beasts, albeit while vomiting uncontrollably. Their appearances quite disheveled, yet they had still succeeded in defeating the giant creature. Conversely, others exhibited sheer exhilaration after vanquishing the beasts, as if they were born killing machines. Although the difficulty of this assessment had escalated, for true geniuses, such pressure was trivial. The phrase "gold withstands the fire" aptly described these individuals. "Xiaojia, do you think the leadership is being a bit excessive?" remarked an assistant, shaking their head in dismay at the monitor. With 5 times the number of beasts, was this an assessment of the candidates or the creatures themselves? Xiao Qingwu merely waved her hand in resignation. There were several exchange students among the candidates, and the difficulty of the assessment was not within our purview to dictate. Nonetheless, it was for the best. Those who could pass the evaluation would likely survive in the academy. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded on the screen, causing the assistant to become animated. "Senior, look." Just as Xiao Qingwu was about to close her eyes and rest, she was startled awake by the assistant. Was another candidate in peril? Following the direction of the assistant's finger, she saw 3 or 4 Kuan snakes attacking a young boy. The boy, armed with a dagger, appeared remarkably at ease. What is happening? Where's his mech? Upon witnessing this, Xiao Qingwu immediately sat up. While Kuan snakes were weak, they were still first-tier beasts, and their massive beaks and claws could easily tear through flesh. The boy was engaging the beasts in hand-to-hand combat without his mech. Surely, he must be insane. In the next moment, the Kuan snakes lunged at the boy. With a swift maneuver, he decapitated one snake and evaded another's strike, immediately countering with a decisive blow to its vital point. Each of his evasive actions was minimal, and his expression remained unchanged, as if the direction of the Kuan snake's attacks was entirely predictable to him, exuding a nonchalant demeanor that mocked the beasts. How was he achieving this? The assistant, witnessing this spectacle, turned his gaze towards Xiao Qingwu in disbelief. Incredible. Simply astonishing. Xiao Qingwu's eyes widened in astonishment. The boy on the screen moved with a grace and precision reminiscent of the previous student council president's demonstration. The former president had showcased methods for slaying first-tier beasts during the enrollment ceremony. The boy's movements and demeanor mirrored those of the former president perfectly. It must be noted that handily defeating a beast required not only exceptional physical prowess, but also extraordinary courage and combat acumen. One must accumulate experience through repeated encounters with the beasts and master their habits to achieve such calm and composed hand-to-hand hunting. What is his name? Xiao Qingwu found herself entranced by the boy on the screen. The assistant quickly scrolled through the tablet. Got it. His name is Yi Qin, registered by the military. Xiao Qingwu seized the tablet. The military? Is he the child of a general? Upon clicking on the personal information, Yi Qin's records were laid bare. Name: Yi Qin. Gender: male. Age: 18. Residence: District B, Imperial Capital, Building 2, Room 1001, Gouei by Garden Elementary School. Grades: Mech Theory, A. Beast Knowledge, D. Middle School. Grades: Mech Theory, S. Beast Knowledge, D. Mech Simulation, D. High School. Grades: Mech Theory, S. Beast Knowledge, D. Mech Simulation, D. Mech Practical, D. Senior Year Mech Simulation Test Comprehensive Evaluation, D. Unsuitable for mech operation. Mech Competition Victory, Connection Value, 95. Xiao Qingwu stared at the extraordinary data. at a loss for words. How could one possess a mech connection value of 95 while simultaneously achieving a comprehensive evaluation of D in mech simulation? Was Yi-Chin merely pretending to be unknowledgeable? Quickly, copy this surveillance footage and send it to the leadership. In training field number 3, as dawn broke, Yi-Chin wielded his dagger, relentlessly dispatching the beasts. After 2 days of combat, he had further refined his mastery over his body. Now, regardless of the attacks from Kuan snakes or earth dragons, he could deftly evade them. It was time to introduce a third type of beast. Dawn. Eliminate all first-tier beasts and let them in. Yi-Chin was eager to test whether he could withstand the onslaught of 3 types of beasts. Receiving instructions. With the absence of Dawn's hindrance, all first-tier beasts surged toward Yi-Chin. Beside him, a fire crackled, roasting their favorite delicacy, Kuan snake meat. The flames enhanced the aroma of the meat, which was a tantalizing lure for the other beasts. Just the faintest whiff would drive them wild. Here they come. 3 Kuan snakes, 2 earth dragons, and 7 electric ants. Yi-Chin crouched in readiness. As the first-tier beasts charged at him, he calmly swayed to the left and then advanced to the right. With just a few deft movements, he evaded the beasts' attacks. For a moment, the beasts were bewildered by Yi-Chin's unpredictable trajectory. With a subtle shift of his weight, he avoided their strikes effortlessly. The multi-legged earth dragons adjusted their course and lunged at him, while the Kuan snakes, having covered some ground, also redirected their assault. Accompanied by a barrage from the electric ants. So swift, is that even possible? Yi-Chin was taken aback by the electric ants' agility. As the beasts bore down on him, he dropped to the ground and rolled, narrowly escaping their onslaught. In that critical moment, he issued a command. Dawn, cancel instructions. Confirming commands. Detecting first-tier beasts. Eliminating threats. In an instant, upon receiving the command, Dawn swiftly adjusted its trajectory. Its iron fists moving with remarkable speed to annihilate all nearby first-tier beasts within seconds. Yi-Chin lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He had not anticipated that the addition of electric ants would so dramatically alter the dynamics of the battle. Had it only been the Kuan snakes and earth dragons, he could have handled it alone. However, with the electric ants in play, the situation had changed entirely. He could no longer evade the attacks with his previous rhythm. Even though his mind knew what to do, his body struggled to keep pace. Leaning against a tree, Yi-Chin reflected on his performance. In the first round of dodging, he had done well, but during the second round, he had felt overwhelmed. While he had no issues from an experiential standpoint, his body had severely lagged behind. After several days of rigorous training, Yi-Chin had scarcely found a moment and Appo's rest. The Dawn had yet to activate its sword core program. Thus the mech and Appo's power supply was just sufficient to last until the conclusion. Although he had slain several second-tier behemoths along the way, the majority of his kills were first-tier Kuan snakes and earth dragons. The relentless slaughter had nearly heaped the corpses into a small mountain. Yi-Chin sighed, realizing that to achieve deft evasion required more than years of combat experience. It necessitated formidable physical prowess as well. His body's reflexes and speed had reached their utmost potential. However, even so, he found himself contending with the attacks of 2 types of behemoths simultaneously, which was the limit of his current capabilities. These 2 days of practice had illuminated certain inadequacies within him. Although he could dispatch Kuan snakes and earth dragons in a 1 versus many scenario, he was unable to face the attacks of 3 first-tier behemoths at once. The recent skirmish had served as a clear testament to this. Only upon reaching one and Appo's limits does one truly recognize their shortcomings. While such training methods carried a degree of risk, they were also the swiftest route to self-awareness. Yi-Chin retrieved a piece of steel-spiked tiger meat from the cockpit of the Dawn and placed it over the fire, which crackled as it cooked. With the mech and Appo's power at 15, he momentarily set aside concerns about sustenance. After satisfying his hunger, he sat cross-legged on the ground, attuning himself to the flow of nature. He could hear the gentle trickle of a nearby stream and feel the soft caress of the breeze against his skin. Even the warmth of sunlight on his face was acutely perceptible. Yet, despite his efforts to connect with these sensations, he found himself unable to harness elemental power. A wave of unease washed over him. Before his transcendence, he had wielded the powers of light, wood, and earth. Now, although he could sense the presence of elemental forces, he was incapable of commanding them for his own use. This predicament was troubling. It must be understood that elemental power is of paramount importance to a mech pilot. Lacking it rendered one akin to a congenital cripple, inherently inferior. The applications of elemental power are myriad, and in moments of peril, it can yield astonishing outcomes in battle. Yet, even if Yuqin comprehended the nuances of elemental power, it would be futile if this body remained dormant to its awakening. It was time to pack up. As the countdown reached 0, a scoreboard materialized on his wristband. The assessment had finally come to an end. Chapter 38. Scores exaggerated to absurdity. As soon as the countdown concluded, the designated meeting point appeared on everyone's wristbands. Soon, the candidates gathered at the location. Their hearts filled with trepidation as they glanced at the scores displayed on their devices, knowing that only the top 200 would qualify. Outside the assembly point, 7 or 8 soldiers guarded the perimeter in formidable mecha suits. Some participants staggered back to the gathering site in nearly wrecked machines, while others appeared dazed, as if they had lost their senses. A nearby companion nudged one such individual, asking if he was all right, given his vacant expression. The man, startled, suddenly buckled and collapsed to the ground, clearly overwhelmed by the ordeal. Some candidates, upon returning to the scene of the incident, broke down in tears. The soldiers nearby barked sternly, questioning why they were crying after the examination. How could they lack such basic resilience and still aspire to join the mecha-armed university? They admonished, stop crying. Any further displays of weakness will result in point deductions. This soldier himself was a graduate of the mecha-armed university, and he sighed at the sight of these fresh graduates' cowardice. Do you think it is easy to excel in the nation's top university? Becoming a mecha engineer entails privileges that most people do not possess, but it also brings greater responsibilities. To serve the country valiantly and combat the monstrous beasts, these are the tasks that await you. After hearing this reprimand, the candidates managed to stifle their tears. Within the assembly area, the majority of participants had stored their mechas within their wristbands. Originally over 800 candidates, fewer than half remained. Some faces radiated confidence, seemingly satisfied with their scores. Aside from a dozen individuals who required urgent medical attention due to severe injuries, most others were either lightly wounded or unharmed. It must be noted that this assessment proved challenging. Although most of the beasts encountered were first-tier Kunch and Dilong beasts, there were also formidable electric ants to contend with. Yuqin felt an inkling of unease. Despite this being merely a supplementary examination, the difficulty seemed excessively beyond reasonable bounds for the mecha-armed university. Some fresh graduates were too timid to confront first-tier beasts, let alone second-tier ones. The sheer number of beasts unleashed in the examination clearly surpassed the standard difficulty of typical assessments. Yuqin estimated that he had slain over 20 second-tier beasts alone. What could the mecha-armed university possibly be contemplating? At that moment, a truck slowly approached the crowd. As the tailgate opened, a rudimentary scanning device came into view. Xiao Qingwu stood on the stage, her expression grave. In a moment, those whose names are called will approach the scanner in turn. This device will assess your physical condition, the extent of your mecha damage, and the points you have accrued. Based on these comprehensive evaluations, your final scores will be determined. By the way, regarding the previously mentioned 200 qualifying spots, that was merely a ruse. At once, the assembly erupted in commotion. Shocked gasps filled the air as candidates expressed disbelief, incredulity, and outrage, redirecting their ire toward Xiao Qingwu, the architect of their disillusionment. Faced with the uproar, Xiao Qingwu silenced the crowd effortlessly. If I hadn't said it, would you have exerted yourselves fully? The mecha-armed university, being the most prestigious institution in the Huaxia Empire, never recruits the inept. Once silence fell, she gestured for her assistant to proceed with the next steps. She announced the assessment criteria, a foundational requirement of 50 points for slaying beasts, an additional 100 points for maintaining mecha damage below 80, and a further 100 points for physical condition evaluations. Only those who surpassed 250 points would be considered qualified. In other words, even if the mecha was damaged and the individual injured, as long as one managed to kill enough first-tier beasts to reach a score of 250, they would still pass the examination. Instantly, all eyes fixated on the scores displayed on their wristbands. Lu Jieqiong, 73 points, mecha damage 5, no injuries, total score, 268. Zhu Qingjiu, 110 points, mecha damage 30, no injuries, total score, 280. Yin Yuanbao, 90 points, mecha damage 20, severe injury to left arm, total score, 245. Many had managed to secure 50 points. However, due to mecha damage and physical injuries, they fell short of the required 250 points and regrettably did not qualify. Then came Xiao Qing'an, 541 points. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The earlier candidates had barely scraped together scores around 100. and those exceeding 200 were few and far between. No one had ever breached the 500-point threshold before. Just with his score alone, Xiao Qinghan was assuredly qualified. The machine then announced his final evaluation: mecha damage 10, no injuries, total score 731. The assembly erupted in astonishment, their gazes fixated on Xiao Qinghan. Yi Qin turned his attention to the stage, recognizing him as the individual associated with the renowned strength-enhancing elixir. With such prowess, he surely wouldn't be short of funds. At that moment, Zhou Qianhui stepped up to the stage. Zhou Qianhui, 1,350 points. As her name echoed, virtually every eye in the room converged upon her. The first candidate to surpass 4 digits had finally emerged. Who would have imagined that this seemingly frail participant could achieve such formidable results, amassing over 1,000 points single-handedly? Xiao Qingwu hastily retrieved Zhou Qianhui's profile. Name: Zhou Qianhui. Gender: female. Age: 19. Residence: elementary school grades, mecha theory, A. Knowledge of beasts, S. Middle school grades, mecha theory, A. Knowledge of beasts, S. Mecha simulation, S. High school grades, mecha theory, A. Knowledge of beasts, A. Mecha simulation, S. Mecha practical, a senior year mecha simulation assessment, A. Connectivity value, 87. A girl? Why then did she present herself in a boyish manner? And why was her residence concealed? Before Xiao Qingwu could ponder further, Yi Qin approached the scanning device, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. During the examination, news of Yi Qin's exploits had circulated among the candidates. Yi Qin, with a connectivity value of 95 at the mecha competition of the Imperial Capital Middle School, is a rare genius in the Huaxiao Empire. At this moment, nearly everyone in the examination hall was acutely aware of Yi Qin's identity. Even the officers stationed outside the incident scene turned their heads, eager to ascertain Yi Qin's score. As the scanning beam enveloped him, the mechanical voice gradually announced, Yi Qin, 4,399 points. What? In that instant, every individual present thought they had misheard. Over 4,000 points. Was he even human? It wasn't he until Yi Qin stepped away from the scanner that the crowd finally began to process the astonishing revelation. Xiao Qingwu, seated at the front, gazed in disbelief at the leaderboard, utterly unable to reconcile the figure displayed. Although the number of beasts had been quintupled this time, surely it could not be this outrageous. To everyone's astonishment, it was revealed that half of the colossal beasts were slain by Yi Qin. How could this be possible? Nearby, Zhou Qianhui stood in a state of disbelief upon seeing Yi Qin's score. Despite her relentless efforts over 3 days, she had only amassed 1,350 points. While Yi Qin and Oppo's score exceeded hers by more than threefold. This was simply unacceptable to her. As Yi Qin descended from the stage, Xiao Qinghan unexpectedly appeared behind him. Brother Yi, you were incredible. Truly deserving of the title of genius from the Imperial Capital High School. I am genuinely impressed. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Qin turned to see it was none other than Big Brotherly. Noting her familiar demeanor, Yi Qin could only smile and respond, it was merely luck. Just luck. Brother Yi, do not be so modest. If your score of over 4,000 points is merely due to luck, then does that not imply we are all worthless? Yi Qin chuckled awkwardly, explaining, it was simply that I encountered more second-tier beasts, which is why my score is so high. To be able to slay second-tier beasts indicates your remarkable prowess. Xiao Qinghan exclaimed. I encountered a second-tier steel spike tiger. It was exceedingly swift and ferocious in its attacks. I simply could not compete and had to evade it. The steel spike tiger is indeed one of the more formidable second-tier beasts, and without experience, one could easily be defeated. Thus, Xiao Qinghan's decision to avoid confrontation was wise. After the competition, Yi Qin found a shaded spot to sit down. He had not anticipated that he had unknowingly slain so many monsters, but upon reflection, he had only killed a few hundred Kuan snakes and earth dragons by hand. Where had the remaining points come from? Could it be that the surplus points were accrued while patrolling the vicinity during the dawn vigil? Once the tally was complete, everyone boarded the vehicle to return to the outpost. The airship awaited them, having been stationed there for a considerable time. Following the conclusion of the assessment, the candidates traveled back to their respective cities aboard the airship. The screen on the airship displayed the scores and rankings of all participants. In this assessment, only 3 individuals surpassed the 1,000-point mark. Yi Qin ranked first with 4,399 points, Zhou Qianhui second with 1,350 points, and Mei Zichang third with 1,099 points. Yi Qin spotted Big Brotherly on the leaderboard, who had secured 731 points, placing him in 12th position. This achievement was commendable indeed. With the assessment concluded, all candidates now needed to await their admission notification letters in tranquility at home. Chapter 39, ZG Crystal in the B District of the Imperial Capital. Room 1001 of Gui Bun Building Number 2. Yi Jiao languidly lay on the sofa, her small fist rhythmically pounding the cushion. Her brother had been uncommunicative about his whereabouts, recklessly wandering about despite his injuries. Over the past few days, she had attempted countless video calls, yet none had been answered. Could it be that he was wallowing in despair after missing the registration deadline for the United University? The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became. Hastily, she donned a piece of clothing from the rack and prepared to leave the house in search of Yi Qin. Just as she opened the door, she collided with someone, stumbling backward and landing squarely on the floor. Where on earth are you rushing off to? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yi Jiao quickly disregarded her sore bottom and scrambled to her feet, demanding, "Where have you been these past few days?" Seeing her pouting expression, Yi Qin couldn't help but tousle her hair. "I was participating in the supplementary assessment for the Mechanical Armed University. Did you pass?" Yi Jiao held her breath in anticipation. "Of course I did." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiao rushed forward to embrace Yi Qin, but as she drew near, a pungent odor assaulted her nostrils. "Brother, you smell terrible. Quickly, take a shower." The stench sent her retreating in haste. "Oh, how dare you criticize your brother?" Yi Qin opened his arms wide, exclaiming, "Watch as I pass this foul odor on to you." Yi Jiao gasped in horror and dashed back into her room, leaving behind a parting remark, "Brother, hurry and cook. I'm starving." Observing his sister's playful demeanor, Yi Qin couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that having such a sister was not so bad after all. After washing up and finishing dinner, Yi Qin made his way to the workshop. He summoned Dawn. The bracelet emitted a radiant glow, and a wormhole materialized in the air. Through this assessment, Yi Qin had come to a profound understanding of the importance of mecha energy. Although he had not replaced the mecha battery during the assessment, he had operated without activating the Sword Core program. If the plasma giant blade were to be used indiscriminately, energy consumption would exponentially increase. The current mecha batteries were severely limited and could not meet the demands of prolonged combat. Thus, he needed to upgrade Dawn's energy source. After sketching out a rough design, Yi Qin turned his attention to a pile of palladium metal. 3 kilograms of 50 concentration palladium must be purified to serve as the energy core for Dawn. While the concept of purification seemed straightforward, its execution was fraught with challenges. A mere 1% difference in purity could yield vastly different results. Furthermore, he needed to purify the 50 concentration palladium to 99. Dawn, connect to the room's projection system. Initiate crucible heating and monitor the temperature in real time. Receiving command. Executing operation. In an instant, the instruments in the workshop sprang to life. While waiting for the crucible to preheat, Dawn's voice echoed. "Yi Qin, you have not slept for 3 days. I have detected that a portion of your cerebral cortex has entered a state of dormancy. I recommend you rest." Yi Qin rubbed his weary eyes. Indeed. Since awakening in the bathtub that day, he had not slept. Whenever he drifted into slumber, memories from his previous life surfaced like bubbles rising in water. Images of his subordinates' tragic fates haunted him relentlessly. "Dawn, do you believe humanity has a chance of surviving in the face of extraterrestrial civilizations?" The encounter of humanity with extraterrestrial civilizations is a fascinating topic. According to data, humanity has yet to engage in any form of contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. If humanity were to truly encounter extraterrestrial civilizations, the outcomes could be highly varied, depending on numerous factors, but chiefly on humanity's attitude. Yi Qin chuckled helplessly. Yes, everything hinged on humanity's attitude. Had humanity not been so arrogant and overbearing before conflicts arose, perhaps many bloodshed events could have been averted. He gazed at Dawn and then at his own hands. He was not strong enough. If he were powerful enough, he might represent the people of Blue Star in contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. If he could become so formidable that no one on Blue Star could resist him, perhaps he could indeed alter that history. Has the crucible finished heating? There is no time to waste. Yi Qin rose from his chair. Dawn, I am uncertain if the energy production method you provided is effective. Did you not find any relevant literature after connecting to the database? Yi Qin was incredulous at Dawn's skepticism. Was it possible that this era had yet to invent such technology? Regarding the cold fusion reactor technology you mentioned, it is not documented in the database. The concept of cold fusion technology was proposed in March 1983 by 2 scientists, M. Fleischmann and S. Pahn. It has been over 500 years since then, and no one has successfully constructed a cold fusion reactor. Yi-Qin was aware of what Dawn was stating. Indeed, the two scientists had proposed this concept 5 centuries ago, but research had been halted due to material limitations. Yet that was 5 centuries ago, in 1983. Now it was 2483, and the people of Blue Star had embarked on interstellar exploration. Yet no one had managed to develop a cold fusion reactor. Yi-Qin found it unacceptable. Despite the tremendous advancements in technology, no one had pursued cold fusion research. However, it was not the fault of the scientists. After all, cold fusion had been dismissed as a hoax, leading to the cessation of research. Yi-Qin removed the summoning bracelet and placed it on the experimental table. Dawn scanned the bracelet. A red beam swept across, and the bracelet instantly displayed its energy code. Scan complete. Bracelet ID C-137. Energy code 00568. Clear the energy code. Executing operation. A gamma ray illuminated the bracelet, causing the energy code to vanish. Subsequently, Yi-Qin rummaged through a nearby box for additional summoning bracelets, though these had not been encoded. He shattered each bracelet one by one, extracting a white crystal from within. This crystal was a unique olive crystal discovered on Gamma Star, known as ZG. ZG crystals enabled the opening and closing of wormholes only after undergoing human processing. Without gamma ray programming, ZG crystals were essentially a pile of useless stones. However, once subjected to gamma rays, ZG crystals could tear open a small wormhole space through the devices on the bracelet. No one had ever linked these ZG crystals to cold fusion, but Yi-Qin alone understood their true purpose. In addition to facilitating the opening of small wormholes, ZG crystals were also catalytic raw materials for cold fusion reactors. After extracting all the ZG crystals from the bracelets, Yi-Qin crushed them entirely, finally grinding them into a fine powder using a grinder. After completing these tasks, he proceeded to introduce titanium alloy into another crucible for dissolution. Titanium alloy, being the most resilient metal available to Yi-Qin, was ideally suited for the energy source casing. Once the titanium alloy had completely melted, Yi-Qin donned protective gear and poured the molten titanium alloy into the mold. Dawn meticulously regulated the furnace temperature, maintaining it at 1,725 degrees. Received. Seizing the opportunity while the titanium alloy solution had yet to solidify, Yi-Qin hurried to the other side to commence the purification of palladium. Dawn maintain the crucible temperature at 1,554 degrees and initiate the palladium purification. Received. Yi-Qin carefully introduced 3 kilograms of palladium into the crucible, observing as the metal gradually liquefied, with impurities rising to the surface. However, he understood that these were merely the superficial impurities. The palladium solution contained many other contaminants within. Yi-Qin employed thermal treatment to purify the metal. This required heating the palladium to its boiling point of 2,970 degrees. At this boiling point, palladium would slowly evaporate into a gaseous state, and then, after passing through the condensation tube, the palladium in the air would gradually revert to solid form. Although this method was time-consuming, it yielded palladium of exceptionally high purity. Chapter 40 The Reappearance of System Rewards. Dawn deftly maneuvered the instruments within the workshop. The flames of the crucible before Yi-Qin gradually shifted from crimson to azure. Increasing power, the crucible temperature has reached 2,970 degrees. Upon achieving the boiling point, the palladium within the crucible began to diminish steadily. At this moment, Yi-Qin activated the condensation apparatus, reverting the vaporized palladium back to its solid state. At the end of the condenser, fine, silver powder cascaded down, each particle glimmering like a beacon of light in the darkness. Though faint, its brilliance was undeniable. With gloved hands, Yi-Qin poured the palladium back into the crucible for fusion. Dawn elevated the crucible's temperature to 1,554 degrees. Acknowledged. He aimed to fuse the now-cooled palladium. As the palladium began to melt, Yi-Qin introduced ZG crystal powder as a catalyst. The instant the powder made contact with the palladium, the metal sprang to life, entering an unstable state within the crucible. Dawn, is the shell cast? Yes, Yi-Qin, I have completed the shell casting. Yi-Qin swiftly used an iron rod to lift the crucible filled with molten palladium and hurriedly moved towards Dawn. Seizing the moment before the palladium solidified, he poured its entirety into the freshly cast titanium alloy sphere. He then placed the sphere into the ZG crystal powder for cooling. Dawn continuously monitored the internal temperature. Once it dropped to 500 degrees, the gamma rays would be activated for energy encoding. Affirmative. Minutes later, the temperature of the titanium shell gradually decreased. A red energy beam swept across, and Dawn's voice resonated again. Energy encoding. 00568 completed. After the energy encoding was finalized, Yi-Qin placed the sphere into the vacuum press. This was the most critical step of the entire process. As long as the titanium sphere did not explode during the pressurization, his cold nuclear fusion device would be deemed successful. Yi-Qin quickly removed his protective gear and entered the cockpit of the mech. Dawn activated the vacuum press. Acknowledged. With the pressure gauge steadily rising, the titanium sphere, originally about 1 meter in diameter, began to shrink. The vacuum press had reached 5,000 atmospheres, compressing the titanium sphere to half its volume. He activated thermal imaging to display the internal temperature of the sphere. In an instant, the screen turned blue. Inside the vacuum press, the center of the titanium sphere still glowed red. As the pressure continued to escalate, the red temperature gradually declined. At 10,000 atmospheres, the sphere's volume was reduced to 1/4 of its original size. Finally, upon reaching 30,000 atmospheres, the titanium sphere was compressed into a 20-centimeter diameter orb. The internal temperature had also decreased to 50 degrees. Witnessing this scene, Yi-Qin exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it was done. Upon opening the hatch, Dawn gazed at the technological sphere within the vacuum press and inquired, Yi-Qin, is this sphere my new energy device? Indeed. The cold nuclear fusion reactor was complete. Yi-Qin had meticulously executed each step, ensuring that the palladium was added to the titanium mold before solidification. Under conditions of cooling from the outside and heating from within, he successfully enhanced the pressure. At this moment, the palladium inside the sphere had been compressed into a liquid state, and upon reacting with the Zg crystal powder, the palladium would remain perpetually ionized. The metal would continuously react, releasing energy to provide an unending power source for the mech. This was the cold nuclear fusion reactor Yi-Qin had designed for Dawn. This reactor required no radiation shielding and produced no high temperatures, posing no danger, a revolutionary energy source. Theoretically, the palladium would gradually deplete during the ionization process. But the palladium used this time had been purified. Thus, in the absence of other mediums, the energy converted from palladium had significantly increased. Next, he simply needed to perfect the conversion device, and this titanium sphere would officially become Dawn's energy source. Recording the manufacturing process. While Dawn recorded the data, Yi-Qin directly opened the core of the mech, removing the power supply apparatus and replacing it with a specially designed energy device. Once the sphere was secured in its recess, Dawn officially transformed into a nuclear-powered mech. From this moment forth, Yi-Qin would no longer have to worry about the energy issues of the mech. Dawn, now attempt to activate a small wormhole. You should be able to freely open and close one. Upon receiving Yi-Qin's command, Dawn paused momentarily before responding. There is no such operation in my database. Should I create a new operational program? Yes. Small wormhole activation program has been created. Initiating. In an instant, a black wormhole opened beneath Dawn, and the entire mech was engulfed within it. Yi-Qin contacted Dawn through the system panel as the wormhole activated. Executing program. As the words fell, a small wormhole materialized in the sky, and then Dawn descended from above. Witnessing the spectacle, Yi-Qin could not help but smile in satisfaction. It was precisely as he had envisioned. This was also the principle behind summoning future mechs. Upon landing, Dawn raised another query. Yi-Qin, I have noticed an issue. Summoning a wormhole causes an immediate 30 decrease in the core energy of the mech, but after 5 seconds, the energy returns to normal levels. Yi-Qin smiled reassuringly. This was a normal phenomenon and warranted no concern. Understood. Recording. Recording complete. Achievement confirmed. Cold nuclear fusion reactor. Dispensing rewards. RNA gene agent manufacturing manual. Primordial energy agent manufacturing manual. In an instant, the manufacturing methods for both agents surged into Yi-Qin's mind, nearly overwhelming him to the point of fainting. After a moment of recuperation, he slumped wearily into his chair. What was that? A system reward? Since awakening the system and acquiring Dawn, such rewards had ceased to manifest. Yet now, the reappearance of system rewards seemed to correlate with the creation of the cold nuclear fusion reactor. Yi-Qin summoned the system panel, and the manufacturing methods for the 2 gene agents appeared on the display. RNA gene agent, primordial energy gene agent. Yi-Qin opened the RNA gene agent, which contained a method for crafting a particular gene agent. The ARC small nucleotide agent, administered via injection, could enhance the user's physical strength and repair damaged or deficient genomic sequences. After reviewing the required materials, Yi-Qin attempted to access the primordial energy gene agent. However, The options were locked. Dawn, how can I view the manufacturing method for the primordial energy gene agent? Insufficient permissions. To view the method for creating the RNA gene potion, one must first produce the RNA gene potion. Insufficient permissions. Even after Dawn merges with the system, it seems that Dawn cannot breach the system's restrictions. It appears he must prioritize the production of the gene potion. Chapter 41. The ubiquitous JB Alliance. Dawn returned to the wormhole space, and it was time for me to rest. Confirming command, executing operation. This time, Dawn did not open a wormhole beneath his feet, but instead created one directly in front of him and walked straight through it, until he vanished from sight. Yi-Chin could hardly believe that he had truly constructed a cold nuclear fusion reactor. After returning to his room and taking a shower, Yi-Chin lay down on his bed. In fact, he had only just returned home when the Mechanical Armed University sent him a notification. However, he had been so busy with various matters that he had no time to check the information. Yi-Chin opened his inbox, and the most recent email was from the Mechanical Armed University. Dear student Yi-Chin, your supplementary assessment results have been reviewed. Please report to the Mechanical Armed University in Modu on September 1st. Yi-Chin found the website of the Mechanical Armed University through the Chengdu search engine. To his surprise, the first pop-up that appeared was from the JB Alliance. Welcome to the JB Alliance. The JB Alliance includes the Huaxia Empire, IMC Empire, Battle Empire, Sun Never Sets Empire, and the League Empire, along with numerous affiliated nations. Regardless of your nationality, you can join the JB Alliance as a mercenary and contribute to human peace. We offer advanced mechas for sale, along with top-notch maintenance personnel at your service. Mecha equipment, beast meat, elixirs, and more. Yi-Chin was somewhat speechless at this advertisement. Not expecting the JB Alliance to have such a presence. Wealth indeed holds great power. After much searching, Yi-Chin finally located the Mechanical Armed University website. Please verify your identity through iris scanning. As he turned his gaze toward the camera, a red light gradually swept across, and the projector's display changed. Instantly, a plethora of information appeared on one wall of the room. Name, Yi-Chin. Gender, male. Age, 18. Residence, District B, Capital City, Building 2. Room 1001. Elementary school grades. Mecha theory. A. Beast knowledge. D. Middle school grades. Mecha theory. S. Beast knowledge. D. Mecha simulation. D. High school grades. Mecha theory. S. Beast knowledge. D. Mecha simulation. D. Mecha practical. D. Senior year mecha simulation comprehensive assessment. D. Not suitable for mecha operation. Mecha competition victory. Connection value, 95 supplementary exam points. 4399 points. 4399. The next moment, an intelligent AI figure entered the scene. Hello, I am Eva, the artificial AI of the Mechanical Armed University. How may I assist you? Yi-Chin pointed to the chart on the wall. I understand what the supplementary exam points are, but what does the points below signify? Eva graciously bowed and responded, Greetings, new student Yi-Chin. First, congratulations on becoming a part of the Mechanical Armed University. Allow me to introduce some fundamental information about our institution. Our Mechanical Armed University is the premier academy of the Huaxia Empire, boasting excellent faculty and resources, as well as the most advanced simulation combat technology. Within the academy, you can use points to purchase anything you require, such as mecha-related items, mecha AI, components, programs, and even a brand new Vanguard-class mecha if your points suffice. Should you need beast meat, elixirs, or other weaponry, they are available for purchase with swift logistics. Goods can reach you in as little as an hour. If points are insufficient, you can exchange Huaxia currency, with 1 point equating to 10,000 Huaxia coins. Is there anything else you do not understand? Upon finishing, Eva flashed a sweet smile. After a series of introductions, Yi-Chin began to grasp the situation. Are there other means to acquire points aside from recharging? Indeed, there are 3 ways to earn points. First, you can obtain them by hunting beasts. Our Mechanical Armed University collaborates with the JB Alliance. Simply provide the coordinates of any beast you have slain, and members of the JB Alliance will retrieve the carcass. The points gained vary with the level of the beast. Higher tier beasts yield greater points. Second, you can participate in tasks released by the Mechanical Armed University or those issued by the JB Alliance. Completing these tasks also earns you corresponding points. The third way is to provide valuable items for posting on the task board, such as rare metal materials, beast cores, or your unique skills to serve others, all of which can earn you points. Upon hearing the third method of acquiring points, Yi-Chin felt something amiss. ISN and Oppos. This third method also a channel provided by the JB Alliance? Eva playfully smiled. You guessed it right. For a moment, Yi Qin was at a loss for words, realizing that the JB Alliance had become an omnipotent entity on Blue Star. Fortunately, their aim was merely to hunt beasts. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom what such a colossal organization might do to other nations. Do you have any further questions? Remember to call for me if you do. With that, Eva vanished from the screen. Yi Qin rummaged through the Mechanical Armed University website for a while. He briefly examined the options available on the site, which included places to accept tasks, post tasks, and a marketplace for purchases. However, the most intriguing features were the campus leaderboard and the school forum. The school forum contained posts about a variety of topics, including the affairs of the department head and rumors about the campus belle, making it a place without taboos. Upon clicking into the school forum, several prominent words immediately caught his eye. Shocking. A genius with a connection value of 95 emerges at the capital city high school mecha competition. A dark horse has attracted numerous schools to submit resumes. Although the post was quite conspicuous, it had already been some time since it was published. It seemed there were indeed quite a few posts about him on the Mechanical Armed University forum. Upon seeing that glaring title, Yi Qin quickly pressed the back button. Just the sight of that embarrassing headline sent chills down his spine. Yi Qin then clicked on the marketplace page. Despite having over 4,000 points, he was not in a rush to make any purchases. The marketplace of the Mechanical Armed University was interconnected with the JB Alliance, meaning that most of the items sold were produced by the JB Alliance. He glanced at the equipment available, then shifted his focus elsewhere. It wasn't that the JB Alliance's goods were inferior. Rather, the mecha equipment he desired could not be manufactured in this era. Indeed, in this age, the mecha equipment provided by the JB Alliance could be deemed superior to that of any nation on Blue Star. Some items were even beyond the capabilities of the Huaxia Empire to produce. However, such commodities were inadequate for countering the impending threats. Yi Qin clicked on the custom service section, which featured various special professional demands. To his astonishment, there were even forging services available. The profession of a blacksmith is exceedingly rare and demands exceptionally high standards. Typically, only those who have awakened their affinity for metal would consider pursuing this vocation. With the availability of forging services, the problem becomes manageable. One can simply commission a craftsman to create whatever they desire. The Armor of Dawn and the Colossal Blade both require upgrades. However, the six-figure service fee left Yi Qin feeling overwhelmed, as commissioning such forging services would cost several billion. After contemplating for a while, Yi Qin closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. Chapter 42. I consider you a best friend, yet you aspire to be my sister-in-law? In a dream, a series of explosive fireworks erupted before Yi Qin. Despite piloting a mecha, the heat generated by the blast sent him flying. No. Stop. Just as he intended to rush forward to intervene, more explosions cascaded upon him. The intense electromagnetic field disrupted his mecha, severing the neural connection, and a powerful current surged through his body, administering a full-body electric shock. When all sounds faded and tranquility returned to the earth, Yi Qin barely regained consciousness. He pressed the emergency ejection button of the mecha, and the hatch slowly opened. The landscape lay in ruins, with the acrid stench of smoke permeating the air. It was the smell of flesh charred beyond recognition. They had won this battle, yet paid an excruciatingly heavy price. Countless soldiers had been torn apart like meat in a grinder, blood seeping from the mangled mechas, creating a scene of utter devastation. He weakly knelt on the ground, pondering whether such a victory was worth the sacrifice of so many lives. Suddenly, Yi Qin awoke in his bed, detecting a whiff of burning. Realizing smoke was seeping through the door crack, he hurried downstairs to the kitchen. There, he found the frying pan ablaze, while the soup pot overflowed. Yi Qin let out a furious roar. Xiao Jiao. At that moment, Yi Jiao was in her room, oblivious to the culinary catastrophe unfolding. Upon hearing her brother's shout, she hastily ripped off her facial mask. It's over. I'm going to be scolded. Yi Qin immediately rushed to salvage the culinary disaster. In his recollection, Yi Jiao was utterly devoid of culinary talent. No matter what she attempted to cook, it invariably ended up as charred remains, her unique and tragic gift. Yi Qin skillfully covered the flaming pan with a lid and promptly turned off the boiling pot. Had he discovered the situation a moment later, the house might have been engulfed in flames. As he finished tidying up the kitchen and prepared to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Yi Qin, you're alive. He turned to see two girls standing in the living room. One was his sister, and the other was a stranger, her face radiant with excitement. Yi Jiao, why didn't you inform her that your brother is Yi Qin? Faced with an outsider, Yi Qin had to suppress his anger, ruffling Yi Jiao's hair and gritting his teeth as he said, "Didn't I tell you not to enter the kitchen?" Yi Jiao pouted defiantly, retorting, "I just wanted to see if I could cook. You're hardly ever home, and I'm tired of takeout." She gazed at Yi Qin, her expression reminiscent of a sulking bride. This made Yi Qin feel somewhat awkward. It wasn't entirely his fault. Sighing at his sister's expression, he relented. Fine. I want to scold you. Go fetch some ingredients from the cold storage for me. Are you really going to cook?" Yi Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, the girl beside Yi Jiao, shyly clutching her hand, spoke up. "Yi Jiao, your brother is much more handsome than in the videos." After saying this, she turned her head away, blushing. Yi Jiao shot her a glance, exasperated, before obediently heading to the cold storage to retrieve the ingredients. "You meet my brother and instantly betray me. What a fair-weather friend." Half an hour later, Yi Qin had prepared several simple breakfast dishes. As Yi Jiao savored the delicious food, her mood lifted considerably, and she began to overlook the betrayal of her friend. Just then, Yi Qin suddenly said, "Hello, I am Yi Qin, Yi Jiao's brother. Xiao Jiao can be a bit headstrong at times, but with a friend like you, I feel reassured." "You're the one who is headstrong," Yi Jiao retorted, irked. The friend smiled slightly and responded cheerfully, "Hello, Yi Qin Gij, I'm Li Jia, but you can call me Jia. Yi Jiao can indeed be a bit headstrong, but we are good friends, and I will take care of her for you." Li Jia. Yi Jiao's expression turned fierce. "What do you mean she is headstrong? I've always been the one looking after her at school. I can't believe you would say such outrageous things." Yi Qin chuckled as he gathered the dishes and stood up to leave the living room. After Yi Qin departed, Li Jia revealed her true colors, seizing Yi Jiao's arm. "Oh my gosh, Yi Jiao, your brother is so handsome. Truly, he is a genius from the Imperial Capital High School. He is not only good-looking, but also an incredible cook." Yi Jiao rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in engaging. Li Jia leaned in closer, a mischievous smile on her face, asking, "Does your brother have a girlfriend?" Li Jia. Yi Jiao's voice rose several octaves. "I consider you a best friend, yet you aspire to be my sister-in-law?" Seeing her friend's outrage, Li Jia promptly dashed away. The connection value is fundamental for a mecha pilot, determining the extent to which one can control the mecha. Upon mastering mecha operation, individuals awaken their inherent attributes. When a pilot activates their attribute power, the mecha unleashes unexpected effects. Mastery over equipment and the practical application of elemental powers are essential training for all mecha pilots. Li Jian sat in his office, watching footage of Yi Qin participating in a supplementary examination. Yi Qin's combat proficiency and strength far surpassed that of his peers. Hunting giant beasts with bare hands was already an extraordinary feat at that moment. Li Jian's expression turned grave. He had initially thought Yi Qin was merely a talented individual. However, the skills displayed in the video could not solely be attributed to innate talent. Even he struggled to comprehend Yi Qin and Appo's true capabilities. While secretly rejoicing, he felt a wave of concern. As a Titan-class mecha pilot, he understood just how formidable Yi Qin and Appo's strength was. If one instance could be deemed a coincidence, this recording unequivocally proved that Yi Qin was a once-in-a-millennium genius. Slaying a first-tier giant beast and amassing over 4,000 points in the assessment, such talent was indeed a rare find. This cannot be. Such a promising individual must be enlisted in the Huaxia Empire's military. His prowess could surpass that of any commander in history. Such talent must not be allowed to slip away from the Huaxia Empire. With that thought, he called Yu Zhong. Half an hour later, Yu Zhong hung up the phone, his expression one of disbelief at Yi Qin's remarkable strength. He felt a surge of relief for having shown him kindness earlier. Yu Zhong had been the mayor of the imperial capital for a decade. He had thought he would never return to the military and would spend his remaining years in retirement. But now, hope rekindled within him. If I can persuade Yu Qin to join the military, could it mean my return? Yu Zhong was originally part of the Huaxia military but had been demoted to mayor of the imperial capital due to a moment of impulsiveness. Although he did not face severe punishment, it effectively barred him from re-entering the military. Should this endeavor prove successful, Yu Zhong may very well return to the place he has long yearned for, the Huaxia military headquarters, the frontier battlefront. In truth, Yu Zhong had grown weary of this mundane existence. Rather than languishing in the imperial capital, he would prefer to engage in fierce combat at the border. With this thought, Yi Zhong could scarcely contain the excitement and joy bubbling within him, and he swiftly addressed his assistant. Quickly, Ascertain the status of Yiqin's parents and determine their return timeline. I wish to personally pay a visit to Yiqin's home and extend my regards. Yes, Mayor. Chapter 43. The 10 million prize in the office of the vice principal at Beijing City High School. The atmosphere was tense. Teacher Zhou, you must represent our school tomorrow to meet the student named Yiqin. As his homeroom teacher, you should be able to contact him, the vice principal urged. Zhou Qinya hesitated. Vice principal, I am at a loss. I have sent him messages, but he hasn't responded at all. Sitting behind the desk, Vice Principal Ding Qing furrowed his brows. Although Principal Li Yunlong was still hospitalized, he had made it clear that Yiqin was to deliver a speech at Beijing City High School. If he succeeded, he would inherit the principal's authority from Li Yunlong. Ding Qing rubbed his temples and coldly stated, as long as Yiqin can come to school to give a speech, the school will reward him with a doubled scholarship. Just convey that to him. Zhou Qinya frowned. Vice Principal, I truly cannot reach Yiqin. After realizing her genuine inability to contact him, Ding Qing could only let out a long sigh. This complicates matters, he mused. Zhou Qinya and Apos' eyes reflected her helplessness, overshadowed by confusion. She had made numerous attempts to find Yiqin, yet each time had been in vain. After a moment of silence, Ding Qing steeled his resolve. Very well. I will personally make the call. Zhou Qinya, aware that she was on the verge of submitting her resignation, rose to leave. The higher-ups of the Sun Never Sets Empire had instructed her to go undercover at the Mecha Armed University, and she needed to prepare adequately. Then, Vice Principal, I shall take my leave, she said as she stood. Ding Qing merely acknowledged her with a curt HM, then dialed Yiqin and Amp, Apos, as parents and Amp, Apos, number. Not long after Zhou Qinya exited, the door was abruptly pushed open. Spotting the visitor, Ding Qing quickly rose to greet him. Mayor Yi, what brings you here? In response to Ding Qing and Amp, Apos' warm reception, Yi Chong hurriedly returned the greeting. Vice Principal Ding, have you been busy lately? Having served as vice principal for a considerable time, Ding Qing had established his own intelligence network. Yi Chong was the mayor of Beijing City and the actual authority behind the global auction house. Previously, he had been the leader of the vanguard of the second group army of the Huaxia Empire, although the reasons for his reassignment remained unclear. Nevertheless, no one in the entire city dared to show him disrespect. At that moment, Yi Chong was radiating joy, his happiness almost spilling over. Vice Principal Ding, does Yiqin attend your school? Do you have his home address? Ding Qing felt a jolt of surprise at this question, but he chuckled. Yiqin is a pride of our Beijing City High School. Does Mayor Yi have business with him? I and Apos am hoping to pay him a visit, as he possesses a remarkable connection value of 95, Yi Chong stated, unreserved in his intentions. Ding Qing smiled as he accessed Yiqin and Amp, Apos' records. I just contacted his parents, and they happen to be available today. How about we pay a home visit together? The scholarship from the school hasn't reached him yet. Yiqin, a connection value of 95 in the mecha competition. He repelled the forces of the Goryeo Empire. Achieved over 4,000 points in the supplementary examination of the Mecha Armed University. Initially incredulous at what he had heard, Yi Chong soon recognized Yiqin and Amp, Apos' exceptional capabilities. He had purchased titanium alloy and even sold a 50-gram piece. It appeared that Yiqin harbored many secrets unknown to others. In the afternoon, a series of urgent knocks echoed in Yi Jiao's ears. Brother, hurry out. Someone's looking for you, she called as she sprinted to the workshop. Throwing open the door. Got it. Coming right away, Yiqin replied, pondering who might be visiting him. After tidying up a bit, Yiqin emerged from the workshop. Upon entering the living room, he immediately spotted his guests. His father, Yi Chongdong, and mother, Jiang Xuezhing, had returned home, accompanied by two men. One of them was none other than his newly acquainted elder brother, Yi Chong. A pile of expensive gifts lay on the table. Xiaoqin, come here. Jiang Xuezhing beckoned as soon as she saw Yiqin. The others turned to look at him. Seeing Yiqin and Amp, Apos' complex expression, Yi Jiao quickly retreated to her room, a smirk of satisfaction lingering on her lips. Mom, Dad, Yiqin calmly approached and took a seat, his gaze drifting toward the two men on the sofa with curiosity. Jiang Xuezhing promptly introduced, this is Mayor Yi Chong and Vice Principal Ding from Beijing City High School. They are here to see you. Yiqin nodded and greeted. Mayor Yi, Vice Principal Ding. Observing Yiqin and Apos' composed demeanor, Ding Qing Kuden and Apos' help, but inwardly marvel. Truly, he was the top genius of Beijing City High School. His calmness suggested he was accustomed to such encounters. Unflappable, undisturbed by praise or reproach, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future, possessing a temperament far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Although Ding Qing was already familiar with Yi Qin, he restrained himself, aware that they were in the presence of Yi Qin and Appo's parents. "So what brings you here?" Yi Chong inquired, shifting his gaze to Ding Qing, who quickly caught on. With a cheerful expression, Ding Qing replied, "I am here primarily on behalf of the school to present Yi Qin with his scholarship, as he has successfully enrolled in the Mecha Armed University. You are a source of pride for our institution." Yi Chong's attention shifted directly to Yi Qin's face, a piece of information he was already privy to. Meanwhile, Yi Changdong and Jiang Xuezheng were left in shock. Yi Qin has been accepted into the Mecha Armed University, and he has even received a scholarship from Beijing City High School? How is that possible? They had just returned home when the two men had knocked at their door. After inquiring in detail, they learned that the visitors were there for Yi Qin. One was the mayor of the city, and the other was the vice principal of the school. Faced with this situation, they had no choice but to invite them in for a discussion. In truth, Yi Changdong and Jiang Xuezheng were completely unaware of the purpose behind their visit. Yi Changdong had intended to teach his son the ropes of business, as Yi Qin had consistently performed poorly in school. Now, with Vice Principal Ding stating that he was there to award Yi Qin a scholarship, he could hardly believe his ears. Dazed, Yi Changdong cautiously asked, "Vice Principal, are you mistaken? Our Yi Qin performed poorly in the high school simulation exams. How could he possibly be accepted into the Mecha Armed University?" Ding Qing chuckled and clarified, "Yi Qin won in the mecha competition, achieving a connection value of 95 with mechas. Moreover, he participated in the supplementary examination for the Mecha Armed University and passed with flying colors, securing first place." As he spoke, Ding Qing placed a card on the table. "Yi Qin, this is your scholarship, 10 million. I now invite you to return to school to give a speech, and you may choose the date at your convenience." Fearing the possibility of disagreement, Ding Qing deliberately adopted a serious expression and stated, "This is the principal's wish for you to undertake. I hope you can inspire those younger students and, in the process, impart some techniques for the supplementary examination at the Mechanical Armament University." After conveying this series of revelations, Yi Changdong and Jiang Xuezheng, who were seated on the sofa, were utterly bewildered. They exchanged incredulous glances, still struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. If it were not for the substantial sum of 10 million on the table, they might have suspected that these two individuals were merely actors hired by Yi Qin. Yi Qin, their own son, had a remarkable connection value of 95. Moreover, he had gained admission to the Mechanical Armament University. Yi Changdong and Jiang Xuezheng even doubted whether they were caught in a dream. Chapter 44. Yi Qin's transformation and his parents' shock. Hiding in her room, Yi Jiao witnessed the astonished expressions of her parents in the living room, and a smile of joy unexpectedly illuminated her face. She had long been aware of her parents' disdain for her brother, particularly her father's. In her father's eyes, she was the pride of their family. However, upon learning this news, it seemed likely that her parents could no longer overlook her brother. After receiving 1 million, Yi Qin calmly stated, "Thank you, Vice Principal, I will consider it." With this affirmation, Ding Qing and Appo's expression brightened considerably. He rose from the sofa, declaring, "Since I've delivered the items, I shall not disturb you further." Jiang Xuezheng immediately stood to see him off, but was halted by Ding Qing's raised hand. "No need to see me off. Mayor Yu likely has other matters to discuss with you. I will take my leave now." Once the visitors departed, Yi Qin turned his gaze to Yi Chong, speaking in a calm tone, "Brother Chong, speak up. What brings you here?" Yi Changdong and Jiang Xuezheng exchanged glances, both sensing something amiss. Particularly Yi Changdong, who pondered how this child could address the mayor of the imperial city so casually. Just as he was about to reprimand Yi Qin, Yi Chong burst into laughter. If his previous demeanor had been feigned seriousness, he was now beginning to relax. "Little brother, I will speak plainly. I hope you will join the Huaxia military after your university graduation." Yi Qin furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why bring this up, brother? Are you affiliated with the military?" "Once you join the Huaxia military, I can assure you of the best treatment and resources the Huaxia Empire can offer," Yi Chong guaranteed, patting his chest. "You need not rush your decision. I am merely providing a suggestion." Yi Chong hastily elaborated on the benefits of joining the military, confident that if Yi Qin showed any inclination towards this path, his mission would be accomplished. At just 18, it was indeed premature for Yi Qin to consider entering the military. However, This was a directive from above. Yi Qin's response would determine whether Yi Chong could return to the military. After a lengthy explanation, Yi Qin began to grasp the situation. It seemed someone had tasked Yi Chong with persuading him to join the Huaxiao Empire and Apos' military. Nevertheless, even without Yi Chong and Apos' urging, Yi Qin would contemplate this after graduating from university, as he was already quite familiar with it. Brother, I appreciate your good intentions, and I promise to give it some thought. Satisfied with Yi Qin and Apos' response, Yi Chong beamed. Fantastic, little brother. You and Apos' he done me a great favor. This is a token of our meeting. He produced a special token. What is this? Yi Qin inquired. This is the qualification token for the JB Alliance and Apos' training camp. Yi Qin accepted the token, pondering, training camp? Noting Yi Qin and Apos' confusion, Yi Chong explained, the JB Alliance and Apos' training camp is an initiative to attract talent, with training lasting from 1 to 3 months. Successful completion of the camp and Apos' assessments will yield corresponding rewards. I strongly recommend you attend. Yi Chong recalled his own experience in the training camp, where he had faced immense challenges but ultimately gained valuable rewards. That period had significantly aided his development, and he firmly believed Yi Qin would benefit greatly from this experience. I can give it a try, Yi Qin nodded. Since he would eventually engage with the JB Alliance, he might as well seize this opportunity for some advantage. In that case, I will submit your name for the program. With all matters settled, Yi Chong stood to take his leave. Although the outcome was slightly different from his expectations, it was still acceptable. With Yi Qin and Apos' assurance, the old-timers would likely refrain from making things difficult for him. Yi Chong was fortunate, having previously interacted with Yi Qin, who owed him several favors, making their conversation flow smoothly. Once Yi Chong departed, tranquility returned to the household. Yi Qin glanced at the gifts on the table, placed the bank card down, and bid his parents farewell. I have matters to attend to. With that, he turned and left. In his memories, his relationship with his parents was not particularly warm, but he could not entirely blame them. After all, Yi Qin had been a considerable burden. He understood their perspective, especially considering his previous mock exam scores were a dismal D, classifying him as unqualified. Not only did he possess no aptitude for piloting mechas, but he also occasionally rendered them inoperable. Each time a training mecha was destroyed, Yi Changdong had to pay the school a fee of 500,000. A staggering sum for a modest family. At times, relying solely on Yi Changdong's business endeavors and Jiang Xuezhing's hunts for giant beasts made sustaining the household challenging. Were it not for his sister Yi Jie gaining admission to the Mecha Engineering University, their family would not be as prosperous as it was now. After Yi Qin's departure, Yu Jiao emerged from her room. Xiao Jiao, please tell your father and mother what is going on. Jiang Xuezhing beckoned Yu Jiao over. At that moment, Yi Changdong remained in a state of profound shock, his face a canvas of disbelief. His son had somehow forged a connection with Mayor Yi Chong and even referred to him as a brother. When Yi Chong had called him little brother, Yi Changdong had questioned his hearing, initially believing Yi Chong was addressing him, only to realize that this person, who casually addressed the mayor as a brother, was indeed his own son. After some discussion, Yi Changdong and Jiang Xuezhing discovered that their son had accomplished many things of which they were unaware. Yi Jiao recounted the events of recent days, and their expressions shifted from skepticism to confusion, then from confusion to astonishment. Ultimately, the shock faded, leaving only bewilderment. They could hardly believe that the person Yi Jiao spoke of was their son. How could this be? Even after a period apart, how could our son change so drastically? Upon reflection, they noted that while Yi Qin's appearance had not drastically altered, his demeanor, eloquence, and behavior had transformed significantly. Yet, no matter how much he had changed, it seemed implausible for him to have become an entirely different person. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Had it not been for his identical visage, Yi Changdong and Jiang Xuezhing might have considered reporting to the authorities to locate their son. After a brief period of silence, they finally calmed down enough to accept reality. Following Yi Jiao's account of Yi Qin's transformation, she spoke softly, "Mom and Dad, I will return to my room now." With that, she quietly retreated to her chamber. As she exited the living room, Yi Jiao felt a twinge of grievance, but more so a sense of indignation for her brother. Earlier, she had recounted the incident in which Yi Qin had been attacked by a giant beast, yet her parents seemed indifferent to his injuries. Their focus remained solely on the 1 million on the table and the connections her brother had forged. Once Yi Jiao left, Yi Changdong stared at the 1 million on the table, feeling somewhat at a loss. The fact that both the vice principal of the Imperial City High School and the mayor had come to visit indicated that his son had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Yu Zhong is the mayor of the Imperial City and the mastermind behind the Myriad Realms auction house, a figure of considerable prominence. Establishing a connection with such an individual not only heralds a promising future, but also paves the way to a path of prosperity. Chapter 45. Arc Gene Agent Yi Qin returned to his workspace, his head throbbing as he gazed at the titanium alloy solution within the crucible. The titanium alloy had melted into a liquid state, yet a small mass of golden liquid remained stubbornly atop the surface. This was the remaining 20 grams of gold titanium alloy. The two substances were utterly incompatible, akin to oil and water, resulting in a distinct layering phenomenon within the crucible. He originally intended to forge the alloy from these two materials into the exoskeleton of the Dawn mech, but despite his efforts, they remained irreconcilable. Yi Qin summoned relevant data from the Dawn system. He had attempted various methods, including rolling composite methods, centrifugal casting, and pouring composite techniques. Yet none could fully amalgamate the two metals. Their relationship resembled that of fire and water, neither compatible nor reactive. Given the current circumstances, he could not dissolve these two metals together. The technique of metallurgical fusion required a skilled professional. Was this what they referred to as specialization? However, hiring a professional metal forger in the JB Alliance marketplace demanded a six-figure sum of points. In monetary terms, that translated to billions. Goodness, could they possibly charge any more? For the first time, Yi Qin felt acutely impoverished, possessing only over 4,000 points. At this rate, he wondered how long it would take to accumulate the necessary funds. Just then, a notification chimed. Smooth logistics, your package has arrived. Finally, the items he had purchased had reached him. Last night, while browsing the website, he had ordered all the materials required for producing the gene agent, medicinal raw materials, flasks, beakers, and a variety of experimental apparatus. It was now time to experiment with creating the gene agent. The ARC small nucleic acid agent is a subset of gene agents. Gene agents typically refer to medications produced using genetic engineering techniques, which can be utilized to treat hereditary diseases, cancers, and infectious diseases. The gene agent Yi Qin aimed to create involved extracting effective molecules from a medicinal essence using RNA technology. After extracting the essence, he would mix it with other components in specific ratios to achieve its special effects. Upon injection, the gene agent would enable the body to replace or repair defective genes. This encapsulated the essence of the ARC small nucleic acid agent. Although this was merely a basic gene agent, the technology was yet to be fully developed in this era, so it was prudent to keep this secret for the time being. Yi Qin understood the significance of gene agent production technology. If it were to become public knowledge, it would likely incite a relentless pursuit by all inhabitants of Blue Star. After all, this was a drug capable of fundamentally altering human physiology. With everything prepared, Yi Qin donned a white lab coat and prepared to extract the medicinal essence. He summoned the system panel and accessed the production instructions. The ARC small nucleic acid agent could enhance the user and Oppo's physical strength. After putting on a mask, he began the extraction process according to the steps outlined by the system. Half an hour passed, and Yi Qin finally completed the extraction of the medicinal essence. Next, he needed to mix the materials in precise proportions and then employ a specific method to achieve their fusion, thus completing the gene agent's production. The ratio of the medicinal ingredients was the key. Even a slight deviation could result in entirely different effects. Fortunately, the formulation of the ARC agent was not overly complex. After several failed attempts, Yi Qin finally mastered the technique. He carefully poured the medicinal essence into a flask and utilized a resonance device to ensure thorough mixing. This time, it should work. Watching the solution in the flask gradually change color, Yi Qin felt a surge of elation. The product resembled the sample provided by the system almost perfectly. Although this was a fundamental gene agent, the materials used were not particularly intricate. The challenge lay in extracting the essence and achieving the correct proportions. However, whether it could be deemed a success would only be revealed upon injection. Yi Qin removed his mask and filled a syringe with the solution from the flask. He summoned Dawn. Suddenly, another wormhole appeared in the workspace, and Dawn emerged. Monitor my physical condition. If any anomalies arise, administer 5 milliliters of the life solution immediately. Confirming command. As the green gene agent was injected into his arm, Yi Qin sat quietly, waiting for several seconds. Soon, He felt a wave of heat coursing through his veins, spreading throughout his body. Yi Qin, abnormal body temperature detected. Core temperature has reached 45 degrees. Executing command. No, wait. Yi Qin struggled to speak. At that moment, every cell in his body greedily absorbed the heat, as if the agent were stimulating his internal cells. Under the influence of the gene agent, the cells within him underwent continuous self-repair and healing, akin to a parched riverbed suddenly flooded with water. A thin mist began to rise from his skin's surface, and his internal energy surged, leaving him with a sensation of being gradually overwhelmed. After 10 minutes, this feeling began to subside, eventually fading away. Yi Qin took a deep breath, gazing at the gene agent in his hand. At that moment, he realized he had succeeded. The effects of the gene agent exceeded his expectations. Such remarkable results from a single injection were indeed a testament to the system's rewards. That said, the intense heat within his body had nearly overwhelmed him. Had he not previously tempered his meridians with the ice and fire fruit, he might not have been able to withstand the gene agent. Yi Qin promptly began practicing his breathing meditation technique, and indeed, his senses sharpened. Moreover, he sensed that his skin had become slightly firmer. Could this be a side effect of the damaged genes being repaired? A glance in the mirror revealed that his pores appeared significantly refined, and his complexion seemed to have brightened. Was this a gene agent or a whitening product? Yi Qin couldn't help but jest. At this moment, there remained a portion of the gene agent in his body that had yet to be fully absorbed. He would have to wait for time to allow his body to adapt gradually. Subsequently, Yi Qin meticulously produced 12 additional gene agents, 2 of which he had specially formulated with reduced potency. These contained only a third of the original efficacy. As he completed the final preparations, Yi Jiao entered the room. Yi Qin was startled, having been so engrossed in the production process that he hadn't noticed her arrival. "Xiao Jiao, what brings you here?" Without a word, Yi Jiao wrapped her arms around him from behind. It was only now that she comprehended the burden her brother had borne through the years under their parents' peculiar treatment. "Brother, you still have me." Hearing this, Yi Qin felt momentarily bewildered, yet he affectionately patted Yi Jiao's head. "Silly girl, what do you mean you have me?" Despite Yi Qin's attempts to comfort her, Yi Jiao refused to release her grip, as if she had suffered some great injustice. Yi Qin then took out a special gene agent and placed it in her hand. "I bought this agent at the auction house. You might find it useful." Upon seeing the agent in her hand, Yi Jiao experienced a surge of indescribable emotions. The pale green elixir shimmered under the light, resembling flowing jade. "Brother, what is this potion?" Yi Jiao inquired, tilting her head slightly to gaze at Yi Qin. Numerous potions have been developed on Blue Star, encompassing those for healing, emergency aid, and even skin whitening, nearly covering every conceivable effect. "This is a genetic serum. You should return to your room and inject it into your body. Then take a moment to truly feel its effects. Remember, do not disclose this to anyone." Yi Jiao understood that Yi Qin was subtly urging her to leave the workspace. After casting a reluctant glance at Yi Qin, she ultimately departed. The special serum crafted by Yi Qin had been intentionally diluted to 1/3 of its original potency, just for her. Although the genetic serum had been successfully created, others had not undergone the refining process of the ice and fire fruit. It was feared they might struggle to withstand the serum's energy, prompting him to undertake this experiment. "Dawn, monitor Yi Jiao's body temperature. If it exceeds the temperature I mentioned earlier, inform me immediately." Received. Chapter 46. Youngster, do you yearn for power? A few days later, why did the thought of visiting Haut City suddenly cross my mind? Haut City is perilously close to the border of Huaxia. What could possibly be so essential that one must venture there? Jiang Xuezheng murmured incessantly, perplexed by Yi Qin's sudden desire to visit such a treacherous place. However, at that moment, Yi Changdong wore a broad smile. He had once believed that his son would amount to little. Yet now Yu Chong and Ding Qing informed him that his son possessed a connection value of 95 and had been accepted into the University of Mechanical Armament. Far from mere pride, his son had become a source of ancestral glory. Yi Changdong earnestly remarked, "Ah, our son has grown up. He has his own aspirations. Why should we interfere?" Jiang Xuezheng shot him an exasperated glare. Her husband seemed oblivious to the perils of border cities, preoccupied solely with business and profit. As a pilot of Ionic-class mechas, she had first-hand experience hunting colossal beasts in those dangerous territories. Beyond the city limits lay military defenses, and beyond that, an endless expanse of ferocious creatures. Even within the city, giant beasts occasionally intruded, and as a mother, Jiang Xuezheng naturally wished to protect Yi Qin from such dangers. Observing her parents bickering, Yi Jiao settled comfortably on the other side of the sofa, leaning closely against Yi Qin. In this household, she harbored the utmost disdain for her father. She could not comprehend why he, despite being family, exhibited such snobbery. The once indifferent father had transformed into a doting figure. Had she not grown up witnessing his demeanor, she might have been deceived by his fade. After a brief while, Yi Jiao could no longer tolerate her father's overly affectionate manner. Seizing the opportunity before her frustration boiled over, she hastily retreated to her room. Just as she was about to close the door, a video message from Li Lijiao arrived. Ever since that day Li Lijiao had met Yi Qin, news of Yi Qin being her brother had spread throughout their class. With the enthusiastic promotion from her classmates, everyone in the school, except for the 8th graders, now knew that Yi Qin was her brother. Every time Yi Jiao went to school, countless individuals requested her assistance in obtaining Yi Qin's autograph or even inquiring about apprenticeship. Some girls even sought to invite Yi Qin to dinner. Her messaging app perpetually displayed new notifications exceeding 999. Especially persistent was Li Lijiao, who began to subtly pry into details about her brother. This so-called friend. Yi Jiao pressed the decline button vehemently, collapsing onto her bed, her expression heavy with sorrow. She understood that this shift in behavior stemmed from her brother's sudden rise in strength. In just 2 short months, she had witnessed Yi Qin's remarkable transformation from a clumsy individual incapable of piloting a mecha to a genius accepted into the University of Mechanical Armament. Following the injection of the serum Yi Qin had provided, her own connection value had surged from 75 to 80. Given that she had yet to turn 18, her connection value was still on the rise. If this trajectory continued, she could scarcely fathom how formidable she would become in the mecha competition 2 years hence. All right, I must be on my way. I cannot afford to miss the airship, Yi Qin declared, shouldering his backpack as he addressed Yi Changdong and Jiang Xuezheng. Mom and Dad, after I complete my business in the border city, I will not return immediately. I will head straight to the youth training camp, and after it concludes, I will report to the University of Mechanical Armament. If I were to come back, I fear I might run out of time. Jiang Xuezheng, with a hint of worry, cautioned, be careful. I will, Mom. I know, he replied. Stay vigilant while you are out there. If danger arises, seek shelter in the underground refuge. Jiang Xuezheng continued to fret, her concerns evident. I will, Yi Qin responded, exasperated. If a giant beast were to encounter him, it would be the beast that should fear him, not the other way around. Before departing, Yi Qin approached the room on the 2nd floor, knocking on Yi Jiao's door before entering. He noticed her lying still on the bed and placed a standard version of the genetic serum on the table. I'm off. Remember to work hard and don't be lazy. This serum can only be injected in thirds at most, and once a month. Just as he turned to leave, Yi Jiao unexpectedly turned her head and responded with an "Oh." Hout City, outside which lies the first line of defense in the border region, marking the boundary of the Huaxia Empire. Beyond this barrier stretches lush, untamed jungles teeming with countless ferocious beasts. Once Yi Qin disembarked from the airship, he made his way to the outskirts of Hout City, specifically to the slums. According to unwritten rules, there exists a bustling alley connecting the suburbs to the slums, commonly known as the Black Market Street. Here, one could procure virtually anything: mecha equipment, beast meat, and elixirs. This market resembled a reimagined version of a grand shopping mall, where no taxes were levied on transactions. However, it was understood that once goods were sold, responsibility ceased. As long as both parties agreed, the deal was sealed. A slender young man entered the black market, seeking a mecha system. He engaged in price negotiations with a nearby merchant. How about 800,000? This mecha system is equipped with a late-stage 3rd-generation AI. I'm offering it to you at a bargain. The young man produced a mini tablet and plugged in the merchant's USB drive. Noticing the inspection, the merchant hastily remarked, the mecha systems have all been updated to the 6th generation. If I weren't in urgent need of cash, I wouldn't part with this system. The young man eyed the merchant with suspicion, fully aware that in the black market, mere words could not ascertain the quality of goods. In an instant, the details of the mecha system appeared on the screen. After a thorough examination, the young man scrutinized the merchant from the corner of his eye. This system, while indeed a late-stage 3rd-generation AI, was not what he sought. He required a Tian 2-level mecha system that prioritized defense. What you present is evidently a system for a giant demon-level mecha. Do you think you can pass off inferior goods as superior? Realizing he was dealing with an expert, the merchant withdrew the USB drive and departed hastily. In the world of trade, if negotiations fail, One simply walks away. Watching the merchant retreat in embarrassment, the young man scoffed silently. Did he truly believe he was some naive novice? The Tion 2-level mecha system emphasized defense, while this USB drive contained no core shield program. It was patently an attempt to pass off a substandard product. After the failed transaction, the young man ventured deeper into the black market. After wandering for quite some time, he still had not located the desired item. Was it truly so difficult to find a Tion 2-level mecha system? Just as he contemplated leaving, Yuqin approached him from behind. Young man, do you yearn for power? Yuqin extended a USB drive, a smile gracing his features. That smile made the young man uneasy, yet he still managed to ask, who are you? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I possess what you seek. The young man assumed Yuqin was merely a merchant and promptly accepted the USB drive, eager to inspect its contents. Who programmed this system? The youth could scarcely believe his eyes as he beheld the extraordinary mecha system before him. It was undeniably the finest he had ever encountered in his life. The design of the mecha circuitry and the programs it housed were nothing short of perfection. Before he could fully absorb the sight, Yuqin withdrew a USB drive. I cannot afford this system. The youth's restless heart calmed significantly. He realized that the other party must have something to ask of him. Yuqin shook his head, stating, I do not require your money. I only need you to agree to one thing. As Yuqin's smile grew increasingly audacious, the youth found himself embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. I cannot sacrifice my virtue for this mecha system. Yuqin, with an expression of exasperation, thought, where is your mind wandering? I do not seek your virtue. I require your time. The young man appeared alarmed, responding, my time is as precious as my virtue. Chapter 47. The Black Market Mecha Deathmatch. In the shadowy depths of the Black Market and Oppo's underground arena, the deafening clang of metal reverberated throughout the space, igniting the fervor of the spectators. On the stage, two mechas were locked in a fierce battle. A black Tion 2 class mecha clashed with a green Ion class mecha. The air thick with the sound of continuous explosions and intense combat, further fueling the audience's excitement as they cheered loudly. This was a unique spectacle of the black market mecha deathmatches, where participants were required to pay an entry fee of 100,000 yuan. Contestants were chosen through a random draw, and the victor would claim the accumulated prize money of their opponent. These matches occurred only once a week, yet they consistently attracted nearly 100 competitors. After several fierce exchanges, the black mecha's arm was ravaged by gunfire, its systems rendered inoperative. However, in that moment, the green mecha was primed with its full arsenal of long-range weapons, poised to determine the outcome of the bout. Seizing the opportunity while the ion energy cannon charged, the black mecha summoned all its strength to rise and hurled its blade. In the next instant, the blade pierced the ion energy cannon, resulting in a spectacular explosion as the opposing mecha shattered into pieces. The outcome was utterly unexpected, leaving the audience in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Can you believe this? A counterattack like that? One spectator exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. What utter trash! To be taken down when the black mecha was already incapacitated. How pathetic. Betting spectators began to question their choices, as many had placed substantial wagers on the green mecha and Oppo's victory. Yet, the result defied all expectations. Cash out. With that realization, a man in a black hat, Yuqin, hurried to the window to submit his ticket. Gambling was a hallmark of the death match, a quintessential aspect of the black market. Having exhausted his funds, Yuqin sought to replenish his resources. The ticket seller, recognizing Yuqin and Oppo's face, resignedly accepted the ticket and handed him a bank card in return. This marked Yuqin and Oppo's fifth bet on the match and Oppo's outcome. Were it not for the ticket seller and Oppo's prohibition on gambling, he would have already capitalized on this lucrative opportunity. After the match concluded, the pilot of the black mecha made his way to a secluded bar, where Yuqin arrived shortly after exchanging his ticket. Our deal is complete. I fought 5 matches. Now, the remaining half of the mecha belongs to me. The pilot of the black mecha was none other than the young man Yuqin had encountered previously. It was the mecha system provided by Yuqin that had enabled the young man to turn the tide in dire circumstances. With the installation of Yuqin and Oppo's mecha system, the young man and Oppo's capabilities surged. After several days of training, he had mastered the operational system, surpassing most of his peers. This was merely with half of the mecha system. He could hardly fathom the extent of his strength if he were to possess the complete system. Observing the young man's eagerness, Yi retrieved another USB drive from his pocket and handed it to him, along with a second drive. This contains the remaining programs for the mecha. The other holds the core energy shield program. Good luck. Upon hearing those words, the young man and Appo's eyes widened. The core energy shield program was exclusive to Vanguard-class mechas. How could someone who appeared to be of similar age possess such a thing? Was it possible that he had created the program himself? Could there truly be such a prodigy? Before the young man could collect his thoughts, Yi vanished into the bustling crowd, leaving him in a daze. As if he had just experienced a dream. Was this the legendary assistance of a benefactor? After leaving the shop, Yi returned to his hotel, seated cross-legged. He inhaled and exhaled rhythmically, each breath far exceeding the norm. Following several injections of genetic serums, his DNA had nearly been restored to perfection. One more injection should complete my genetic repair. While the continuous practice of the basic breathing meditation accelerated the absorption of the genetic serum, he also needed to begin developing more advanced serums. Yi and Appo's body had reached an unprecedented level of strength, yet it was still insufficient. His explosive power, endurance, and reflexes had yet to ascend to new heights. The basic breathing meditation could hasten the serum's absorption, but Yi was not content with this state of affairs. This rate of enhancement was not his ultimate goal. Gazing at the remaining 3 genetic serums, Yi decisively injected them all at once. Instantly, a surge of life energy coursed through him, revitalizing his cells. However, the torrent of energy felt uncontrollable, crashing through his body like a tempest. Just as he was on the verge of his limits, the breathing meditation alleviated some of the pain. With each breath, he transformed the energy within him, as his DNA continually repaired its minute flaws. Though the damage to his genes was negligible, the cumulative effect was considerable. Under the sustained operation of the breathing meditation, Yi and Appo's body absorbed the burgeoning life energy. Whenever he felt close to succumbing, the basic meditation would lighten his burden, allowing him to persist. He understood that his cells were breaking through their own limits. At that moment, Yi entire being flushed a deep crimson, radiating heat that fogged the glass of the hotel windows. His body temperature soared to an astonishing 47 degrees Celsius. He could hear the tumultuous flow of blood rushing through his veins and the relentless beating of his heart. After what felt like an eternity, Yi exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. I did it. His genes had finally undergone their first repair. Clenching his fist, he could distinctly feel an unending source of power within him. While his genetic repair was nearly complete, his physique still remained within the realm of humanity. He needed to devise a method to create elemental energy genetic serums. Initially, he had participated in the enhancement program training, which was made possible by the distribution of elemental energy genetic serums that activated the genetic locks. This so-called enhancement program was one of humanity and Appo's projects for strengthening individuals, leading to the creation of the first super soldier mechas on Blue Star. Elemental energy genetic serums, composed of giant beast genes and spiritual herbs, allowed the body to break the limits of the genetic lock. Once consumed, the elemental power within the human body would experience unprecedented growth. Although Yi had yet to activate this elemental power within him, he could still consume the elemental energy genetic serum to break free from the genetic lock. Breaking that limit would signify a significant increase in his combat capabilities. After enhancing his physical abilities, he also needed to prepare suitable equipment for Dawn and begin integrating some internal programs into it. The short-range space leap of the Polaris mech is quite impressive. However, the cost of acquiring this program remains uncertain. While his personal combat prowess is undoubtedly significant, if the Dawn were to be rendered inoperable, he would merely be a vulnerable flesh and blood being, regardless of his strength. Moreover, he has a considerable journey ahead to achieve the seamless integration of man and machine in combat training. Once he completes this training, it would be akin to possessing 2 avatars during battle. At that point, conventional mechs would pose no threat to him, even in scenarios of multiple adversaries. He would hold the upper hand. Imagine, faced with the onslaught of several enemy mechs, Yi could remotely control the Dawn while simultaneously deploying explosives on the enemy mechs. Should he find himself in an untenable situation, he could manually disconnect the power source of an enemy mech and allow the Dawn to vanquish the foe. Under such circumstances, not only in one-on-one confrontations, but even against multiple opponents, Yi would confidently annihilate all enemies. It is truly an extraordinary existence, akin to wielding an unfair advantage. Chapter 48. Unlocking the limits of gene lock after completing the internal gene repair, Yi stood up and stretched lazily. His control over his body had reached a new level, all thanks to the gene serum. If he could procure tungsten, the principal component for his weapon, Dawn, would finally be within reach. Yi felt buoyant. He had journeyed to the border city in pursuit of tungsten's existence. He intended to forge the shell and blade of Dawn using this metal, which, coincidentally, was only available on the black market. After spending several days in the black market, Yi, through various inquiries, finally located a seller. Following the lead provided by an informant, he ventured into the deepest alley of the black market, a place typically devoid of foot traffic and commercial activity. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Yi activated his voice communication. I and Amp, Oppos, V arrived. Where's the person you mentioned? A mechanical voice crackled through his earpiece, instructing him to wait as someone would come to escort him, advising him not to resist. With nothing better to do, Yi leaned against the wall, observing the ceaseless flow of people outside the alley. It was undeniable that the black market sustained many lives. There were those specializing in the trade of mecha supplies, others dealing in raw metals, and some refining metals from scrap. Occasionally, women of striking beauty beckoned to passers-by, offering their services for the price of a few meals, as many in the slums struggled to find food. The diverse crowd in the black market allowed its inhabitants to survive through various means. Perhaps that was its very essence. Just as Yi pondered this, several burly men emerged from the depths of the alley, one of whom, a man with a face full of scars, obscured his visage with a black cloth. After a brief moment, they brought Yi into a room where he finally met the seller. Once the hood was removed, Yi faced a tall, dark-skinned man with several scars marking his face, one of which crossed it entirely. I hear you seek tungsten, he remarked nonchalantly, casually toying with a walnut. That substance is contraband. Trafficking it could cost you your head. Yi chuckled lightly at the man's casual demeanor, observing the imposing figures beside him. He couldn't help but laugh. In the black market, 11 out of 10 people deal in contraband. Are you trying to suggest I'm an amateur? The scarred man waved his hand, and his associates produced a massive block of gleaming silver-white metal. Here is the 99 pure tungsten you requested. Yi and Amp, Oppos' satisfaction was evident as he noted the figures displayed in his system interface. Scan complete. Tungsten weight 10 kilograms, purity 99. 8. He nodded approvingly. This is excellent. As agreed, the price is 20 million per kilogram, totaling 200 million for 10 kilograms. However, I only have around 80 million. I can offer 3 sets of 6th generation Tion 2 class mecha systems to cover the remainder. The scarred man shook his head. I have no interest in such trifles. I merely wish to know the origin of these mecha systems. What do you mean? Yi frowned. The man grinned, revealing a mouthful of blackened teeth. You aren't a mecha system programmer, are you? As he spoke, his hulking associates moved closer, their intentions unmistakably sinister. Yi narrowed his eyes, surprised that they were more intrigued by him than the money. Are you planning to abduct me? He asked, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The scarred man laughed nervously. No. We are businessmen. Why would we resort to abduction? We simply wish for you to assist us in programming 100 mecha systems. Once completed, we will certainly let you go. 100 sets of Tion 2 class mecha systems? Was this man insane? The 6th generation mecha systems could fetch 5 million in the black market, and this bald man wanted him to produce 100 sets. It seemed he was driven mad by greed. As the brutish men prepared to seize him, Yi calmly pondered his options before asking coldly, Are you truly willing to keep me here? Or do you intend to resist? The scarred man's expression hardened as he commanded his men to move in. Yet, in the next moment, his demeanor froze. With a swift motion, Yi unleashed a powerful electric strike that sent the nearest brute crashing to the ground, followed by a devastating blow to another, causing him to collapse in pain. The remaining men hesitated, glancing at their fallen comrades. The scarred man and his henchmen stood in shock, unable to comprehend how swiftly Yi had incapacitated them. I barely exerted myself, and yet you all fell. Are you certain you wish to keep me here? Yi-Chen's gaze was calm as he regarded them. You eye this face with such ferocity. The scarred man stumbled backward. He had expected to intimidate a novice, only to discover that this youth was a seasoned player in the black market, striking with unparalleled speed and brutality. The man and Amp, Oppos' face went pale, stammering, Take the goods. We no longer want them. The others scattered in fright, and the two who lay on the ground looked at Yi as if they had seen a ghost, terrified of his next move. Yi stowed the tungsten in his backpack, casting a casual glance at the terrified, scarred man. I see my work through to the end. Take this money. But should I discover any further dishonesty in your dealings within the black market, the consequences will be far graver. He left behind a USB drive and the cash before departing the black market. After a lengthy pause, the bald man and two burly men remained in stunned silence. Yuqin's words indelibly etched in their minds. From then on, maintaining integrity in their business dealings became their guiding principle. Exiting the alley, Yuqin was contacted by another seller, one who seemed more trustworthy. After the transaction, he received his goods without issue. With everything in hand, Yuqin planned to begin crafting the elemental gene serum. This time, however, he opted not to handle the materials himself. The gene serum differed from the elemental gene serum. The former was purely derived from the essence of spiritual herbs, while the latter contained the essence of colossal beasts in addition to the herbal extracts. The essence of the colossal beasts was the core component of the elemental gene serum. Yuqin intended to outsource the processing of the materials to a pharmacy within the black market, focusing solely on extracting the colossal beast essence in the final formulation of the serum, thereby saving a considerable amount of time. Subsequently, Yuqin sought numerous apothecaries to process the medicinal herbs, for entrusting a single establishment with such responsibilities could potentially lead to the leakage of proprietary formulas. Thus, he immersed himself in a life dictated by a routine of fetching and concocting medicines. Days later, Yuqin found himself reclining in a bathtub, cradling the latest formulation of the Vitality Gene Serum in his hands. When this substance was initially administered, a number of individuals succumbed to its agonizing effects and were promptly rushed to the hospital for emergency care. Only a select few, endowed with exceptional talent and unwavering resolve, could endure the torment inflicted by the Vitality Gene Serum. As the crimson elixir was gradually infused into his veins, Yuqin felt a surge of warmth radiating from his arm throughout his entire being. Mere seconds later, an overwhelming pain erupted from within him, akin to worms burrowing into his bones, bestowing upon him an excruciatingly sharp and tingling sensation. In haste, Yuqin employed his breathing meditation technique to alleviate the bodily torment. With the continual adjustment of his breathing meditation, the pain began to diminish significantly. Gradually, his body started to exude a viscous, dark ichor, transforming the once crystal-clear water in the bathtub into a deep crimson hue. Thus, the genetic locks within Yuqin and Apos' body were irrevocably unlocked. Chapter 49, Primordial Foresting. A prompt appeared from the system. Host gene lock detected as unlocked, assessing internal primordial energy. Yuqin opened his eyes and gazed at the system interface. Host: Yuqin, race, human, body damage level, 0, core points, 29, primordial force, 100, initial mech, dawn, mech damage level, 17, mech engineering, LV5. Breathing meditation method. With a long exhale, Yuqin was astonished to realize that after the injection of the serum, he truly awakened his primordial energy. Everything in the universe possesses the primordial essence. The term primordial signifies beginnings, indicating that primordial energy is the source of all existence. Originally rooted in ancient Chinese philosophical concepts that described the fundamental material constituting all things, the theory of primordial energy was first proposed by ancient Chinese thinkers, encapsulating the basic materialistic understanding of life and nature. However, now, individuals on Blue Star possess primordial essence after awakening their elemental powers. The amount of primordial energy one possesses signifies how many times one can utilize elemental powers. In essence, the more primordial energy a person has, the stronger their elemental powers become, allowing for multiple uses. Today, Yuqin and Apos' creation of the primordial energy gene serum completely unlocked the limitations of the gene lock, enabling everyone to possess primordial energy. After a period of contemplation, Yuqin began to experiment with the formulation of the primordial energy gene serum once more, albeit this time with an efficacy less than 1/10 of the original. Typically, one only requires a single vial of the primordial energy gene serum to unlock the gene lock and gain primordial energy. Yet, Yuqin chose not to continue producing the serum, as he wished to disseminate it throughout every corner of Blue Star, allowing everyone to awaken their primordial energy. His ambition was to enhance the strength of all individuals on Blue Star. Yuqin turned his attention to the remaining materials. He had prepared over 100 portions, and although he had failed 20 times, he ultimately succeeded in creating the primordial energy gene serum. Following a series of failures, An idea blossomed in his mind. After numerous attempts, he finally completed a weakened version of the primordial energy gene serum, with effects only 1/10 as potent as the original. For Yuqin, this success rate was notably high. He was not a pharmacist, but through relentless memory and experimentation, he eventually grasped the sensation of success. During his first attempt at creating the gene serum, he had only 3 types of raw materials, making it relatively straightforward to determine the mixing ratios through trial and error. However, for the primordial energy gene serum, there were as many as 6 raw materials. Yuqin needed to adjust the serum according to specific proportions, having already faced failure more than a dozen times. Even with a formula, the task proved to be exceedingly challenging. He could hardly imagine the number of attempts a scientist without a formula would need to undertake to create the primordial energy gene serum. Despite the seemingly simple process, the key lay in the material ratios. A mere excess of any ingredient could alter the properties of the concoction, with some even becoming toxic. Yuqin had experimented countless times with the order of ingredients and their respective quantities. He did not consider himself a genius in pharmacy. However, the ability to produce this serum was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Subsequently, Yuqin created 5 additional standard versions of the primordial energy gene serum. At this moment, he had devised a plan, intending to set aside these 5 standard versions for future use. Though he no longer needed to inject them, he pondered their potential utility. The following day, Yuqin tidied up his room, carefully placing several vials of primordial energy gene serum into his suitcase to prevent damage. Had he not needed to rush to the JB Alliance training camp, he would have gladly lingered a while longer. After all, the people in the black market were amiable, and the atmosphere was pleasant. At the Oat City airship station, Yuqin paid for his ticket and chose a seat by the window. This airship was bound for the JB Alliance branch, where he intended to participate in the youth training camp and engage in a transaction. Few individuals were traveling to the JB Alliance, with only 10 passengers aboard the airship, 6 men and 4 women, all seemingly fresh out of high school. Yuqin felt a thrill at the prospect of finally visiting the JB Alliance branch. It was said that many formidable experts resided there, and he wished to seize this final vacation opportunity to explore. One young man inquired, "ISN and Oppos. It said that the JB Alliance holds a youth training camp every year? Did your prestigious school not recommend you?" The other boy shook his head. "Our high school and Oppos' quota was snatched by someone from the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. He has an 83 connection value. Although I ranked first in our overall scores, my connection value is only 80. I suspect he secured his spot through connections." Seated nearby, 2 boys engaged in animated discussion, revealing their shared background through their conversation. A girl seated in front of them wore a cold expression, her eyes betraying irritation. Xia Ruoling was nearly driven to exasperation by the incessant chatter of the 2 boys. Ever since boarding the airship, they had been clamoring nonstop. Had she not been a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, she might have believed the boy and Oppos' claims. However, as an insider, she was acutely aware of the Institute and Oppos' stringent policies. The idea of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute bending the rules? Ridiculous. Clearly, the boy had been dismissed due to a lower connection value, yet he sought to excuse himself. It was absurd to blame external factors when the fault lay within oneself. After a while, Xia Ruoling rose and moved to a seat behind the 2 boys. As she settled down, she turned to observe the boy in front of her. Since boarding the airship, he had ceased all movement. He appeared to be of a similar age, perhaps even younger than her. The boy leaned against the window, slowly drifting into slumber, allowing Xia Ruoling to examine him unabashedly. His skin was fair and smooth, even superior to her own. Strangely, he bore no signs of any cosmetics, as if he were naturally endowed with such features. His facial features were exquisite, with a well-defined nose and long eyelashes, complemented by bold eyebrows and striking eyes, embodying the very type that Xia Ruoling found most appealing. As she quietly admired his visage, the airship suddenly encountered a slight turbulence from high-altitude air currents. The boy stirred, gradually opening his eyes. Xia Ruoling had intended to avert her gaze immediately, but the moment he opened his captivating azure eyes, she found herself entranced. "Are you all right?" he inquired, leaning closer with genuine concern. "I and Oppos am fine. I was just lost in thought." In an instant, Xia Ruoling and Oppos' cheeks flushed crimson as she flusteredly explained, feeling heat radiate from her ears. How embarrassing. She never expected to be caught staring so brazenly. What if he thinks I and Oppos a creep? In her mind, Xia Ruoling lamented, wishing she could vanish from the scene. Yet she realized that such an action would only betray her own insecurity. That and Appos. S.A. relief, Yi Qin sighed softly. He initially intended to take a brief nap on the airship, but upon opening his eyes, he found the girl staring intently at him, leading him to wonder if there was something amiss with her gaze. Chapter 50. The Art of Pursuing a Girl, Part 2. Greetings, I am Xia Ruoling. From your demeanor, you do not appear to be a native of Hout City. To alleviate any potential awkwardness, Xia Ruoling took the initiative to greet him. Yi Qin, though disinterested in small talk, replied politely, I am Yi Qin, not from Hout City. I hail from the imperial capital. No wonder I have never encountered you before. Xia Ruoling murmured softly. At this moment, a few individuals ahead turned around to join the conversation. I am Liang Zai, from Hout First High School, with a connectivity value of 80. As he mentioned the connectivity value, a hint of pride crept onto Liang Zai and Appos' face. An 80 connectivity value is quite respectable among high school students, yet flaunting it seems unnecessary, akin to nouveau riche individuals bedecked in ostentatious jewelry, believing it elevates their status. Gradually regaining her composure, Xia Ruoling cautiously inquired, I am also heading to the imperial capital for university. Should we exchange contact information? Before Yi Qin could respond, Liang Zai eagerly volunteered his contact details. Are you also going to the imperial capital for university? What a coincidence. Here is my contact. It would be nice to look out for each other there. We could even ride the airship back together during holidays. Faced with such brazen behavior, Xia Ruoling and Appos' expression stiffened. Yet she managed to smile. I didn't, and Appos. T expect you to be attending university in the imperial capital as well. Yi Qin turned his gaze out the window, choosing silence over engaging with these young chatterboxes, uninterested in exchanging contact information. Meanwhile, Xia Ruoling was quite proactive, glancing at Yi Qin while asking, Yi Qin, are you going to the JB Alliance branch for an assessment? The airship and Appos' destination being the JB Alliance naturally piqued Xia Ruoling and Appos' interest in Yi Qin and Appos' purpose for the journey. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Qin replied, this is my first visit to the JB Alliance branch. I have some matters to attend to. Upon mentioning the JB Alliance, Liang Zai transformed into a different person, exclaiming, I know the JB Alliance branch well. My uncle works there. In the ensuing conversation, Liang Zai effortlessly boasted about himself, subtly hinting at his uncle and Appos' impressive standing, as if he held a prestigious position within the JB Alliance. Despite Liang Zai and Appos' attempts to draw her attention, Xia Ruoling and Appos' gaze remained fixated on Yi Qin. Although Yi Qin did not acknowledge Liang Zai, he discerned the latter and Appos' intentions through his words, an evident attempt to impress Xia Ruoling, as is typical for adolescent boys. As others overheard Liang Zai and Appos' claims of having an uncle at the JB Alliance, they gathered around, intrigued. After all, the JB Alliance is not a place one can simply join. Liang Zai and Appos' boasting elicited admiration and envy from the crowd. Yi Qin could only sigh at Liang Zai and Appos' inept boasting, silently reflecting, young man, that is not how one attracts a girl. As Liang Zai grew increasingly animated, Yi Qin, unable to endure any longer, seized the excuse of needing the restroom to escape this torturous situation. Prolonged exposure to such banter could indeed lead to unbearable awkwardness. Upon Yi Qin's departure, Xia Ruoling was left to endure Liang Zai's incessant bragging. Returning from the restroom, Yi Qin found Xia Ruoling's face etched with annoyance and helplessness. Ding ding. The airship and Appos' announcement echoed. We have arrived at the JB Alliance branch. The next stop is the Magic City. Passengers, please take your belongings. Stepping off the airship, Yi Qin exhaled deeply. Finally, he had reached his destination. Liang Zai and Appos' incessant chatter had left his ears ringing. Though it is in a young man and Appos' nature to show off in front of girls, prolonged exposure can become rather tiresome. Ruoling, aren't you here for the JB Alliance assessment? If no one accompanies you, I can. Liang Zai continued his attempts at flattery. Responding to his invitation, Xia Ruoling decisively declined, expressing her disdain for Liang Zai and Appos' character. She waved her hand dismissively. No need. I can take a taxi. Undeterred by her rejection, Liang Zai persisted. It's fine. I'm headed to the JB Alliance as well. Why don't we exchange contact information first? Yi Qin regarded Liang Zai as one would observe an eager puppy. Young man, have you not been taught? Girls are not won over through flattery. They are attracted. At that moment, a limited edition sports car glided into view, its distinctive design causing surrounding vehicles to instinctively steer clear. After all, a mere scratch on such a car could cost one their entire fortune. To showcase his knowledge, Liang Zai pointed out, "Do you see that car? The 2012 Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport, a limited edition from several decades ago. Its original price exceeded 100 million, and its value has since multiplied over 70 times. With immense pride, Liang Zai boasted, "My family also owns one." The arrival of the car instantly captivated onlookers. After all, no man could resist such a striking convertible. Even Xia Ruoling found herself drawn to its allure, gazing curiously at the vehicle. Noticing Yiqin standing silently nearby, Liang Zai suddenly had an epiphany. "Yiqin, this must be your first encounter with such an impressive car, right? While the imperial capital has its share of wealthy individuals, none would dare flaunt such a vehicle like here at the JB Alliance branch." Yiqin recognized the underlying mockery in Liang Zai's words. This was a classic case of belittling one to elevate another. Liang Zai was deliberately attempting to provoke Yiqin, especially since Xia Ruoling had been covertly watching him on the airship. Yiqin and Appo's fair complexion seemed to be the only attribute Liang Zai could belittle. Before Yiqin could respond, Xia Ruoling furrowed her brow and interjected, "What do you mean by that, Liang Zai?" Liang Zai quickly adopted a disarming grin. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking casually. If he doesn't wish to answer, that's his prerogative." Xia Ruoling's face twisted in distaste. And just as she was about to reprimand him, Yiqin unexpectedly spoke up. "I must take my leave. Someone is here to pick me up." "What?" Liang Zai was taken aback, not expecting such a response from Yiqin. "But you said this is your first visit to the JB Alliance branch. How could someone be here to pick you up?" Xia Ruoling chimed in. "Yiqin, since someone is picking you up, could you take me along?" After speaking, she shot a fierce glare at Liang Zai, as if to assert her support for Yiqin. Yiqin frowned, contemplating, "I'm not sure if that's possible. I'll have to check first." "All right, I'll wait for you." Xia Ruoling appeared utterly devoted, which incensed Liang Zai, turning his face a shade of green. Clearly, Yiqin and Appo's car was preferred over his own. Did all women favor those with a fair complexion? Chapter 51. The true clown Yiqin made his way towards the Bugatti Veyron that had just arrived. Liang Zai and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being frozen in place as if under a spell. Could this car possibly be here to pick him up? Not only him, but all eyes in the room were now trained on Yiqin, their disbelief palpable. As he approached the sleek vehicle, a young woman clad in athletic wear stepped out. Her azure eyes sparkled like the deep sea, captivating all who beheld her. The aura she exuded was as frigid as an ancient glacier, her every gesture radiating unparalleled elegance. After a brief exchange, Yiqin sauntered back. "Xia Ruoling, do you wish to join me?" he asked. Xia Ruoling, taken aback by the invitation, felt momentarily dazed. Surely, this car could only accommodate two. Just then, Hu Ling Shuang approached with a smile, saying, "You can sit in the passenger seat with me. Yiqin will drive." Faced with the icy demeanor of Hu Ling Shuang, Xia Ruoling nodded absent-mindedly, her beauty leaving her momentarily speechless. Reluctantly, she followed behind. Liang Zai, now recovering from his shock, stood there dumbfounded. Throughout this encounter, Yiqin had not once glanced in his direction. The two young women settled into the passenger seat, while Liang Zai hastily waved to a nearby security guard. "Isn't this dangerous driving?" The guard looked at him as if he were a fool. "Get lost. This is the head of the JB Alliance branch. What is your status?" Moments later, the car roared away. Stunned by the guard's words, Liang Zai remained rooted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the woman was indeed the head of the JB Alliance branch. This revelation shattered his last vestiges of doubt. He had presumed she was merely a wealthy woman supported by someone, as it seemed implausible for someone so young to own such a luxury vehicle. However, the guard's words forced him to confront the reality. To hold such a position in the JB Alliance required considerable capability. This meant that Yiqin had indeed forged a connection with someone of such stature. The head of the JB Alliance branch wielded the highest authority here. Liang Zai suddenly snapped back to reality, incredulous as he exclaimed, "What? That kid actually knows the minister." He could only watch helplessly as Yiqin departed with Xia Ruoling, regret flooding his heart. It dawned on him that he was, in fact, the true clown in this scenario. Xia Ruoling, even as she entered the car, struggled to believe that Yiqin had an acquaintance of such beauty. No wonder he had scarcely glanced at her. It was evident that the women he knew belonged to a different echelon. In that light, she felt no resentment towards her own perceived defeat. Hu Ling Shuang and Appo's beauty and grace far surpassed her own, and Xia Ruoling accepted her loss with grace. Settling into the opulent vehicle, she relished the comfort it provided. Even sitting on Hu Ling Shuang's lap, she could sense a chilling aura emanating from her. Was it a premium car fragrance? After entering the vehicle, Yuqin maintained his calm demeanor. It must be said, the car was indeed a pleasure to drive, and its interior vastly outclassed her own modest vehicle. While driving, Yuqin remarked, "I was taken aback when you mentioned coming to pick me up. I never imagined you were affiliated with the JB Alliance." Hu Ling Shuang, with her arm around Xia Ruoling's waist, replied playfully, "Is this your little girlfriend? Had I known you were bringing someone along, I would have chosen a larger vehicle." Xia Ruoling's cheeks flushed at the implication, but from Hu Ling Shuang's words, she discerned that their relationship was not romantic. They engaged in light conversation throughout the ride, while Xia Ruoling found herself in a daze on Hu Ling Shuang's lap. Upon arriving at the JB Alliance branch, Xia Ruoling bit her lip, wavering on whether to ask Yuqin for his contact information. "Yuqin, But before she could muster the courage to speak, Yuqin was already waving goodbye. "Until we meet again." Watching the car pull away, Xia Ruoling felt an emptiness in her heart. She realized that it would likely be difficult to encounter Yuqin again in her lifetime. She understood the vast chasm that lay between them, especially now that he was acquainted with someone of such caliber. It was only natural for him to overlook someone like her, as they existed in entirely different realms. After departing from the JB Alliance branch, Yuqin continued driving towards the training camp's assembly point. "All right, from here on in lies the training grounds. If you need anything, remember to find me." Yuqin nodded, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he exited the vehicle. The JB Alliance truly lived up to its reputation as the most formidable organization on Blue Star. Even a mere training camp occupied a larger area than the prestigious schools of the capital. Upon entering, Yuqin spotted a sign that read, "Training Camp Assembly Here." Several uniformed personnel stood guard around it. A group of young men and women, all of similar age to Yuqin, awaited their turn, suggesting they too were there to participate in the training camp. He noticed a mix of individuals, some from the Huaxia Empire, others from the Fighting Empire and IMC Empire. It seemed this training camp encompassed a diverse array of participants. "Now, we will divide into 4 groups, each consisting of 10 individuals, and proceed in order." As the organizer spoke, Yuqin began to approach the designated area. Why is there a person from the Huaxia Empire here? Must be someone who got in through connections. After all, individuals from the Huaxia Empire are known for their punctuality. Someone who stands out must have an issue. A few began to murmur among themselves. Yuqin remained unperturbed, his expression calm as still water. He had more pressing matters to attend to at the JB Alliance branch, and saw no need to engage with a bunch of immature youths. While checking the roster, a stern-looking middle-aged man in uniform approached. "You are Yuqin?" He glanced at his tablet, then back at Yuqin. "You are the one with a connection value of 95, invited by the Huaxia military for training?" Yuqin nodded. The middle-aged man's expression turned serious. Although he found it hard to believe Yuqin's connection value was indeed 95, the fact that he was invited by the Huaxia military commanded respect. As the man mentioned this, the others present immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere. Is there no one left in the Huaxia Empire? They invited such a person to the training camp? They speculated. Could this pretty boy have obtained his qualification through connections? A murmur of skepticism rippled through the crowd. Yuqin remained unfazed, but the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and barked, "Silence." Instantly, everyone fell silent. The man then recounted the participants, confirming everything was in order. "Now, the first group will consist of 11 individuals. Yuqin, you will join the first group." While the others showed little reaction, Yuqin detected an unusual undertone in the statement. What did this mean? Why was there a need for division into groups to enter the training camp? Sensing something amiss, Yuqin nonetheless followed the group obediently, proceeding through the grand entrance of the training camp under the middle-aged man and Appo's guidance. Upon entering the training camp, one is immediately greeted by an enormous enclosure housing 5 formidable second-tier beasts. A middle-aged man, with an air of indifference, proclaimed, "You now have one final opportunity to withdraw." He then gestured towards a small door ahead, addressing all present. "Your assessment for entry into the camp is to breach the beasts and reach the exit on the other side. Regardless of the means you employ, as long as you arrive there, you shall be deemed successful. Should you fail to advance or feel fear, you may forfeit your chance now." Instantly, the expressions of those gathered darkened. "What? Is there an assessment to enter the training camp?" Someone exclaimed in disbelief. While some hesitated, others had already summoned their mechs, preparing to forge ahead. Only a few, unable to withstand the pressure, chose to turn away, for they were clearly unprepared to hunt the beasts. Chapter 52. Attribute less primordial force. Yuchin leaned against the wall, observing a group of Koreans as they studied various traversal routes, finding the scene somewhat amusing. Although these colossal beasts were all second tier, they were merely small-sized giants, standing at about 2 meters tall. At the moment Yuchin laid eyes on these creatures, he grasped the essence of this training camp. The so-called admission assessment was clearly designed to evaluate how they would pass the test. While eliminating the beasts with mechs would undoubtedly be simple, the prestigious JB Alliance training camp would not present such an elementary challenge. It appeared that this assessment was indeed focused on how to slay these creatures. At that moment, a tall, slender, and strikingly handsome young man with an air of arrogance sneered, "I expected something unique. Instead, it's just the same old routine." Someone shouted, "Park Bui. Did you already know about this assessment? Damn, you could have warned us. We are also citizens of the Korean Empire." The young man referred to as Park Bui cast a disdainful glance at the speaker, retorting, "Though we are all from the Korean Empire, your fate is of no concern to me. Spare me the familial ties." The insulted youth wore a look of indignation but dared not retaliate. "Enough of this bickering. We are all Koreans, and it's a privilege to have qualified for this training camp. None of us desires to be eliminated. So let us devise a strategy to pass this assessment." A tall and charming girl stepped forward to mediate. "Allow me. Watch as I tear these beasts apart." At this moment, a buzzcut boy stepped up to summon his mech. Seeing him take the lead, someone scoffed, "Don't overestimate yourself. Just drive your mech and avoid these beasts. If you get killed, it will be quite the spectacle." The buzzcut boy snorted in response and charged toward the beast. A minute later, his mech lay motionless on the ground. As soon as he attacked, the other beasts seemed to coordinate their efforts and converged on him, resulting in his defeat after just 1 minute of resistance. Witnessing this disastrous outcome, Park Bui stood up and solemnly declared, "Let us stick together. As long as we reach the exit, we will succeed. Even if challenges arise later, we can face them united." Several Koreans quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes. Let us band together. It wasn't he stated that we couldn't he do so." Suddenly, someone pointed at Yuchin in the corner and exclaimed, "What about that guy? He is not Korean." Instantly, all gazes turned to Yuchin, their expression shifting to a mix of amusement and curiosity. Yuchin chuckled softly, recalling the last encounter with the Korean Empire during the Met competition, surprised to find himself in the training camp now. However, he saw no need to engage here. After all, he had ample time to deal with them later. At this juncture, Park Bui immediately interjected coldly, "If you wish to join our group, you must heed my commands. You will take the lead and provide cover. Otherwise, don't expect to accompany us." This proposal was met with immediate agreement from others. Yuchin remained silent, slowly walking past the others. "That's right. Be obedient." Park Bui nodded approvingly. "If you perform well, we might consider assisting you later." Yuchin found this amusing. Indeed, Koreans always exhibited such behavior. They were exclusive with outsiders and divisive among themselves. Yuchin then stepped to the forefront, looking at them with a pitiful gaze. "I have never heard of a fierce tiger hiding behind sheep." With that, he turned and walked toward the enclosure. The other Koreans were momentarily stunned by his words, but soon reacted, their faces flushed with indignation. "How dare you call me a sheep?" Park Bui lunged forward, attempting to strike Yuchin's back. However, Yuchin simply sidestepped and swiftly tripped Park Bui, sending him sprawling. "You." Park Bui wanted to say more, but as he stood up, Yuchin had already entered the testing area. "Is he insane? Wow, someone might get hurt." The onlookers gasped as Yuchin boldly entered without summoning his mech. Even Park Bui, still on the ground, was taken aback, swallowing his curse. Yuchin, with his hands in his pockets, strolled into the testing area with an air of nonchalance. Each step he took was silent, as he practiced his meditative breathing technique while attempting to sense the beast's breathing. At that moment, he seemed to meld with the environment. After breaking through the limits of his genetic lock, Yuchin and Appos' attribute-less primordial force began to exhibit tangible effects. Although he could not manipulate elements, this primordial force allowed him to control objects from a distance. Moreover, he could perceive the surrounding environment through the presence of his primordial force, the flow of air, the direction of the wind, and even the emotions of the beasts. He could sense the beasts in Appos, calmness, vigilance, unease, and even their frenzy. Yuchin estimated that if his primordial force became sufficiently powerful, he could perceive the presence of enemies without relying on sight, akin to a human holographic radar compensating for the visual limitations encountered while piloting a mech. Thus, Under the watchful eyes of all, Yi-Chin leisurely approached the exit. The Koreans participating in the assessment exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe their eyes. Was this truly the correct way to pass? To walk through without summoning a mech? As they watched Yi-Chin pass with such ease, including Park Bui, a group of youths wore expressions of dismay, as though they had swallowed a fly. Was this fellow so fortunate that the beast failed to notice him? Gazing at Yi-Chin, who effortlessly navigated the course, some began to stir with ambition. After all, if they could walk through like him, surely they could succeed. However, looking at the beasts within the area, they unanimously dismissed the thought. One swipe from these second-tier giants would surely tear them apart. If it weren't for the protective glass, the beasts would have charged at them long ago. Yet, a few Koreans remained undeterred, still contemplating replicating Yi-Chin's method, stepping into the enclosure one by one. Before they had taken 10 steps, a second-tier small giant leapt at them. Quick, summon your mechs. Those behind the glass shouted, but before their mechs could be deployed, the two Koreans were torn to shreds by the beast. Hearing the beast's roar, Yi-Chin turned back, momentarily taken aback. Were these individuals mad enough to waltz in so brazenly? Seizing the opportunity while the beast feasted on the Koreans, Park Bui swiftly summoned his mech and raced toward the exit. Soon, others followed suit, summoning their mechs, eager to avoid a direct confrontation with the beasts. Chapter 53. Confrontation with Battle Robots. Yi-Chin, what method did you just employ? Upon reaching the exit, Park Bui immediately confronted Yi-Chin as he disembarked from the mech. What method? Can't you see for yourself? Yi-Chin had little interest in engaging with a mad dog, particularly one from Korea. Just as Park Bui was about to make a move, he caught sight of the surveillance cameras surrounding them and quickly abandoned the idea. Soon, the remaining 7 individuals passed through the colossal beast and reached the exit. Once everyone had gathered, a voice echoed over the intercom. Attention all trainees. Please deposit your summoning bracelets in the lockers before entering the second stage. It appeared that summoning mechs was prohibited within the training camp, and upon hearing the announcement, the trainees complied and stored their summoning rings. After placing his summoning bracelet, Park Bui scoffed, I don't know what trick you used, but don't think you can deceive your way through the next challenges. If Yi-Chin had merely relied on luck before, there would be no such fortune in the forthcoming tests. Without a bracelet to store, Yi-Chin naturally ventured deeper into the passage. At the end of the corridor, the second assessment emerged before their eyes. It was a long, square-shaped tunnel culminating in an iron door. As soon as all the trainees entered, the air filled with a series of clicking sounds. Almost immediately, numerous figures sprang forth from the walls, rapidly filling what had previously seemed like an empty corridor. What was originally a 20-meter passage now appeared exceedingly vast. As the figures became discernible, someone exclaimed, "These are battle robots." Each robot stood at a height of 1.7 meters, their bodies gleaming like metal, with only a pair of glowing red eyes to distinguish them. Constructed entirely from pure steel, the battle robots bore thick armor on their chests, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Upon sighting the robots, expressions of dread washed over the group, including Park Bui, as if they had just swallowed a fly. Battle robots? The second stage can't possibly require us to fight these machines, Park Bui exclaimed, retreating slightly behind the others, unwilling to be the first to confront them. Such battle robots typically required human commands to operate. The JB Alliance truly had deep pockets. Each robot cost over 300,000, and there were at least 30 here. Since Blue Star ascended to his secondary civilization, many labor forces had been liberated, with various tasks now performed by robots. The introduction of robots faced significant opposition, as it rendered manual labor a path to income impossible for ordinary individuals. However, the efficiency gained was undeniable. Robots never slacked off or took breaks. Wealthy families often employed robots as housekeepers, and even more advanced models could serve as bodyguards. Although Yi-Chin's family was relatively well off, they could not afford a robot for household duties. Curiosity piqued, he drew closer to observe one of these high-tech creations. Fool, Park Bui remarked with a smirk, relishing the thought that this rural Chinese had likely never encountered such battle robots. These machines were programmed to attack upon sensing nearby movement. With their pure steel exteriors and composite metal bearings, they could easily inflict severe damage with a single punch. Upon hearing Park Bui's taunts, the other Koreans mirrored his expression of schadenfreude, eager to witness Yi-Chin's downfall. Only a sweet-faced girl looked on with concern, wanting to warn Yi-Chin but fearing the ire of her compatriots. After all, she was Korean. Speaking up might lead to her ostracization. As Park Bui had predicted, Yi Qin took 2 steps forward before a battle robot raised its fist and swung at him. "You're a dead man." Park Bui crossed his arms, a look of mockery on his face. Just as everyone anticipated Yi Qin would be sent flying, a stunning turn of events unfolded. With a dull thud, 2 steel arms were firmly grasped by Yi Qin's hands. Although he possessed the strength to evade the attack, he chose to engage, eager to test his capabilities since unlocking his genetic lock. Did I just witness that correctly? He actually caught the battle robot's punch? The Koreans gaped in disbelief. Park Bui stood frozen, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. After blinking in astonishment, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was he hallucinating? Yi Qin had dared to block a robot's attack with his bare hands? The sheer force of these robots was enough to severely injure even the most seasoned soldiers. And here was Yi Qin attempting to withstand the blow with flesh and blood. Despite Park Bui's unwavering confidence, he would never dare to face a robot's punch head-on. The disparity in strength was evident. It was tantamount to inviting suffering. Yet, he now witnessed Yi Qin, an outsider, successfully intercepting the full force of a battle robot's strike with mere hands. As Park Bui and the other Koreans stood dumbfounded, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The sound of metal grinding and clashing reverberated through the corridor. Eyes widened, mouths agape, they could hardly believe their senses. Surely this was a dream. In a surreal display, Yi Qin's strength began to force the robot's arms apart. Sparks erupted from the joints as mechanical components struggled against the conflicting commands. "What the hell?" one Korean gasped, swallowing hard, trembling as he spoke. "This guy is stronger than the robots." The others wore expressions of shock, struggling to articulate the tumult of emotions within them. The sweet-looking Korean girl covered her mouth in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. For the first time, she witnessed someone physically resisting a battle robot. What latent power lay beneath Yi Qin's seemingly frail exterior? Suddenly, laughter erupted from the back of the group, cutting through the tension. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the laughter, where Park Bui stood behind them, chuckling heartily. "I knew it," he exclaimed. How could the training camp present such a formidable challenge? Upon hearing his laughter, the others turned to inquire. "Park Bui, what do you mean by that?" "Yes. What are you laughing about?" With an expression of unwavering confidence, Park Bui elaborated. "The colossal beast in the first round tested our reflexes, while this second round assesses our courage. Although these combat robots may appear perilous, they possess no true lethality. If this second round were genuinely filled with so many combat robots, how could anyone possibly pass the assessment?" He pointed decisively at Yi Qin in the distance and proclaimed to everyone. When that well-connected individual took 2 blows from the robot, he didn't even flinch, which clearly indicates that these robots are nothing more than mere props. Their attacks lack any real force. Chapter 54. Genius is merely the threshold to my presence. The crowd gazed ahead, their expressions tinged with confusion, particularly after witnessing Yi Qin seemingly breezing through the first hurdle with an almost supernatural ease. However, Bui's words held a semblance of truth. If indeed there were so many combat robots, how would they navigate the second challenge? As silence enveloped the group, Bui forcefully pushed his way forward, gradually warming up his body as he advanced. "Keep your eyes peeled and watch my moves," he declared, tossing his bangs aside. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged confidently towards the robots ahead. In an instant, Bui's figure darted like lightning, closing in on 2 robots in the blink of an eye. Almost immediately, the long-dormant combat robots ignited with a fierce red glow. With simultaneous punches launched, Bui remained unfazed, dismissing the feeble attempts to intimidate him. A resounding crash echoed as Bui's form was sent soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc before he crashed heavily to the ground. Like a bouncing ball, his body rolled several meters before finally coming to a halt. Though he lay on the ground, Bui did not lose consciousness immediately. His expression twitched as he slowly raised a trembling hand. "Damn, these combat robots are real. I was careless." Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Soon after, medical personnel arrived to carry him away. The onlookers in the corridor stared at Bui's disheveled state, their mouths agape as shock rendered them speechless. Was this truly the same combat robot that Bui had claimed posed no threat? Ahead, Yi Qin deftly blocked the robot's attacks. Initially, he merely sought to test his physical strength, but after a few exchanges, his interest waned. Although these robots could not breach his defenses, his palms still felt a twinge of pain. After all, A flesh and blood body could only withstand so much. With a determined effort, he forcefully kicked, wrenching one of the robot's arms free. With a sharp crack, the arm detached from the torso, wires inside sparking and sizzling. Yet, even in this state, the combat robot continued its relentless operation. Discarding the severed arm, Yi Qin murmured to himself, "It seems the effects of the genetic serum are indeed pronounced." As he reflected, a sudden gasp from behind drew his attention. He turned to see Bu Yi being carried away by medical staff. Had this man gone mad, daring to confront the combat robots head-on? Were all these South Koreans inherently reckless? Just as Yi Qin turned back, two armed robots charged towards him, their speed appearing sluggish in his eyes. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly evaded their assault. Then, with a powerful punch, he struck. The impact resonated, the dense alloy producing a piercing sound as the robot was sent hurtling away, colliding with others in its path. Hearing the thunderous crash, those at the entrance of the corridor felt their hearts tremble in unison. What was that sound? They turned to see Yi Qin effortlessly tearing through the combat robots. As he casually dismantled the robots like breaking pencils, memories of Yi Qin's earlier proclamation echoed in their minds. "I have never heard of a fierce tiger hiding behind pigs and sheep." In that moment, they truly comprehended that Yi Qin's words were not mere rhetoric. Before him, they were nothing but defenseless sheep, devoid of any capacity to retaliate. Yi Qin, embodying the ferocity of a tiger, wreaked havoc upon the robots as if in an unchallenged realm. Meanwhile, they felt as powerless as sheep, destined for slaughter. After countless strikes, Yi Qin could no longer resist shaking his hands. Indeed, striking with his fists still caused pain. Though enveloped in energy, flesh and blood remained flesh and blood. With a resounding crash, Yi Qin abandoned his fist attacks, opting to wrench the robot's arm in the opposite direction. The metallic screech of tearing echoed through the narrow corridor, prompting the onlookers to cover their ears. Was this still humanity? As they observed the mangled remnants of the combat robots, their hearts lamented. These were indeed formidable combat machines. Yet, in Yi Qin's grasp, they were as easily dismantled as mere building blocks. Yi Qin was not merely dismantling robots. He was dismantling the pride of these South Koreans. Every student capable of entering the training camp had been hailed as a genius from a young age. Yet at this moment, they truly understood the distinction between genius and monstrosity. Their once prized talents paled in comparison to Yi Qin's prowess. His silhouette seemed to convey a singular message: "Genius is merely the threshold to my presence." Within the corridor, Yi Qin continued to destroy the combat robots before him. After several encounters, he had discerned their vulnerabilities. Even though the robots were crafted from metal, their joints were as susceptible as those of a human body. Once the weaknesses were identified, the task became effortlessly simple. Grasping a robot's arm and bending it in the opposite direction resulted in an easy severance of limbs. Just as Yi Qin was about to dismantle the final robot's head, a sudden shift caught his attention. He distinctly sensed several individuals rapidly approaching from the corridor ahead. Yi Qin's eyes brightened, a flicker of anticipation gracing his features. Were these the newcomers? Simultaneously, three uniformed youths hurried through the corridor. One of them held a tablet that displayed a dark screen, the connection showing the combat robots now obscured in shadows. "What is happening here?" the youth exclaimed in alarm. He quickly attempted to access other robot feeds, but all met with the same inky void. His face contorted with urgency. What on earth? Why are all the feeds down? Frantically, his colleague reassured him while drawing a firearm. Could it be that the robots have malfunctioned? Malfunction? Nonsense. These robots were just acquired. Another interjected. He had procured them from the Tang Corporation and was well aware of their quality. As a premier robotics company globally, Tang Corporation boasted cutting-edge technology. The other two paused, contemplating the implications. If the robots were not faulty, then it must mean a colossal beast had intruded upon the testing grounds. After all, only a monstrous entity could cause such widespread destruction among the combat robots. The thought of losing several combat robots made the young man feel faint. Each robot cost over 300,000, and now a dozen were ruined. He began to mentally draft his resignation letter. Finally, as they arrived at the corridor, the trio instinctively drew their weapons, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Upon opening a door, several individuals finally arrived at the conclusion of the second phase of the assessment. There, amidst a heap of discarded metal and debris, stood a slender young boy, leisurely discarding the arms of combat robots onto the ground. The passage showed no sign of a colossal beast. Could it be that these battle machines had been deliberately damaged? The boy, noticing the arrival of the group, exhibited no surprise. Instead, his face radiated excitement. A young man slowly raised his hand and inquired, "What is going on here?" One of the youths appeared somewhat bewildered, his gaze fixated on the grotesque remains of the robots, realizing he might as well draft a resignation letter. The group hurriedly approached Yi-Qin. Unfazed by the three, Yi-Qin boldly challenged, "Come on, let me witness the prowess of the JB Alliance." The three young men wore expressions of confusion upon entering. They were already making a commotion, yet they were about to confront an unpredictable foe. Suddenly, Yi-Qin, with an ethereal agility, dashed forward, followed by a swift flying kick. Chapter 55. The Importance of Elemental Power in the JB Alliance Branch. Hu Lingshuang sat in her office, intently browsing through the data on her tablet. The black and white uniform she wore accentuated her figure exquisitely, with a graceful waist and a subtly curving posterior, creating a captivating image. The smooth lines of her legs conveyed an air of untouchability. As she perused the profiles of the trainees in the youth training camp, a young man lounged on the sofa opposite her, casually inquiring, "What's the matter? Aren't you returning to school yet?" The young man was tall and handsome, his sharp features rendering him strikingly attractive. Any ordinary girl would undoubtedly admire such a sight, her heart swelling with genuine awe at the rarity of such beauty. "From this youth training camp, do you see any promising candidates?" he continued. "What are you doing here?" Hu Lingshuang narrowed her eyes, her slender willow-like brows furrowing in discontent. The quality of this round of trainees was evidently subpar. Tang Sen chuckled, deflecting the tension with a light-hearted grin. "Lingshuang, I'm here to help you. After all, I've joined the JB Alliance and become a mercenary." Hu Lingshuang scrutinized Tang San for a moment, ultimately surrendering to the futility of her resistance. Despite having previously rejected his advances, he clung to her like an unyielding piece of chewing gum. If he only knew that the one bidding in the interdimensional auction house was her, would he not be seething with anger? However, as the heir apparent of the Tang group, she could not afford to jeopardize their relationship, thus she reluctantly allowed him to accompany her. Shaking her head, she resumed her search for any promising talent on her tablet. Meanwhile, Tang San was in high spirits, having successfully awakened the gold element after consuming an elemental awakening pill. Although the pill had cost him 16.5 billion, its benefits far surpassed the price. With the enhancement of the gold element, Tang San and Oppo's insights into metal forging had reached new heights, particularly with his unique method of forging. The metals he now crafted boasted unparalleled quality. The titanium alloy he purchased from the interdimensional auction house, which was originally incompatible with titanium, had been successfully fused thanks to his dedicated research. The weapon he utilized in his mech was constructed from titanium and gold titanium alloys, exhibiting strength several times greater than standard titanium and capable of withstanding both extreme cold and heat, a veritable artificial artifact. Even Tang San was astonished that his forging technique could yield such remarkable strength. After accomplishing all this, Tang San arrived at the JB Alliance branch. He and Hu Lingshuang had known each other since childhood. Although their families' businesses did not conflict, the Tang group had recently sought to venture into the energy sector, causing Hu Lingshuang's father to feel a sense of urgency. Although Hu Bilyang intended to arrange a marriage between Hu Lingshuang and Tang San to solidify their family's ties, Hu Lingshuang adamantly rejected the notion. From a young age, she had harbored a distaste for Tang San, perceiving a hint of ruthlessness in his gaze and demeanor. While not outright sinister, an unsettling aura occasionally emanated from him, making Hu Lingshuang wary of his presence. After a while, Tang San leisurely approached her, glancing at the projected screen. "So, how is the quality of this year's youth training camp trainees?" "Not great," Hu Lingshuang replied coldly. "Although many have awakened elemental powers, only 4 can be deemed acceptable. Despite their connection values exceeding 85, they still lacked mastery over their elemental powers." Tang San raised an eyebrow in surprise. "At 18, they still cannot wield their elemental powers freely? It seems the people here are quite weak." After awakening the gold element with the pill, he had grasped all its applications within mere minutes. The fact that these individuals could not even master the basics was hard for him to believe. The screen displayed the profiles of 4 candidates. Nina Mott, from the IMC Empire, aged 18, awakened water element, piloting a preparatory mech with a connection value of 85. Tang Sen opened the details, noting that she was a genius from the IMC Empire, which was promising. What about the others? The remaining 2 were twins from the Alliance Empire. The brother, L, had awakened the fire element, while the sister, Eiko, had awakened the earth element. Tang San examined the other profiles when he suddenly noticed the number 95 in the list of rejected candidates. He quickly clicked on that profile, enlarging the information. Why does Yuqin have a connection value of 95? Could the testing equipment be malfunctioning? Hu Lingshuang looked up, clarifying, Yuqin and Appo's connection value is accurate. But he has not awakened elemental powers, thus failing to meet the minimum requirements. She expressed a tinge of regret. Although Yuqin had exceptional mech piloting talent, lacking elemental power meant his potential would always fall short compared to others. Tang San and Appo's expression turned serious. He understood Hu Lingshuang and Appo's assessment was correct. Elemental power was one of the greatest advantages in mech combat, akin to the martial souls of his previous life. Without it, Yi Qin was akin to a warrior devoid of a soul, destined to be weaker in battle. Yet, Tang San sensed an anomaly upon seeing Yi Qin and Appo's connection value. With his experience of traversing dimensions, he was particularly sensitive to such matters. I believe Yi Qin possesses some extraordinary qualities. After all, a connection value of 95 is remarkable. Hu Lingshuang nodded. That and Appo's. That's why I am hesitant about adding Yi Qin to the focus training list. She, too, acknowledged Tang San and Appo's perspective. Having witnessed Yi Qin piloting a mech with remarkable proficiency, even without familiarity, such skill transcended mere talent. Yi Qin was nothing short of a prodigy. However, prodigious talent without elemental awakening remained a significant shortcoming. Indeed, while connection value reflects the potential between a pilot and their mech, the absence of elemental power will ultimately reveal its drawbacks in the later stages. Against elite mech pilots, lacking elemental power could prove fatal, forcing one to withdraw from advanced combat. Hu Lingshuang was deeply conflicted. As an elemental awakener herself, she understood the critical importance of elemental power. No matter how high the connection value or how proficient the mech, they could never surpass the advantages conferred by elemental abilities. Imagine facing a giant electric ant subsonic attack. Without elemental power, Yi Qin would be utterly defenseless, although he had once saved her life. She feared that including him in the focus training list might lead to his downfall. Tang San glanced at the other three candidates. Nina Ma posed no concerns, having awakened the water element with a connection value exceeding 85. The other two, having awakened fire and earth elements respectively, were also promising, with the earth element offering remarkable defensive capability and the fire element boasting formidable offensive strength, second only to light. Although the connection values of the other three individuals do not surpass that of Yi Qin, and their exhibited mecha piloting skills are inferior to his, they have all awakened their elemental powers. Tang San is almost certain that in 10 or 20 years, these three will undoubtedly surpass Yi Qin. This is the unyielding law of this world. Those who awaken elemental powers are destined to be exceptional, without exception. Tang San sighed quietly. Yi Qin possesses remarkable talent. Yet it is regrettable that he has not awakened elemental power. Hu Lingshuang summoned Yi Qin's detailed profile and scrutinized his historical achievements. She initially believed that Yi Qin harbored elemental power within him, albeit unrefined in its application. However, upon truly examining Yi Qin and Appo's records, Hu Lingshuang found herself incredulous. Since you have made your decision then. Just as Tang San was about to continue, an urgent signal suddenly blared into Hu Lingshuang's office. What is happening? Hu Lingshuang swiftly maneuvered the screen. On the comprehensive display, the surveillance feeds from the training camp turned pitch black, clearly indicating that something had been destroyed. Hu Lingshuang quickly accessed the surveillance from other locations, yet the situation in examination site number 4 remained undetectable. Chapter 56. The Monster in Passage 4. After several attempts, Hu Lingshuang finally managed to pull up the recent surveillance footage from examination room 4. On the screen, countless battle robots lay in ruins, utterly unrecognizable. Who could have done this? Tang San remarked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. The footage displayed a continuous destruction of the battle robots, and Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. He seized control of the monitor and quickly switched to other surveillance feeds. However, with a resounding crash, all the cameras lost signal. Is it possible to access other camera feeds? Hu Lingshuang urged, as this was an unprecedented occurrence. Under Tang San's deft manipulation, more and more cameras were redirected, focusing solely on Passage 4. His curiosity was piqued. He too wished to comprehend the situation. After pressing the final button, Tang San succeeded in forcibly activating a nearly defunct camera. As the feed materialized, both their pupils constricted slightly, their faces momentarily blank with shock. What appeared on the screen surpassed their expectations. A group of pale-faced youths stood silently, gazing in the same direction, their expressions filled with terror, reminiscent of ordinary people in a movie confronted by a monster. Following their gaze, Hu Lingshuang and Tang San beheld utter devastation. The ground was littered with shattered robots. Remnants of limbs scattered everywhere. Tang San zoomed in, revealing that not a single arm or leg of the battle robots remained intact. They resembled grotesque human hybrids. Every robot in Passage 4 had been dismantled beyond recognition. All 30 robots were entirely and unequivocally rendered inoperable. This is the assessment ground for mecha pilots. How could this happen? Tang San's expression darkened. To think that someone could reduce the battle robots to such a state without summoning a mecha. Moreover, this was not mere damage. These battle robots were practically destroyed. He was well aware of the quality and durability of these machines purchased from the Tang Group. Could it be that a giant beast had escaped from its enclosure? Tang San's countenance grew grave. Lingshuang, I sense a giant beast is broken free. That can't be possible. Hu Lingshuang gasped, covering her mouth. A giant beast had escaped? It was important to note that the training camp housed only second-tier small giant beasts, and just one could slaughter all the students present. If Tang San's conjecture proved true, they would be in grave trouble. Hu Lingshuang could not help but voice her concern. How did a giant beast enter the assessment ground? Aren't there personnel specifically assigned to monitor the movements of the beasts? She turned to check the list of candidates for Passage 4, and upon seeing Yi Qin's name, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Frowning, she contemplated picking up the phone to make inquiries but quickly set it down instead. With a decisive wave of his hand, Tang San exited the office. Let's go and see for ourselves. Hu Lingshuang, feeling anxious, thought, damn it, where have the supervisory personnel gone? After observing Tang San's retreating figure, she hurriedly followed him. As the department head, she had to assess the situation firsthand. Soon, the two arrived at the JB Alliance training camp. Upon their arrival, they were met with a heavy military presence, soldiers on high alert. Hu Lingshuang quickly sought to ascertain the situation. What is happening? Has a giant beast escaped? A middle-aged man in uniform approached her briskly, whispering, Report, Minister, several surveillance cameras near Passage 4 have been destroyed, and the cameras within the passage have also gone dark. We are currently unaware of what transpired inside. What about the invigilators? Where are they? The invigilators had arrived on the scene promptly, but they had lost contact 5 minutes prior. Hu Lingshuang's expression remained inscrutable as she calmly commanded, seal both ends of the passage and send personnel to ascertain the situation. If a giant beast is confirmed to have escaped, execute it on site. Understood. In examination room 8. An explosion erupted as a battle robot malfunctioned due to a system error. The robot's eyes glowed red, its circuitry sparking violently. Despite the severe damage, it stubbornly rose again. Nina unleashed the water element to corrode the robot's internal circuits, her gaze watchful until she confirmed it could no longer attack, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. This was the last robot. Currently, she could only manipulate the water element for about 5 minutes longer. Any delay would leave her utterly exhausted. Nina hastened toward the exit. Having successfully passed the second stage, just as she stepped out of the passage, a metallic creaking echoed ominously from Passage 4. She paused, feeling an instinctual warning that danger lurked ahead. Could something unexpected have occurred? Before she could exit the passage, a contingent of soldiers clad in special operations uniforms entered, marching in unison, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze on Passage 4, each face marked with tension and readiness for combat. Nina, curious, concealed herself, choosing not to leave the examination area. The air was thick with the sound of heavy thuds emanating from Passage 4. Each metallic tearing noise unsettled the gathered soldiers. As the ominous sounds reached their ears, the soldiers tensed, raising their weapons in anticipation of any unforeseen occurrences. Awaiting their commander's order, they were prepared to fire on anything that emerged from the passage. At that moment, the door to Passage 4 creaked open slightly, as if forcibly pried from within. As the door swung open, all soldiers chambered their weapons, stepping back cautiously, their expressions heavy with dread at whatever might emerge. Suddenly, a palpable tension filled the air. From the shadows, a figure stepped into view. A youth, not much older than Nina, yet his clothing was in tatters. Nina stared, transfixed, at the boy. A single glance was enough for an overwhelming aura of malevolence to wash over her, akin to a tide threatening to engulf her. In that instant, she felt as though she were not facing a peer, but rather a denizen of a slaughterhouse, a creature born of darkness. The sheer pressure compelled her to flee, and her mind screamed for escape. Yet, as she attempted to move, her legs betrayed her, paralyzed like a lamb before a hunter. Nina leaned weakly against the wall, gasping for breath, her chest heaving with a rapid heartbeat, her heart racing as never before. Chapter 57. I thought this was also part of the assessment in the shadows cast by the lights. The door of passage for was slowly pried open, causing everyone's nerves to tense. As the figure emerged, relief washed over the crowd upon realizing it was not a monstrous beast, but rather a youthful boy who appeared to be in his teens. With a clear and bright countenance, he exuded an air of cleanliness. The tension that had gripped them moments before melted away, and some individuals even wore self-deprecating smiles as they recalled their earlier state of alarm. However, their smiles quickly froze as they beheld a scene of utter horror. Eyes widened in disbelief. Their pupils reflected shock and fear as the boy stepped fully into view, dragging what seemed to be a heavy object behind him. The sound of metal scraping against the ground sent shivers down their spines. The boy was pulling the wreckage of a battle robot. With a resounding thud, he dropped the mangled body of the combat robot on the ground. It was beyond repair. For a moment, everyone stood frozen, staring dumbfounded at the exquisite boy illuminated by the sunlight, his appearance as pure and clear as crystal. A momentary haze seemed to envelop their senses. A sudden loud bang of the closing door startled everyone back to reality. It was then that the boy spoke. By the way, I knocked out 3 people inside. When I saw them rushing in with weapons, I thought they were part of the assessment. So I just knocked them out. The crowd was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend his words. Had this boy truly been responsible for all the chaos in Passage 4? Just then, Hu Lingxiang and Tang Xin arrived at Passage 4. Where's the beast? Has it been eliminated? Hu Lingxiang inquired as they stepped inside. As soon as she finished speaking, they heard Yuqin's earlier remark about knocking out the 3 individuals. Tang San's gaze was fixed intently on the boy who emerged from Passage 4. He found it hard to believe that a member of the JB Alliance's Special Operations team could be subdued by this seemingly harmless youth, and all at once. 3 of them. This was beyond comprehension. At that moment, only Hu Lingxiang's expression remained unchanged, though she had to admit that Yi Qin's performance had exceeded her expectations. She knew well the strength of the examiners, yet Yi Qin had still managed to take down 3 of them, which was quite extraordinary. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Yi Qin fell silent for a moment, attempting to explain. I didn't do it on purpose. Silence enveloped the room, creating an eerie stillness. After a brief pause, Hu Lingxiang's voice broke through. I am Hu Lingxiang, the head of the JB Alliance branch. Yi Qin, congratulations on passing the training camp assessment. Upon recognizing her, Yi Qin felt a wave of clarity wash over him. He hadn't anticipated that Hu Lingxiang was the head of the JB Alliance branch. He had thought she was merely a mercenary, but to his surprise, she had achieved the position of head at such a young age. This revelation momentarily astonished him. With the crisis averted, the staff quickly began to clean up the examination site. Hu Lingxiang and Tang San departed from the training camp, while Yi Qin was led to a dormitory. After a brief exchange of information, the staff turned and left. Throughout the process, the staff regarded Yi Qin with a mix of wariness and curiosity. For merely minutes prior, this unassuming high school student had left Special Operations team members in a battered state. Yi Qin entered the dormitory and set down his backpack. Though the misunderstanding had been cleared, he recognized that he had still struck the wrong individuals. Thus, he could hardly blame them for their scrutinizing gazes. The accommodations at the training camp were quite commendable, featuring a single room. The dormitory was furnished with all essentials, including a private bathroom. The financial backing of the JB Alliance was indeed impressive. Even a branch training camp boasted such excellent conditions, explaining the influx of applicants. This arrangement suited Yi Qin well, as he preferred not to share a dormitory with others. He intended to experiment with other potions in privacy, lest he be discovered. In the maintenance department of the JB Alliance branch, a multitude of battered battle robots lay strewn across the floor, their forms grotesquely mangled, missing limbs, heads, and bearing the marks of severe compression and distortion, as if they had endured some form of torture. The sight was jarring and unsettling. Hu Lingxiang and Tang Sen stood before the maintenance staff. These are beyond saving. These robots are irreparably damaged, proclaimed the technician, condemning the battle robots to oblivion, meaning they would be sent for recycling and melted down for metal. Next, the technician produced a USB drive, stating, I've restored the footage, take a look. Tang Sen took the USB and plugged it into a handheld tablet. The screen came alive with the surveillance footage from the passageway, playing from the moment Yi Qin and the representatives of the Goryeo Empire began their assessment until the video abruptly cut off. As the footage concluded, both Hu Lingxiang and Tang San were left in a state of bewilderment. unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. The battle robots appeared as mere toys in Yuqin's hands. He effortlessly snapped the composite metal bearings as if they were twigs. Was such strength even humanly possible? Moreover, the three examiners had lasted less than 10 seconds against him. Hu Lingxiang stared in shock at Tang San. Has Yuqin received special operations training? He faced the battle robots unarmed, and even the special forces were no match for him. At this moment, Tang San remained silent, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Based on the footage, it was evident that Yuqin must have practiced some form of technique to achieve such results. To combat machines with mere flesh, he was skeptical that this could be accomplished without something extraordinary at play. Hu Lingxiang's expression mirrored his complexity. She had initially thought Yuqin merely possessed a high connection value, yet his combat prowess was astonishing. Suddenly, she recalled that throughout their interactions, she had never seen Yuqin pilot his own mech. Moreover, when Yuqin first operated Polaris, he demonstrated remarkable skill, as if he had engaged in countless battles before. Should we place him on the priority training list? Tang Sen inquired. If not for his status, he would have sought out Yuqin for further discussion, for he was all too familiar with such narratives. As someone who had traversed dimensions twice, he understood the might of those who had crossed over. Their strength did not stem from divine power, but from the memories they carried post-transformation. That was the true source of their power. In the footage, Yuqin seemed to have discovered a certain method of cultivation, allowing him to face the battle robots with his physical form. This was a path Tang San had never considered, especially since the Blue Star did not possess soul power. If Yuqin had indeed found a form of cultivation, he would need to learn it as well. Although his mastery of the Jade Xian hand has reached an advanced level, his training in the Tian Xian skill remains stagnant, perpetually confined to the initial stage. What are your plans for Yuqin now? Tang San could not help but inquire, noticing Hu Lingxiang and Amp, Appo's silence. With her eyes shimmering, Hu Lingxiang responded, for the time being, let us include him in the key training roster. We shall make further decisions based on his subsequent performance. Gazing at the tall and slender silhouette of the youth on the screen, Hu Lingxiang took a deep breath and slowly articulated, setting aside the absence of elemental power. His current combat abilities are already remarkably impressive. Tang San comprehended Hu Lingxiang's intent. At the age of 18, with a connection value of 95, combined with his astonishing skills, he is undoubtedly qualified to be nurtured as a seed candidate. Even if he does not ascend to become a top-tier mecha master, he could still evolve into an exemplary special operations personnel. Chapter 58. Memories from Sun Shiqian. Not long after Yuqin arrived at the dormitory, his backpack was delivered to the entrance. After placing his bag down and taking a quick shower, Yuqin reclined on the sofa. A wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting him to involuntarily close his eyes. Upon doing so, he found himself in a desolate landscape. The gray sky and the ashen ground made it seem as though the entire environment had been scorched by the fires of hell. Smoke and dust permeated the air, and the surroundings were as silent as the streets of a suburban neighborhood at midnight, save for the occasional crackling of charred branches. Where's this place? Before Yuqin could ponder the location, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Damn, my head feels like it, and Amp, Appo's going to explode. Yuqin knelt in agony, the pain more intense than when he had burned his brain while driving the Polaris. What should I do? Should I switch to a meditative breathing technique? Yet, no matter how he breathed, the throbbing in his head persisted unabated. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed. Ding. Memory transmission complete. As the system and Amp, Appo's voice faded, the pain in Yuqin and Amp, Appo's head vanished instantaneously. What is this? The voice of Dawn? Dawn. Yuqin hastily summoned the system, but this time the dialogue box revealed no text. Instead, a strikingly handsome young man, appearing nearly 30, waved at the screen. Has the recording function already been activated? With little time to spare, I shall be brief. My name is Sun Shiqian, the Supreme Commander of the Huaxia Empire, and I am also the highest leader of the Blue Star United Army. Though I am unaware of who you are, you must be perplexed as to why a multitude of memories have been implanted in your mind and why you have become the host of the system, possessing Dawn. Before my demise, I had the Dawn mecha replicate all my memories and store them on a hard drive. In truth, you are not a time traveler. You were merely chosen by the program I left behind to become the system and Amp, Appo's host. Those selected by the program are individuals on the brink of death. Before becoming the system and Amp, Appo's host, your body will be restored, and then the system will inject part of my memories into your mind as per the program I set aside. At this point, Sun Shiqian and Amp, Apos, S expression turned slightly apologetic. I apologize. Although it is my memories being transmitted, a portion of my personality will also merge with yours. Regrettably, this is the only way to revive you. Hearing this, Yi Qin was engulfed in profound shock. He was not a time traveler, but rather a recipient of someone else and Amp, Apos, S enforced memories and personality. This brief statement contained an abundance of hidden information, leaving Yi Qin momentarily unable to process it. According to Sun Shiqian, he was in a near-death state, which is why the system had chosen him as a host. Was it the appearance of the system that saved him? Before Yi Qin could organize his thoughts, Sun Shiqian continued. Your brain will require time to adapt to my memories and personality. During this period, you may believe yourself to be a time traveler. However, that is not the case. You remain you. While your character may shift slightly, deep within, a person does not change. I have configured the system within Dawn so that once your strength meets the requirements, my memories will gradually unlock in your mind. Since you have inherited the majority of my memories, you will undoubtedly be aware of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. As he spoke, Sun Shiqian smiled wryly. By the time you view this memory, I will have passed, and Dawn will activate its time travel device to search for a host in the past. Although I do not know your name, from this moment forth, you shall bear the fate of saving all humanity. Please pilot Dawn well, and help humanity overcome one challenge after another. Following this, the system screen shifted abruptly to black. However, this state did not persist for long. Soon, an image of a man appeared. At this moment, the man was surrounded by monstrous beasts in a jungle, and within 10 minutes, his mecha was torn apart, plunging him into a life-threatening situation. The Dawn mecha initiated its program and emerged from a wormhole. Unsurprisingly, the man became the system and Amp, Apos, S host and gained the qualification to summon Dawn. Likewise, he also possessed Sun Shiqian and Amp, Apos, S memories. Yi Qin silently mused. Is this the first master of Dawn after Sun Shiqian? With the authority to pilot Dawn, the man swiftly resolved the immediate crisis. After becoming the system and Amp, Apos, S host, his mindset underwent a tremendous transformation. He became acutely aware of the formidable enemies lurking in the heavens. With the system and Amp, Apos, S enhancement, the man and Amp, Apos, S strength soared, allowing him to rise to prominence. He became one of the Era and Amp, Apos, S mightiest figures and established his own empire. However, this period of prosperity was short-lived. During a rebellion, the man ultimately placed his trust in a confidant, who callously slit his throat after years of companionship. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qin broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that after inheriting Sun Shiqian and Amp, Apos, S memories, the man became exceedingly arrogant, losing all reverence for others and growing increasingly reckless. This led to him making enemies everywhere, ultimately resulting in his tragic demise within the very empire he had built. After losing its host, the system activated the time travel device once more, transporting itself to a different point in time. Thus, Yi Qin observed the transition from the first host to the fifth. Upon witnessing the eighth host, Yi Qin finally saw through Dawn and Amp, Apos, S perspective the entire sequence of events leading to his being struck by an orbital cannon. During a battle, the eighth host piloted Dawn in outer space to confront enemies, but due to excessive confidence, his allies perished, and he became surrounded by foes. Outnumbered, he ultimately sustained severe damage to his mecha. The powerless Dawn was then pierced through its core by an orbital cannon, resulting in the eighth host and Amp, Apos, S immediate death. Drifting without power, Dawn eventually landed on an unnamed planet. After a long time, Dawn and Amp, Apos, S main body reconnected to an energy source. Following some rudimentary repairs, Dawn activated the time travel device once more. It was through this traversal that Dawn came into Yi Qin and Amp, Apos, S possession, making him the new host of the system. Thus, all mysteries were unraveled. It was not Yi Qin who traversed time, but rather the memories of Sun Shiqian that had been forcibly implanted in his mind, leading to the existence of his current self. One cannot help but marvel at the surreal nature of it all. So this is the truth. Chapter 59, The Beginning and End of Events. The whole truth. Yi Qin repeatedly observed the fates of the previous hosts of the system. He discovered that ever since the past hosts merged with Sun Shiqian and Amp, Apos, S memories, they invariably believed they could single-handedly resist external enemies. Some hosts established their own empires, only to be ultimately betrayed by their own people. Others, blinded by arrogance, paid with their lives. Particularly notable was the eighth host. The moment Yi Qin witnessed the orbital cannon breach the Dawn, his heart momentarily halted. It was the first time he saw the original form of the Dawn mech in the system's display. The armor of the Dawn was no longer in tatters, and there were no exposed wires. The original Dawn was a deep green, its size twice that of the current model. Constructed from an unknown alloy, it could activate its propulsion system to freely engage in combat in outer space. However, after being struck by the orbital cannon, many advanced programs and data originally housed within the Dawn vanished alongside the damage to its core. For Yi Qin, this was nothing short of a catastrophic beginning. After watching the recording, the Dawn came online once more. Yi Qin, you have viewed all program records. Upon hearing the Dawn's voice, Yi Qin slumped helplessly to the ground. Before him lay a vast expanse of scorched earth, the site of a future battle. Dawn, I do not know how to proceed. Although Yi Qin possessed Sun Shiqian and Appo's memories and all his mech piloting skills, those remained mere memories, not his own. For a long time, he had believed himself to be a transcendent being, a chosen one among millions, destined to lead an era against a level 9 civilization. However, now that he knew the whole truth, he realized he might not be so special after all. Sun Shiqian, an elemental awakener, the supreme commander of the Huaxia Empire, the highest leader of the Blue Star United Forces. If even he could not defeat the enemy, how could a mere high school student like him hope to succeed? Yi Qin had dreamt of those battles, the assaults from colossal warships, the clashes between civilizations, the blood-soaked struggles that left mountains of corpses. Even with Sun Shiqian and Appo's memories, could he truly save humanity? Yi Qin, I do not know what the future holds, but there is an ancient saying, the matter is in human hands. Yi Qin sighed deeply. Dawn, if I were to perish, would you still be able to activate the time travel device to return to an earlier time node to find another host? Based on existing data analysis, the core points within the mech system have been nearly exhausted and cannot activate the time travel device. Core points? Yi Qin hurriedly opened the system panel. Are the core points on the system panel used to activate the time travel device? Yes, Yi Qin. After your demise, I will absorb the core points from your body and then activate the time travel device to find a new host. But activating this program requires at least 10,000 core points. What? 10,000 points? Yi Qin and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated the core points had such a purpose. When the Dawn first introduced the core points, it had described them as the primal energy cores of the universe. So that was the meaning behind it. Yi Qin, although I cannot activate the time travel device anymore, I believe in you. You will surely save humanity. Thank you, my friend. Yi Qin felt a glimmer of solace, surprised that the Dawn would offer him comfort. After regaining his composure, Yi Qin began to analyze the situation. It was because he had entered a near-death state that the system had chosen him as a host. In other words, if no one had harmed him, the system would not have selected him as a host. Yi Qin chuckled lightly, pondering whether this was a blessing or a curse. Then he recalled that shortly after he became the system's host, the Koreans had stormed the mech competition venue, heading straight for him. Could this incident be connected to the Koreans? In the highest conference hall of the Korean Empire, a tall, blond man slammed his fist on the table. Is this how you Koreans conduct your business? The man was furious. He had not expected these Koreans to be so incompetent. Just days ago, you dispatched so many mechs, yet none managed to eliminate that prophesied brat. We did not anticipate that old Lee Yunlong would appear at the mech competition. The Korean stammered, unable to meet the man's piercing gaze. So you are implying that this is all our fault? The blond man's eyes blazed with fury. Were it not for their continued utility, he would have relished the opportunity to eradicate these useless Koreans. Sensing the murderous intent, several Koreans hastily bowed and admitted their fault. No, this is entirely our mistake. We did not make adequate arrangements. Enough. From now on, you will remain quiet and avoid causing any more trouble. Despite his disdain for the inept Koreans, the blond man still adhered to the commander's orders. After issuing some instructions, he departed Korea and returned to the IMC Empire. In the IMC Empire, Madame Nolan gazed at the horizon from her wheelchair, realizing she had still been unable to stop it. Indeed, all of this was fated. Behind her, 5 or 6 individuals, upon hearing her words, displayed expressions of dread. Madame Nolan looked up at the sky. It has begun. Madame Nolan. Are you saying? The elderly woman, known as Madame Nolan, nodded. Blue Star is about to undergo a new wave of change. It seems the factions will soon clash again. The expressions of the 5 or 6 individuals varied. Some were shocked, others astonished, while some frowned and ground their teeth in frustration. Madame Nolan possessed a unique ability, the capacity to briefly foresee future events. To thwart the Huaxiao Empire and Apos' growth, she had repeatedly utilized her ability to glimpse individuals who could lead to the rise of the Huaxiao Empire. This power had prompted the IMC Empire to dispatch assassins to eliminate these key figures. Yet, they had not anticipated that these Koreans could not even eliminate a mere high school student. This was an utter disappointment for the IMC Empire. However, at this point, there was no need to pursue the matter further. Although the assassination had failed, the Koreans were merely pawns of the IMC Empire. Even if the Huaxia Empire sought revenge, it had no bearing on the IMC Empire. Though Madame Nolan and Apos' ability was extraordinary, foreseeing the future came at a price. At just over 50 years of age, she now looked like a woman in her 90s, her skin wrinkled and devoid of vitality. Slowly rising from her wheelchair, she declared, "My time is running short. I can use my prophetic ability one last time. Whether the IMC Empire can reclaim its position as the leader of Blue Star depends on you all." As her words fell, the faces of those present turned ashen. Tiny specks of starlight began to seep from Madame Nolan and Apos' skin, revealing the culmination of her mission. Chapter 60. Attire Seller and Apos' culinary skills. Before Yichin could deduce the identity of his adversary, he awoke from his slumber. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had only been asleep for a mere 30 minutes. Shuden and Apos' tea time flow more swiftly in dreams. He distinctly felt as though he had lingered in the dream realm for an eternity, yet only 30 minutes had elapsed before he could fathom this anomaly. A rumble emanated from his stomach. Following the directional signs, Yichin made his way to the cafeteria of the training camp. The cafeteria was quite spacious, divided into 2 levels, the first floor for trainees and the second reserved for the camp and Apos' staff. At that moment, he spotted a group of South Korean participants from the assessment, including Park Bui, who appeared pale and was being supported by 2 companions as he queued for food. Not only he, but many other trainees bore signs of bandaging, evidently having sustained considerable injuries. In truth, once one passed the first round, they were entitled to remain in the camp, regardless of their performance in the second round. The initial assessment gauged eligibility, while the subsequent round tested their limits. As Yichin waited in line, the participants ahead were animatedly discussing the day and Apos' evaluation. "Those combat robots are utterly monstrous. I merely took one punch and ended up looking like a swollen pig," exclaimed a boy, waving his hand in exasperation. "What can we do? We lack the freedom to wield elemental powers." Rumors circulated that someone had utilized elemental abilities to achieve a perfect score in the second round. That rumor is ludicrous. I heard there was an individual who not only aced the second round, but also took down the proctor. What? They even fought the proctor? Those proctors are elite operatives from the JB Alliance. This must be a hoax. Another chimed in. Those proctors are special forces. How could we mere high schoolers stand a chance against them? Others quickly displayed skepticism. Keep dreaming. This training camp is solely for mech pilots. Surely. There's no one here capable of besting a special forces operative. Seeing the disbelief in their faces, the boy insisted, "You don't believe me?" When I was carried out after passing the second round, I distinctly saw several individuals escorting the proctor to the infirmary. Yichin bowed his head, silently queuing. As he did, 3 burly men charged toward him with menacing expressions, and he instinctively retaliated, thinking it was part of the assessment. This was hardly his fault. Ahead, a few small groups were conversing. Did anyone pass the second round of the entry assessment? Is that true? A boy gasped. Indeed, after passing the first round, everyone starts with a base score of 100 points, but those who pass the second round receive an additional 200 points. I heard 4 trainees made it through the second round. Expressions of awe filled the group, for those who succeeded in the second round were indeed a rarity. Amidst the chatter, Yichin noticed a girl staring at him with a peculiar gaze. Turning to face her, he realized she was the same girl he had encountered after exiting the passage the previous day. Upon locking eyes with Yichin, her face drained of color, and she promptly turned on her heel, rejoining the queue, anxious to avoid any further eye contact. Nina had entered the training camp believing herself to be a prodigy among countless others, having mastered water elemental manipulation at her age, which was indeed commendable. However, Witnessing Yi Qin's prowess yesterday unveiled the chasm between genius and monstrosity. If she was a rare gem, Yi Qin was an unprecedented anomaly. He had effortlessly dismantled the combat robots without employing any elemental powers, relying solely on his physical strength. This was beyond human capability, at least for anyone of their age. In the aftermath of the assessment, Nina soon regained her composure and promptly sought information on Yi Qin from her IMC Empire's intelligence division. Upon reviewing his profile, her self-esteem suffered another blow. She had once thought her connection value of 90 was impressive, but in comparison to Yi Qin's astonishing 95, it paled significantly. Once the connection value surpasses 90, each increment becomes an arduous challenge. The more gifted individuals tend to carry a sense of pride, given their superior starting point. Yet, when such talent faces a setback, the resultant disparity is magnified. After all, she had always been the one to overshadow others and had never before experienced such a stark contrast. Following this crushing revelation from Yi Qin, Nina isolated herself in her room for half a day. Once she calmed down, Nina gradually emerged from her confinement. Though her body was outside, her spirit remained trapped within. At last, the individuals ahead of Yi Qin finished their meal. He picked up a tray, selecting some meatballs, followed by a portion of stir-fried meat, and finally a piece of giant beast egg. Although he had yet to taste the food, the aroma alone suggested something was amiss. Surely, the entirety of his time at the training camp wouldn't consist of such fare. Tentatively, he took a small piece of stir-fried meat and placed it in his mouth. Halting abruptly, "Is this truly fit for human consumption?" Yi Qin's remark drew the attention of numerous onlookers, halting many trainees in their tracks to gaze at him. The group of South Koreans, upon hearing his criticism, scurried aside to consume their meals with kimchi, evidently still haunted by the psychological impact of the previous day's assessment. At that moment, the chef responsible for the meal stormed out, fuming. "Who dares to claim there's an issue with my cooking? It's me." Yi Qin unabashedly placed his tray on a nearby table. The portly chef approached, his expression fierce as he demanded, "What gives you the right to question the quality of my cuisine? I am Jin Kyu-hyung, a chef of the Imperial Court of the South Korean Empire. I possess a Michelin 3-star rating. Are you suggesting there's a flaw in my creations?" Jin Kyu-hyung bellowed. He was already irked to be cooking for these high schoolers at the JB Alliance branch, but recent financial constraints compelled him to accept the job. He never anticipated that anyone in the training camp would dare to critique his culinary skills. The very notion of a tire-selling chef boasting such a rating was laughable. Yi Qin cast a disdainful glance at him, pointing at the meatball on his plate. "This meatball is presumably crafted from the flesh of aquatic behemoths, is it not?" "Indeed," Jin Kyu-hyung confirmed. Yi Qin then speared a meatball with his chopsticks, presenting it to Jin Kyu-hyung, softly questioning, "Typically, the flesh of aquatic behemoths is encased in a layer of insulating fish skin, whereas a meatball requires only the meat, devoid of skin. How could you have placed the fish and meat into the blender? Are you not aware that the skin of all colossal creatures possesses an odor that must be eliminated? The foul scent of the fish skin has mingled with the delicate flavor of the fish flesh, rendering it inedible. More alarmingly, in an attempt to mask the unpleasant odor, you excessively added starch to the mixture before frying, thereby compromising both taste and texture. Although the frying process eradicated the foul smell, the fish balls now lack any freshness and the expected elasticity. It can be said that this preparation is a dismal failure. The students in the cafeteria took their plates and bit into the fish balls, only to find, as Yi Qin remarked, that they offered no resilience at all. Instead, they were filled with a mushy paste that flattened with a mere bite. Apart from a hint of saltiness, there was no discernible flavor whatsoever. Chapter 61. The defiant Jin Kyu-hyung. As more and more gazes turned towards him, Jin Kyu-hyung forced himself to maintain a facade of calmness, stating with an air of indifference, "It was merely a matter of the prep cook forgetting to remove the fish skin. This has nothing to do with me. I, a distinguished chef, never engage in preparatory work." Seeing his stubbornness, Yi Qin pointed to the stir-fried meat. "You prepared this stir-fried meat, did you not?" "Indeed, I did." Jin Kyu-hyung nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving his confirmation, Yi Qin continued, "The meat in this stir-fried dish is sourced from the second-tier behemoth, the steel-spiked tiger. And this green vegetable is the restorative herb, spirit grass, am I correct?" Jin Kyu-hyung nodded. "You are right. This dish can indeed accelerate the healing of bodily injuries." With this, Jin Kyu-hyung gleefully glanced at the crowd, for from his perspective, he believed his dishes posed no issues. Yi Qin then presented the entire plate before Jin Kyu-hyung, asking, "Do you smell that?" Jin Kyu-hyung, perplexed, responded, "Smell what?" You allowed someone to consume it without even removing the fibrous strands of the spirit grass? Are you unaware that those strands are bitter? Yi Qin retorted. I took a bite of the meat, and even now my mouth is filled with bitterness. Jin Kueiheng's heart sank. While he knew that the spirit grass could hasten healing, he had never heard of the fibrous strands being an issue. Observing the astonishment on Jin Kueiheng's face, Yi Qin shook his head and explained. Though you attempted to mask the bitterness of the fibrous strands with the savory flavor of the steel-spiked tiger meat, you completely overlooked the fact that the cooking times for meat and vegetables differ. The once delectable steel-spiked tiger meat has now been overcooked to the point of being as tough as tire rubber. Do you think we are hyenas, gnawing on tires? Yi Qin paused for effect before addressing the onlookers. It's not just that the steel-spiked tiger meat is inedible. The fibrous strands of spirit grass only become more bitter the more you chew. Taking a step forward, he questioned, was this an intentional act, or merely an oversight? Jin Kueiheng was left speechless by the inquiry. I am a Huaxiao person, not someone who consumes slop like you Koreans. Jin Kueiheng felt his temper rise, but he could not retort, as he had just admitted that the stir-fried meat was his creation. Seeing Jin Kueiheng at a loss for words, Yi Qin pointed to the scrambled eggs on the plate, scrambled giant beast eggs. A simple dish that you have managed to turn into a mess, resembling excrement. Let's say I could overlook the appearance. However, do you not find that these eggs taste like cardboard? The flavor is only on the surface. There is absolutely no taste within. None at all. Absolutely none. Yi Qin nearly shouted. At that moment, the diners in the cafeteria halted their meals, as after Yi Qin's explanation, no one wished to consume Jin Kueiheng's cooking. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Jin Kueiheng resorted to his last tactic. He pointed at the dishes and retorted, if you have the ability, why don't you make it yourself? It is common knowledge that dishes made from giant beasts are inherently unpalatable. If you are capable, stop shouting at me and go cook. This audacious young brat dared to speak so insolently in front of so many, and Jin Kueiheng was determined to retaliate. He was convinced that Yi Qin could not cook, as anyone could talk a big game, but preparing dishes from giant beast meat required years of experience and skill in controlling the heat. If Yi Qin's dishes turned out worse than his, the embarrassment would not be his alone. Yi Qin shot him a disdainful glance. I will indeed cook. Just as he was about to step forward, Jin Kueiheng blocked his path. Wait, what if your cooking is inferior to mine? Jin Kueiheng's expression grew cold. This young man was brazenly attempting to humiliate him in front of everyone, and he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Instantly, all eyes in the cafeteria were on Yi Qin, for who could resist the allure of a spectacle? However, it was widely accepted that dishes made from giant beasts were notoriously unappetizing. Yet, Yi Qin's ability to pinpoint the issues suggested he possessed some skill. Yi Qin pushed Jin Kueiheng's hand aside and scoffed, if my dishes are not delicious, I will voluntarily withdraw from the training camp. Does that suffice? The room erupted in gasps, for the training camp was a coveted opportunity that many desired to enter. Yi Qin was wagering his place in the camp over a matter of subpar food. How audacious! Having achieved his objective, Jin Kueiheng merely snorted, fine. The kitchen is over there. You may select your ingredients. Do not say, I did not give you a chance. At that moment, Yi Qin confidently raised 3 fingers. I will not take advantage of you. I will prepare 3 dishes in half an hour, with a minimum of 50 portions each. Should any one of them be unpalatable, I will gladly withdraw from the training camp. Once again, the cafeteria erupted in astonishment. Was Yi Qin mad? Cooking with giant beast meat was already challenging enough, and he was raising the stakes for himself. Was he courting disaster? Very well, I will await your return in half an hour, Jin Kueiheng declared, seating himself nearby. Today, he was determined to observe what this reckless young man could produce. If the dishes failed to impress, he could seize the opportunity to demand further emotional damages from the JB Alliance branch. Half an hour later, Yi Qin emerged pushing a cart laden with 3 large bowls, each filled with a distinct dish. It was evident to any discerning eye that these 3 dishes were exceptional. The aroma wafting from the cart was enough to entice the diners, who had not yet even tasted the food but could already discern the deliciousness in the air. The sight of these 3 dishes alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Having absorbed the memories of Sun Shiqian, Yi Qin naturally became a master of giant beast meat cooking. He knew precisely how to handle these ingredients. I have completed 3 dishes, he announced. Stir-fried spirit grass with steel-spiked tiger meat, coconut-flavored giant beast fluffy eggs, and spirit grass fibrous strands with cordyceps soup. The stir-fried spirit grass with steel-spiked tiger meat had its fibrous strands removed to eliminate the bitterness, and small chili peppers were added for flavor. The robust aroma wafting forth was enough to induce salivation and heighten appetites. The coconut-flavored Giant Beast fluffy eggs were prepared with pre-seasoned coconut milk, mixed with the Giant Beast egg liquid to create a fluffy delight. The enticing fragrance emanated from the eggs, captivating all. Lastly, the spirit grass fibrous strands with cordyceps soup combined the bitter fibrous strands with cordyceps to create a rich broth, perfect for aiding the students in their recovery. Upon presenting the dishes, Yiqin refilled his bowl with rice and casually served himself some of his own creations, settling down in a quiet spot. In truth, the moment the aroma reached Jin Kueiheng's nostrils, he realized he had lost. As a chef, his perspective had proven limited. He had believed that simply following the recipe's steps would yield delicious dishes, but cooking with Giant Beast meat was far more complex than he had anticipated. Yet, his pride and arrogance prevented him from conceding. With a cold huff, Jin Kueiheng swiftly exited the cafeteria. He had no reason to linger any longer. Upon witnessing the other party flee in a state of panic, Yiqin simply continued to eat his meal in silence. It would be best for you to return to your tire factory and resume your culinary duties, you Korean scoundrel. Chapter 62. The Legendary Figure. Yiqin, encouraged by the enticing aroma, a girl summoned her courage and approached the 3 pots of dishes, filling her plate with the culinary creations of Yiqin. Once one person took the lead, a flurry of others quickly followed suit, for the trainees of the training camp were not oblivious. Who could resist delectable food? In no time, one pot was completely emptied, and they were all astonished at how Yiqin had managed to cook the meat of the colossal beast so exquisitely. His culinary skills were truly unparalleled. Yiqin was also indebted to the memories of Sun Shiqian. Without them, he would not have been aware of such diverse cooking methods for beast meat. Yiqin? At that moment, a delicate voice broke the air. Yiqin looked up to find a slender girl seated opposite him. She appeared fragile, her demeanor exuding a certain allure as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I am Qin Shiyu from the Imperial Capital High School. I never expected to meet you here. Yiqin was momentarily taken aback. He did not recall ever encountering her. I don't believe we've met, he replied. The girl quickly clarified, I am not in your class. I am in class 4. I saw your match during the mecha tournament, and you were simply incredible. As she spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks. Having never engaged in conversation with a boy before, she was surprised at her own boldness, especially considering the numerous admirers she had attracted due to her looks at Imperial Capital High School. Thank you, Yiqin said with a smile, then returned to his meal. After a considerable time had passed, the hesitant Qin Shiyu finally broke the silence. Yiqin, do you know anything about the JB Alliance's training camp? Not really. Though Yiqin was aware of it through Sun Shiqian's memories, he chose to feign ignorance. He picked up a piece of steel-spiked tiger meat and savored its tenderness and exquisite flavor, melting in his mouth. Sun Shiqian's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, and without his memories, Yiqin would never have been able to replicate such delightful dishes. Qin Shiyu did not take any of Yiqin's food. Instead, she lowered her head and whispered, most participants in the JB Alliance training camp will eventually join the JB Alliance as mercenaries. And then, Yiqin continued eating impassively. Becoming a mercenary for the JB Alliance comes with numerous benefits, such as advanced mecha equipment and programs. If your contribution value is sufficient, you might even apply for a Vanguard-level mecha. Is that so? Yiqin raised an eyebrow. The training camp is a significant opportunity for ordinary people to transform their lives. Look at this food, it's all beast meat. Just the purchase price alone is exorbitant, not to mention the value after cooking. Yiqin had previously bought beast meat, mostly of the first tier, but the second-tier steel-spiked tiger meat, while rare, should still be obtainable. So, do you plan to become a mercenary for the JB Alliance? He asked after swallowing the meat. Qin Shiyu nodded. I intend to do just that. Since I saw you were from Imperial Capital High School, I wanted to remind you. Thank you for your reminder. I appreciate it, Yiqin replied, handing her the remaining coconut milk fluffy egg on his plate. It seems you haven't eaten much. Please take this. After Yiqin departed, Qin Shiyu's expression was complex. The beast meat on her plate was indeed difficult to eat, but she persevered, knowing it was essential for her physical strength. After a while, she glanced at the coconut milk egg and took a small piece, savoring the delightful blend of coconut and egg that danced in her mouth. She had never tasted such exquisite beast eggs before. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe Yiqin possessed such culinary prowess. Just as Yi Qin returned his plate, several uniformed individuals approached. Curiosity filled the cafeteria as onlookers pondered their purpose. The leader, upon spotting Yi Qin, produced a tablet to compare. Yi Qin, during the entrance examination, you destroyed 30 combat robots and incapacitated 3 proctors. We need you to come with us for questioning regarding the incident. Please cooperate. In an instant, the previously noisy cafeteria fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Yi Qin, including those who had been devouring their meals, who halted their actions as if time itself had paused. The group of Koreans lowered their heads. They had witnessed Yi Qin's extraordinary feats during the examination. The crowd could hardly believe that Yi Qin had defeated all the combat robots and knocked out 3 special operations team members. Qin Shiyu, who had just spoken with Yi Qin, was left bewildered. She had never imagined he was the legendary figure everyone spoke of. But upon hearing the words of the others, her heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that Yi Qin had awakened elemental power? With a connection value of 95. Had he truly awakened elemental abilities and incapacitated 3 proctors? Was that even possible? Lead the way, Yi Qin instructed. After he and the others left the cafeteria, the trainees slowly regained their composure. In a moment, the previously silent cafeteria erupted with awe and disbelief. Wow, I can't believe the rumors are true. There is indeed a student who can defeat all the combat robots. What element did he awaken? How could he be so strong? Yi Qin was not only an excellent cook, but also possessed remarkable strength. The questioning was not as complicated as anticipated. The JB Alliance staff did not make things difficult for Yi Qin, recognizing that he had not acted with malice. After asking a few standard questions, they allowed him to leave. Today was the most relaxed day in the training camp, for starting tomorrow, all members would be plunged into intense battles. Upon returning to his room, Yi Qin's gaze fell upon his backpack. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a message to Hu Lingshuang. Half an hour later, they met in a secluded area. Though their encounters were few, Hu Lingshuang exuded a unique aura that intrigued Yi Qin. Without preamble, she asked, "What is the rush in calling me out? Is there something you need?" Despite their limited interaction, Yi Qin trusted her character. "I had no idea you were the head of the JB Alliance branch. This means I can speak candidly." Yi Qin's gaze assessed her. "If I am not mistaken, you can currently manipulate elemental water for only 20 minutes, correct?" Hu Lingshuang's expression shifted. She was taken aback that Yi Qin would make such a statement. As he had surmised, she could indeed only control elemental water for 20 minutes. But how did he know? "What do you mean?" She deflected, inquiring about Yi Qin's purpose for summoning her. Yi Qin then produced a vial from his pocket and handed it to her. "This is a revolutionary potion, which I have dubbed the Elemental Energy Potion. Once injected, the genetic lock within the human body will be unlocked. Upon unlocking the genetic seal, a form of energy known as primordial force will coalesce within the human body. Currently, your genetic seal remains intact, thus limiting the amount of primordial force you can gather." Subsequently, Yi Qin produced another vial of potion, its hue considerably lighter than the previous one. This particular concoction possesses merely 1/10 of the efficacy of its predecessor, and I hope you can deliver it to the members of the JB Alliance. Following that, the individuals from the JB Alliance should request that you escort me to their headquarters. As for what transpires thereafter, you need not concern yourself with it." After hearing this series of statements, Hu Lingshuang appeared utterly perplexed. Primordial energy potion? Genetic seal? Primordial force? What on earth was Yi Qin talking about? After a moment of shock, Hu Lingshuang began to comprehend the significance of the primordial energy potion. This elixir has the potential to transcend the limits of one and Oppo's genetic seal, thereby allowing the individual to harness elemental power more extensively. Could this be true? Hu Lingshuang found it hard to believe, as everything seemed exceedingly fantastical. If Yi Qin's assertions were genuine, and this potion truly possessed such effects, it would represent an unparalleled scientific achievement, breaking the limitations of the genetic seal. A succinct phrase yet laden with boundless implications. In that moment, Hu Lingshuang's gaze towards Yi Qin transformed entirely. Was this youth truly just a recent high school graduate? Chapter 63. Does he like me? Why are you giving me this potion? Hu Lingshuang's face was filled with disbelief. Normally, shouldn't you be handing this potion over to someone from the Huaxiao Empire instead? Why entrust it to me to pass on to the JB Alliance? Yi Qin remained silent. In truth, he had intended to deliver the energy potion to both the JB Alliance and the Huaxiao Empire. However, after uncovering the memories of Sun Shiqian, Yi Qin became certain of one thing. There were individuals within the Huaxiao Empire who wished him harm, and they operated insidiously without his knowledge. Even though she had been saved from the brink of death by the system, the incident lingered in Yi Qin's mind like a thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. He pondered this matter for a long time without any clarity. Firstly, he ruled out the people from the Imperial Capital Middle School. Although he was often ridiculed as a mediocre student, he had maintained decent relationships, and there had been no significant conflicts. Next, he considered his family. His older sister, Yi Jia, had rarely returned home since starting university, and his younger sister, Yi Jiao, bore no motive to harm him. Despite his father Yi Changdong's disapproval of him, it did not reach the extent of wishing him dead. As for his mother, that was even less likely, as she provided for his living expenses. Thus, the trail had gone cold. Compared to overt threats, Yi Qin feared the hidden machinations of others. After all, the image of the first system host being murdered remained vivid in his mind. After a moment of silence, Yi Qin slowly spoke, "There are things I cannot disclose. But for now, I can only place my trust in you." His words caused Hu Lingshuang's cheeks to flush. Was Yi Qin confessing his feelings to her? Understood. "I will relay the potion to the personnel at headquarters," she replied, intending to leave, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might lose her composure and reveal her blushing face to Yi Qin. However, just as she took a few steps, Yi Qin hurriedly grasped her hand. His gentle gesture sent her heart racing. "Before you inject the potion, immerse yourself completely in water. Warm water is preferable," he advised softly. The atmosphere had reached a palpable tension, yet Yi Qin's words jolted Hu Lingshuang back to reality. "Why?" she asked, bewildered. Yi Qin offered her a reassuring glance. "Just trust me. I would never harm you." The tenderness in his gaze reignited the tumultuous fluttering in Hu Lingshuang's heart. "Why are you being so kind to me?" she mused. In her eyes, Yi Qin could have simply approached the JB Alliance headquarters to verify the efficacy of the potion. Once validated, his life would undergo a monumental transformation, potentially earning him the favor of powerful figures at headquarters. Yet, he chose to share this opportunity with her. Could it be that Yi Qin genuinely had feelings for her? Yi Qin merely smiled faintly. There were many things he could not articulate. Yet he was acutely aware that the time before the invasion of civilization was dwindling. The immediate priority was to ensure that all individuals on Blue Star possessed energy. Serendipitously, the JB Alliance was a neutral organization, and Hu Lingshuang happened to be the head of its branch, making her the ideal candidate to handle this matter. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Jiang family within the Huaxia Empire, 5 or 6 prominent figures from various industries were present. Hu Billy, representing the Hu family conglomerate, and Tang Lei from the Tang family group were among them, reporting the current situation. In recent years, the Jiang family had delegated the majority of their business operations to several major enterprises. Prior to the era of beasts, the Jiang family controlled most of the industries within the Huaxiao Empire. However, following the onset of the era of beasts, they gradually transferred control of various sectors to other companies, merely acting as an agent themselves. From multinational export businesses to domestic livelihood matters, and from mechas to consumer enterprises, the Jiang family had a hand in it all. It could be said that the Jiang family was the true sovereign of the Huaxiao Empire. After presenting the financial reports, the others began to rise to leave. "Madame Hua, unless there are further instructions, we shall take our leave." Just as everyone was about to exit, Madame Hua spoke slowly. "Everyone else may leave, but Tang Lei, stay behind." The man named Tang Lei was exceptionally tall and robust, yet he halted at Madame Hua and Appos, as command. His bronze skin and short hair stood erect like steel needles, and his piercing gaze resembled that of a fierce beast. He was the head of the Tang family group and the father of Tang San. "Madame Hua, is there something else?" he inquired. Madame Hua, seated at the head of the table, slowly opened her eyes. The pressure emanating from her gaze made Tang Lei hesitate to look directly at her. While others may have been oblivious, Tang Lei understood Madame Hua's true strength. She had once piloted the first-generation mecha alongside the then-head of the Jiang family, defending the borders for half a year against invading beasts. "Speak. Why have you done this?" Tang Lei trembled slightly, a sudden unease gripping his heart. "Madame Hua, what are you implying?" Madame Hua tossed a tablet toward him. "I know you have feelings for Xiaozhan, but after all these years, can't you let go?" Upon seeing the information on the tablet, Tang Lei no longer felt the need to bow and scrape. He straightened his back and questioned, "Madame Hua, my respect for you isn't solely because you are Xiaozhan's mother. I also admire your courageous deeds. You and your esteemed husband defended our borders, which is a debt of gratitude owed to Huaxia. Yet, I do not understand what I have done wrong. Why do you refuse to allow Xiaozhan to marry me?" Tang Lei was bewildered. He had grown up alongside Jiang Shuizhen, sharing an innocent bond. They were once celebrated as the fairy couple of the Mecha Armed University, the youngest pioneer-level mecha pilots in history. However, due to Madame Hua's words, Jiang Shuizhen had distanced herself from Tang Lei and vanished from the Jiang family. By the time Tang Lei found her, she had already become a wife, bearing a child with an unknown man, a reality he could not accept. You know full well, Madame Hua stated, moving to the large window. You have overstepped your bounds. A grown man should not act against a child. Although Xiao Zhen is no longer a member of the Jiang family, your actions are fundamentally unlawful. Coincidentally, Madame Hua's statement ignited Tang Lei's fury, causing him to disregard her subsequent words. In that moment, he recalled the harsh words of his father. Look at your brother, then look at yourself. How could I have produced a son like you? Do you not understand why your grades are so poor? Deep down, you know the truth. Tang Lei glared at Madame Hua with a twisted expression, gathering a dark energy in his hands. The dark energy coalesced into a sphere and surged directly towards Madame Hua. Oblivious to the impending threat, Madame Hua, with her back turned to Tang Lei, sensed something amiss but was unable to react in time. Despite her desperate attempts to resist, the dark energy ensnared her, rendering her immobile. Throughout the ordeal, Madame Hua never anticipated that Tang Lei would dare to rise against her with such malevolence. Ultimately, powerless to escape, she could only watch as the dark energy infiltrated her being, gradually siphoning away her life force. Minutes later, Tang Lei gazed mockingly at Madame Hua's lifeless body. What of it? I did not poison Jiang Shuizhen's son. It was merely his fortune. However, I now harbor new intentions. Not only will I ensure the demise of Jiang Shuizhen's son, but I shall also plunge her into an abyss from which there is no return. Her two daughters shall not escape their fates either. As the realization of his actions sank in, Tang Lei swiftly stowed away his tablet and dashed out of the room. Calling urgently, "Someone, come quickly. Madame Hua is in grave danger." Upon hearing this, the others rushed back to the room. They found Madame Hua peacefully seated in her chair, facing the setting sun, having departed this world in tranquility. Chapter 64. The Talents in the Training Camp at 8 o'clock the following morning. The JB Alliance training camp gathered all its members in the central playground. After rising, Yiqin joined the crowd heading toward the field. The moment he appeared in the public eye, the previously bustling playground fell into an immediate hush. Almost simultaneously, all eyes turned to him, filled with shock, awe, admiration, confusion, and disdain. A myriad of emotions encircled Yiqin. Following the commotion in the cafeteria the previous day, Yiqin's reputation had spread like wildfire among the trainees. Hailing from the Huaxiao Empire, he had single-handedly dismantled all combat robots without the aid of elemental power. Furthermore, he had faced off against 3 members of the JB Alliance's Special Operations Team and emerged victorious. Such feats were beyond the realm of human capability. The image of him cooking in the cafeteria was deeply etched in everyone's minds. With the embellishments of various rumors, Yiqin had become a paragon of versatility, cooking giant beast meat, piloting mechas, and excelling in close-quarters combat, all seemingly superhuman. Simply standing there, many were so intimidated by his exploits that they instinctively retreated, as if encountering a specter. As Yiqin made his way across the playground, his fellow students instinctively parted to grant him a path, wary of any eye contact with him. From a distance, he appeared to possess an invisible barrier, creating a clear route through the crowd wherever he walked. He chose a secluded corner to stand, yet could not escape the peculiar gazes directed at him. Coincidentally, Nina entered the playground at that moment. As the second-ranking trainee in the entrance examination, her arrival naturally drew countless admiring glances, most of which were tinged with envy and affection, unlike the complex emotions directed at Yiqin. Following the crowd's gaze, Yiqin spotted Nina. Wasn't it Imp, Apos, Tishi the girl from Channel 8? He had only glanced at her before, but upon closer inspection, he found her strikingly beautiful. With her quintessential foreign features, golden hair, and piercing blue eyes, her delicate features and unique aura exuded a captivating charm. Have you heard? Nina is a genius from the IMC Empire. And it's said that their pass rate for this session is the highest, boasting as many as 500 candidates. Surely, the champion of this training camp must belong to the IMC Empire. It was widely acknowledged that Nina had an 85 connection value with mechas and had awakened the water element. Truly formidable. In the center of the playground, Nina cast a casual glance in Yiqin and Apos' direction. At that moment, Yiqin no longer bore the intimidating aura he had displayed in Channel 4. He appeared just like any ordinary person. The distance between them was short, and Nina overheard the discussions around her. Champion of the training camp? Forget it. As long as Yuqin is around, no one stands a chance against him. What a farce. He considers himself a genius, but in Yuqin and Appo's eyes, he is nothing at all. Since that encounter at the entrance of the channel, Nina often found herself haunted by memories of Yuqin's icy gaze and the shadowed profile hidden in darkness. His strength was terrifying. Even the special operations team members were no match for him. Each time she recalled Yuqin and Appo's demeanor at that moment, a chill would run down her spine. Suddenly, a boy approached Yuqin with a teasing expression, prompting him to lean against the wall, wishing to avoid drawing attention. However, upon the boy's loud call, the previously subdued gazes shifted back toward him. Look, here comes a showstopper. The boy bellowed, from the Huaxia Empire, a citizen of the capital. With a connection value of 95, yet no awakened element, Yuqin merely glanced at the newcomer and recognized him immediately, according to the information Hu Ling Shuang had provided. The loudmouth was Jin Rong, the strongest rising star of the Goryeo Empire, celebrated as the most intelligent individual in 3 centuries. He possessed an 87 connection value and had awakened the gold element. Before the crowd could process this revelation, 2 striking twin boys entered the scene, their elegant hair flowing gently. They were the Iyer brothers from the Alliance Empire. The elder brother, Iyer, had awakened the fire element, while the younger, Yak, had awakened the earth element. Surrounding them were a dozen girls, swooning in admiration. Brother, how do you think a person without any awakened attributes passed through the second examination? The younger brother inquired. I truly dawn and amp, Appo's, know, as I was and amp, Appo's, present in Channel 4, and I can and amp, Appo's, discern the truth behind those rumors. Perhaps someone fabricated the story. Listening to the crowd's astonishment, Jin and Rong interjected with a mocking tone. Rumors are only half-truths. Who knows how many secrets lie beneath? A connection value of 95 is indeed genuine, but since the second round forbids summoning mechas, how could a person without an awakened elemental power pass? Their words sparked doubt among the trainees present as they began to question how Yuqin, if devoid of any elemental awakening, could have triumphed in the second examination and defeated the 3 proctors. The multitude of uncertainties left them perplexed, for they had yet to witness Yuqin and Appo's prowess firsthand. The Iyer twins continued their mockery. We hear Yuqin was recommended by the Huaxia military. It and Appo's well known that there are many connections involved. Surely he didn't and Appo's enter through the back door. Their charming yet condescending smiles betrayed their knowledge of some hidden truth. Facing the hostility of the trio, Yuqin chose to ignore them entirely. He had no need to concern himself with such trivialities. This group, devoid of any elemental power, dared to make a ruckus before him. Such audacity was truly beyond comprehension. After careful contemplation and having integrated Sun Shiqian's memories, Yuqin found his approach to handling matters shifting closer to that of Sun Shiqian. However, he was not Sun Shiqian. He merely possessed his memories. It must be noted that the influence of Sun Shiqian and Appo's personality had brought about a significant transformation in him. His current standing was, in part, thanks to Sun Shiqian. In the past, Yuqin would have relished the opportunity to teach these individuals a lesson, but now he deemed it unnecessary. He sought to refine his temperament, avoiding petty squabbles, as his ultimate goal was to save all of Blue Star, not engage in verbal disputes with these people. Chapter 65, The Rule of Survival of the Fittest. As he contemplated, a dashing young man in uniform appeared on the playground. However, this young man was far from ordinary. He exuded an aura of immense power, as if mocking the insignificance of those around him. Once he entered, the playground quickly fell silent. I am Tang San, the chief instructor of this training camp, he declared solemnly. Yuqin suddenly recalled that this man had previously been seen with Hu Ling Shuang at the 4th passage. Though they had met before, he only now learned his name, and he was astonished to discover that he was the chief instructor. With a serious expression, Tang San began to outline the rules of the training camp. Within this camp, no one will restrict your freedom. In other words, you may do as you please. There will be no classes offered here, meaning you are free to engage in any activities within the JB Alliance branch, provided you do not leave the premises. This first rule ignited a flurry of murmurs among the students. If there are no classes, then what are we even doing here? One exclaimed. I might as well return to the IMC Empire, where I at least have a personal coach. The crowd buzzed with discontent over this initial stipulation. Tang San cleared his throat and continued. Within the JB Alliance branch, all your daily expenses will be deducted from your points. You are aware that those who pass the first assessment have 100 points, while those who succeeded in the second have 200. These points are your currency for staying in the training camp. Each day you spend here will cost you 5 points. He paused for a moment, allowing a smirk to form on his lips. In the training camp, no one will oversee your actions. If you find someone displeasing, you may take matters into your own hands. Even if you accidentally kill someone, as long as you have enough points, the camp will not hold you accountable. However, if you leave the JB Alliance branch and the deceased's family or allies seek retribution, the JB Alliance will bear no responsibility. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembled students. Although they were all elite prodigies from various nations, this rule felt chillingly harsh. Tang San and Apos, S-words implied that, with enough points, the students could act with impunity within the camp. Armed with the memories of Sun Shiqian, Yi Qin recognized the underlying traps within this system. The JB Alliance had devised this rule with cunning intent. If students from different countries clashed, leading to one party's accidental death, they would face retaliation from the deceased nation. The only escape would be to join the JB Alliance as mercenaries, thus gaining protection under the Alliance's banner. Someone raised a hand, with only 100 points. Doesn't that mean we can only stay in the training camp for 20 days? Good question, Tang San replied. Now, I shall explain how to earn points. There are 2 methods. First, through the assessments in the training rooms. Passing these will grant you corresponding points, with more difficult challenges yielding greater rewards. Second, you may complete tasks listed in the JB Alliance's taskbar. Fulfilling these will also earn you points. After Tang San's explanation, the students erupted into fervent discussions. Lastly, I must elucidate the true purpose of your points. 10 minutes later, Tang San departed, leaving the students in a state of bewilderment, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. From his speech, they gleaned much valuable knowledge. Points could not only cover daily living expenses but also be exchanged for guidance in the virtual training chamber. The virtual chamber, equipped with the most advanced AI-generated simulation training environments, allows for the customization of mecha gear and parameters. Here, one could discover the most suitable equipment and combat styles, continually testing their limits. Such opportunities are rare, exclusive to prestigious universities. Moreover, students could use points to consult virtual mentors for advice on unique elemental techniques in their applications. Mastering these elements could significantly enhance one's abilities, especially with guidance from the powerful. Lastly, joining the JB Alliance as mercenaries would bind them to the Alliance. While it is a contractual relationship, the JB Alliance would offer additional support and assistance. However, this comes at a cost when the Alliance assigns tasks. Refusal is not an option. Rights and responsibilities coexist. One cannot enjoy privileges without bearing obligations. After concluding his briefing, Tang San exited the playground. The remaining students began discussing the rules he had just outlined, as his intentions were unmistakably clear. While they could not violate the established rules, anything not explicitly stated was open to interpretation. After the group dispersed, Yi Qin left the playground. Several individuals from the Huaxia Empire approached him, hoping to form a team. But he declined their offers one by one. Sun Shiqian had warned him that the system had chosen him due to his precarious state, indicating that someone within the Huaxia Empire intended to harm him, likely in a covert manner. Yi Qin now had to remain vigilant. As they watched Yi Qin's retreating figure, the people from the Huaxia Empire sighed in resignation. Qin Shiyu had anticipated such an outcome but couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, Yi Qin has truly left. A few members of the Huaxia Empire began to grumble. With fewer than 100 entrants from their nation, their qualification rates stood in stark contrast to those from other countries. One young man expressed his frustration. Isn't Yi Qin being a bit too arrogant? We are all from the Huaxia Empire. Shouldn't we help one another? Look at the others. They have already formed teams, and we are left scattered. Upon hearing disparaging remarks about Yi Qin, a young woman from the Huaxia Empire retorted, Yi Qin is powerful, even without a team. He possesses enough strength to thrive in the training camp. Instead of belittling him, perhaps we should consider our own strategies. Mo Qin, why do you elevate others while diminishing your own? Another girl scoffed. Mona from the IMC Empire and the AEO and Yak brothers from the Alliance Empire. None of them are less talented than Yi Qin. Besides, Yi Qin hasn't even awakened his elemental powers. How could he possibly survive in the training camp? Qin Shiyu listened silently to the discussions of those around her. Since both she and Yi Qin hailed from the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy, she felt it was inappropriate to interject on their behalf. Chapter 66, The Mutual Probing of Two Transcenders. Not long after leaving the playground, Tang San summoned Yi Qin to his office. At this moment, Tang San sat within his office, contemplating various possibilities. The projection in front of him repeatedly displayed the footage of Yi-Qin crushing and twisting a robot with his bare hands. Tang San had no idea how many times he had watched this recording, yet he still couldn't find a reasonable explanation. Engaging in physical combat with a battle machine was utterly astonishing. He began to suspect that Yi-Qin might, like him, have traversed into this world and had already discovered a method of cultivation. While Tang San had previously harbored animosity toward transcenders, he found himself devoid of such feelings in regard to Yi-Qin, a talent possessing extraordinary gifts. After all, Yi-Qin had already grasped a certain cultivation technique. Once he learned this method, Tang San was confident he could once again ascend to godhood, just as he had before. However, this was contingent upon the truth that Yi-Qin indeed possessed a genuine cultivation technique. Thus, he invited Yi-Qin to his office, eager to explore the depths of his capabilities. Knock, knock. Yi-Qin pushed the door open. "Commander, you called for me?" Upon seeing Yi-Qin enter, Tang San immediately rose to his feet. "Yi-Qin, you're here." As Tang San observed Yi-Qin up close, he was nearly certain that Yi-Qin had indeed discovered a method of cultivation. His aura was restrained, and his complexion serene, as if he were a natural embodiment of tranquility. Yi-Qin's demeanor exceeded Tang San's expectations entirely. If his earlier thoughts had merely been speculation, he now felt assured that Yi-Qin had mastered some form of cultivation. "This is your extra score from the assessment." Tang San pressed a button on his tablet, and instantly Yi-Qin's score account was credited with an additional 1,000 points. Yi-Qin was slightly taken aback, for he knew that he had only received 200 points from the first two assessments. This additional 1,000 points was undoubtedly a tremendous reward. "Thank you, Commander. But this should not be the score awarded through the assessment." Tang San smiled with satisfaction. Conversing with an intelligent individual was indeed effortless. He poured himself a cup of tea and settled onto the sofa opposite Yi-Qin. "What techniques did you employ during the assessment in Channel 4? Without awakening elemental powers, how could you possibly defeat those battle robots?" Sensing the underlying implications in Tang San's words, Yi-Qin's right hand subtly clenched into a fist. Noticing Yi-Qin's defensive posture, Tang San quickly reassured him with a warm smile. "I am not here to hold you accountable. You need not worry about that." With the assurance that he was not in trouble, Yi-Qin's heart eased somewhat. "Commander, you did not summon me merely to award me extra points, did you?" Seeing that Yi-Qin was unwilling to answer his question, Tang San reluctantly decided to disclose his own secret first. He produced a small knife and made a small incision on his fingertip, and blood immediately welled forth. Yi-Qin, puzzled by Tang San's actions, could only sit and watch intently. Once he sensed the moment was right, Tang San began to channel his unique technique. Miraculously, the small wound on his hand started to heal itself, and after wiping away the blood, the injury vanished entirely. Yi-Qin was taken aback by this sight. What had Tang San just done? Neither in the memories of Sun Shiqian nor in his own life had he witnessed such a remarkable phenomenon. Staring in astonishment, he asked, "Commander, what is this?" Observing Yi-Qin's reaction, Tang San was convinced that he was unaware of the existence of the Tianxin technique. He sipped his tea and began to explain, "This is a cultivation method I created, which can open the body's meridians. By concentrating internal energy, one can temporarily accelerate the body's healing process." Although Yi-Qin was unfamiliar with Tang San's concept of internal energy, he recognized that what Tang San had just demonstrated was akin to cellular regeneration technology. His meditative breathing technique accelerated cellular activity in a specific manner, alleviating pain and regulating the body and Oppo's condition. Yet, even with this understanding, he knew that such rapid healing was beyond his capabilities. Only life solutions could achieve such effects. These life solutions, derived from extraterrestrial civilizations, were not something the inhabitants of Blue Star could currently comprehend. Could it be that Tang San's situation mirrored his own? Having acquired memories and legacies from another, Yi-Qin had once believed himself to be a unique entity, but given the present circumstances, it seemed Tang San's experience was similar. To his surprise, he discovered that he was not alone in this extraordinary journey. The two regarded each other, each pondering the thoughts hidden within their gazes. From Yi-Qin's composed expression, Tang San was certain that Yi-Qin had indeed mastered a cultivation technique. Conversely, from Tang San's calm demeanor, Yi-Qin surmised that Tang San must also be a transcender. After a prolonged silence, they both broke into laughter. Yi-Qin had initially thought he would be fighting alone, but now, knowing he had a companion, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Tang San recognized that Yi-Qin had lowered his guard. "Commander, I never expected you would be willing to share your secret," Yi-Qin remarked as he picked up the small knife from the table. He gathered a modicum of energy at his fingertip. With a crisp snap, the sharp knife shattered, a gap appearing in its blade before it even touched Yuqin's finger. As if an invisible barrier had repelled it. This revelation shattered Tang San's expectations. Yuqin's grasp of cultivation was far more formidable than he had imagined. Commander. The power I wield is called Yuanli. It is unlocked through the injection of a Yuanli serum, which raises the limits of human genetic locks. Yuanli? This was the first time Tang San had encountered this term. Could it be that Yuanli represented the hidden power of cultivation in this world? He pressed further. Where can one obtain this Yuanli serum? Yuqin, sensing something amiss, nonetheless replied, I created the Yuanli serum. You created it? Tang San's expression reflected disbelief. It was evident that Yuqin was indeed a transcender, capable of crafting such an extraordinary serum, something even he, once a god, had never heard of. Before Tang San could recover from his astonishment, Yuqin inquired, Commander, about your cultivation method. Chapter 67, The Potion That Could Change the World at This Moment. Hu Lingshuang had already arrived in Australia, the headquarters of the JB Alliance. After her encounter with Yuqin the previous night, she had obtained 2 vials of potion. Although a multitude of questions lingered in her mind, she did not believe that Yuqin was jesting. Could it be possible that such a small vial could unlock the genetic locks within the human body? Following Yuqin's instructions, she injected the Origin Energy Gene Serum. The outcome mirrored Yuqin's experience. After enduring a painful struggle, the limits of her genetic locks were released. But the nauseating stench of the black blood left her retching for quite some time. While cleansing herself of the tainted blood, she discovered that her control over the water element had increased severalfold. Where she had once struggled to manipulate water, she now moved through it as effortlessly as a fish in water. She could not only sense the water elements within a 1-meter radius, but could also manipulate them at a speed several times faster than before. Hu Lingshuang could hardly fathom the effects of this potion, yet the evidence before her was undeniable. After the injection, she embarked on an airship to the JB Alliance headquarters. The headquarters dwarfed the branches by hundreds of times, with towering structures and countless combat training grounds. It encompassed all human professions and trades. As the recruitment of talent was the fundamental principle of the JB Alliance. By the time Hu Lingshuang arrived at the headquarters, dawn had broken. Hu Lingshuang. What brings you here? Are you looking for Su Wenqian? Upon entering the pharmaceutical research department, someone immediately recognized her. As the youngest 10th-level mecha pilot in history and the youngest department head, she was indeed well known. Where's Wenqian? Hu Lingshuang inquired about her close friend. Director Su is surely in the research lab. She wouldn't be anywhere else, came the response. Her friend, Su Wenqian, was the head of the pharmaceutical research department. Though only 20, she was the youngest PhD in pharmacology within the JB Alliance. Most matters in the department fell under her purview, although an elder still oversaw her. The elder, the former head of the department, held immense prestige and absolute authority, for no one understood pharmacology better than she. At that moment, Su Wenqian emerged from the laboratory, her body weary from 2 days of sleepless work. Despite her relentless efforts, the development of the new drug had not yet succeeded. Though she had finally grasped a glimmer of hope. Once perfected, this groundbreaking therapeutic agent could halt bodily harm in its tracks, preventing any potential deterioration. Yet, each time she approached a breakthrough, the amalgamation would fail, leaving her in frustration. Adjusting her glasses, Su Wenqian removed her cumbersome lab coat. I can't go on. My exhaustion has reached its limit. Just as she stepped out of the laboratory, she collided with Hu Lingshuang. Su Wenqian, already frail, was in a state of extreme weakness after 2 sleepless days. The two of them collided with an unexpected embrace. Before Su Wenqian could fall, Hu Lingshuang caught her. You again, staying up all night researching the new drug? Hearing her friend's voice, Su Wenqian complained, you never come to see me. What else can I do if I'm not researching? Hu Lingshuang lightly tapped Su Wenqian on the head, her pretty face clouded with concern. Don't you realize that neglecting your health like this could be detrimental? Seeing her friend upset, Su Wenqian quickly shook her head in denial. I've been eating regularly. I was just about to sleep when you arrived. Noticing Su Wenqian and Appo's evasive gaze and hesitant demeanor, Hu Lingshuang was at a loss for words. Her dear friend was indeed a workaholic, and no amount of persuasion seemed effective. With a stern expression, Hu Lingshuang declared, I had intended to show you this potion. But now it seems unnecessary. I will deliver it to the elder myself. What potion? Upon hearing this, Su Wenqian immediately jumped up, fidgeting and tugging at Hu Lingshuang and Appo's arm. Please, Frosty. You know I'm your favorite. Su Wenqian's coyness elicited goosebumps all over Hu Lingshuang. All right. You can have it. Hu Lingshuang retrieved a small vial from her collar, It contained a tenth of the potency of the origin energy serum that Yuqin had provided. The moment Su Wenxian laid eyes on the vial, her energy surged anew. What is this potion? 10 minutes later, Su Wenxian's eyes widened in astonishment. Whoever created this potion is a genius. The ratio of the potion's liquid to the essence of colossal beasts was flawless, nearly perfection itself. So does it work? Hu Lingshuang observed from the side, eager to witness her friend and Appo's reaction. Although she had already experienced the effects of the origin energy gene serum, she was uncertain if this potion could indeed surpass the limits of human genetic locks, as Yuqin had claimed. After removing her mask and lab coat, Su Wenxian seized Hu Lingshuang's clothing, her urgency palpable. Frosty, who created this potion? Su Wenxian was brimming with excitement. This potion had the potential to be a milestone for humanity. She was desperate to meet the creator. According to Su Wenxian and Appo's analysis, the potion Hu Lingshuang had just provided could fundamentally alter certain human genes, without harming the normal DNA and genetic material. The potion's components would replace some defective genes within the human body, effectively unlocking the genetic locks. The mere thought of such a powerful potion left Su Wenxian bewildered. Even the elder had not been able to produce such a formula. It was created by an individual who instructed me to bring this to the JB Alliance. And then we could discuss further details. Su Wenxian and Appo's emotions were a mix of exhilaration and anxiety as she hastily prepared the potion for storage and contacted the elder. This matter exceeded her authority. Minutes later, the elder, who was situated far away, bellowed in disbelief. What? Are you certain about the potion and Appo's effects? Wait for me. I will return immediately. His eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly believe that such a potion existed. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the shock, as if he had lost the ability to think clearly. This revelation was too staggering. When something transcends a person and Appo's comprehension, their mind can become blank. Clearly, the elder found himself in such a state. Cancel all appointments. Terminate the current mission immediately and dispatch an airship to retrieve us at the fastest speed. While others remained bewildered, unaware of the elder and Appo's sudden urgency, they complied without question. The elder was a significant figure within the JB Alliance. His words were not to be disregarded. One person ventured to ask, Elder, what is happening? If I am not mistaken, the entire landscape of Blue Star is about to change. The elder possesses a profound understanding of his disciple, given Su Wenxian's character. She would never speak recklessly regarding the matter of pharmaceuticals. Chapter 68, Dream Battle, Inheriting Memories on the Other Side. Upon returning to his dormitory from the office, Yuqin began to examine his points within his room. In addition to the standard 200 points acquired from passing the assessment, he astonishingly received an additional 1,000 points from Tang San. Typically, a mere 5 points are consumed daily in the training camp, yet he now possessed a staggering 200 points, something unimaginable to others. The tablet in his room had unlocked numerous new functionalities, evidently privileges conferred by Tang San. It contained comprehensive rules regarding the training camp, far more detailed than the explanations given on the playground. For instance, it specified which items required points and which did not, as well as alternative means to acquire points. Yuqin noted that the primary expenses stemmed from the simulation chamber and virtual guidance. Utilizing the simulation chamber for 1 hour cost 40 points, while virtual guidance required 20 points. The simulation assessment room incurred a fee of 10 points per hour. Conversely, the means to earn points were primarily through assessments. There were 3 categories of assessments. The first level offered 20 points upon passing, the second level provided 40 points, and the third level granted 60 points, and so forth. Each assessment could yield a maximum of 100 points, culminating in a potential total of 300 points across all 3 assessments. Yuqin observed a line beneath the detailed annotations. The training camp and Appo's points were interchangeable with those of the JB Alliance, a revelation that ignited his imagination. After all, assessments were his forte. The evaluations in the training camp appeared to be effortless for him, affirming that he had not erred in coming to this place. With time still on his side, he resolved to commence the production of potions. He intended to concoct a 50 efficacy energy potion to present to Tang San, in exchange for instruction in the cultivation of the Tianxin technique. Upon completing the energy gene potion, Yuqin also wished to experiment with creating other potions. He retrieved the red crystal core acquired during the beast invasion. Previously, he had observed that the cheapest fire attribute crystal core in the JB Alliance's marketplace was priced at 1,000 points, originating from a first-tier beast. He could scarcely fathom the value of a third-tier fire attribute crystal core. After pressing the purchase button, Yi-Chin reclined on his bed to rest. Having expended considerable energy earlier in front of Tang-san, his body now felt utterly exhausted. It appeared that his energy was intrinsically linked to his physical condition. The more he utilized it, the more fatigued he became. Just as he closed his eyes, he found himself in the scorched earth space once more. Yi-Chin immediately recognized he was within a dream. Dawn? He attempted to summon Dawn. An awkward atmosphere wafted through the air. No matter how he called out, Dawn remained absent. Although the system panel could summon it, it only displayed his basic data. Host: Yi-Chin. Race: human. Body damage level: 0. Core points: 29. Energy: 290. Initial mecha: Dawn. Mecha damage level: 17. Mecha engineering LV5. Breath meditation method. Pharmacy LV1. His core points and energy had not increased. In fact, he had acquired a new skill in pharmacy. Suddenly, a torrent of new memories flooded into his mind. More? After a few minutes, Yi-Chin struggled to rise. Battle loading complete. Please proceed with the assessment from his memories. Yi-Chin discerned that he was in a location from Sun Shiqian's recollections. As long as he passed this battle, he would inherit a part of Sun Shiqian's memories. Soon, his opponent materialized. The surrounding scenery shifted from desolate wasteland to vibrant greenery, and indistinct figures emerged. Before him stood a man towering at 190 centimeters, poised to attack. His features were obscured, as if deliberately pixelated. Yi-Chin stood on a training ground, the man's muscular chest and back appearing particularly intimidating. As Yi-Chin took a step forward, the man lunged at him. Was this to be a fight? Yi-Chin inhaled deeply and crouched to meet the challenge. In an instant, they exchanged blows on the training ground, their fists and legs colliding in a fierce struggle. The two figures entwined in a fierce contest, neither yielding an inch. Yi-Chin's expression hardened. His physical prowess in the real world had vanished. He was unable to summon energy, and his physical condition had diminished to less than 1/10 of its former self. If his suspicions were correct, the body he was now using belonged to Sun Shiqian. The man's ferocious aura bore down on him like an avalanche. Earth element? The man raised his hand, gathering dust from the training ground to form a gauntlet. It was evident he had mastered the manipulation of earth elements, a high-level skill not easily acquired. Yet, Yi-Chin remained unperturbed, his mind racing with strategies. He executed agile flips and jumps, deftly avoiding all of the man's attacks. Seizing an opportunity as the man recoiled from a punch, Yi-Chin deftly maneuvered behind him and, with a tightly clenched fist, struck at the man's head. His uppercut sent the man's head flying. This blow harnessed all of Yi-Chin's strength. As the man's body collapsed to the ground, Yi-Chin inherited this memory. It turned out this was on the death arena, where he sought the recognition of the IMC Empire's people. The towering man was the supreme leader of the IMC Empire. In the memory, Sun Shiqian had only subdued his opponent without taking a life. Sun Shiqian's motive was clear. The inhabitants of Blue Star had discovered the existence of a third-tier civilization, which had already communicated with them. The day of war was drawing near. Upon awakening from the dream, Yi-Chin meticulously reflected upon the memories he had just experienced. His mind felt remarkably clear, devoid of any fatigue, yet the events from the dream lingered vividly in his thoughts. It appeared that the system was systematically unlocking Sun Shiqian's memories. By overcoming the battles within dreams, he could acquire corresponding memories. Thus, he must continuously grow stronger to gather more information. At that moment, an untimely grumble emanated from Yi-Chin's stomach. Glancing at the time, he realized he had slept for nearly 12 hours. Previously, he had lingered in the dream for an extended period, while only an hour had passed in reality. Now, having merely engaged in one battle within the dream, he had spent 12 hours. It seemed the passage of time within dreams was beyond his control. Chapter 69, Continuing Sleep. Exploring dreams after a brief visit to the restroom, Yi-Chin returned to his bed, surrendering himself once more to the realm of dreams. Upon entering this dreamscape, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of scorched earth. He wandered aimlessly across the desolate terrain. Drawing upon his previous experiences, he anticipated that something unusual would soon manifest. After approximately 10 minutes of wandering, Yi-Chin halted, gazing at the melancholic surroundings, and chose a random spot to sit. Where is the trial? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Just as Yi-Chin pondered this, a sudden sharp pain surged through his mind, flooding him with the memories of Sun Shiqian. Yes, that familiar sensation. Battle loading complete. Please host. Undertake the assessment. Survive. As the pain receded, the surrounding scenery morphed incessantly. Suddenly, a mech descended from the sky. It was the Dawn. Intact and formidable. Towering over 6 meters, its dark green armor exuded an aura of dominance. From a distance, its massive blade and long-range capabilities were unmatched by any other Vanguard-class mech. Yuqin was unaware of how he had entered the mech's interior. Once the Dawn landed, it was soon followed by 7 more Vanguards. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. Each Vanguard represented a legion. Together, they could vanquish any foe. Simply standing before the mechs evoked an overwhelming sense of pressure and intimidation. "Commander, we must retreat. They have already perished. There is no need to linger." Before Yuqin could fully comprehend the situation, a multitude of bizarre insects materialized around them. These creatures bore no resemblance to any life forms on Earth. Standing on 6 legs, with compound eyes at their center and 2 dexterous limbs reminiscent of human hands, they were clearly sentient beings. The smaller insects were the size of an average adult, while the larger ones towered over 3 meters. And the most colossal ones even exceeded the height of the Vanguard mechs. The swarm surged forth, densely encroaching upon the area. Yuqin gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling. It was evident they had walked into an ambush. He urged himself to remain composed and focused, reminding himself that he was merely a participant in a dream battle. Rather than being ambushed, it felt as though he had willingly stepped into a trap. Curiously, the insect horde did not immediately attack. Instead, they circled in a synchronized manner, gradually forming a pathway. This spectacle astonished everyone present. Instinctively, Yuqin harnessed his elemental power to survey the surroundings. When he opened his eyes again, they shimmered with an unusual brilliance. Yuqin could perceive the emotions of each insect. Their communication flowed through the airwaves. This was another application of his elemental power, akin to the reconnaissance he performed during the camp assessment. His aura extended to cover a radius of 1 kilometer, allowing him to discern every blade of grass and leaf in the vicinity. This ability was extraordinary, akin to a cheat in a video game, capturing every minute detail. In combat, it would grant him foresight, enabling him to detect even the slightest changes in his adversary and oppos, as pupils or muscles. At that moment, he felt as though he were a deity, able to observe everything in existence, as if he had activated the Eye of God. Yuqin marveled at the power of Sun Shiqian. His might had reached an unparalleled zenith. This was still without fully unleashing his potential. If he were to release all of his elemental energy, he surmised he could sense events within a 10-kilometer radius. It was astonishing, resembling a cheat in the game of life. He was curious about the current level of his elemental energy, yet without professional testing apparatus, it was impossible to ascertain. Judging solely by his control, Sun Shiqian's elemental energy was at least several hundred, if not thousands of times greater than his own. Now, Yuqin had awakened the powers of 3 elements, wielding immense elemental energy while piloting the complete Dawn mech. In this state, he felt that the insect horde posed no significant threat. "Everyone, remain still. They harbor no hostility towards us." Upon activating his elemental detection, Yuqin distinctly sensed the absence of malice from the insects. They did not adopt a combat stance, but rather continued to circle as if performing a welcoming ritual, inviting him forth. However, "Commander," one subordinate raised his weapon, wary of the surrounding insects. Yuqin gently grasped the weapon and took the lead, stepping forward. In that instant, his consciousness was abruptly extracted from Sun Shiqian's body, leaving him in a state of disembodiment, unable to intervene. Sun Shiqian swiftly initiated the Sword Core program, followed by the activation of long-range artillery. With the massive blade in hand, he struck forward fiercely. At that moment, Yuqin understood the meaning of one man holding the pass. 10,000 unable to advance, Sun Shiqian piloted the Dawn, weaving through the battlefield, relentlessly assaulting the insect swarm. Her shields, ion cannons, spatial jump protocols, super acceleration, terms he had only known through memory were now vividly manifesting before him. His combat awareness and exceptional command skills were on full display. Moreover, Sun Shiqian achieved a remarkable synergy between man and machine. When other mechs found themselves in peril, he vacated the cockpit of the Dawn, wielding his weapon to assist his comrades. With the cover of the Dawn and Sun Shiqian, he repeatedly liberated his fellow Vanguard mechs from danger. After aiding his allies, he swiftly returned to the Dawn to continue the fight. This was Sun Shiqian, the strongest on Blue Star. Under his leadership, the 8 of them eradicated all the moving insects within a mere 6 hours. Rivers of monster blood flowed, and corpses piled high. Yet for Sun Shiqian, this was merely routine. Having dealt with the nuisances, Yuqin followed the Dawn to a cavern. At the deepest part of the cave lay a colossal mother creature. Without hesitation, Sun Shiqian unleashed dozens of ion blasts, obliterating the mother entirely. After accomplishing this, the Dawn activated its wormhole leap technology and departed the planet. Battle concluded. Playing back footage. Sun Shurqian's visage reappeared in the system. I am pleased you refrained from taking action. You witnessed this war firsthand. At this, Sun Shurqian chuckled self-deprecatingly. In my rage, I lost the rationality expected of a commander, resulting in the slaughter of the entire insect race and the death of the mother. This indirectly led to the annihilation of this planet. I hope you can make the right judgment in the future, unlike me. As Yiqin absorbed Sun Shurqian's memories, he began to grasp the depth of his anger. Once, a lost fleet descended upon this planet. Among them was Sun Shurqian's beloved. In their final moments, a distress signal was transmitted. However, by the time rescuers arrived, all had been devoured by the swarm, leaving only the remnants of data within the mech. Through the retrieval of this data, Sun Shurqian beheld the helpless visage of his beloved, swiftly followed by the gruesome scenes of the swarm's relentless assault. In that instant, Sun Shurqian's grasp on sanity unraveled. The anguish of possessing strength yet being unable to safeguard the one he cherished resonated deeply with Yiqin. Although he had not lived through such torment, he could vividly empathize with the pain and fury that consumed Sun Shurqian. Upon awakening from the dream, Yiqin was astonished to find tears streaming from his eyes. After a moment of bewilderment, he realized the dream battle had unfolded from a first-person perspective, allowing him to relive the experience anew. Despite the multitude of combat knowledge stored within his mind, it was not drawn from his own experiences. The dream battle was designed to impart upon him invaluable lessons in warfare and the mastery of the unfolding scenario. Chapter 70, as pure as a blank sheet of paper to illustrate, although Yiqin had previously acquired the memories of Sun Shurqian in his mind, he felt as if he were merely perusing the literary treasures left behind by others, useful yet limited. Yiqin had always relied on recalling this knowledge before he could apply it. However, now he aimed to transform the knowledge residing in his mind into muscle memory. If Yiqin had already obtained Sun Shurqian's memories, it was only from this moment forth that he could genuinely manifest the skills contained within those memories. Each mech possesses a distinct programming, operational habits, and weaponry. Some excel in ranged combat, while others thrive in close-quarters melee. Some are adept at piloting celestial-grade mechs, while others specialize in rogue-class mechs. Yet, never has anyone mastered the operation of all mechs simultaneously. The limitations of human focus render it impossible for one to achieve comprehensive mastery, regardless of their learning capabilities. Yet now, an exception arose. Through Sun Shurqian's memories, Yiqin could gradually learn the characteristics of various mechs, effectively inheriting profound knowledge in this domain. He was now poised to apply this knowledge in real combat. Yiqin was embarking on a remarkable journey, one unlike any other. Perhaps, one day, he could truly become the ultimate adapter of all mechs, able to command any mech with ease. In that moment, Yiqin felt a newfound confidence in his ability to save the world, igniting a spark of excitement within him. After his third foray into the dream battle, Yiqin gained significant insights. It appeared that even a formidable figure like Sun Shurqian could be blinded by rage. Yet, when emotions surge, who can restrain their actions? Upon leaving the dream realm, Yiqin found his heart in turmoil, perhaps signifying that Sun Shurqian's memories were imparting a lesson. Combat is not the only solution. Yiqin glanced at the time, and as expected, less than an hour had passed. With an empty stomach, he resolved to head to the cafeteria to prepare a meal. Following the commotion from the previous day's incident, Yiqin had received permission from Tang San to cook in the cafeteria's kitchen. He merely had to pay with points. Upon entering the kitchen, Yiqin skillfully selected ingredients, aiming to prepare 3 large dishes. Since he did not consume much, he planned to place the surplus dishes at the cafeteria's selling area, allowing others to purchase them with points if they wished. Each time Yiqin's dishes emerged, they were swiftly snatched away, as though he were the master chef of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, the previous Korean chef had resigned in disgrace, unable to continue after being humiliated by a middle school student. Upon returning to his room after his meal, Yiqin found a pile of items he had ordered stacked outside his door. These were all materials for concocting potions. He intended to utilize the principles of creating energy potions to formulate concoctions akin to restorative elixirs. Dawn. Yiqin, I am. Given the method of crafting energy gene potions, what do you believe is the likelihood of success for the new potion? Yiqin planned to incorporate a fire attribute crystal core into the energy potion, hoping it would yield beneficial results. His hypothesis was that if the energy gene potion could break the limits of the human genetic lock, perhaps by adding the powdered fire attribute crystal core, he could enhance the body's absorption limit of fire elements. For now, he had ample points. making the research of new potions within the training camp a perfect way to pass the time. Yi. This fire attribute crystal core originates from a special mutated beast, the giant fire-breathing ant. According to current data, this crystal core can absorb fire elements. Yet there is no evidence to support the validity of your hypothesis. Yi mused silently. Is this truly the case? The original data for the Dawn mech had been lost. Although it has been partially restored, the data remains incomplete. Well, let us give it a try. Yi accessed the system's potion-making methods and carefully crafted the potion according to the specified ratios. Once the dosage was confirmed, he added the powdered fire attribute crystal core. However, regardless of his methods, the crystal core powder and potion failed to react or fuse. Was his method of fusion incorrect? Yi summoned the complete information on the crystal core from Dawn. After a period of study, he gleaned the core's purpose. The crystal core, a unique crystalline formation found within the bodies of colossal beasts, resembles a type of stone. Similar to elemental powers, crystal cores are categorized into gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and dark. Among these, light and dark crystal cores are the rarest, with fewer than 10 existing worldwide. Scientists have yet to reach a conclusion on how these cores form. After all, since the age of beasts, most animals and plants on Blue Star have undergone various mutations. The crystal core remains a relatively new discovery, and current research only scratches the surface, leaving humanity largely ignorant of its other potential applications. For instance, the fire attribute crystal core in Yi-Qin's possession can absorb flames. Yet regardless of how he heated it in a test tube, the crystal showed no change, merely glowing faintly. According to the data, compared to fire attribute crystal cores, the others hold far greater utility. Gold crystal cores can store electricity. Wood crystal cores expedite the healing of injuries, and water crystal cores significantly absorb damaged cells in the body. As for the fire crystal core, aside from absorbing flames and heat, scientists have not identified any other uses. The earth crystal core, however, is the only one that can be ingested, enhancing the body's constitution once consumed. It seems these crystal cores come with their own advantages and disadvantages. No wonder Li Jian was so generous in giving him this fire attribute crystal core. It was evident he had realized that it was the least valuable of them all. After his failed experiment, Yi found himself lying on his bed in utter boredom. He had hoped to concoct some alternative potions, but perhaps his aspirations had been overly naive. After lying there for a while, Yi began to practice channeling his energy, akin to what he had done in the dream realm. The moment he opened his eyes, his energy spread into the air, granting him control over everything within his vicinity. However, his probing radius was limited to about 5 meters, a stark contrast to Sun Shiqian's remarkable range. Suddenly, Yi sensed someone in the adjacent dormitory breathing heavily, their breaths quick and labored as if they had just finished exercising. Focusing his energy, the scene from the neighboring room vividly appeared in his mind: a fallen skirt, scattered tissues, and the person's movements. Ba, what a sin! The instant he discerned the activities occurring next door, Yi hastily withdrew his energy. Although he hadn't seen the scene directly, he had grasped the essence of what was transpiring. Yi slapped his face in frustration. He had not intended to witness such a thing. It was an inadvertent oversight, and he could not be blamed. Through the energy he had just released, Yi could perceive the surrounding elements, yet these elements remained beyond his control. Within his mind were techniques for utilizing 3 types of elements, but he found himself unable to actualize them. This is akin to discovering the answers during an examination through deceit, yet failing to inscribe those answers onto the paper, utterly futile. Undeterred, Yi settled cross-legged, channeling his entire essence. This time, instead of reaching outward, he endeavored to locate the elemental power within his being. As he released his essence, the condition of his body became vividly apparent. He discerned the dimensions of his bones, the tension of his muscles, the intricate network of veins, and the flow of his blood. He scrutinized every aspect of his physical state with clarity. Within him, there was not a trace of elemental energy. His entire being was as pristine as a blank canvas. Chapter 71. The Development of Elemental Elixirs from the Realms of Perception to Exploration. Yi has now mastered 2 applications of primordial energy. He then attempted to condense this energy upon his own body. Instantly, his hands felt as if enveloped in an invisible armor. Though unseen, its presence was undeniably tangible. This was the primordial energy armor he had utilized during his assessments, creating a protective layer akin to a shield. In this state, As long as his primordial energy was not entirely depleted, Yi Qin effectively possessed a mechanical exoskeleton. The pain he experienced when intercepting the robot's attack previously was because the armor had been disrupted. However, this was understandable. At present, he only had 290 units of primordial energy. Should his energy continue to increase, he could envelop his entire body in this armor. Upon breaking through the limitations of his genetic locks, Yi Qin discovered a method to manipulate primordial energy. Once adeptly harnessed, this force could rival or even surpass elemental power. Yi Qin's heart surged with excitement, stirring with an unquenchable fervor. Merely utilizing primordial energy to attach to his body and sense his surroundings already proved far superior to elemental power. Yet, with this power came concern. Although the primordial energy armor was formidable, it would be swiftly rendered ineffective against overwhelming firepower. His primary mode of combat must still be through piloting mechs. However, the Dawn, as it stood, was merely a basic mech framework, devoid of weaponry or programming. Unlike Hu Ling Shuang and Appo's dual blades or the short-range teleportation system, he lacked such enhancements. The Dawn was indeed powerful, yet it remained a mere preparatory mech. Each mech system has distinct operational parameters. Even identical systems require extensive adjustments before becoming suitable for pilot operation, akin to the previous Polaris mech. The short-range teleportation program, if used without calibration, could result in disastrous consequences, as experienced by Yi Qin, who suffered severe injuries. Nevertheless, Yi Qin had formulated a preliminary direction for the Dawn and Appo's weapon system. His first task was to forge the Dawn's colossal blade. With the mech's cold fusion reactor, theoretically, he could utilize the sword core program countless times. Unlike other mechs constrained by their energy sources, he was not. With a massive blade, he could unleash the sword core program with devastating effect. Now that he possessed a general direction, the remaining challenge was fabrication. Yi Qin, however, was not well versed in equipment manufacturing. Initially, he contemplated trading this task for weapon crafting with the JB Alliance or the Huaxiao Empire, but it appeared that Yi Qin rested his chin on his hand, murmuring to himself, requesting a custom weapon forge requires a substantial number of points. He would await contact from the JB Alliance. Although he had entrusted Hu Ling Shuang with delivering the primordial elixir to the JB Alliance, he had yet to receive any news from her, as if she had vanished into thin air. After contemplating these matters, Yi Qin chose not to linger in his dormitory any longer. He departed to the cafeteria of the training camp. His focus now lay solely on the development of elixirs. Failure was the mother of success, with relentless perseverance. He believed he would discover the elixir's utility. Thus, in the following days, Yi Qin devoted himself wholeheartedly to elixir research. Each morning, he would head straight to the cafeteria, and after a hearty meal, return to his room to study elixirs. Since conquering that battle in his dreams, he had not re-entered the dream space. He was uncertain when the next battle assessment would occur, but given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely in the near term. 2 weeks passed in this manner. During these 2 weeks, Yi Qin thoroughly learned the techniques of pharmaceutics. With the powerful computational and analytical capabilities of the Dawn and Appo's system, he was able to reconstruct the elixir preparation method visually. Through observation and numerous trials, he finally grasped the art of elixir creation. For him, nothing was more vital than the development of elixirs. If his hypothesis proved correct, merging the crystal nucleus with the primordial elixir would lead to a qualitative transformation, enhancing the user's mastery over fire attributes. Armed with this experience, he could replicate the process for other elixirs, including those of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 distinct categories he could potentially manufacture. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not achieve the fusion of crystal powder with the elixir. The experiment stalled at this juncture, unable to progress further. During this period of dedicated research, Yi Qin maintained communication with Hu Ling Shuang. Although the JB Alliance had confirmed the elixir's efficacy, their terms remained unsatisfactory to Yi Qin. After several rounds of negotiation, the JB Alliance's representative arranged a meeting time with Yi Qin to discuss cooperation and profit sharing. 2 weeks later, within the expansive training facility, the ground was strewn with various training apparatuses. Each trainee engaged in rigorous training, striving to master the utilization of their elemental powers. Qin Shiyu was in the training room, simulating the assessment tasks. The evaluations comprised 3 types. The first was an explosive power assessment, requiring trainees to evade attacking steel balls in a gravity chamber, testing both their explosive strength and endurance. The second was a control assessment, where trainees must manipulate any elemental force to strike targets, directly reflecting their command over the elements. The final and simplest assessment was a practical combat evaluation, where trainees entered a virtual capsule to pilot simulated mechs and slay colossal beasts. Having awakened her fire element, Qin Shiyu focused on the control assessment in the training room. Before her, a fire pit awaited. She needed to condense the flames and direct them toward a target. The target bore a scoring range from 1 to 10. Within the allotted time, she had to strike the target 10 times, achieving at least 80 points to pass the evaluation. At this moment, Qin Shiyu hastily maneuvered the fireball to shoot. After her 9th attack, her score reached 72 points. For the final shot, she needed to hit the 8th ring, otherwise she would fail the assessment. As the last fireball was released, her control over the flames wavered slightly, resulting in a final score of 78 points, having struck only the 6th ring. However, this result was an improvement compared to her previous training sessions, considering it was a simulated assessment. Exiting the training room, Qin Shiyu's expression was complex. Having been in the training camp for nearly 2 weeks, she initially believed she could stay at least 20 days. Yet, upon the revelation of the camp's rules, she realized they were far more stringent than she had anticipated. Each day spent in the camp deducted a fixed 5 points from her score, not including the use of equipment or training rooms, which required additional points. For instance, a standard training room charged 10 points for just 1 hour of usage. This period had been particularly challenging for her. To continue her stay in the training camp, Qin Shiyu had to undertake small tasks daily. Assistance in running errands and maintaining the training camp facilities can earn a modest amount of points. At times, in order to utilize the training room, she must endure hunger for much of the day, subsisting on but a single meal. Had it not been for Qin occasionally providing her with sustenance, she would have long been expelled from the training camp. Merely 2 weeks of life in the camp has thoroughly eroded her once proud spirit. Now, Qin Shiyu is willing to resort to any means necessary to remain within the confines of the training camp, as each additional day allows her to relish the amenities and savor a meal crafted from the flesh of colossal beasts. Not only Qin Shiyu, but the vast majority of the trainees share her plight within the camp. Each individual, prior to entering, was filled with lofty aspirations, for they were all distinguished among their peers, the prodigies of their respective regions. Surely, this modest training camp would be easily conquered. Yet, under such brutal regulations and enduring relentless trials, their former arrogance has dissipated. Every trainee grits their teeth in perseverance, while some, unable to endure, have departed the camp prematurely. Chapter 72. The sudden explosion in the dormitory area. The rules of the training camp are notably favorable to the strong. Some prodigies progress at an astonishing rate, continuously acquiring points through their successful completions of assessments. Within the training camp, these individuals thrive as if the rules were tailored specifically for them. The most exemplary representatives of this phenomenon are the Yak brothers and Jin and Rong from the Goryeo Empire. Particularly notable is Jin and Rong. On his very first day, he conquered the explosive power assessment of the first 3 stages, accomplishing it at a pace that ordinary individuals could only dream of. While Qin Shiyu perused the tasks available in the hall, another girl approached the taskbar. Have you heard? That Jin and Rong from the Goryeo Empire has already passed the 5th stage of the explosive power assessment. The 5th stage? Qin Shiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. That can't be true. The girl shook her head affirmatively. It must be real. After receiving guidance from Jin and Rong, the other Goryeo participants have also successfully passed the 4th stage. Despite her words dripping with disdain, her eyes betrayed an undeniable jealousy. After all, people from other nations were helping each other, while those from the Huaxiao Empire were nothing but scattered sand. Qin Shiyu felt an overwhelming shock. The thought of the 5th stage assessment was beyond her imagination. She recalled her near failure at the 3rd stage's explosive power assessment. Those competitors were truly formidable. With a sigh, she lamented the underperformance of her compatriots. Thus far, no one had passed the 5th stage, with most faltering at the 3rd. Upon finding no suitable tasks, the two made their way to the lounge. I've heard that the Yak brothers from the Alliance Empire have also cleared the 5th stage and are advancing toward the 6th. Lastly, Nina from the IMC Empire has passed the 6th stage and is preparing for the 7th. The girl continued to chatter, for if they could not pass the assessments, there was nothing left to do but chat and wait for mealtime. Suddenly, One of her remarks caused Qin Shiyu's heart to skip a beat. Shiyu, what do you think Yi Qin has been up to lately? Although he has extra points, based on the time elapsed, he must be running low on them, right? The last time I saw you chatting with him in the cafeteria, are you too close? I don't know, Qin Shiyu replied, shaking her head. After all, she had never interacted with Yi Qin in school. Had it not been for this training camp, she would not have anticipated seeing him again. The girl sighed. I guess you don't know either. With a look of exasperation, she continued, that Yi Qin is truly something. He was so impressive during the entrance assessment. Yet now he seems to have lost his edge. The girl leaned on the table, somewhat defeated. I was hoping Yi Qin could guide someone like me. Yet here we are. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Qin's image began to form in Qin Shiyu's mind. His outstanding performance during the mecha competition and his audacity to confront the head chef in the training camp came to her thoughts. Not only was he an exceptional cook, but he was also remarkably powerful. Such young men are exceedingly rare, strong yet unassuming, unfazed by the jabs of other prodigies, remaining composed even in challenging situations. She believed Yi Qin must be devising his own plan. I suspect Yi Qin has his own thoughts on the matter, she mused. The girl shot her an incredulous glance. What are you thinking about in the dormitory? What could possibly occupy your mind for 2 weeks? The girl appeared frantic. People from other countries are ostracizing us, relying on their experts to seize the easier tasks. We are left with those that yield fewer points, and the time required to complete them is prolonged. Clearly, we are being targeted. Qin Shiyu managed a strained smile, acknowledging the truth in her friend's words. If the Huaxia Empire did not produce any formidable talent soon, they would indeed face elimination. In the explosive power assessment room, a figure stood resolutely at the center, his handsome visage slick with sweat. Yet, the youth's gaze remained unwavering, his brow etched with determination and a hint of arrogance. He stood motionless, every muscle taut, as if exerting his utmost strength. His senses were on high alert, vigilant of his surroundings. After an indeterminate passage of time, the youth's expression grew grave. He understood that if the standoff continued, he would inevitably fail the assessment. Jinenrong heightened his awareness, attempting to manipulate the metallic spheres in the room. This was his 9th attack. If he could evade one more strike, his assessment would be deemed successful. He had previously faced numerous explosive power trials, yet had always fallen short at the final hurdle. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in Jinenrong's eyes. Now, countless iron spheres shot forth within the room, and Jinenrong deftly redirected a portion of them using his elemental control, narrowly evading the onslaught. Ding! The explosive power assessment has concluded. 5th stage assessment completed. With the mechanical voice echoing, the room's gravity system was released. Jinenrong exhaled deeply and stepped outside. As he emerged, numerous girls rushed forward, offering clean towels and water. Brother-in-Rong, you are truly amazing. Jinenrong smiled with satisfaction. He had successfully completed the 5th stage of the explosive power assessment. The 5th stage required candidates to dodge 10 strikes from iron spheres while under a weight of 5 times their own, a feat beyond the capabilities of most. Simply a piece of cake. Jinenrong flicked his long bangs, eliciting another round of excited squeals from the gathered admirers. At that moment, a boy approached, his face alight with enthusiasm. Brother-in-Rong, you're incredible. You passed the 5th stage assessment after just a few attempts. The boy's words were filled with admiration. Jinenrong's success in the 5th stage was beneficial for them as well. Once he had basked in his glory, Jinenrong inquired about those around him. How has Nina been faring lately? As soon as he spoke, several Goryo participants chimed in. Nina has already passed the 6th stage of the explosive power assessment, but she is stuck at the 7th. With pride, Jinenrong declared, I knew it. The water element, being the weakest among the awakened elements, clearly cannot overcome the higher level assessments. He held his nose high, adding, just watch me. Give me a few more days, and the 6th stage will be a walk in the park. Surpassing her will be merely a matter of minutes. Jinenrong's face shone with self-satisfaction. The water element, aside from absorbing damage, held little utility. As the assessments progressed, Nina would increasingly find herself at a disadvantage, while his mastery of the gold element would only grow stronger. He continued, what about the twin brothers? The Iyer brother from the Alliance Empire has entered the 6th stage explosive power assessment but failed. Yak has just passed the 5th stage assessment, just like you, brother-in-law. The Iyer and Yak brothers from the Alliance Empire were exceptionally powerful, possessing high connection values and strong awakened elements, making them formidable rivals. A young man hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, and wrong. That Yi Qin from the Huaxia Empire has shown up for the assessment in over half a month. Aside from coming to the cafeteria to eat, He spends the rest of his time in the dormitory, seemingly engaged in some obscure pursuits. Eugene. Jean Enron was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. But soon he recalled Eugene. Oh, the one who took shortcuts. Let us not concern ourselves with him. I suspect his entrance scores are fabricated, after all. Those from the Huaxia Empire are particularly fond of maintaining appearances. Just as the words left his lips, a tremendous explosion suddenly echoed across the sky from within the training camp's dormitory area. The colossal fireball produced a mushroom cloud that captured the attention of everyone within a 5-kilometer radius. Chapter 73. It is unacceptable for a potion to explode at the very moment of the explosion. Alarms blared throughout the training camp. The inhabitants could sense the violent commotion. What on earth happened? Was that an earthquake? No, that was an explosion. Look at the dormitory area. Oh no, my luggage. In the epicenter of the chaos, a young boy crouched down, clutching his backpack protectively. The doors to the dormitory had completely vanished. Not merely the doors, the explosion obliterated the entire dormitory area. Eugene fanned away the dust in the air, coughing persistently. Just as you said, it exploded. Earlier, Eugene had attempted to heat a fire attribute crystal core to its maximum temperature. When the core reached 4,215 degrees, the impurities within reacted violently, culminating in a fierce explosion. Eugene found himself within mere meters of the blast zone. Dawn had warned him beforehand that heating the core to its extreme would result in an explosion. Had he not previously ensured that the dormitory was unoccupied, he would have never dared to proceed. After the explosion, a pool of red liquid appeared on the ground. This was the essence of the purified fire crystal core. For days, Eugene had been contemplating how to extract the fire essence from the core. The essence was the very reason for the crystal core's uniqueness. Before heating, he had tried countless methods, all of which failed to extract the essence. The core resembled a hard crystal, leading Eugene to recall a method for removing palladium impurities. By heating it, he could induce a layering phenomenon, thus separating the essence from the impurities. The astonishing scene that followed the heating was beyond his expectations. Where's the syringe? Eugene quickly retrieved a syringe, drawing the red liquid into it. This pool of red liquid must be the essence of the crystal core. The essence had remained undiscovered until now because it dissipated easily in the air. If not contained promptly, it could evaporate completely within mere seconds of exposure. The essence had clung to the impurities, forming the crystal core. Now, he had finally witnessed the pure essence. Eugene sighed in relief. It had not been easy. After 2 weeks of exploration, he had finally discovered a method to purify the crystal core. He immediately mixed the essence into the energy potion. This time, the energy potion and the liquid essence combined seamlessly without any sign of separation. Eugene could hardly believe it. After 2 weeks of trials, he had indeed created a new potion. Although it was an improvement on the energy gene potion, as long as this potion proved effective, he could synthesize other potions from different crystal cores using this method. In Tang San's office, today was the designated day. Eugene had informed him to collect the potion in 2 weeks in exchange for the cultivation method of the heavenly profound art. Before he could contact Eugene, an explosion abruptly interrupted Tang San's thoughts. From a distance, it appeared the explosion had originated from the training camp. Tang San's heart lurched. Could it be that Eugene was in trouble? Just as he had uncovered the reason behind Eugene's newfound strength, such a disaster struck. Was someone attempting to harm him? With that thought, Tang San hastily left the JB Alliance branch, rushing towards the training camp. He had yet to obtain the energy gene potion, and Eugene could not be allowed to come to harm. As the explosion echoed, security and firefighters sprang into action. Security personnel worked to evacuate the camp, while firefighters rushed to extinguish the flames in the dormitory area. The alarms blared incessantly, and the fire and smoke gradually spread. However, once the firefighters arrived, the blaze was quickly brought under control. Just as they doused the fire, a figure emerged from the inferno. The firefighters were momentarily stunned. The temperature inside was over 100 degrees. How had this young boy managed to walk out? Eugene emerged, one hand gripping his backpack and the other covering his mouth and nose, strolling out of the dormitory area as if it were a leisurely walk in the park. Everyone present stood in shock. How was this boy unaffected by the raging flames? Was this even scientifically possible? The late-arriving Tang San was also trying to grasp the situation, immediately searching the evacuating crowd for Eugene's figure. However, he could not find him anywhere. In a state of urgency, Tang San dashed toward the explosion site, disregarding the blazing fire. Coincidentally, as he entered the dormitory area, he witnessed Eugene emerging from the raging flames, moving with an air of nonchalance, as if he were simply out for a stroll. Indeed, Eugene harbored secrets. At that moment, Huling Shuang and Su Wenqian were returning to the training camp. They had just disembarked from their flight when the explosion occurred. Su Wenqian exclaimed in astonishment, "Your training camp is quite extraordinary to produce such an explosion." Upon seeing the explosion, Huling Shuang immediately thought of Yuqin. If anyone could create such a ruckus, it had to be him. She intended to rush toward the camp, but reconsidered, realizing her haste would be futile, just like last time. When Yuqin had destroyed all the combat robots in corridor number 4, she had rushed over in a panic. After a moment's thought, Huling Shuang strolled leisurely into the training camp with the two of them. Upon entering, someone immediately handed her a tablet and promptly reported, "Minister, there was an explosion in the dormitory area. We have notified the firefighters and activated the emergency plan." Huling Shuang nodded, taking the tablet to check the number of people in the training camp. Sure enough, Yuqin's name was absent from the list. The commotion was most likely his doing. Once the firefighters extinguished the spreading flames, Huling Shuang calmly approached the epicenter of the explosion. Coincidentally, she and Tang Xin both witnessed Yuqin emerge from the sea of flames, calm and composed. Even the usually unflappable Huling Shuang could not help but be taken aback. What on earth had Yuqin been up to? Half an hour later, at the JB Alliance branch, Huling Shuang, Tang Xin, Su Wenqian, and Yuqin gathered in the office. Huling Shuang pointed an accusatory finger at Yuqin's forehead. "Yuqin, what on earth were you thinking?" Huling Shuang was furious, not expecting that during her absence Yuqin would cause such a significant uproar. Tang Xin interjected, attempting to mitigate the situation. "Ling Shuang, there were no casualties. It's merely a bit of equipment lost. It's not a major issue." "Tang Xin, why are you making excuses for Yuqin? Did you not witness the scale of the explosion? It was sheer luck that no one was injured this time. What about next time?" Yuqin sheepishly scratched his head, recalling Dawn's warning of an impending explosion. He had merely assumed it would be a minor blast, akin to a firecracker. But who could have anticipated the explosive power of the impurities within the fire attribute crystal core? "I am merely conducting an experiment with potions, and it is inevitable that unforeseen circumstances may arise." Upon witnessing his audacity to retort, Huling Shuang cast a fierce glare at him. Had it been any other trainee, they would have been expelled from the training camp and required to compensate for the damaged equipment. Yet, it was precisely Yuqin who stirred up this commotion, leaving Huling Shuang somewhat exasperated. To allow an explosion during potion making is utterly unacceptable. However, considering your creativity and the spectacle you have provided, I shall refrain from punishing you this time. With a huff, Huling Shuang introduced the person behind her to Yuqin. "This is Su Wenqian, a researcher from the JB Alliance. The remaining matters are for you to discuss amongst yourselves. One day, you shall drive me to my wit's end. I need to step outside for some fresh air." Huling Shuang gritted her teeth in frustration, pondering how to report the losses incurred by the training camp. After hearing her words, Tang Xin hurried after her, urging, "Ling Shuang, please do not be upset." Just as they departed, Su Wenqian thrust her face towards Yuqin, brandishing the Yuan Energy Gene potion with excitement. With a gleam in her eyes, she inquired, "Is this the potion you created?" Yuqin was momentarily taken aback by Su Wenqian's fervent expression, but he quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, this potion is my creation." Chapter 74. Representing interests or representing the people. Su Wenqian donned a pristine white lab coat, her short hair complementing her striking eyes, devoid of jewelry or makeup. Yet she radiated beauty. Even without embellishments, her allure was unmistakable. She was undoubtedly a stunning woman, a true embodiment of grace. Su Wenqian had awaited this day for far too long. Throughout the past fortnight, she had engaged in analytical discussions with the elders. Although she had voiced her dissent regarding the unethical nature of covertly deciphering another's pharmaceutical composition, the elders proceeded regardless. It took them nearly a week merely to unravel the potion's components. Despite their knowledge of the ingredients, their attempts to replicate the potion yielded only toxic or ineffective results. The most successful endeavor merely restored 1/10 of the potion's efficacy. The materials required for crafting the elemental energy potion were remarkably simple. Yet the essence lay in the precise manipulation of the ingredients and their proportions. Absent a formula, the JB Alliance found it impossible to replicate the elemental genetic potion. After several rounds of deliberation, they resolved to send Su Wenqian to negotiate with Yuqin. As a close friend of Huling Shuang, the JB Alliance hoped to leverage emotional ties to acquire the potion's manufacturing method. In that moment, Su Wenqian pondered deeply. She had long wished to meet the creator of the elemental energy potion, but had been delayed by the organization's constraints. Although an expert in pharmaceuticals, she was no stranger to negotiations. The crux of successful collaborations rested upon one's presence. By asserting dominance through sheer force of will, one could seize the initiative. Prior to her arrival at the training camp, the JB Alliance had meticulously researched Yiqin. Their consensus was clear. From an inconspicuous underachiever to a prodigy with a connection value of 95, Yiqin's rapid ascension in merely a month or two was unprecedented. This included his involvement with the elemental energy potion. If a high school student could develop such a concoction, then the researchers at their scientific department could very well return to tilling the fields. All signs pointed to the conclusion that Yiqin was backed by a formidable individual or organization. His newfound strength and the potion's creation were orchestrated by this unseen mastermind. They surmised that the motivations of this figure were twofold, partly for humanity's benefit and partly due to their own persecution. If it were otherwise, there would be no need for such subterfuge, utilizing a high school student as an intermediary with the JB Alliance. The JB Alliance welcomed extraordinary talent. Yet considering that the two parties had not yet met, they dispatched Su Wenqian to negotiate and glean insight into this enigmatic figure. Upon encountering Yiqin, Su Wenqian nodded affirmatively. His fair skin, handsome features, and tall stature left her convinced that he had indeed undergone the elemental genetic potion. Greetings, I am Su Wenqian, a pharmaceutical researcher from the JB Alliance. Yi. Before Su Wenqian could finish her introduction, Yiqin interrupted her. Su Wenqian, 20 years old, the youngest chief pharmacist in the JB Alliance. Graduated from university at 15, she has developed numerous new medications through her understanding of biological sciences. Her pioneering work on the behemoth factor synthesis is hailed as a modern medical marvel. Initially taken aback, Su Wenqian swiftly regained her composure. It seems you are quite well informed about the pharmaceutical realm. Yiqin smiled, though he had not perused any news. This knowledge stemmed from the memories of Sun Shiqian. At the age of 49, Su Wenqian had successfully deciphered the physiological aging of the human body, resulting in the development of a new drug that extended human lifespan by approximately tenfold. Her subsequent research bore significant implications for humanity. We both understand the importance of the elemental energy potion. So, are you here to negotiate as a representative of the JB Alliance, or as a researcher? Yiqin's seemingly simple inquiry carried profound implications, particularly the final question, which implied whether Su Wenqian was negotiating for the greater good or merely for vested interests. The weight of the term researcher served as a clarion call for Su Wenqian. The JB Alliance publicly maintained a neutral stance, refraining from involvement in international conflicts. Yet they were merciless when it came to profit-making ventures. The Alliance generously rewarded talent, offering substantial compensation and esteemed positions. Conversely, for those lacking talent or whose abilities remained unrecognized, the JB Alliance could be a waking nightmare, a relentless cycle of exploitation and subjugation. Su Wenqian was acutely aware of the JB Alliance's operational methods, yet she pondered whether Yiqin's words reflected his own sentiments or those of the enigmatic figure behind him. After all, the former represented interests while the latter represented the people. A misstep in her response could lead to a cessation of collaboration with the JB Alliance, forwarding a monumental leap for humanity. The prospect of deriving countless derivative medications from the elemental energy potion's formula filled her with awe. The intricate process of creation from nothing was a daunting task that Yiqin's backer had accomplished, yielding the elemental energy potion. A cold sweat broke over Su Wenqian. She had not anticipated the immense pressure Yiqin would exert upon her. Miss Su, there's no need for undue tension, regardless of your response. I shall collaborate with the JB Alliance. However, your answer will determine the extent to which I conceal the true composition of the potion. Yiqin refrained from voicing the latter part of his statement, even if she responded favorably. The formula he would provide to Hu Lingshuang would yield a potion with diminished efficacy upon mass production. Taking a deep breath, Su Wenqian endeavored to steady her nerves. I am here as a researcher representing the JB Alliance to negotiate with you. Is that so? Yiqin thought with a hint of resignation. It appeared she was indeed representing the JB Alliance. Yet, this was no fault of hers, as Su Wenqian had not yet attained the stature of an elder. Bound by the constraints of her organization, it seemed the timing was not yet ripe. Yiqin nodded decisively. Very well. Let us proceed to discuss the terms of our collaboration. Chapter 75. The Chinese always seek compromise. I am responsible for providing the formula for the Yuan Energy Gene Potion. And I will continue to develop other potions as well, while your JB Alliance will handle production and sales. Su Wenqian nodded, expressing no objections, but inquired about the profit-sharing arrangement. Regarding the distribution of profits, Yiqin did not respond directly, instead shaking his head. This gesture left Sun Wenqiang feeling anxious. What did the shake of the head signify? I do not intend to share the final profits, Yiqin stated, leaving Su Wenqian somewhat perplexed. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? She inquired. You must have already analyzed the potion's components. Thus, I will speak plainly. The cost of producing the Yuan energy potion is not high, and the potion you received was merely a sample, with only 1/5 of its efficacy. 1/5? Su Wenxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the potion was merely a sample. So what you were saying is, Yuqin asserted confidently, the original potion possesses 5 times the potency. At that moment, Su Wenxian found herself at a loss for words, silently observing Yuqin's display. You can dilute the potion to create different tiers for sale. However, my desired profit sharing is not merely a percentage of the total. Then, Mr. Yi, how do you wish to distribute the profits? Yuqin slowly raised a finger, declaring, regardless of how you choose to dilute the potion, I require 10% profit from the lowest tier. Furthermore, the efficacy of the potions will correlate with my share. I demand an incremental increase, claiming 90% profit from the highest tier. 90%? Su Wenxian nearly leaped from her seat. Mr. Yi, what is your reasoning behind this? Yuqin smiled slightly. I am aware that the JB Alliance collaborates with various nations, and as a neutral entity, it can effortlessly market the Yuan energy potion. While I could demand the final profits, I want ordinary people to afford the Yuan energy potion. Su Wenxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be the wish of the mysterious figure behind Yuqin? Yet, she remained baffled as to why this individual would desire such a grand vision. One in which everyone could access the Yuan energy potion. What? Do you disagree? Su Wenxian responded without hesitation, I need to discuss this with my superiors. Feel free. Yuqin waved dismissively. Soon, Su Wenxian stepped onto the balcony to initiate a video call with her leader. 5 minutes later, she returned with an answer. The profit sharing for the low-tier potion is agreeable, but for the high-tier potion, we can only offer you 60%. Yuqin shook his head. I am willing to accept 60% profit, but I have one condition. What condition? I require the pricing and efficacy rights for the low-tier potion. By doing so, Yuqin would effectively control the minimum efficacy of the Yuan energy potion, as well as the pricing rights. Although he could not partake in the pricing rights of the high-tier potions, this was sufficient. Very well. Then the deal is settled. Yuqin nodded, but casually added. If I discover any discrepancies in the efficacy and pricing of the low-tier potion compared to our discussion today, I reserve the right to disclose the formula. At that point, your JB Alliance would lose a significant market share on Blue Star. Yuqin's words served as a veiled threat. Should the JB Alliance default, other nations would gain access to the formula, resulting in a substantial loss of market for them. As the JB Alliance was currently the sole distributor of the Yuan energy potion, Su Wenxian's expression shifted dramatically. She had not realized that the entire negotiation was under Yuqin's control. Every step she took was calculated by him, and she had inadvertently conceded ownership of the low-tier potion. Her previous negotiation experience offered her no advantage against Yuqin. Miss Su, take a moment to drink some water and calm down. A teacup glided toward her across the table, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film. Su Wenxian's eyes widened in shock as she looked up at Yuqin, who merely sat on the sofa, slightly moving his finger. Though she did not comprehend the underlying principle, she recognized that this was Yuqin's doing. The display was astonishing, leaving Su Wenxian at a loss for words. Compared to the armor formed by Yuan energy, this telekinesis required far more effort. Although it appeared Yuqin exerted no visible effort, he had indeed expended all his Yuan energy to achieve this feat. Yuan energy served as a layer of protection. Without structural support, it was exceedingly fragile. However, with support, it transformed into an indomitable armor. Now that everything is settled, I shall take my leave. Yuqin approached the desk and swiftly penned a few lines, which he then handed to Su Wenxian. This is the formula for the Yuan energy potion, including the ratios and preparation methods. Once you produce the first batch, simply send me the samples. Su Wenxian nodded, unable to contain her agreement. The moment the deal was finalized, Yuqin's demeanor shifted, his gaze became commanding, exuding an air of authority as if everything were a matter of course. I hope that one day, Miss Su, you will rediscover your passion and become a true researcher. With that, Yuqin turned and departed, leaving Su Wenxian in a daze, glancing between the teacup and Yuqin's retreating figure, unable to articulate her thoughts. Clearly, Yuqin's final remark served as a reminder to her. Yuqin was quite satisfied with the outcome of today's negotiations. Thank you, Dawn. Had you not retrieved the negotiation strategies, I would have been unaware that negotiations could unfold in such a manner. Yuqin, as my driver, it is only natural for me to consider your interests. Thanks, brother. Yuqin was genuinely surprised by the usefulness of the negotiation materials. It seemed he would need to rely on Dawn for research assistance in unfamiliar territories in the future. The Chinese are always inclined toward compromise. If one were to suggest opening a window for ventilation, those in the room would likely object. However, if one were to propose removing the roof for air circulation, the other party would likely acquiesce. Negotiation operates on a similar principle. Had Yuqin initially demanded the pricing rights for the low-tier potion, the other party would have surely refused. Yet, by first asking for 90% of the profits, the other party found it acceptable to concede the pricing rights. Yuqin understood that the JB Alliance wielded considerable power, but his objective was not merely to profit from the sale of the formula. His ultimate goal was to enhance the strength of all individuals on Blue Star, despite the differing ideologies and beliefs among various empires. However, when faced with external threats, humanity invariably unites. Not long after leaving the office, Tang San and Hu Lingshuang awaited him in the lobby. As soon as Hu Lingshuang approached, she inquired, "How did the negotiations go?" "Relatively smoothly." Just as the words left his lips, Hu Lingshuang produced a tablet displaying the figures Yuqin needed to know. "You've blown up the dormitory area. Initial estimates suggest a compensation of around 500 million yuan. Yuqin felt his legs weaken. Must the tone shift so dramatically? Just a moment ago, I inquired about his well-being, and now we are directly discussing compensation matters. 500 million? Do you take me for Inspector Lei Luo? Yuqin gazed at Hu Lingshuang in astonishment as she presented her tablet before him. The screen displayed a meticulous enumeration of every single expense. It delineated a detailed list: compensation for dormitory facilities, reconstruction material costs, reconstruction labor fees, personnel mobilization expenses, student loss fees, hotel accommodation expenses, and so forth. I can accept the first four, but what on earth are these student loss fees and hotel accommodation expenses? Yuqin pointed to the items on the screen. Hu Lingshuang, hands on her hips, retorted with irritation, "You blew up the dormitory area. Do you not think you should compensate for the personal belongings of students from other academies? And where do you suppose the remaining students should reside? Very well, I shall compensate, but it will be a tad delayed." Hu Lingshuang did not press further, for she understood that once Yuqin struck a deal with Su Wenqian, he would never be short of funds again. "Just now, I overheard Tang San mention that you have been staying in the dormitory for half a month. Have you not participated in any assessments, nor utilized the simulation chamber for training?" Yuqin stretched lazily and replied, "I was just planning to go today." Chapter 76, Is the display malfunctioning? There will likely be 3 updates today. Hours later, an airship descended directly onto the training camp, laden with construction workers. Upon hearing that the JB Alliance was recruiting, they eagerly signed up. After all, the JB Alliance is not short on funds. As long as the quality of work is assured, the laborers are guaranteed substantial wages. Such is the state of the world today. If one cannot become a Met pilot, they are left with no choice but to engage in the most mundane of occupations. Aside from the majority of repetitive labor being supplanted by machines, certain construction tasks still necessitate human hands. This is not due to an inability to employ robots, but rather because human labor is more cost-effective. Though the explosion orchestrated by Yuqin appeared quite significant, the structural integrity of the JB Alliance's training camp remained largely intact. Save for the dormitory area, which had been consumed by flames. Had the explosion occurred in the assessment zone, the losses would have exceeded 500 million. Who on earth is playing with explosives in the dormitory? Yuqin lamented. "Curse it. My stash of snacks has been obliterated." Others chimed in. "Don't even mention it. All my belongings have been ruined too." The trainees voiced their grievances on the playground, understanding that while they could report their losses for compensation, some items were irreplaceable. Personal belongings and mementos were reduced to ashes in the inferno. Many reported their losses before returning to their training, as they had not come here to squander their time. Even remaining idle on the playground would cost them 5 points. Some of the less privileged trainees were already exhausted from simply staying at the training camp, let alone wasting time on this issue. After departing from the branch, Yuqin made his way back to the training camp. Apart from the bustling construction in the dormitory area, the camp appeared unchanged. He followed the directional signs and, after a half-hour trek, arrived at the training hall, where trainees exercised and underwent assessments. As soon as Yuqin entered, he immediately attracted several curious gazes. "Hey, is that Yuqin?" exclaimed one boy. Excitement etched on his face as he kept nudging his companion. "Is that really Yuqin? Have they come to the training hall?" His friend replied, astonished. "It seems like he has been cooped up in his room for half a month. I haven't seen him anywhere else except the cafeteria." The boy lingered, but his companion urged him to refocus. "Forget about him. We haven't finished today's tasks." Just as they turned to leave, they saw Yuqin stride directly into the assessment room. Wait, he is just going straight into the assessment room? They both gasped in disbelief. Initially, many trainees had done the same, only to emerge covered in bruises. Eugene was stepping into the assessment without any practice, piquing their curiosity. Let us not work for now. We need to see Eugene make a fool of himself. Absolutely. If we miss this, who knows when we'll get another chance? Driven by their curiosity, the two hastened to follow him. Eugene scrutinized the signs indicating the various facilities: virtual simulation, elemental guidance training, assessment room. Indeed, the assessment room. Confirming his direction, he proceeded towards it. The assessments were categorized into 3 types: explosive power, control, and combat. Each assessment corresponded to the trainee's capabilities. Eugene pressed a button, and the door to the control room activated, prompting a robotic inquiry. Would you like to participate in the explosive power assessment? Yes, Eugene affirmed. And as his words fell, detailed data appeared on the assessment panel. Voice recognition system confirmed. Candidate Eugene, commencing first level of explosive power assessment. A series of numbers appeared beneath him. Originally possessing 1,200 points, after deducting expenses for food and drink over the past few days, he still had over 1,000 points remaining. With time to spare, he thought it prudent to see how it went. Once confirmed, the door to the assessment room sealed shut. Inside, a projector displayed a myriad of instructions and precautions. No metallic items allowed. No weapons permitted. Eugene placed the sole communicator from his pocket into a designated storage locker and stepped barefoot into the room. The floor felt like cool crystal beneath his feet, its marble-like patterns suggesting considerable expense. Assessment begins. Is Eugene out of his mind? He asked, diving into the assessment without any preparation. Outside the assessment room, the two boys couldn't help but comment as they watched. Has he been holed up in the dormitory for so long that he has forgotten basic common sense? The door to the assessment room was a massive sheet of one-way glass, making the proceedings fully transparent. Anyone could observe, and the screen outside displayed the assessment progress. The so-called explosive power assessment involved dodging steel balls shot at high speed. The first level featured 10 balls, with each subsequent wave increasing in velocity and quantity, making evasion increasingly difficult. To pass, one needed to avoid being struck by the steel balls more than 10 times. It seemed deceptively simple. Yet this was an explosive power assessment. Once initiated, the room's gravity adjusted according to the level, requiring participants to dodge attacks under such conditions, essentially adding weight to their bodies while avoiding 10 strikes. This necessitated considerable explosive power from the candidate. Eugene, having undergone no training, was recklessly diving into the assessment, truly madness. It appeared the rumors about Eugene's prowess held some truth. How could anyone possibly be that strong? The two boys reveled in their schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the moment Eugene would emerge bruised and battered, ready to share the spectacle far and wide. After all, they weren't from the Huaxia Empire, so they found joy in Eugene's misfortune. Beep. The mechanical voice signaled the commencement of the assessment. Before the two boys could finish their gloating, Eugene had already completed the first 3 levels. What is going on? They exchanged bewildered glances. Didn't Eugene just enter? How is it already showing that he has passed the first 3 levels? Did you see that? Eugene is now on the 4th level. They squinted at the display, but the number clearly read 4. Anyone who had participated in the assessment knew how challenging the explosive power training was. It had taken the two of them nearly 3 days just to pass the 1st level, yet Eugene had advanced to the 4th level in an instant. This defied logic. They could hardly believe their eyes as Eugene breezed through the first 3 levels in under 10 seconds. Is the display malfunctioning? Just then, the number on the display changed to 5. They exchanged glances filled with confusion and disbelief, their eyes and mouths widening as if witnessing a ghost. No way. Eugene is currently undergoing the assessment of the 5th level. Chapter 77. Breaking all cadet records. Second update. The two of them could hardly believe their eyes as Eugene effortlessly passed the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd challenges in the span of mere minutes. At that moment, a nearby examination room swung open. The numbers displayed on the monitor indicated that a female candidate had successfully completed the 4th challenge. This was already a remarkable achievement within the training camp. The girl was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Passing the 4th challenge meant she had secured 80 points. Her companions, who had been waiting nearby, rushed over to congratulate her. Mo Qing, congratulations on passing the 4th challenge. A faint smile appeared on Mo Qing's pale face. This was her 5th attempt at the assessment. Despite feeling utterly exhausted and bearing some bruises, she could not hide her delight. After relentless effort, she had finally conquered the 3rd level of the examination. As they chatted, They strolled towards the bathroom. Suddenly, they noticed two boys gaping at the examination room, their expressions filled with incredulity, which appeared quite comical. What are those two doing? One girl scoffed. Who knows? The people from the Goryeo Empire are always so neurotic. As they passed by, Mo-chin casually glanced at the numbers on the display. In an instant, the number shifted from 5 to 6, indicating someone had passed the 5th challenge and was advancing to the 6th. It was noteworthy that only 4 individuals had successfully completed the explosive power assessment of the 5th challenge thus far. Furthermore, candidates were not awarded points for repeated attempts, meaning there was someone else participating in the assessment. The expressions of the two girls transformed instantly as they halted in their tracks, eager to discover who was inside. Upon seeing the individual within, the girls were struck dumb, as if they had encountered a ghost. Their expressions mirrored those of the two boys. Is that Yi-chin? Realizing he was from the Huaxia Empire, one girl dashed off to inform others. Mo-chin, stay here and watch. I'll go get help. Within the training camp, many were engaged in menial tasks to earn points, having stalled at the 3rd challenge. Without earning points to sustain their expenses, they would soon be expelled from the camp. Yi-chin is participating in the 6th explosive power assessment. One girl gasped, struggling to catch her breath. This revelation caused the working cadets to cease their activities, stunned by the implication. Yi-chin was attempting the 6th challenge? Kim Eun-ryong had just arrived in the hall when he overheard the girl's words. The Huaxia Empire's underdog was actually attempting the 6th challenge? How could that be possible? Hadn't he been cooped up in his dormitory for over 2 weeks? Immediately, over 30 cadets from the Huaxia Empire crowded around the girl. Qian, is what you say true? Qin Shiyu quickly supported the girl, eager for clarity. Indeed, I just passed the assessment and saw Yi-chin in the examination room. He may have already passed the 6th challenge. The moment these words were spoken, not only the Huaxia Empire cadets, but also those from other nations were left momentarily speechless. Surely, this girl was not spouting nonsense. Yet, recalling Yi-chin's formidable performance from half a month ago, doubt began to creep into their minds. What if she spoke the truth? Ding! The 6th explosive power assessment was completed. Yi-chin wiped the sweat from his brow, finding the explosive power challenge even more engaging than he had anticipated. Although each assessment consisted of only 10 waves of attacks, each wave was faster than the last. Under such gravity, moving normally was a struggle for an average person. This challenge not only required explosive power, but also tested reaction speed. The gravity in the 6th challenge had increased threefold, while it seemed that each level only added 0.5 times the gravity. Evading attacks while moving was undeniably challenging. Even consuming the flesh of colossal beasts daily, which bolstered physical strength, made passing this assessment exceedingly difficult. Other cadets could only progress through extensive foundational training to acclimate their bodies to this gravity before attempting to move. Had Yi-chin not injected the genetic serum to complete his genes, he would have failed at the 5th challenge. Let's see about the 7th challenge. Although he felt some resistance from the 6th challenge, Yi-chin was eager to test if he could utilize his elemental energy to aid his movement. Thus, he declared, "Commence the 7th challenge." Ding! As the program initiated, the gravity in the room surged to 3.5 times its original level. Yi-chin felt as if his entire body was submerged in water. Movement was possible, but arduous. Let us give it a try. Yi-chin inhaled deeply, dispersing his elemental energy throughout his body. In an instant, his sensations transformed. By enveloping his muscles with elemental energy, he effectively donned a protective layer. A slight movement of his wrist made the oppressive 3.5 times gravity seem to vanish entirely. Even the resistance of air dissipated. Yi-chin was exploring the application of elemental energy. Although he had not awakened elemental powers and could not manipulate elements, his formless elemental energy was capable of encompassing everything. When adhered to the body's surface, it became armor. When attached to the air, it functioned as a radar, and when infused within, it transformed into raw power. The potential uses of elemental energy were boundless. Outside the room, a crowd had already gathered. The initial Huaxia Empire cadets, upon witnessing the numbers on the screen, were left utterly dumbfounded. Yi-chin was currently undergoing the 7th explosive power challenge. As more onlookers arrived, the training hall became congested. The tardy Kim Eun-ryong, stunned by the display of the number 7, stood frozen. He had toiled immensely to pass the 5th challenge, yet Yi-chin had effortlessly surpassed him, even overtaking Nina to enter the 7th challenge. Could it be that his explosive power exceeded Nina's? Most of the cadets present had achieved results ranging from the 3rd to the 4th challenge. Only individuals like Kim Eun-ryong and his brother Ai Ko, who were prodigies, had managed to conquer the 5th challenge. Even exceptional talents like Nina had only reached the 6th challenge, falling short at the 7th. If Yuqin were to successfully pass the 7th explosive power assessment, it would undoubtedly be a resounding slap in the face to everyone present. From the very beginning, Yuqin had set an unparalleled standard, leaving all onlookers in awe. If he were to pass the assessment, it would imply that all their efforts over the past half-month paled in comparison to Yuqin's innate prowess. Chapter 78. A genius does not concern himself with the opinions of others. Not only Jin and Rong, but also the twin brothers Ayer and Aiko arrived at the training hall. How did it go? Did Yuqin pass the assessment? Ayer inquired eagerly upon arrival. He did. Yuqin not only passed the 6th level assessment, but is currently undertaking the 7th. The 7th level? Ayer and Aiko stood in stunned silence, as they had both failed the explosive power assessment of the 6th level, let alone the 7th. Jin and Rong was seen pushing through the crowd, eager to witness Yuqin's assessment for himself. Hey, who is pulling me? Don't shove. Several boys, who had been jostled aside, glared angrily. But upon spotting Jin and Rong, their fury was instantly quenched. The crowd parted for Jin and Rong, whose previously handsome visage was now marred by a shadow of gloom, causing onlookers to instinctively shrink back. Jin and Rong was the first among all students to pass the 5th level assessment. He had achieved this feat in just 3 days, creating quite a stir at the time. The Koreans had boasted incessantly about his prowess. However, after that, he had not attempted the explosive power assessment again. This was not due to a lack of desire, but rather his abilities had reached their limit. In private, Jin and Rong had challenged the 6th level assessment multiple times, but had failed each time. The thought of Yuqin arriving and surpassing him was an affront, a slap in the face to him and his compatriots. The boasting of his past accomplishments now felt painfully ironic in light of Yuqin's triumph. As the crowd gradually formed a pathway, Jin and Rong made his way outside, where he gazed at the numbers on the display. Indeed, it was the 7th level. How had Yuqin accomplished this? To scale such heights on his first attempt was unfathomable. Jin and Rong was perplexed. He exerted himself daily, leaving no room for negligence. He utilized the training room and virtual imaging guidance every day. Despite his points being insufficient, the Korean Empire would recharge his credits, allowing him to continue his training with ample resources. Under such advantageous conditions, Jin and Rong had made rapid progress, mastering the elements to a higher degree. Yet, he alone understood that with all these resources, he could only pass the 5th level and was stymied at the 6th. Now, seeing Yuqin effortlessly bypass the 6th level and advance to the 7th was unbearable. Jin and Rong's face twisted with envy, his gaze fixated on Yuqin within the room. His mind seething. How is this possible? Yuqin cannot be stronger than me. He must be employing some sort of trick. Inside the room, Yuqin skillfully evaded the final wave of attacks from the 7th level. Indeed, the application of elemental power was remarkably versatile under its influence. He maneuvered seamlessly even in a 3.5 times gravity environment. The sensation was akin to possessing superhuman abilities. Unlike his physical strength, the potency and speed unleashed when elemental power permeated his body were unparalleled in ordinary circumstances. Even under 3.5 times gravity, he deftly dodged the barrage of attacks. Yuqin felt curious about his limits at this moment. He yearned to know just how far he could push himself. Strengthening himself was imperative, to a degree that he could crush all obstacles before him. Perhaps only then could he lead humanity to survive. 7th level assessment passed. The crowd outside was left in stunned silence. Yuqin had indeed surpassed the 7th level assessment. It was known that even a prodigy like Nina had taken 2 weeks to clear 6 levels. Yet Yuqin accomplished in a single day what took others 2 weeks, even eclipsing Nina. This indicated that Yuqin possessed such strength from the outset, unbeknownst to them. While astonishment lingered, many believed Yuqin's journey would end there. Just as the crowd anticipated Yuqin's exit from the assessment room, the numbers on the screen shifted again. The 8th level. Yuqin pressed onward. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Even their heartbeats seemed to pause. All eyes were glued to the screen displaying the number 8. Yuqin did not halt. He entered the 8th level assessment. Heavens! This was beyond mere human capability. It was utterly insane. The 7th level had already been an unattainable pinnacle for the other students. Yet Yuqin was determined to ascend even higher. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they witnessed Yuqin undertaking the 8th level assessment. Clearly, at this juncture, Whether Yiqin could pass became secondary. He had demonstrated a profound truth to all in the training camp. Hard work pales in comparison to innate talent. Yiqin had not left his dormitory for half a month, yet upon stepping out today, he shattered the highest record among the students, all without warming up or resting. His 2 weeks of apparent idleness could only be interpreted in one way. Yiqin was indifferent to participating in assessments. A genius such as he undoubtedly lacked for nothing. Points were merely a triviality for him. Whenever he chose to participate in an assessment, he could easily earn what took others days to accumulate through toil. Yiqin's actions were a resounding slap in the face to all, rendering their murmurs and gossip obsolete. He had proven a pivotal point. When one is endowed with extraordinary talent, the opinions of others hold no weight. For ordinary individuals, apathy amounts to true neglect. While for a supergenius like Yiqin, such indifference was merely a means to relish life. It echoed the adage, a genius does not concern himself with the opinions of others. Yiqin, by casually showcasing a fraction of his abilities, had more than enough to enlighten those around him. His record-breaking emergence was simply a quest for validation, a display of superiority. Even Jin and Rong could not deny that Yiqin outstripped him. All his efforts over the past half-month, intensive practice by day and diligent study by night, now appeared as mere folly. The twins Zaire and Aiko sat on a bench, lost in thought. One had just cleared the 5th level, while the other struggled at the 6th, rendering them unworthy competitors against Yiqin. The doubts and mockery they had hurled on the playground had now returned to pierce their own hearts, akin to self-reproach. In comparison to Yiqin, they felt as though they had merely entered through the back door. When Yiqin passed the 7th level assessment, it seemed effortless, as if he were playing a game. Aside from a slight sheen of sweat, he displayed no signs of strain. Before arriving at the training camp, their instructor had warned them of the hidden talents within the Chinese Empire. Just then, the numbers on the screen fluctuated once more. 9th level. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement, with some even calling out in elation. This indicated that Yiqin had successfully cleared the 8th level assessment and was now advancing to the 9th. The students from the Chinese Empire rejoiced, leaping into the air with exuberance. At last, the Huaxia Empire has formidable support backing it. Chapter 79, The 9th Challenge, 4. 5 times gravity after bidding farewell to Su Wenxian, Hu Lingshuang returned to her office, accompanied by Tang San. He recognized Su Wenxian and was aware of her status. Yet he was puzzled as to why she was discussing matters with Yiqin. A few seconds later, Tang San finally grasped the situation. Could it be that Yiqin had sold them the formula for the genetic elixir? This was a notion Tang San had never entertained. However, he was well aware of the elixir's effects and the might of the JB Alliance. If the JB Alliance obtained the formula, they could develop even more potent elixirs based on it, thereby elevating their influence to new heights. Was Yiqin in dire need of funds? If that were the case, the Tang Corporation could provide assistance. Why had Yiqin not approached him but opted to collaborate with the JB Alliance instead? With the genetic elixir in hand, Tang San could even establish a new sect, akin to previously creating an empire on Blue Star. Yet, it was now too late to thwart Yiqin. Given the speed of the JB Alliance, once they acquired the formula, they could commence mass production within a week, making the elixir accessible to all. What is the status of the training camp? Hu Lingshuang inquired. Although she was not the chief instructor for this training camp, she still had tasks to fulfill. Last time, you identified 3 talents, and with Yiqin, that makes 4. However, there is one talent you have yet to see, Tang San remarked with a smile. Who is it? Hu Lingshuang asked, puzzled. Could she have overlooked someone? Jin and Rong from the Goryeo Empire, with a connection value of 87, and he has awakened a metal attribute. Upon hearing that he was from the Goryeo Empire, Hu Lingshuang's demeanor soured. As a citizen of the Huaxia Empire, she had always harbored disdain for the Goryeo people. Tang San, have you forgotten the shameless antics of those Goryeo folks at the last world competition? Tang San shook his head. He had not forgotten. Admittedly, their methods were unscrupulous, but we ultimately secured victory. Unscrupulous? Hu Lingshuang turned and shot him a fierce glare. During the last world competition, the Goryeo participants directly attacked and killed 3 of our competing students. You, too, are a student of the Mechanical Armed University. Surely you recall that day. Yet we still found a way to win, right? I believe it is unnecessary to revisit the Huaxia Empire's previous competition matters here in the JB Alliance. Enough. I do not wish to discuss this any further. Hu Lingshuang abruptly ended the conversation, finding Tang San's stance infuriating. She was not as magnanimous as Yi Qin. She would never offer kindness to the Goryeo people, as Tang Sen had pointed out, despite their victory. Only 3 out of the 6 students who attended the world competition survived, and Hu Lingshuang and Tang San were among them. Ding! Tang San and Oppo's communication device chimed. Oh! Someone has broken the record for the explosive force assessment. Hu Lingshuang turned to see a notification. Upon seeing the assessment record, both were taken aback. Yi Qin had completed the first 3 assessments in less than a few seconds, a feat requiring uninterrupted movement. Now, he had astonishingly surpassed the explosive force assessment of the 6th challenge. That was under 3 times gravity. Tang Sen hurriedly returned to the office to check the surveillance cameras. As soon as he activated the monitor, the numbers on the indicator changed once more. Yi Qin had already passed the 7th challenge and was commencing the 9th challenge. Tang San could hardly believe his eyes. He abruptly turned to Hu Lingshuang. The 9th challenge? That is under 5 times gravity. Hu Lingshuang and Oppo's expression was somewhat more composed than Tang San and Oppo's. Having injected the elixir, she understood the immense boost it provided. She was entirely unfazed by Yi Qin and Oppo's feats. No matter how extraordinary his actions, she would no longer be astonished. In fact, she was curious about the extent of Yi Qin and Oppo's secrets. As she observed the images on the monitor, Tang Sen could no longer contain his excitement. I'm heading to the training room, he exclaimed, dashing out. After his departure, Hu Lingshuang attempted to manipulate the water elements in the air. As she had anticipated, her control over the water elements had significantly improved since the injection. She gazed at Yi Qin on the projection, murmuring, Yi Qin. Not long after Tang Sen left, Yi Qin successfully passed the 9th challenge and was advancing to the 10th. Meanwhile, upon entering the cafeteria, Qin Shiyu noticed a throng of students hastily rushing outside, some even abandoning their meals in their haste. It was known that ordinary tasks yielded only 5 points, whereas a meal cost 2. What could compel them to forego 2 points? A girl dashed over. There you are. I've been searching for you both. Qin Shiyu and another girl exchanged confused glances. What is the rush? Hurry. To the training hall. Qin Shiyu looked bewildered. I have no points. Why would I go to the training hall? Are you inviting me to practice with you? We can discuss this later. It's Yi Qin. Yi Qin is at the training hall. He just passed the 5th challenge for explosive force. The girl beamed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Yi Qin had shattered the record upon his arrival, and no one knew what his current status was. Before the girl could finish, Qin Shiyu grabbed their hands and rushed out. Meals could wait. But missing Yi Qin and Oppo's assessment would be a significant loss. Inside the assessment room, Yi Qin was skillfully dodging the incoming steel balls, his and breathing meditation working in unison. Though his physical capabilities were formidable, he could hardly withstand 5 times gravity if he were to cease his or stop his breathing techniques. The immense gravity would bear down upon him, potentially causing injury. As his continued to flow, Yi Qin felt he was nearing his limits. That should suffice, he thought. Yet he decided to test himself by evading a few more attacks. After a brief pause, Yi Qin dodged again, clearly nearing exhaustion. While his body was fatigued. At this point, he was relying solely on willpower. Moving under 5 times gravity required tremendous effort. Yi Qin took a deep breath and shifted his body once more. With each movement, his control over his body waned slightly, and his course through him like blood. The intangible force fluctuated, continually counteracting the effects of gravity. His, once enveloping his entire body, now only covered his bones. He had evidently reached his limits. If he persisted any longer, his would be depleted, leaving him to rely solely on his innate strength. 8th movement. Yi Qin lay prostrate on the ground. His limbs and Oppo's vital energy gradually dissipating under the relentless weight pressing down upon him. Ultimately, he had underestimated the severity of this assessment. He could feel the blood in his body pooling in his legs, as if gravity had ensnared it, preventing circulation to his heart. Had he not previously replenished his body with genetic serums, he would have truly struggled to endure such an environment. Gradually, a state of oxygen deprivation began to cloud Yi Qin and Oppo's mind. Chapter 80. Practical Assessment in Virtual Space. The 9th assault has commenced, and 90 steel balls are launched with astonishing speed. In a bid to evade the onslaught, Yi Qin leaps into the air. His upper body pressed down while his legs stretch out in a split. This peculiar posture allows him to narrowly escape the barrage. Although several steel balls strike his body, they do not meet the criteria for failure. However, once the evasion is complete, Yi Qin's body slams against the ground. Observers outside the room flinch at the sight of his fall, their expressions contorted in disbelief. The faces of the crowd are marked with shock. And even those who had previously harbored jealousy towards Yi Qin now feel a pang of concern. This is the explosive force assessment of the 9th level. The gravity in the room has increased to 5 times. Remarkably, Yi Qin refuses to concede defeat even in such dire circumstances. Upon witnessing the numbers on the screen, Qin Shiyu covers her mouth in astonishment. She had assumed Yi Qin was merely attempting the 5th level assessment, yet here he is at the 9th level. The students of the Huaxia Empire are visibly excited, their faces radiating pride. This is the caliber of strength that represents their empire. In the 9th level explosive force assessment, Yi Qin even manages to fall with an air of elegance. Among the spectators, Jean Enrong stands with a twitch at the corner of his eye, rendered speechless. He had anticipated that Yi Qin would be formidable, but not to such an extraordinary degree. He has been present since the 5th level assessment. Witnessing the progression to the 9th level, even Nina, who arrived late, cannot help but lean in to observe Yi Qin's actions. While the AI brothers have long since vanished from sight. Nearby, the staff member monitoring the assessment, tasked with ensuring the participants' safety, is taken aback by the unprecedented nature of Yi Qin's performance. Even he, a safety officer, feels a sense of concern as he watches Yi Qin tumble. He has never seen an individual maintain such relentless momentum, advancing from the 1st level to the 9th without a single pause. At this moment, Tang Sen arrives, observing Yi Qin's condition through a tablet. After the 9th attack, Yi Qin remains sprawled on the ground, motionless, suggesting he has reached a state of utter exhaustion. With a click, the gravity relief is activated, marking the conclusion of Yi Qin's assessment. He needed only to evade one more attack to complete the 9th level assessment. Yet he chose to terminate the challenge instead. The onlookers gaze at the numbers on the screen, bewildered. Yi Qin persevered through the explosive force assessment until the 9th attack, inciting a commotion among the students of the Huaxia Empire. He is nothing short of extraordinary. In reality, Yi Qin has successfully cleared the 9th level assessment. He participated continuously without a single moment of rest. Waves of admiration and awe ripple through the crowd. Some beam with joy, while others remain silent. Yet, no one dares to question Yi Qin's prowess, for they understand that he has not rested even once throughout the ordeal. Those who have undergone the assessment comprehend its daunting difficulty. Without preparation and without rest, even completing a single assessment would require significant recovery time. Yet Yi Qin achieved the remarkable feat of passing all 9 levels in one go. They estimate that under 5 times gravity, even moving a finger would be an insurmountable challenge. This is not merely a disparity, it is the chasm between man and the divine. As the glass doors of the assessment chamber slowly open, an air of tension envelopes the spectators, all casting strange glances at Yi Qin. When did so many people gather outside? Yi Qin opens his personal information, revealing the assessment results. Gasps of astonishment erupt from those behind him upon seeing the records. 1st level assessment, 3 seconds. 2nd level assessment, 5 seconds. 3rd level assessment, 8 seconds. This astonishing record is beyond human capability. Yet, what truly captivates the crowd is the score beneath Yi Qin's name. Score, 788 points. How can there be such a high score? Yi Qin himself is momentarily stunned. Wasn't he the assessment supposed to yield only a few points? How did he suddenly acquire 5,000? Many in the crowd are overwhelmed with envy, considering that they toil for an entire day to earn just a handful of points. Yi Qin's 6,000 points likely surpassed the total of all the students present. After a brief glance at the rules, Yi Qin quickly grasps the situation. It appears that breaking the assessment record grants additional points. With that knowledge, he resolves to effortlessly pass the remaining 2 assessments. As Yi Qin takes a step forward, he notices Qin Shiyu approaching with a towel and water. Yi Qin here, she offers, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Taken aback upon seeing her, Yi Qin replies, "Thank you." After wiping the sweat from his brow with the towel and taking a sip of water, he proceeds ahead. His simple expression of gratitude causes Qin Shiyu's face to redden further. A few female students from the Huaxia Empire, eager to offer towels and water, are left envious as Qin Shiyu beats them to it, their expressions betraying a sense of having missed out on a grand prize. Quickly, Yi Qin strides towards another location. followed by a throng of students eager to ascertain his next move. Tang San, engrossed in the records on his tablet, is rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of Yi Qin's achievements. Clearly, he underestimated the effects of the elemental gene serum. Soon, Yi Qin will provide him with the serum, and once he awakens from its effects, combined with the Tianxian technique, he will soon reach heights comparable to Yi Qin, perhaps even surpassing him. Before long, Yi Qin arrives at the site of the practical assessment. His internal energy is nearly depleted. Participating in the control assessment at this juncture would be unrealistic. The requirements for the practical assessment are straightforward. Enter the virtual chamber and annihilate the colossal beasts while self-allocating the equipped mech. Ordinary virtual chambers do not impose connection value restrictions, meaning participants can disregard connection values and manipulate the mech as if playing a game, devoid of any feedback. This often results in many excelling in ordinary simulation chambers, but becoming inept when piloting mechs in reality. However, the JB Alliance's virtual chambers provide genuine feedback on the pilot's physical capabilities. The conditions in the virtual chamber mirror those in reality. The more equipment a mech is outfitted with in the virtual chamber, the higher the demands placed upon the pilot. Such advanced virtual chambers are worth thousands of times more than standard ones, showcasing the remarkable nature of the JB Alliance. The concept of monetary capability is simple yet complex. Ordinary organizations cannot afford such virtual chambers, as genuine combat incurs no cost. Rather than invest exorbitantly in a virtual chamber, it is more prudent to train them at the borders. Yi Qin approaches the virtual chamber, which resembles a hamster ball. The user lies in a chair and dons a specialized helmet. In this manner, the situation of the trainees within the mech can be thoroughly simulated. Once Yi Qin donned the helmet, he settled into the virtual pod. Soon, several safety straps securely bound his body to the chair within the pod, and shortly thereafter, the helmet seamlessly transferred Yi Qin's consciousness into the machine. Upon arriving at the initial interface, Yi Qin meticulously adjusted the parameters of the virtual mech in accordance with the preparatory model specifications. Although piloting a mech in a virtual environment, he possessed unparalleled driving experience. Even maneuvering a pioneer-level mech posed no challenge to him. However, in a bid to maintain a low profile, he opted for the preparatory-level mech. Chapter 81. The hidden peril of the 8th challenge. After selecting the appropriate level for his mech, Yi Qin proceeded to fine-tune its parameters, ensuring all preparations were meticulously in place. With everything set, the assessment officially commenced. Instantly, a virtual environment began to materialize around Yi Qin, simulating the mech and its surroundings. Soon, a dilapidated virtual city unfolded before him. The buildings were shrouded in verdant foliage. Towering structures had transformed into colossal green trees, their concrete and steel frames enveloped by countless vines. Were it not for the reflective glass, Yi Qin might have struggled to recognize these as buildings. Bathed in the warm glow of the evening sun, the mech's exterior gleamed brilliantly. This preliminary level mech was crafted entirely from composite metals, with all performance metrics reaching an S-grade standard. Should the programming and equipment be further enhanced, it would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of behemoth-level mechs. Compared to other assessments, the practical evaluation was the simplest and most straightforward. Most participants in the training camp were the cream of the crop among their peers, already possessing experience in piloting mechs to vanquish colossal beasts. Thus, these first-tier giants posed little challenge to them. The first phase of the practical assessment required the elimination of 10 Kuan snakes. Unlike their real-world counterparts, these 10 Kuan snakes appeared almost as duplicates. However, Yi Qin soon discerned their distinctiveness. These creatures seemed to coordinate their attacks. Nevertheless, such adversaries posed no dilemma for Yi Qin. He dispatched the Kuan snakes with ease, akin to crushing insects. Before anyone could react, Yi Qin had already passed the first 5 levels of the assessment. Outside, the onlookers were left perplexed, each adorned with a large question mark above their heads. What was happening? Although defeating the Kuan snakes was simple, the speed at which Yi Qin accomplished it was astounding. It was as if the Kuan snakes had voluntarily walked into the path of his fists. How could it seem so effortless for Yi Qin to slay these colossal beasts? When I entered the assessment, I certainly did not experience such ease. The spectators murmured amongst themselves, most of whom had already navigated the first 5 levels of the practical assessment, albeit with considerable effort. While Kuan snakes were indeed weak first-tier giants, their sheer numbers could still pose a challenge. Yet, Yi Qin treated them as mere nuisances, dispatching them one by one as though swatting flies. Each of his punches landed with pinpoint accuracy, as if guided by radar. No matter how many Kuan snakes came at him, not a single one grazed Yi Qin. The expressions of the gathered trainees were a mix of awe and disbelief. To them, Yi Qin's annihilation of the Kuan snakes appeared to be the most mundane task. Yet, when they attempted it themselves, they failed to replicate his prowess. This phenomenon illustrated the common experience of observing something and mistakenly believing one has mastered it, only to find one's mind and body at odds when attempting to replicate the action. However, some keen observers began to appreciate the finesse with which Yi Qin operated his mech. He consistently maneuvered to evade the beast's assaults while simultaneously striking them down. This back and forth resulted in a gradual reduction in the number of Kuan snakes. Witnessing Yi Qin's piloting skills, everyone was utterly captivated by his delicate control. With a connection value of 95, it was only natural that he could execute such movements with his mech. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Qin approached the 8th level of the practical assessment. Within the training camp, the highest record for the practical evaluation was also at this 8th level, set by Jin and Rong. As the foremost expert in practical combat, Jin and Rong was the first and fastest to reach this stage. When it came to the combat capabilities of mechs, he boldly proclaimed himself second. No one dared to claim the top spot. His combat prowess and adaptability were unparalleled within the training camp. The 8th level required the elimination of 20 earth dragon beasts and 100 male electric ants. Yi Qin was acutely aware that the massive jaws of the earth dragon beasts posed a significant threat to his mech. He was not piloting Dawn. Should one of those earth dragon beasts latch onto him, this preliminary level mech would lack the strength to retaliate effectively. If that occurred, an increasing number of earth dragon beasts would swarm over the mech, ultimately tearing it apart. If the earth dragon beasts he had previously faced during the supplementary assessment could be considered mere fodder, this new batch was akin to robots clad in beastly skin. Each wave of their assaults was methodical, and they coordinated their attacks with precision. The threat posed by the 100 male electric ants was equally formidable. Though individually small, their collective consciousness was what truly warranted concern. Yi Qin remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the first-tier giants ahead, wary of any sudden onslaught. Lacking the support of Dawn or any system alerts, he relied solely on his skills to contend with these beasts. This was no small trial for him. With a creaking sound, the earth dragon beasts emitted a series of growls, their crimson eyes gleaming with menace. In unison, the earth dragon beasts and electric ants surged towards Yi Qin, akin to a fleet of miniature motorcycles launching a suicide attack. Yi Qin maneuvered his mech with the agility of a monkey, weaving between the cityscape and using the structures to evade the earth dragon beast strikes. The 20 earth dragon beasts launched wave after wave of charges, demolishing countless small buildings in their wake. In contrast to the earth dragon beasts, the electric ants displayed remarkable speed. The charge of the 100 electric ants crashed upon him like an overwhelming tide. Yet, instead of evading their attack, Yi Qin activated the Blade Core program without hesitation. "Come on," he bellowed, propelling the mech forward, his blade slicing through the swarm like a flash of lightning, decimating a dozen electric ants. However, the remaining electric ants quickly regrouped, lying in wait for their chance to strike. Meanwhile, the earth dragon beasts that had demolished the buildings resumed their charge, this time doubling their speed. Faced with such a multitude of charging earth dragon beasts, Yi Qin could not afford to confront them head-on. He swiftly maneuvered his mech to dodge. Yet, a few of the earth dragon beasts managed to graze the external armor with their massive jaws, though the mech's functionalities remained intact. Just as Yi Qin assessed the damage to his mech, the true lethal challenge of the 8th level materialized. Suddenly, 2 steel spikes shot towards him from behind. Although he heard the piercing sound of the steel projectiles slicing through the air, evading them in his mech was no longer feasible. He could not discern the direction of the attack or where to evade. Reacting almost instinctively, Yi Qin twisted the upper body of the mech just in time. But the 2 steel spikes plunged directly into its arm. Upon looking up, he realized that this was indeed the crux of the 8th level's challenge, a surprise assault from the steel spike tiger. Reflecting on it, he understood that he had initially failed to notice the adversary because the steel spike tiger had only just been generated by the program. After sustaining damage, most individuals would immediately check the extent of their injuries. It was precisely at this moment that the simulation chamber began to generate the steel spike tiger, a formidable second-tier beast, launching a surprise attack from behind. Had he not turned his head just in time, the spikes would have pierced through his mech, resulting in his immediate elimination. Indeed, the 8th level of practical assessment proved to be far from simple. Chapter 82. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As Yi Qin commenced his practical assessment, Hu Lingshuang could no longer remain seated in her office and made her way to the youth training camp. Tang San's gaze narrowed as he observed Hu Lingshuang, stating solemnly, "It seems Yi Qin possesses not only formidable physical strength but also remarkable prowess in piloting mecha." With a complex expression, Hu Lingshuang inquired, "If it were your turn to face that attack, could you evade it in your preparatory mecha?" Tang San shook his head, admitting, "Had I been inside the mecha at that moment, I too would have been unable to evade the steel-spiked tiger's assault." Though reluctant to concede, Tang San realized he would have been powerless against the steel spike's lethal strike. Yi Qin had sustained a wound to his arm from the spike. Yet no one could have handled the situation better than he did, not even Tang San himself. The limitations of the mecha were evident. Without radar detection, a pilot could not observe threats from behind or to the sides. Thus, cooperation among comrades was essential for defense during combat. Outside the hall, the crowd held their breath for Yi Qin. From the perspective of an observer, the recent attack from the steel-spiked tiger had indeed been perilous. Had Yi Qin failed to react in time, his assessment would have concluded in failure. Yet, even under such circumstances, Yi Qin found himself at a disadvantage. This was the 8th level of the practical assessment, and with his left arm damaged, it seemed unrealistic for him to eliminate the monstrous beast before him. Just as everyone anticipated Yi Qin's impending failure, in the next instant, he leveraged the force of the steel-spiked tiger's attack to roll on the ground, and then drew his weapon to continue his onslaught against the beast. The entire sequence was fraught with danger, causing the onlookers to worry for him. Despite the steel-spiked tiger's deadly ambush, this was merely a virtual assessment. Even with a damaged arm, Yi Qin could still rely on his great blade to vanquish the opponent. This marked Yi Qin's first instance of piloting the mecha solely through his own will, without the aid of dawn or system notifications. His reflexes instinctively shielded him from the steel-spiked tiger's assault, as if his body was subconsciously aware of the looming threat behind him. Even Yi Qin himself was surprised by his reaction speed. Despite the damage to his mecha, he successfully passed the 8th level after a series of challenges. Upon witnessing Yi Qin conquer the 8th level, Jin and Rong was left utterly dumbfounded. He stood frozen, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. To evade the steel-spiked tiger and Oppo's rear attack required countless hours of practice to anticipate. Yet here was Yi Qin, in plain sight, having endured the attack and, despite his mecha's damaged arm, managed to defeat the steel-spiked tiger. This reality was simply unacceptable for Jin and Rong. It felt akin to achieving something after relentless effort only to watch a mere passerby accomplish the same feat effortlessly. All of his hard work and sweat seemed to mock him at that moment. This immense psychological disparity sapped Jin and Rong and Oppo's motivation. He questioned the purpose of his lifelong endeavors. Just as the crowd presumed Yi Qin was about to exit the virtual chamber, the numbers on the screen suddenly changed to 9. Yi Qin had no intention of halting. He proceeded directly into the 9th level of the practical assessment. A stir arose among the crowd. Was he about to set a record? Upon entering the 9th level, Yi Qin faced the mecha selection screen once more. This time, he resolved to upgrade to the highest tier, the giant demon level mecha. Although the preparatory mecha and the giant demon level mecha appeared to be only one tier apart, the operational differences were monumental. The most crucial factor in assessing a mecha and Oppo's tier lay in its equipment and programming. The inherent equipment of the giant demon level mecha included jet propulsion systems. 2 turbocharged jet engines, accompanied by advanced propulsion programs, were standard for this mecha. With this equipment, the mecha could achieve explosive acceleration over short distances. At the moment the propulsion system activated, the massive mecha, weighing over 20 tons, could accelerate from 0 to 100 in just 3.5 seconds. This demanded exceptional piloting skills, as a slight miscalculation in maintaining balance could result in catastrophic failure, an outcome fatal in combat. The spectators had long since been rendered speechless, shocked that Yi Qin had chosen to pilot the giant demon-level mecha. The short-distance acceleration system was far more complex than it appeared. The pilot must not only maintain the mecha and Oppo's balance but also withstand the gravitational forces exerted during acceleration. The sudden increase in gravitational acceleration may pose little threat to the mecha itself, but it demands extraordinary physical resilience from the pilot. Generally, an individual can endure only 2 to 4 gs of gravitational acceleration. Even the most exhilarating roller coasters peak at around 5 gs, causing dizziness, nausea, and potential loss of balance. The short-distance acceleration system required the pilot and Oppo's body to endure over 6 gs within mere milliseconds, an unattainable feat for the untrained. Yet, Yi Qin seemed unfazed by these challenges. He resolutely selected the finest acceleration propulsion equipment and pressed the confirmation button. For Yi Qin, the mere 6 gs of gravitational acceleration posed no obstacle. With the short-distance acceleration apparatus at his disposal, he effortlessly navigated through the 9th level. Tang San was filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Yi Qin could pilot a giant demon-level mecha at the mere age of 18. This was something Tang San himself had not accomplished. Now, right before his eyes, Yi Qin achieved this feat with an ease that suggested it was entirely natural. After casting one last glance at Yi Qin on the monitor, Hu Lingshuang departed without a backward glance. Following her exit, Tang San hastily pursued her, astonished by Yi Qin's extraordinary talent in combat. No, this transcended mere talent. Hu Lingshuang regarded Tang San with a stoic expression, stating, "You need not doubt. The 10th level of the practical assessment cannot hinder him." Tang San, incredulous, countered, "Do you realize that the 10th level is 3 times more challenging than the 9th? How can you be so certain?" Tang San pressed. After a brief silence, Hu Lingshuang replied, "Yi Qin piloted my Polaris mecha." Tang San was left speechless, struck by the revelation. Yi Qin piloted Hu Lingshuang and Oppo's Polaris? He rushed after her, inquiring, "When did this happen?" "During the recent invasion of the capital by the giant beasts, Yi Qin piloted my mecha and successfully eliminated nearly 200 of them. It seems his piloting skills are on par with mine," Hu Lingshuang remarked, her tone tinged with anticipation for Yi Qin's potential. At that time, she had sustained an ankle injury and had to rely on Yi Qin to navigate the Polaris. Despite his unfamiliarity with the mecha's programming, he had executed magnificent maneuvers to slay countless beasts, an accomplishment far beyond that of an ordinary talent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang San shook his head vigorously. But soon he grasped the underlying reason. Was Yi Qin's remarkable ability a result of the energy gene serum he had injected? Tang San took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he inquired, "Lingshuang, do you believe you could defeat him if we were to pilot the same mech?" Hu Lingshuang, not one to be easily deceived, understood the implication of Tang San's words. She was uncertain of the outcome should the two engage in battle. Truth be told, she was also eager to gauge Yi Qin's prowess. However, as the head of the JB Alliance branch, she knew she could not pursue such an endeavor. Yet, should the opportunity arise, she would undoubtedly seek to unveil Yi Qin's true capabilities. Chapter 83. Slaying the mightiest second-order behemoth and clearing the 10th challenge meanwhile. Within the assessment chamber, Yi Qin operated his mech with finesse, vanquishing the monstrous beasts. It must be said, the most formidable short-range acceleration device proved to be exceptionally effective. Had he possessed this equipment during the 8th challenge, he could have evaded the steel-spiked tiger's ambush. Nevertheless, it is not too late. Now armed with this apparatus, no beast could lay a finger on him. It is no wonder that the cost of the real virtual chamber is so exorbitant. The opportunity to experience such exquisite equipment is indeed worth it. As Yi Qin faced the relentless onslaught of beasts, he effortlessly evaded their attacks. His mastery over the acceleration device was akin to a seasoned performer executing a well-rehearsed routine. With extreme acceleration and swift lane changes, he showcased a myriad of techniques. The gravitational forces seemed to have no effect on him. To the spectators, Yi Qin wielded his colossal blade, employing the acceleration device to move as if gliding just above the ground. This was a stark contrast to his earlier performance with the preparatory mech. In the latter, observers could at least discern Yi Qin's maneuvers, but now, they could scarcely comprehend how he dispatched the beasts with such agility. His astonishing trajectory resembled that of a martial arts film, with movements that were utterly enigmatic. Yi Qin had truly rendered the ground barren in his wake. In this moment, Yi Qin's prowess had indelibly impressed the other trainees. However, his capabilities seemed to extend beyond this. Whenever they believed they had witnessed his limits, Yi Qin would surpass them, presenting unexpected surprises. He was akin to an elusive mystery box, forever leaving one in suspense about what would transpire next. No one dared to speak ill of him any longer. Did he need to take shortcuts with such skill? He could triumph without them. After dispatching all the lesser foes, the heavyweight behemoth finally emerged, the unicorn porcupine. This creature was the most perilous among the second-order beasts. With a horn as sharp as that of a rhinoceros and spines that rivaled the steel-spiked tigers in lethality, it was a formidable adversary. At this moment, the colossal blade in Yi-Chin's grasp had depleted its plasma energy, signifying that the mech could no longer activate the sword's core program due to its dwindling power. Was this the crux of the 10th challenge? Yi-Chin inhaled deeply, a spark igniting in his eyes. If that were the case, he would put it to the test. The unicorn porcupine roared fiercely, charging toward Yi-Chin at an alarming speed. Yi-Chin cleverly activated the acceleration system, deftly evading the beast's assault. Yet the unicorn porcupine was no fool. It leapt onto the building and Appos' eaves, utilizing gravity to propel itself toward Yi-Chin with even greater velocity. Lowering its head, it aimed its horn directly at him. Yi-Chin had anticipated such an attack. Employing 2 short-range accelerations, he narrowly avoided the horn's lethal point. However, the mech's exterior was grazed, leaving a gash. Pre-activate the sword's core program. Yi-Chin disregarded the system's warnings and commanded the mech to recharge the colossal blade. The warning persisted, stating that continuing to activate the sword's core program could deplete the mech's energy reserves, rendering it inoperative. Ignoring the risks, he pressed on with the recharging. Indeed, Yi-Chin was aware that the mech's energy was critically low, with enough power remaining for but one more thrust. The next move would likely determine the outcome. The unicorn porcupine, undeterred by its failure to pierce the mech, unleashed its skill once more. It scaled the building wall, defying gravity as if it were non-existent. The spectators outside were awestruck, having never witnessed a creature like the unicorn porcupine before. This was the terror of the unicorn porcupine. Its unique skill, charge, allowed it to run atop buildings, never ceasing until its target was slain or it itself was vanquished. Each failed charge replenished its internal bioelectricity, accumulating power for the next assault. Even third-order beasts would think twice before provoking a unicorn porcupine. It was indeed a pinnacle of second-order monstrosities, with its energy brimming. The unicorn porcupine regarded the building as mere ground, climbing the walls with ease. As it prepared for its third charge, Yi-Chin chose not to evade. Instead, he stood firm, gripping the colossal blade. Just as the two were about to collide, Yi-Chin activated the acceleration device, albeit just one, slightly adjusting the mech's angle. In that moment, he resembled a Spanish matador, gracefully sidestepping the attack. The mech, weighing several tons, moved with remarkable agility, precisely avoiding the unicorn porcupine strike. After evading, Yi-Chin simultaneously raised the colossal blade and activated the thrust system's acceleration device. This time, he held nothing back, propelling himself forward at full speed. The blade, enhanced by the thruster, sliced through the air and struck the unicorn porcupine's neck with devastating force. The impact resonated through Yi-Chin, as he felt the beast's exceptionally tough hide. Despite the blade's plasma energy, it merely grazed the flesh. Truly, this was the mightiest of second-order beasts. The strike landed squarely on the neck, yet the blade could penetrate no further. Crimson blood seeped from the wound, and the mech and beast remained locked in a standoff. The unicorn porcupine roared in agony, a sight that astonished everyone present, including Jean and Rong and Nina, who displayed expressions of shock. The precision with which Yi-Chin utilized the thrust device for such a maneuver was astounding. It was inconceivable. This was not a human piloting the mech. How could such intricate movements be executed? The apparent simplicity of the sidestep belied the complexity of its execution. In such a tense confrontation, a single misstep could lead to the unicorn porcupine piercing the mech. It required calm judgment, immense confidence, and impeccable timing, 3 elements that were indispensable. Yet, before the spectators could fully digest their astonishment, they witnessed yet another incredible spectacle. Yi-Chin opened the cockpit of the mech and leapt down to the ground, tossing several high-explosive grenades into the mouth of the howling unicorn porcupine. Without its pilot, the mech was swiftly cast aside as the unicorn porcupine, eyes ablaze with fury, let out low growls that echoed its suffering. Yi-Chin produced a remote control. As he pressed the button, the grenades detonated within the beast's maw. The explosive force rendered the unicorn porcupine momentarily incapacitated, leaving it dazed. The audience observed as Yi-Chin approached the fallen mech, then calmly re-entered the cockpit, ready to continue the battle. Despite the significant damage sustained by the mech and its rapidly depleting power, the unicorn boar found itself in no better condition. The high-explosive bomb had left its head ringing, incapacitating it momentarily. Yi-Chin raised his colossal blade and struck decisively at the back of the boar and Appos' skull. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, even the thickest hide of the beast could not withstand the relentless onslaught. Thus, Yi-Chin extinguished the creature's life, successfully passing the 10th level of the practical examination. Upon exiting the virtual chamber, Yi-Chin glanced at the text displayed on the monitor. Training session concluded. Time taken for practical examination at level 10, 49 minutes and 56 seconds. Congratulations, Yu Qin. You have shattered the training camp record. Listening to the final report of his performance, Yu Qin exhaled in satisfaction. Though his time was slightly longer, he had nonetheless passed the assessment. After the examination, Yi Qin exited the virtual chamber and stepped outside. Chapter 84. The exchange of energetic potions and cultivation techniques the students gathered at the gate had collectively turned to stone. Each face reflecting confusion, their mouths agape like simpletons fixated on the screen in the hall. They were utterly astonished that Yi Qin had dared to exit his mech during the 10th trial, tossing explosives into the mouth of the horned wild boar. Such an audacious act had never crossed their minds. Could one truly engage in battle in such a manner? Tang San, observing Yi Qin's actions on his tablet, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had never anticipated that Yi Qin would abandon the mech to launch an attack. In truth, it had never even occurred to him. In that fleeting moment, Tang San gained a deeper comprehension of mech piloting, finally recognizing Yi Qin's extraordinary capabilities. Such a combat strategy was beyond the realm of ordinary thought. Once detached from the mech, a human stood before a colossal beast as fragile as a sheet of paper, easily susceptible to death with a mere squeeze. Yet, under such dire circumstances, Yi Qin had managed to execute a counterattack against the horned wild boar. This remarkable maneuver elevated the status of the pilot, unveiling the limitless potential of humanity. Just as everyone presumed Yi Qin would proceed to the controllability assessment, he instead strode towards the cafeteria. Yi Qin, are you not going to participate in the controllability assessment? Not going. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Logically, Yi Qin should have been heading to that assessment, as it was the only one left. Yi Qin gestured to the time displayed on the hall monitor, indicating that it was mealtime. With that, he calmly turned away, uninterested in the controllability assessment, especially since he had not awakened his elemental power. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Was he truly going to eat? Following tradition, after the meals were prepared, Yi Qin served himself a portion, perhaps due to excessive consumption of energy. He astonishingly devoured 3 bowls of rice, a quantity that was triple his usual intake. Although the beast meat was beneficial for his physique, his stomach could only accommodate so much. After dinner, Yi Qin refrained from returning to the training room. Instead, he sought a secluded spot to capitalize on his momentum and concoct the remaining potions. The syringe filled with crystal core essence would likely suffice for the creation of around 10 potions. Just as he was about to depart, a staff member approached with a message. Yi Qin, the chief instructor requests your presence. Tang San? What could he want? It took a moment for Yi Qin to realize that today was the appointed day. Please wait a moment. I'll return to my room to drop off my bag. The staff member nodded, their eyes filled with trepidation, for this lad had caused destruction in the dormitory area. Until repairs were completed, all students were required to stay at designated hotels. After stowing his backpack, Yi Qin retrieved a syringe containing a potion with only 50% efficacy, and then accompanied the staff member to the JB Alliance branch. Along the way, Yi Qin noticed the staff members staring at him in astonishment. Some wore expressions of fear, yet most exhibited reverence. Evidently, his recent actions had garnered the attention and respect of all. Instead of leading Yi Qin to Tang San's office, the staff member directed him to a private villa. Yi Qin lightly knocked on the door, and after a brief pause, Tang San opened it with a warm smile. Yi Qin, come in. Following Tang San into the villa, Yi Qin observed that it was twice the size of his own home, well-equipped, with numerous servants tidying the rooms. Upon entering the workspace, Yi Qin was greeted by a variety of forging equipment, surrounded by several projection devices and analytical instruments. It resembled a miniature workshop. Even the vacuum press Yi Qin had ordered was present, albeit gathering dust in a corner. Tang San gestured for Yi Qin to take a seat and inquired, "What did the JB Alliance discuss with you today?" Yi Qin did not withhold any information, replying candidly, they came to discuss the energetic potion. Were they proposing a collaboration? Or merely discussing the potion? Tang San's expression turned complex. You didn't give them the formula, did you? Yi Qin nodded and recounted the details of the negotiations. Upon hearing the full story, Tang San grasped the situation. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes, yet he maintained his composure. He had not anticipated that Yi Qin could be so astutely strategic, not only securing the pricing rights for the potion, but also ensuring accessibility for the lower tiers. Although the formulation had been shared, the core technology remained firmly in Yi Qin's possession. Tang San felt no surprise at this outcome, recognizing that both he and Yi Qin were transmigrators. It would be peculiar for them to lack cunning. Yi Qin produced an energetic gene potion from his pocket. As Tang San beheld it, his gaze grew fervent. This was the key to Yi Qin's ascension in strength. With such power, even a person devoid of elemental force like Yi Qin could achieve remarkable prowess. Tang San could scarcely fathom the potential strength he would possess as someone awakened to the golden element. After revealing his potion, Tang San also produced a USB drive. The contents contained preliminary training methods for the Tianxin Gong, albeit not the complete technique. Mastery of this incomplete version would still yield significant effects. But it could only be perfected to the first level, unable to transcend to the second. This was Tang San's safeguard. Even though Yi Qin was a transmigrator, he could not surpass the second level of Tianxin Gong without the complete training method. Yi Qin's exaggerated demeanor and formidable combat skills instilled a sense of caution in Tang San. After all, if he struggled to achieve certain feats, it was alarming that Yi Qin could accomplish them effortlessly. This transcended conventional understanding. Yi Qin was inherently a being that defied norms, given the accumulation of circumstances. If Yi Qin were to master the complete Tianxin Gong, Tang San himself would lack confidence in defeating him. As long as they did not become adversaries, all was well. Yet some matters required precaution. Should such a day arise, he must be prepared. Had Yi Qin not exhibited such astonishing capabilities today, Tang San would have deemed him no threat. However, witnessing Yi Qin's performance sparked a sense of urgency within him. After acquiring the Tianxin Gong training USB drive, Yi Qin departed the villa. Once outside, he hesitated, glancing at the USB in his hand. Though he had not voiced his thoughts earlier, he understood the wonders of the Tianxin Gong. The healing powers it possessed could significantly bolster humanity and Oppos, as chances should every inhabitant of Blue Star learn this technique. Regenerative cellular technology. During Sun Shurchin's resistance against the 8th level civilization, it was the life solution that rendered him nearly indestructible, allowing him to endure on the front lines for over a decade. If this cultivation method could be learned and disseminated, it would be akin to providing everyone with a safety net. As long as one did not face immediate death, they could recover from injuries through the practice of Tianxin Gong. However, this technique originates from Tang San. Would imparting it without permission provoke resentment from him? Yi Qin found himself at a loss for what to do, deciding to defer any further considerations for the future.